Chapter 1. The hero rescues the beauty, their first encounter. At the age of 20, Soo Chun was taking the college entrance examination for the third time this year. Finally, he had been accepted into his desired university. The moment he received his acceptance letter, he was overwhelmed with excitement. He immediately called a few friends to celebrate with drinks. After several rounds of revelry, Soo Chun bid farewell to his friends and began to sway his way back home, humming a tune. Help! Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from around the corner. Help! Ha ha! Beautiful lady, it's pitch black here, and not a soul in sight who would come to your rescue? You'd be better off with us. Look at that pretty face and that slender waist. TSK, TSK. What the hell? In the dead of night, what were these two scoundrels up to? Fueled by drunken courage, Soo Chun charged forward without a second thought. Stop, or don't blame me for being rude. Perhaps startled by guilt, the two men in black sneered at Soo Chun's voice, muttered a curse, and quickly retreated. In the distance, Soo Chun could faintly hear the sound of a woman crying. He cautiously approached. Are you okay, miss? It was then that he beheld a tear-streaked face, with a high nose and big, fearful eyes, accompanied by a glistening tear. Soo Chun felt his heart melt. Please don't cry. How about I escort you home? As he spoke, he let out a drunken burp, swaying dangerously close to falling. The woman hastily supported him, and upon getting a good look at his face, her eyes widened with surprise. It's you? Ah, do we know each other? Soo Chun struggled to maintain his balance. Just before he succumbed to unconsciousness, he noticed the woman bite her lip, as though making an important decision. When he next regained consciousness, he found himself in a hotel room, the soft vestiges of a delicate fragrance lingering in the air. Realization struck Soo Chun like a bolt of lightning. No way! Did I just? With a sharp slap to his own face, he recalled the promise to take her home. How had he ended up in a hotel? Vaguely, he thought he heard the woman whisper something, but the memory was too hazy. Damn it, Soo Chun, you really messed up. But wait, had she just vanished like that? What was going on? Soo Chun felt utterly bewildered. 1 year later, Ningzhou University. Just a few days into his second year, Soo Chun was roused from sleep by the commotion of his roommates. The legendary campus beauty from when university is back. Let's go quick. Who? When Chi-Chi? Soo Chun's eyes shot wide open. Was it the same when Chi-Chi, who had taken a year off but still remained unparalleled in beauty, reigning supreme as the campus sweetheart of Ningzhou University? He simply had to see her. With a sudden burst of energy, Soo Chun leapt from his bed. I'm going too. Yet his roommates had already departed. Those bastards! Cursing under his breath, he hastily dressed and dashed downstairs. To reach the legendary beauty faster, Soo Chun decided to take a shortcut. The shortcut led through a small grove on campus, mostly deserted during the day, frequented only by couples at night. However, today he spotted two women standing in the gazebo at the center of the path. One appeared somewhat older, perhaps in her 40s, while the other, clad in a white shirt and jeans with her hair fashioned into a high ponytail, looked to be in her early 20s. Yet, it was her profile that caught his attention, how stunning she was, and there was something familiar about her. Just then, he was startled by the sound of a baby crying. It was only then that he noticed 4 strollers parked beside the two women. One baby in a stroller was flailing its little arms, wailing with all its might. What do we do? What do we do? The young woman looked anxiously at the baby, on the verge of tears. Miss Wen, you should hurry to class, you're going to be late. But the quadruplets, driven by curiosity, Soo Chun edged closer to see what was happening. Upon seeing the young woman's face, he was taken aback. Wasn't she the woman he had rescued a year ago, only to find himself in bed with her? Could these 4 children possibly be hers? That would mean they could potentially be his as well. No way. Shocked, he called out just as she was about to leave. Hey, miss? When Chi-Chi turned at the sound of his voice, her mouth agape in surprise, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. Sue. Before she could finish saying his name, she quickly silenced herself. No. She couldn't let Soo Chun know about the 4 babies. To her surprise, he had also gained admission to Ningzhou University, though he would only be in his second year this year. A year ago, upon discovering her pregnancy, she had made the difficult decision to keep the babies. If Soo Chun learned that these 4 children were his, he would undoubtedly lose his mind. It would irrevocably ruin his academic career and future. She couldn't allow that to happen. Without waiting for Soo Chun to approach, when Chi-Chi turned and hurried away, Liani, they'll leave the children in your care. Su-chun, did he really look that intimidating? Hey, wait, don't run away. Where are you going? He quickly followed after her. As he passed by the babies, their cries grew even louder. Unable to resist, he came to a stop. Why is she crying so hard? Liani had already picked up one of the quadruplets, but no matter what she tried, the baby wouldn't stop crying. Do you need my help? Leonti, still somewhat flustered, noted that the babies had never been this unruly before. Sure, can you help me out with the other three? Just as Liani finished speaking, Su-chin instinctively scooped up one of the quadruplets. Once in his arms, he froze. Having experienced the trials of the notoriously difficult college entrance exam 3 times, this was the first time he had ever held a baby. Looking to Liani for guidance, he awkwardly asked, how do you sue the baby? He truly had no idea. Just as Liani was about to respond, the baby suddenly ceased crying. Stop crying? Su-chin was taken aback. Seems so. The moment the baby was cradled in his arms, her wide eyes stared up at him intently. For a moment, they exchanged contemplative gazes. Then, the quadruplet squinted and smiled. Heavens, she's so tiny and adorable. How could a baby be this charming? Su-chun felt utterly melted by her cuteness. Noticing Su-chin's nervousness, Liani chuckled. It seems she really likes you, young man. Just relax, just relax. Hold her gently, yes, just like that. Completely forgetting his original intention of seeing the beauty, Su-chin could think of nothing but the baby in his arms. The little girl, with her rosy cheeks, exuded a delightful scent of milk, evoking an irresistible urge to kiss her. He forcibly stifled that thought and glanced at the 3 other babies in their strollers. What a sight! He felt utterly overwhelmed. The 3 little ones were enthusiastically waving their arms and legs at him, grinning from ear to ear. So adorable, how could this be true? Oh no, oh no, oh no. Su-chun thought he was losing control of his paternal instincts. They're just too cute. Seeing the goofy grin on Su-chin's face, Liani couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, quadruplets, of course they're all adorable. They really are quadruplets. That lady earlier was amazing. Recalling the enchanting figure he had just witnessed, Su-chin inquired tentatively, Liani, what about the baby's father? Chapter 2. Binding the Super Dad System. When the subject of the child's father arose, Aunt Lee's smile gradually faded. Humph. Who knows where that irresponsible father has gone? How outrageous it is that he abandoned such a wonderful Miss One and such lovely children. Su-chin felt that if the child's father were present at that moment, Aunt Lee would surely give him a piece of her mind. He could only manage a dry laugh. Well, perhaps the child's father is unaware of his child's existence. If the child's father truly were him, then he would be wronged. He better not know. Aunt Lee's gaze was nearly lethal, just as Su-chin was about to explain. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for binding the Super Dad System. What is this? A dad system? Has Su-chin, like the protagonists in various novels, awakened a system? System? What is your function? Host. This system is the Super Dad System. As long as you diligently care for the children, you will receive corresponding rewards. Caring for children? Indeed. It pertains to the 4 children before you. Are they truly mine? Yes, they are your children with Wen-chi-chi. With whom? The system offered no response, but Su-chin no longer needed an answer. He had heard the woman's name, Wen-chi-chi. Moments later, Su-chin let out an exclamation of disbelief. What the hell? This is serious. No wonder the beautiful sister just now was so stunning. It turns out she is the campus belle. Wen-chi-chi. Su-chin believed that today, the entrance to Wen-chi-chi's classroom must be crowded with men, just like his roommates, eager to catch a glimpse of the campus goddess. They all harbored the same desire, to find a way to embark on a legendary romance with Wen-chi-chi. Ideally to be adored by the goddess to the point of losing their wits, basking in glory before others. They would never imagine that Su-chin not only got ahead of them, but also had 4 children. This world is utterly surreal. Ding. Task activated. Host. Please accompany Aunt Lee in caring for the children until Wen-chi-chi appears. Upon completion of the task, you will receive corresponding rewards. Alright, I like this task. Now that he knew the children were his, Su-chin felt somewhat dizzy. Instead of seeking out Wen-chi-chi for confirmation, it was perhaps wiser to wait here for her return. Perhaps noticing Su-chin's stillness, Aunt Lee looked at him curiously. Young man, what is the matter? Nothing. Su-chin couldn't help but chuckle. I'll stay here and help you take care of the children until their mother returns. Seeing Aunt Lee's reluctance, Su-chun quickly added, I don't have any classes today. After a moment's thought, Aunt Lee acquiesced. Today, the four treasures were somewhat unruly, and managing them alone was indeed tiring. What a good young man, Su-chun smiled, entertaining the children while engaging in casual conversation with Aunt Ella. As they chatted, he began to piece together the story. It turned out that when Chi-Chi began her senior year, she discovered she was already pregnant and thus had to suspend her studies. Later, she gave birth to these four babies. Now that the babies had just turned 6 months old, she decided to return to campus. But taking care of the children had become a significant challenge. When Chi-Chi's parents were not in Ningzhou, and she dared not inform them of having 4 children. Aunt Lee had been hired by Chi-Chi to help care for the children since their birth. As Aunt Lee recounted this, she couldn't help but sigh. Alas, Miss Wen was once a privileged individual, yet now she endures such hardship for the sake of raising her children. Living on a meager allowance is hardly sufficient. She had to move into a dilapidated house, juggling part-time jobs while caring for the kids, living a strenuous life. And now she has to go back to school. What can be done? Today, I was supposed to look after the babies, but they were too troublesome, so Chi-Chi had no choice but to bring me and the children to school. Just imagine if those students found out that when Chi-Chi has 4 little ones. What would they think? The more Aunt Lee spoke, the more heart-wrenching it became. The more Su-chun listened, the more uneasy he felt about his own reckless actions. Half an hour later, when Chi-Chi, who should have been in class, hurried back and happened to see Su-chun holding the 4 babies next to Aunt Lee. When Chi-Chi halted in her tracks, too afraid to approach. What is he still doing here? This is bad, very bad. She needed to think of a way to get him to leave immediately. When Chi-Chi gritted her teeth and strode out, feigning indifference, Aunt Lee, upon hearing Chi-Chi's voice, Su-chun turned around. Seeing her, he couldn't help but smile. This is his future wife. The way her bangs fluttered slightly in the breeze was simply adorable, just as charming as the babies. A warm feeling surged within him. He stood up, ready to greet Chi-Chi, only to see her pale face as she walked past him, avoiding eye contact, and approached Aunt Lee. Only when she saw the children quietly resting without crying did she finally relax. When Chi-Chi turned to Su-chun, classmate, what are you doing here? Su-chun's enthusiasm was doused with cold water. You don't recognize me? When Chi-Chi's fingers trembled with tension as she tried to maintain her composure. Should I know you? Her frosty tone left Su-chun bewildered. On the night after the college entrance exams, she hadn't been like this. Did she not want him to know about the children? Why? Never mind. He decided to ask anyway. I wanted to ask you. What do you want? Hand over the children or I will call the police. Chapter 3. Are all these children yours? Before Su-chun could respond, when Chi-Chi stepped forward and snatched the 4 babies from his arms, they immediately burst into tears. Aunt Lee wanted to explain, but seeing Chi-Chi's expression, she dared not utter a word. The babies cried louder, leaving Su-chun too frightened to step closer, only able to say cautiously, Miss Wen, the babies are crying too much. How about I help soothe her? He had initially intended to call her wife, but feared it might startle Chi-Qi. No need. Really, you can rest assured, I won't do anything. I just think the baby is still too young to be crying like this. It's a bit chilly outside. She might catch a cold. At that moment, when Chi-Chi was also quite anxious. She wanted Su-chun to leave quickly. However, the more she wished to drive him away, the more flustered she became, making it impossible to calm the baby. Aunt Lee, equally concerned, spoke up. Miss Wen, let this young man It seems like the baby has taken a liking to him. When Chi-Chi remained silent, the baby was crying so hard she could hardly breathe, her face turning crimson. As she cried, the other babies started to whimper in sympathy. When Chi-Chi felt her own eyes welling up, Don T cry, My dear, Mommy is here. Su-chun couldn't hold back any longer and stepped closer, cautiously approaching and softening his voice several notches. Miss Wen, I'll hold the baby just once. If I can't soothe her, I'll leave immediately. When Chi-Chi didn't want the baby to suffer, so this time, she didn't stop him. Su-chun finally took the baby into his arms. When Chi-Chi knelt down to comfort the other 3 little ones, the moment the baby was in Su-chun's embrace, she instantly stopped crying. Look, Miss Wen, how miraculous. Has the baby started to recognize people? Aunt Lee exclaimed. That's not right. The baby should recognize her mother first, right? When Chi-Chi was equally astonished. The baby was notoriously difficult to calm, and even now, at 6 months, she still gave when Chi-Chi had aches. Could this be the power of blood ties? Watching Su-Chin carefully cradle the child and gently soothe her, a pang of guilt stirred within when Chi-Chi. She realized she might have been too harsh on Su-Chin earlier. Yet, Su-Chan should be focusing on his studies. She didn't want to become a burden to him. After finally calming the baby, Su-Chan gingerly handed her back to Wen Chi-Chi. Senior, the baby isn't crying anymore. Please hold her. The moment when Chi-Chi took the child from Su-Chan, she suddenly felt as if he had become a father. Fearing when Chi-Chi might counter him again, Su-Chan chose not to say more and turned to leave. He had to do something. Something that would make it impossible for Wen Chi-Chi to send him away again. When Chi-Chi watched his retreating figure, her words caught in her throat. Finally, she turned and left. Let us go home. But, Chi-Chi, the class bell just rang. I took a leave of absence. She simply couldn't bear to leave the children behind. Aunt Lee felt it inappropriate to say anything further and accompanied Wen Chi-Chi as they took a shortcut home. Su-Chan dashed back to his dormitory, carefully collecting the strands of hair that had fallen on him while holding the baby. Then he hurriedly rushed out, heading straight for the hospital. Although the system had already confirmed it, he still needed a paternity test. With that, he would have sufficient reason to stay by Wen Chi-Chi's side. As Su-Chan thought of how Wen Chi-Chi had suspended her studies for him, how she had given birth to quadruplets, and how she might have to endure scrutiny because of him, his heart ached. Meanwhile, he had been living a carefree, aimless year in college. How infuriating! Su-Chan silently vowed to take good care of Wen Chi-Chi and the children from now on. The person delivering the report was Su-Chin's distant cousin, Li Dong. When Li Dong handed the test results to Su-Chan, his expression was grave. The relationship is indeed confirmed. What is going on, Su-Chan? Who are you doing this paternity test for? In Li Dong's eyes, Su-Chan hadn't graduated yet, so he surely couldn't have children. Upon hearing the result, Su-Chan felt as if he were floating, so it was true. Truly, they are all his children. Mine? Huh? Your children? Yes, you rascal. Instead of focusing on your studies, you've gone and had a child with someone else? No. Li Dong let out a sigh of relief, only to hear Su-Chan say again, not one, but four. Li Dong. What? Li Dong was on the verge of losing his mind. Oh my goodness. It can't be what I'm thinking, right? It is exactly what you think. I have 4 children now. If there weren't so many people around, Su-Chan would have rushed forward to embrace Li Dong. Damn it. Li Dong cursed angrily. I am 5 years older than you, and I don't even have a girlfriend while you already have 4 children? Li Dong expressed his envy, yet felt a pang of sadness. Su-Chan waved his hand nonchalantly. No need to envy. You'll have your own too. What nonsense. Does everyone give birth so easily? Is there responsibility involved? Yes, there must be responsibility. We can't let Wen Chi-Chi take care of the children alone. For kids is no small burden. Su-Chan turned to leave but suddenly spun around. Dong-gu, please don't tell my parents about this just yet. I'm afraid they won't take it well. I'll tell them when I'm ready. Su-Chan wasn't trying to show off. He simply couldn't contain the joy bubbling inside him. However, upon reflection, it seemed too hasty to expect his parents to accept the fact that he had 4 children. It was also unfair to Wen Chi-Chi. She deserved a perfect proposal and a wedding that would make others envious. All of this required his effort to provide for her. All right, but how do you plan to raise the children? I'll figure it out myself, Su-Chan replied with a mysterious smile as he departed. Earlier that morning, while chatting with Aunt Lee, he had already inquired about Wen Chi-Chi's residence. Now, it was time to seek her out. On his way, Su-Chan took the opportunity to ask, System, here, what about the reward? Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the task of accompanying Aunt Lee while waiting for Wen Chi-Chi. You have received a cash reward of 20,000 yuan. Ding, the cash has been credited. Please check your account. Direct cash reward. Su-Chan smiled slightly as he heard the notification sound from his bank card. 20,000 yuan credited, with a balance of 20,100. Gazing at this figure, Su-Chan fell into contemplation. Previously, he had lived paycheck to paycheck, receiving 2,000 yuan monthly for living expenses, and after just 3 days of classes, he was left with only 100. It was clear he could no longer afford to waste money. However, for now, he should go check on his children. 20,000 yuan should last a while. Chi-Chi, wait for me. Chapter 4. Reunion with Wen Chi-Chi upon returning home. Wen Chi-Chi busily prepared milk formula for the babies alongside Aunt Lee. Aunt Lee noticed that Wen Chi-Chi seemed somewhat distracted inside, asking, Chi-Chi, that young man from today, is he related to you? Huh? No. When Chi-Chi's face flushed with nervousness. Antly, observing her reaction, began to understand. Ah, are you afraid he might take the children away? No, that's not it. When Chi-Chi answered but then fell silent. Lowering her head, she added warm water to one of the bottles. He's still so young. Antly shook her head helplessly. I think he really likes children. You seem quite exhausted. Why not give him a chance? The babies appeared to adore him. When Chi-Chi paused for a moment, then resumed her tasks, as if the earlier sadness had vanished. After a flurry of activity, the fourth baby suddenly began to cry. When Chi-Chi hurriedly handed the bottle to Antly to hold the fourth baby, but this time, the fourth baby's cries were so loud that the other three joined in as well. When Chi-Chi felt her palms grow sweaty with anxiety, Antly, the eldest, seems to have pooped. The second baby is crying because he's hungry, even after having 4 babies for half a year. When Chi-Chi still felt flustered. All right, I'm coming. Just as Antly was about to enter the room, a knock sounded at the door. She quickly opened it, and when Chi-Chi's voice came from inside, "Who's there?" Before Su-chan could step inside, he heard the sound of the babies crying. Without a second thought, he rushed to Wen Chi-Chi's side, anxiously asking, "What's wrong with the fourth baby?" As he spoke, he reached out to hold the fourth baby. When Chi-Chi was momentarily stunned. "Why are you here?" Su-chan didn't have time to answer as he cradled the fourth baby in his arms. When Chi-Chi asked again, "How did you know this is the fourth baby?" "Because they are quadruplets, and once they wear identical clothes, even you might mix them up. Today is my first time meeting the babies." Su-chan gently rocked the fourth baby while smiling. "Did you forget? I held her earlier, so I recognized her at a glance." When Chi-Chi was taken aback. Recognized her at a glance? Su-chan truly cared for the children. Just as Antly had said. But, what are you doing here? Realizing the situation, when Chi-Chi instinctively wanted to send him away, Su-chan had anticipated this. With one hand holding the baby and the other, he presented her the paternity test report. "They are all my children. How could I not come?" When Chi-Chi saw the report, she felt dizzy. Let's soothe the babies first, and we can talk later." Su-chen's words brought Wen Chi-Chi back to her senses. Yes, she needed to calm the babies. The moment the fourth baby was in Su-chen's embrace, she seemed to recognize him and instantly stopped crying. Su-chen felt warmth in his heart. The fourth baby is truly well-behaved. Antly handed him a bottle, and Su-chen carefully placed it near the fourth baby's mouth. She opened her tiny mouth, her eyes crinkling with joy. A single tear lingered at the corner of her eye, making her look exceptionally adorable. Su-chan felt he might just burst into tears from the cuteness. Fourth baby. "Sweetie, drink your milk." The fourth baby latched onto the bottle. Gulping happily, Su-chan let out a sigh of relief. He was about to assist with the other 3 babies when he noticed that Antly and Wen Chi-Chi had already calmed them down. All 3 little ones were drinking contentedly from their bottles, yet they occasionally glanced over at Su-chan, as if silently pleading, "I want Daddy to hold me too." Meanwhile, Wen Chi-Chi was sweating profusely. Su-chan felt another pang of sympathy. Just a single feeding had left her so exhausted. How had she managed for the past 6 months? Feeling guilty under Su-chen's gaze, Wen Chi-Chi stammered, "Because my breast milk is insufficient. I give them formula when there's no milk." It seemed like she was justifying her inability to care for the children properly. Su-chan shook his head. "It's all right. My dear, you've done exceptionally well. From now on, I'll help you." When Chi-Chi suddenly looked up, her face turning a shade of crimson. "Who is your dear?" Antly also had seen the paternity test report. She initially wanted to chide them but recalled Su-chen's earlier demeanor. Sensing there was some misunderstanding between the two to Chi-Chi, "Why don't you and the children's father have a good chat? They'll need to sleep soon. And I can take care of them." When Chi-Chi nodded and turned to the living room, Su-chan handed the fourth baby to Antly and followed her outside. Noticing that when Chi-Chi remained silent, Su-chan cautiously called out, "Dear, don't call me dear. But we have children together." "Then I am not your dear. Don't call me that." When Chi-Chi's face was so red it seemed like it could bleed, and she didn't dare look at Su-chan, fearing he might utter something outrageous again. "I in a fluster," when Chi-Chi insisted. "If you call me dear again, you'll have to leave." All right, I won't call you that anymore." "Then I'll call you Chi-Chi." If you don't let me call you Chi-Chi, I'll just call you dear." When Chi-Chi was at a loss. Clearly, she was 2 years older than him, yet in his presence, she felt like a child. Seeing when Chi-Chi relent, Su-chan chuckled. "Now, tell me, Chi-Chi, why did you hide this from me?" Observing when Chi-Chi's shy demeanor, Su Chun felt a smile creeping upon his face. His dear wife was truly adorable. Despite being a mother of 4, she still blushed easily. When Chi-Chi bit her lip, deciding to be honest, "Actually, this matter has nothing to do with you. You don't need to help. I can manage on my own." Chapter 5. I will ensure your name appears on my household register. Su Chun interrupted when Chi-Chi before she could finish. "See? You're talking nonsense again. What do you mean you can manage on your own?" When Chi-Chi looked up, hesitating to respond, Su Chun continued. "You think you can handle these 4 adorable babies all by yourself?" When Chi-Chi was left speechless. "You can't, can you? It has to be together, so taking care of the children isn't solely your responsibility. I share that burden too. Are you afraid that I might feel overwhelmed by the pressure and that it would affect my future? Which is why you didn't want to tell me." Upon hitting the nail on the head, when Chi-Chi lowered her head, I knew it. "But Chi-Chi, I'm already 22. I'm a man, with a beautiful wife like you and such adorable children. How could I see it as a burden? I isn't this something to celebrate." When Chi-Chi suddenly raised her head, her nose tingling. "You really think that way?" "Absolutely." Seizing the moment when Chi-Chi was moved, Su Chun stepped closer, gently taking her hand. "So, don't think about pushing me away. I want to leave. As long as you and the children are here, I will be here too." When Chi-Chi felt tears welling in her eyes. She had always believed that giving birth to these 4 children was solely her responsibility. There was another significant reason she hadn't dared to tell Su Chun. She feared he would deny it. Most young people nowadays treat relationships lightly, and she worried that if Su Chun rejected her, she would be the one left heartbroken. Yet, she never imagined that Su Chun would feel joy instead. All her previous worries dissipated, and when Chi-Chi grew bolder, taking a deep breath, she decided to acknowledge the truth. "Su Chun, they are indeed both your children and mine." Finally acknowledged, Su Chun felt a surge of happiness. "Then why didn't you tell me a year ago?" "I was terrified at the time and kept thinking about getting rid of them, but when I went to the hospital for a checkup, the doctor said there were 4 babies, and I just couldn't bear to do it." Su Chun held the soft hands in his grasp, overwhelmed by an impulse to pull Chi-Chi into his embrace. "Chi-Chi, it's all right now. You have me from now on." However, what really transpired that night a year ago? "Did you say something to me?" When Chi-Chi, flustered, fidgeted with her hands. Upon hearing Su Chun's question, a hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes. "No, I didn't say anything. I was drunk at the time." So, he didn't remember. Perhaps it was for the best. If he had remembered, it would have been too embarrassing. "You truly didn't say anything?" "Really, I didn't." When Chi-Chi withdrew her hand from Su Chun's grasp. "If you ask me again, I'll get angry." All right, I won't ask anymore." Su Chun found the situation amusing. Here he was, still a child himself, yet he was already the father of 4. Since when Chi-Chi was reluctant to share, he decided to refrain from pressing her further. Su Chun believed that one day, she would eventually tell him. Suddenly, loud knocking echoed from outside. Su Chun, with a stern expression, approached the door. "Who is it? How rude. There are 4 babies sleeping inside. What if you wake them?" Just as he thought this, a system voice chimed in. "Ding, congratulations, host, you have triggered a new mission. Please open the door and resolve the trouble outside. Upon completion, you will receive corresponding rewards." Su Chun furrowed his brow. Trouble, indeed. He stepped towards the door. When Chi-Chi grasped his arm. "No, let me handle it." Upon opening the door, they were met with a plump woman and a man. The woman's expression was displeased. The man forced a smile. "Chi-Chi, I'm sorry about the money I lent you." The woman immediately erupted in anger. "What do you mean sorry? You're here to demand money and you still feel sorry? What, are the borrowers the masters? One Chi-Chi, right? I didn't expect you to be so shameless." When Chi-Chi's complexion changed at these words, I didn't seeing that the woman was about to unleash another barrage of insults. Su Chun quickly interposed himself in front of Wen Chi-Chi. "What's going on?" When Chi-Chi pointed to the man and explained, "This is my senior, Wang Gu. A while ago, I didn't have money to buy diapers for the babies. Wang Gu found out and kindly lent me 10,000 yuan. As she spoke, her voice diminished. It was truly just a loan. Wang Gu felt pity for the babies. I intended to repay him as soon as I had the means." The plump woman, upon hearing this, became even angrier. "You say it's just a loan? You a woman with children, flirting with men everywhere. You truly. Can you stop talking?" The man, referred to as Wang Gu, felt quite awkward. He had genuinely acted out of kindness, but his wife was domineering. Now that she was angry, She insisted on demanding the money. He could only look apologetically at Wen Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, please don't take it to heart. My wife didn't mean it like that. I meant exactly that, the plump woman retorted, her gaze landing on Su Chen, her eyes lighting up. Oh, have you hooked another little boy toy? Su Chen. He replied coldly. 10,000, right? I'll repay it. Here's my WeChat payment code. However, let me clarify, I am not a boy toy. I am Wen Chi-Chi's man, the father of the children. With that, he pulled Wen Chi-Chi into his embrace. I appreciate Wang Guo's help, but he smirked. I in the future, mind your words. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. After saying this, Su Chen promptly took out his phone. The woman suspiciously extended her phone. You have money? Su Chen smiled faintly and unapologetically transferred 10,000 yuan. Upon seeing the money, the woman's eyes widened. Ultimately, she dragged Wang Guo away in disgrace. Su Chen swiftly shut the door to it. Seemed he needed to earn money quickly. 20,000 was indeed easy to spend. When Chi-Chi awkwardly stepped out of Su Chen's embrace, looking at him with concern, Su Chen, thank you. I will repay you for that money. What are you saying? You are the mother of my children. What's mine is yours. There's no need for repayment. His commanding yet warm tone made Wen Chi-Chi's cheeks flush once more. But we aren't married. It doesn't matter. One day, I will have your name on my household registration. Chapter 6. How about we go get our marriage certificate now? When Chi-Chi felt her cheeks heat up. When had Su Chen become so domineering? She was momentarily at a loss for words. Su Chen's arm rested casually on her shoulder, and she subtly shifted away. The emptiness in his embrace left an inexplicable sense of loss. Yet her heart swelled with sweetness. How about we go get our marriage certificate now? When Chi-Chi jumped in surprise, staring at Su Chen in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? I am not crazy. I'm quite serious, Su Chen declared earnestly. Chi-Chi, I am 22 years old this year, and you have also reached the legal marriage age. Universities now allow marriage. Why don't we just get our marriage certificate? With her head lowered, when Chi-Chi nervously intertwined her fingers, she had considered getting married to Su Chen, but it had only remained a fleeting thought. How could a boy who had just entered university so readily step into the realm of marriage? However, now that Su Chen had uttered those words, her heart raced with anxiety. Noticing her silence, Su Chen took her hand. So, what do you say? Shall we go? The warmth radiating from his palm jolted her back to reality. She quickly withdrew from Su Chen's grasp, biting her lip to conceal her nervousness. No, I'm not even your girlfriend yet. Despite having children, it felt as though there was no romantic relationship between Wen Chi-Chi and Su Chen. She didn't want Su Chen to be with her solely because of the children. After being rejected once more, Su Chen became much more self-aware. He and Wen Chi-Chi were only meeting for the third time since that night a year ago. He had just been swept away by the joy of seeing the children and almost forgot this fact. A process was needed. He wanted Wen Chi-Chi to willingly marry him, not simply because of the children. I am sorry, I was hasty. From today onwards, I will pursue you. When Chi-Chi thought that after rejecting Su Chen, he would feel dejected or even walk away, but he appeared quite delighted. Now it was her turn to feel embarrassed. She turned and walked into the inner room. I'm going to see the babies. Was this a tacit agreement for him to pursue her? Su Chen happily followed her. The 4 little ones were sound asleep, and Aunt Lee had gone to wash the bottles. When Chi-Chi gazed at the children, finally breaking into a smile, Su Chen approached her, standing beside her, filled with a sense of happiness. That moment. The system chimed in. Congratulations, host. Mission completed. You have acquired the skill of photographic memory. Would you like to activate it now? Without hesitation, Su Chen replied, yes. Activate it. Photographic memory. That was an invincible skill, signifying that from now on, Su Chen would possess an unparalleled advantage. After activating the skill, he felt remarkably clear-headed, and the expressions of the babies appeared even more vivid. Lined up, the 4 babies slept soundly, with the eldest and second child even drooling. Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Even drooling was adorable. By the way, Chi-Chi, what are their names? I haven't named them yet. What? Su Chen was taken aback. They were 6 months old and still hadn't been named. Were they waiting for their father to do so? His casual comment struck a chord with Wen Chi-Chi's hidden feelings. She couldn't bear to look at Su Chen, defiantly saying, that's not it. I just forgot. Since you're here, you can name them. She wouldn't tell Su Chun that she had secretly hoped to encounter him again, desiring him to be involved in the children's lives as their father. Su Chun immediately saw through Wen Chi-Chi's lie and was secretly pleased that he guessed correctly. His heart swelled with joy. His wife was simply too adorable. He didn't expose her. Instead, he seriously suggested, "All right, we have 2 boys and 2 girls. Let us name them with auspicious meanings. The boys will be called Zian and Zikong, and the girls will be named Shi Shi and Lilu. How about that? The eldest is Su Zian, the second is Su Shi Shi, the third is Su Zikong, and the fourth is Su Lilu." Wen Chi-Chi silently repeated, "Su Shi Shi sounds." Upon saying it, Su Chen also realized the name wasn't particularly pleasing. He quickly came up with an idea. "Then the second child shall be called Su Xiao Xiao, which also conveys joy. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Wen Chi-Chi nodded happily. "Great, let's go with that name." "Babies, you have names now." Su Chen looked at the sleeping infants, warmth flooding his heart. Especially seeing Wen Chi-Chi's joyful expression made him even more determined to treat her well. He hadn't mentioned giving the children his surname, wanting to respect Wen Chi-Chi's wishes, yet it seemed she had never considered having the children take her surname. Realizing this, Su Chen felt even happier. At that moment, Aunt Li approached, looking troubled. "Chi-Chi." Wen Chi-Chi turned to ask softly, "Aunt Li, what's wrong? I have a matter to discuss with you." Chapter 7. Allow me to care for the children. The 3 of them tiptoed into the living room, where Aunt Li, looking troubled, spoke. "I have been taking care of you and the babies for over 6 months now, but recently, an elderly family member has fallen ill, and I must return home to provide care." So, when Chi-Chi opened her mouth, wishing to retain Aunt Li, yet ultimately refrained from speaking. Aunt Li had assisted her immensely during this past half year. Then, "Aunt Li, please wait a moment. I will settle this month's payment for you in a few days." Aunt Li sighed and waved her hand, saying, No need, I understand that you do not have much money right now. Just buy some formula for the babies first. I am not in a hurry." "That won't do. With a family member unwell, they certainly require funds. I will find a way." Aunt Li did not refuse any further, as she indeed needed the money. Su Chun, observing the awkwardness between the two, felt a pang of discomfort. "Chi-Chi, how much are you planning to give Aunt Li?" 6,000. When Chi-Chi felt somewhat uneasy. She never imagined that she would find it so challenging over a mere 6,000. "I will cover it." Su Chen pulled out his phone, ready to transfer the funds. "Aunt Li, do you have WeChat?" Aunt Li was taken aback by Su Chen's willingness to provide financial assistance. She had been preoccupied with the babies when he had helped with the repayment at the door and had not noticed. "Young man, are you still in school?" "It's nothing. It's the least I can do." After a moment of silence, Aunt Li took out her phone. Su Chen directly transferred 8,000 yuan to her. "This is too much. It was 6,000, not 8. Su Chen chuckled. "Aunt Li, though I am unaware of the exact costs, caring for one child these days costs around 6,000, does it not? Moreover, you have cared for 4. You have helped Chi-Chi tremendously over this past 6 months. It is only right. Take it. Buy some supplements for your family." Aunt Li hesitated but ultimately accepted the money. "What a good man, Chi-Chi, with someone like him helping you. I feel at ease." When Chi-Chi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Throughout the day, Su Chen's kindness had overwhelmed her, leaving her momentarily speechless. When she looked at Su Chen again, she no longer saw him as just a child but as a truly admirable man. Flattered by the praise, Su Chen felt particularly joyful. He had initially thought that Aunt Li would scold him upon discovering his true identity. Aunt Li, with concern, asked, "But if I leave, what will happen to the babies? You still need to go to school. Surely, you cannot manage them alone." This posed a significant dilemma, and when Chi-Chi felt equally conflicted. Finding someone to care for 4 babies while being frugal was exceedingly difficult. No need to search. Su Chen stepped forward, volunteering, "I will do it." "Huh? You?" Both Aunt Li and Wen Chi-Chi were taken aback. "Are you saying you will care for the babies?" "Yes, I will." Su Chen nodded earnestly. "Isn't being a stay-at-home dad all the rage nowadays? I believe I can manage it, and I genuinely wish to be involved in the baby's upbringing. This is a perfect opportunity, but do you know how?" When Chi-Chi looked at Su Chen with concern, Su Chen hesitated, suddenly realizing a serious issue. He indeed had no experience caring for children. If he were to call his parents and tell them he had 4 children, he imagined they would probably break his legs. "Never mind, I shall learn on my own." Fortunately, he had just awakened his photographic memory skill. This system truly was considerate. "Aunt Li, why don't you teach me over the next few days?" "You want to learn?" Aunt Li asked skeptically. Su Chen nodded. "Yes, I am certain I can master it. You can count on me. Su Chun was confident in his abilities. However, when Chi-Chi was worried about another issue, but what about your studies? She had always hesitated to approach Su Chun, fearing it would disrupt his academic pursuits, yet it seemed that concern had now materialized. This is easily resolved. I have it all figured out. I will ask my roommates to record the lectures for me, and I will apply to my advisor. Huh. Is that permissible? Won't you fall behind in your courses? Not at all. Trust me, your husband is quite capable. Su Chun proudly touched his nose, flustered by his teasing in front of Aunt Lee. When Chi-Chi glanced around, avoiding eye contact with Su Chun, I won't concern myself with you anymore. With that, she retreated to her room. Su Chun watched her departing figure, grinning foolishly. Young man, why are you dazed? If you wish to learn, when the babies awaken, come over to me. All right. Su Chun transformed into an eager student. Aunt Lee's impression of him improved significantly. Taking advantage of the baby's nap, Su Chun hurried to a corner and called his roommate. Li Wenhao. As soon as the call connected, a disgruntled voice came through. Son, where have you been? You promised to see the campus beauty. Hey, Howsy, have you seen the campus beauty? Of course. You wouldn't believe how stunning when Chi-Chi is. That slender waist, those long legs, that heart-shaped face. She is truly my dream girl. How long was this guy going to keep bragging? If he were to learn that when Chi-Chi had borne him 4 children, he would probably lose his mind. All right, enough about that, Howsy. I have something serious to discuss. What is it? Speak. Dad will consider. Chapter 8. Goddess wife and the quadruplet. Su Chun was accustomed to joking around with his roommates, so speaking seriously felt a bit awkward, prompting him to get straight to the point. I will be quite busy for a while and cannot return to school. Could you record the lectures for me during class? Alternatively, you could also obtain the course materials for me. After all, he possessed a photographic memory, and even just the materials would suffice for him to learn. Wow. Su Chun, what is going on? Have you encountered some trouble? Li Wenhao's tone shifted from nonchalance to concern. This display of camaraderie touched Su Chun. Though these brothers often joked around, they were quite loyal when it mattered. He sighed, suppressing his laughter, and said, Oh, it's nothing serious. Really, I just have children now, and I need to care for them. What? You have kids? Li Wenhao's voice escalated into a shout. Yes, my very own children. Good brother, have you lost your mind? You aren't telling me you are an accidental father? Are you? Get lost? You're the one who is an accidental father. Are you serious? Absolutely. Li Wenhao fell silent for a moment before abruptly hanging up the phone. Su Chun. Soon after, their dormitory group chat initiated a video call. Su Chun was startled, fearing he would disturb the sleeping babies, and almost hung up, but when Chi-Chi's voice resonated from within, answer it, it's fine. She didn't want to place too much pressure on Su Chun due to her own issues. Touched, Su Chun accepted the call. The camera revealed 3 excited faces. Dude, where are the kids? Where's your wife? Su Chun, if you're deceiving us, just wait to face our wrath. Quick, show us. We'll help you with class. Otherwise, expect the advisor to hunt you down, Su Chun. It turned out that Li Wenhao was not unwilling to assist. Rather, he had gone to rally the others. Given their personalities, they were undoubtedly conspiring together. Feeling helpless, Su Chun tilted the camera to reveal when Chi-Chi, who was preparing to enter the kitchen. She wore casual jeans that accentuated her long legs. Despite having given birth to 4 babies, her figure had returned to perfection, boasting an enviable hourglass shape. Wow, goddess! A shout erupted from the phone. Su Chun quickly turned off the camera, realizing it was not yet the time to disclose that when Chi-Chi was the mother of his children, for it would only add pressure on her. Grandson, what are you doing? We want to see the goddess. Her figure is simply stunning. Su Chun resolutely declined. No way. Hey, you are increasingly disobedient. Li Wenhao was the first to catch on. Su Chun, don't tell me that divine silhouette was your wife? At that moment, when Chi-Chi, who had just reached the kitchen, leaned against the doorframe. Upon hearing this, she tightened her grip on the utensils in her hand. Aunt Lee, noticing when Chi-Chi's clenched jaw, shook her head helplessly and whispered, What's wrong? Are you still not ready to accept him? When Chi-Chi lowered her head, remaining silent, she was not prepared yet. In the living room, Su Chun was elated. Yes, she is my wife. Impossible. You must be deceiving us. Since I have children, what do you think? His 3 roommates were now riled up, demanding, Where are the kids? Words alone won't convince us. Su Chun sighed. He looked up at when Chi-Chi, and upon receiving her nod, he carried the phone toward the bedroom. Keep it down. Don't wake the babies. They're sleeping. Babies? Yes. Twins? No. Quadruplets. Su-chun, are you dreaming? The three of them looked at him with disdain. However, when Su-chun directed the camera toward the four babies lying on the bed, their mouths dropped open in astonishment. One of them nearly jumped up in excitement, but thankfully, Li Wenhao quickly covered his mouth, placing a finger to his lips to signal silence. Su-chun exited the room, closing the door gently. The video chat erupted into chaos. For babies. How on earth did you manage that? Such adorable little ones, with their round, cherubic faces, how I long to pinch them. Oh dear, I am undeniably a manly man. Goodness, I want to buy them little skirts. After a series of heartfelt exclamations from several roommates, they finally turned to Su-chun, led by Li Wenhao, and asked earnestly, "Are they truly your children?" "Absolutely," Su-chun replied, quite pleased with their reaction. "Thus, I must care for the little ones, so I entrust them to you." When it came to serious matters, the three of them were quite resolute. "All right, but you must agree to one condition." After some discussion, they decided to have a serious talk with Su-chun. What condition? An unsettling premonition stirred within Su-chun. Naturally, it involves letting us see the babies. A video every day, without exception, or we want to record your classes. Furthermore, we must be the first to know when you bring the children to school. I want to hold them. Upon hearing this, Su-chun couldn't help but chuckle. All right, that's simple enough. I promise one every day. With the little treasures in hand, it seems I can manage anything. I'm so enamored. All right, Su-chun, hurry along to care for the children. Don't forget the videos. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with his roommates, Su-chun hung up the phone. Wen Chi emerged with a meal, signaling to Su-chun to eat. Did you reach an agreement? Yes, I spoke, and it's all good. How will you request leave from the instructor? My first-year grades were excellent. I was first in my department, so don't worry. I'll persuade the instructor to agree. You focus on your classes. Your senior thesis and graduation project are both crucial, and we can't afford any delays. Although Su-chun often skipped classes in university, perhaps due to having taken the college entrance examination 3 times, he had mastered effective study methods and never fell behind. Even winning a scholarship in his first year, Wen Chi nodded, somewhat conflicted. Suddenly, a loud cry of a child echoed from within the room. Oh no, the babies have awakened. Chapter 9. I command you to leave. Hurry up and leave. Su-chun sprang up in a panic, rushing into the room with Aunt Li. Wen Chi hurried over too, eager to hold the baby. Don't move, Su-chun stopped her. I'll handle it. This time, Su-chun was serious. He was determined to learn how to care for the children properly. Wen Chi refrained from intervening, wanting to see if Su-chun was indeed capable of looking after the little ones. The babies on the bed were flailing their arms and legs, crying in a chorus. Standing before the bed, Su-chun suddenly found himself at a loss as to what to do. After having just sworn to take charge, he awkwardly turned to Wen Chi. Ift. Wen Chi couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Didn't you just say not to let me move? Su-chun smiled sheepishly. Wen Chi stepped forward, cradling the 4th baby while explaining to Su-chun. The eldest is quite sensible and usually doesn't cry. The 2nd baby demands milk immediately upon waking, while the 3rd cries the loudest, but only for a brief moment. The 4th baby also cries easily and is quite sensitive. If neglected, he will cry until he chokes himself, so I generally pick him up first. After securing the 4th baby, Wen Chi reassured him, Su-chun, go prepare the milk powder with Aunt Li. I'll feed the 4th baby. Su-chun nodded and followed Aunt Li outside. Upon receiving the milk bottles, Su-chun was momentarily dumbfounded. It seemed he didn't even know how to prepare the milk powder. For the first time, he found himself flustered over what appeared to be a simple task. He looked to Aunt Li for help. Aunt Li, how much should I put in? Aunt Li chuckled as she observed him. It was her first time seeing a man so earnest. The men from other families often returned home to play on their phones as if the children were none of their concern. Come, I'll teach you. The milk bottle has measurements. For the 4 babies, who are around 6 months old, you should add 100 milliliters of warm water at about 45 degrees Celsius. Additionally, since the eldest and the 3rd are boys, you should prepare a bit more for them. Here, just to this line, Aunt Li pointed to a measurement mark. Su-chun approached and took a careful look, committing it to memory. How do I control the water temperature? By feeling it. Come, give it a touch. Su-chun walked over to gauge the warmth of the bottle. Aunt Lee handed him the remaining 2 bottles. With his photographic memory, Su Chen accurately followed the order and quantity. Though he was distinctly nervous since it was his first attempt, fearing he might not execute it well, after finishing, Aunt Lee nodded in satisfaction. I didn't expect, young man, you have quite the talent. Hee, it's all thanks to Aunt Lee's excellent teaching. You know, Chi may seem aloof, but she has a very tender heart, so give it your best. Aunt Lee's words carried a hint of encouragement, which Su Chen recognized as her way of supporting him. Thank you, Aunt Lee. I'll treat you to a banquet when the time comes. I'll be looking forward to that day. With 3 bottles in hand, Su Chen approached the door to the room. Get out. A startled exclamation from Wen Chi echoed from within. Su Chen instinctively turned, only to see Wen Chi awkwardly turn to the side while cradling the 4th baby. The little one was eagerly nursing, and the sight of the baby's tiny feet peeking out from Wen Chi's waist was quite revealing. Looking up, I command you to leave. Hurry up and leave. Wen Chi was so embarrassed she wished to sink into the floor. But the 4th baby hadn't had enough milk. If she interrupted him, he would cry incessantly, which she couldn't bear. With Wen Chi's face reddening like a ripe apple, Su Chen rubbed his nose. I didn't mean to intrude. I'll step out now, suppressing the urge to gaze at Wen Chi any longer. Su Chen quickly turned, handing the bottles to Aunt Lee before exiting. It's not like I haven't seen it before, he muttered to himself. It seems the path to winning her back is long and arduous. Inside, Aunt Lee chuckled. If I didn't know better, I'd think you 2 were young lovers just starting out. Aren't you just that young? Su Chen mused silently, after standing in the living room for a while. The door finally opened again. All right, come in. Wen Chi's voice was stiff and icy, as if she were deliberately avoiding something. Su Chen couldn't help but glance at her and walked in with a smile. What are you looking at? No, I'm here to care for the children. Chi, don't be silly. Su Chen spoke with feigned seriousness, and Wen Chi didn't know how to respond. The eldest drank quickly, and soon the bottle was nearly empty, leaving him staring up at Su Chen with wide eyes. Su Chen felt a flush of embarrassment under that gaze. You little rascal. Your mother is mine. What, do you have a problem with that? Aunt Lee smiled, signaling Su Chen. Come, change the eldest's diaper. Oh, so it's about changing the diaper. That's easy. Su Chen approached with the diaper in hand. When Chi watched him anxiously, feeling it was rather inappropriate for a man to do such things. Yet Su Chen appeared completely unperturbed. Aunt Lee demonstrated while explaining the key details. Su Chen grasped it quickly. Next, he deftly changed the diapers for the 2nd and 3rd babies. When it was time for the 4th baby, Wen Chi anxiously exclaimed, Hey, don't. But Su Chen had already scooped up the 4th baby. Don't what? Wen Chi looked at him in surprise, then at the 4th baby, her expression one of confusion. Finally, she shook her head. Nothing. Aunt Lee muttered from the side. Strange? The 4th baby used to cry if touched right after drinking milk. How come he is so well behaved in Su Chen's arms? Really? Su Chen looked down to see the 4th baby curiously gazing at him, and he smiled knowingly. Perhaps the 4th baby knows I'm his father? Saying this, Su Chen swiftly changed the 4th baby's diaper. Miraculously, the 4th baby, despite being jostled around, didn't cry at all and even giggled at the end. Aunt Lee exclaimed. It seems Su Chen can indeed care for the babies well. Chi, you can rest assured to go to school. Wen Chi too looked astonished. Su Chen. She opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing, a fleeting smile flickering in her eyes. By the way, Chi, why is the 4th baby so special? Why the need for separate feeding, the crying, and all those little quirks? Su Chen suspected it wasn't mere coincidence. At this point, when Chi's mood soured, she was the last to be born, the smallest, and the doctor said it was because she couldn't compete with her older siblings in the womb. When Chi sniffled, feeling a pang of sorrow at so, is this your special treatment for the 4th baby? When Chi thought Su Chen was blaming her and hurriedly defended herself. I take good care of the other babies too, just that the 4th baby was so small at the time. And every time I saw her, I felt an overwhelming sense of compassion. That's not what I meant. Su Chen gently placed the 4th baby down and came to Wen Chi's side, softly stroking her hair. I know you care for all the babies. From now on, I will care for them just as well as you do. Wen Chi didn't flinch. Su Chen's touch provided her with an unusual warmth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the diaper-changing task. receiving one Spirit Spring space. Would the host like to activate it? Spirit Spring space? Wow, what is that? I don't want to cultivate immortality. A simple, peaceful life is just fine. Wait a minute. Su-chun stood rigid, pondering in his mind. What is the purpose of this space? The host will experience it on their own. Su-chun. Very well. Where is this space located? Within the system. The host can enter at any time they wish. Oh, that's reassuring. Please activate it. He had feared that he would have to suddenly manifest a space in front of Wen-Chi-Chi, which would surely startle her in no time. Su-chun discovered a space materializing in his mind. The environment was filled with the sounds of chirping birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers, showcasing a vast expanse of empty spiritual fields, beside which lay a shimmering spring. This is at a farming space coupled with a spiritual spring. The host may interpret it as such. Then what shall I plant? The host may choose at their discretion. This system merely grants rewards. Su-chun felt a tinge of disappointment. Wen-Chi-Chi had been lost in the warmth brought by Su-chun, but upon noticing his frozen expression, her face mirrored a spectrum of emotions, surprise followed by disappointment. Worried, Wen-Chi-Chi asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing, nothing at all. Chi, is there anything you wish to eat? Since I don't know what to plant, how about I pamper my wife instead?" "No, I don't have any cravings." Su-chun's gaze burned with intensity, causing Wen-Chi-Chi's cheeks to flush. At that moment, Aunt Lee, beaming with delight, chimed in, "My dears, you might soon have little brothers or sisters." Su-chun. Aunt Lee is quite the gossip. Wen-Chi-Chi. Aunt Lee. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Save your affection for later. Su-chun, the children are 6 months old now. It's time to introduce solid foods, or the milk formula won't suffice nutritionally. Su-chun was taken aback. What should they eat? I'll go plant some. Aunt Lee cast a curious glance. Su-chun chuckled. I meant I'll go buy some. Haha. Once I bring it back, I'll use the spring water to cultivate it, ensuring it's even more nutritious, right? This space is truly splendid for pampering my wife and raising children. A 6-month-old baby is still small. They can consume some rice flour, along with mashed potatoes, fish puree, and vegetable juices. Today, I'll teach you how to make some mashed potatoes. You should go buy some potatoes. All right, I'll head out right now. With that, Su-chun exited the house. Upon arriving at the neighborhood market, he discovered that the potatoes were far from fresh. They were all wilted, some even sprouting. How could these be fit for the babies? He randomly picked 2 and found a secluded spot to enter the space. He resolved to test the power of the spiritual spring. Once inside, Su-chun reflected and, drawing from years of reading novels, buried the potatoes in the soil and began to water them with the spring water. Before long, the potatoes sprouted, grew, bloomed, and eventually transformed into lush potato vines. Wow, is it really this powerful? I must see how the potatoes have turned out. Su-chun unearthed the potatoes and was greeted by tubers larger and rounder than the original ones, with one vine yielding over 10 potatoes. This is a windfall. Chapter 11. Together to feed the babies, Su-chun retrieved 6 potatoes, placing them in a bag, while the remaining ones he chopped into pieces to plant back in the ground, watering them with the spring water before exiting the space. Back home, he handed the potatoes to Aunt Lee. Upon seeing them, Aunt Lee's jaw nearly dropped. Wow, Su-chun, are these the potatoes you bought today? Not a single blemish. Yes, Aunt Lee. What do you think? Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Come, let me teach you. Su-chun hurried into the kitchen. The potatoes need peeling, especially since they are for the children. The skin should be removed thoroughly, and then they should be sliced thinly and boiled until tender. Next, the cooked potatoes should be taken out and mashed into a puree using a small spoon. Like this, see? Aunt Lee demonstrated while mashing the potatoes. Su-chun understood the cue, taking the spoon to follow her method. Since this was for the children, he was meticulous. If it didn't mash well, he added a touch of warm water until it transformed into a smooth potato puree. Great. A few minutes later, Su-chun carried 2 servings of the prepared potato puree to find Wen-Chi-Chi. This was a task assigned by Aunt Lee, aimed at strengthening his bond with Wen-Chi-Chi, and of course, he didn't refuse. Wen-Chi-Chi was playing with the babies. Upon seeing Su-chun, her smile softened slightly. Su-chun felt a pang of helplessness. Chi-Chi, you should smile more. You look truly beautiful when you do. Wen-Chi-Chi blushed again. Is there something you need? Remembering how Su-chun had seen her nursing, Wen-Chi-Chi felt her heart race uncontrollably. I made some mashed potatoes for the babies. Wen-Chi-Chi took the potato puree, inspecting it closely, and exclaimed in astonishment. "You made this?" "Yes. Aunt Lee only taught me the steps. But I did everything myself, so it's fair to say it was my own doing." When Chi-Chi tasted a small spoonful of the puree, her eyes widening in surprise. "This is truly your handiwork? It is far better than anything I've ever had before." It melts in the mouth, with a delightful texture and an even sweeter flavor. "Chi-Chi, do you like it? If so, I'll make you a portion every time." Su-chun had just sampled the puree himself and found it quite delectable. The spiritual spring space was indeed true to its word, and oh, there's no need. Let us start feeding the babies. Several little ones gazed at Su-chan with wide, curious eyes. The second and fourth babies even giggled joyfully. Su-chun could hardly resist the sweetness of their laughter, casually scooping up the second baby and placing her in the baby carriage. Then came the eldest, third, and fourth. Once they were all settled, he circled the carriage and said to Chi-Chi, "Come, let us feed the babies together, shall we? Together?" When Chi-Chi was taken aback. They had always fed the babies one by one before. So why was it different with Su-chan? Indeed, look how convenient this is. Plus, each baby gets to eat, one bite each, and they won't cry anymore, right? Can it be done this way? Why hadn't Tishi thought of it? Previously, feeding the babies felt like a battle. Su-chan is truly clever. When Chi-Chi smiled, handing Su-chan one serving of potato puree, while keeping one for herself. Su-chan would take care of the third and fourth babies, while she would handle the eldest and second ones. The little ones' eyes lit up at the sight of food, their hands flailing in eager anticipation. Su-chan chuckled. "Babies, don't fight over it, or Daddy and Mommy will get upset. If we're upset, we want to feed you, okay?" As he spoke, he deliberately pouted, mimicking the children's tone. When Chi-Chi laughed, "What are you saying to them? They can't understand you." "Who says they don't understand? Look." When Chi-Chi focused her gaze and noticed that the third and fourth babies had indeed stopped crying. The two little ones were opening their mouths, gazing expectantly at Su-chun, as if saying, "Daddy, I want to eat. We'll be good." When Chi-Chi felt her heart melting. Seizing the moment when Chi-Chi was lost in thought, Su-chun turned to the eldest and second babies, saying, "Eldest and second, did you hear what Daddy said? No fussing with Mommy, all right? You are Mommy's little treasures, but Mommy is also my little treasure. If you make her angry, Daddy will spank you." The second baby, who was on the verge of tears, suddenly held back her sobs, her expression comically exaggerated. When Chi-Chi couldn't help but laugh, Su-chan turned back to ruffle Chi-Chi's hair, finally smiling. Realizing that Chi-Chi hadn't rejected him, Su-chun felt a surge of joy and casually remarked, "Actually, just now before he could finish, when Chi-Chi's tone turned icy, feed the babies." Su-chun. I wanted to compliment my wife on her figure. What a missed opportunity. Fortunately, the babies were adorable, quickly distracting Su-chun from these thoughts. After they had eaten their fill, Aunt Lee imparted some important instructions before taking her leave. Su-chun noticed Chi-Chi sitting on the sofa, absorbed in her phone, and asked, "What's wrong?" "We need to buy formula for the babies." But when Chi-Chi glanced at the balance in her bank account, her brow furrowing in concern. She hadn't even realized that in just one day, the matters she had previously been reluctant to mention had become freely discussed in Su-chun's presence. She was subtly beginning to view Su-chun as a source of support. Speaking of this, Su-chun too fell into a quandary. "System, oh system, please issue a task soon." Unfortunately, the system didn't provide rewards on command. Su-chun scratched his head, suddenly recalling a potential solution. "I have an idea." "What is it?" "Let us sell potatoes." Chapter 12. Do you have the heart to let your future husband sleep on the streets? When Chi-Chi was taken aback, Su-chun, "What are you saying?" Su-chun had already prepared his speech. "Actually, a while back, I was bored and decided to use my pocket money to lease a plot of land. With nothing to do, I experimented with growing potatoes, and now it's time for harvest. Perhaps I can earn a bit from it." "Really? Truly, look at how poor the potatoes at the market are. Mine might be quite popular." When Chi-Chi bit her lip. All right, after agreeing with Chi-Chi, Su-chun faced a dilemma. Where could he find a plot of land without raising her suspicions? That evening, Su-chun called Li Dong. As soon as the phone rang, Li Dong, with a worried tone, said, "Xiao-chun, I knew you'd called. I don't have much, but I've prepared 20,000 for you to tide you over." After hearing that Su-chun had quadruplets, Li Dong had been anxious for him and specially set aside money. A gentle warmth surged within Su-chun's heart. "Thank you, Brother Dong. But there's no need for money. Could you assist me in renting a small truck?" "What do you need a rental for?" I have my reasons. Rest assured, the rental fee will be substantial. It needs to be ready to leave by 5 in the morning. He intended to complete all necessary arrangements before when Chi-Chi awoke. All right, I'll find one for you. You can drive it in the morning. After hanging up with Li Dong, Su-Chen turned and made his way back to his room. When Chi-Chi inquired, "What are you doing?" "Just sleeping and taking care of the baby." "Are you going to sleep here?" When Chi-Chi's expression was one of disbelief. The apartment she rented was a one-bedroom with a living area, spacious enough to accommodate 4 cribs, barely sufficient for her own sleep. If Su-Chan were to move in a way, without a second thought, she rejected the idea. If Su-Chun stayed here, it would mean cohabitation. Upon seeing her reaction, Su-Chun couldn't help but chuckle. But what if the baby cries at night? "I have my ways. You're as stubborn as ever." Su-Chun felt a hint of helplessness. Finally, feigning a pitiful expression, he glanced at the time and out the window, saying, "Look, it's already past 10. If I return to the dorm, the doors will be locked. Can you bear to let your future husband sleep on the streets?" When Chi-Chi fell into a dilemma, it was indeed quite late, and considering the low rent, her place was somewhat distant. She felt guilty about letting Su-Chen return at such a late hour. Sensing her hesitation, Su-Chen knew he had a chance. Since he couldn't push too hard, he decided to take it slow. "How about I sleep on the sofa? You can lock the door. I want to intrude." When Chi-Chi finally relented, "All right, but this is a one-time exception." "Of course, I understand, my dear," Su-Chen playfully teased, causing her cheeks to flush. She dared not look at him and hurriedly retreated to her room, closing the door with a thud. Watching the firmly shut door, Su-Chen's mood lightened a bit. That night, as he prepared for bed, Su-Chen swiftly entered his space. Within it lay an expansive field of lush potato vines, causing his spirits to soar. "System, how can I harvest all these potatoes overnight? Do I possess any special abilities?" Ding. "Host, within the space, you only need to utilize your thoughts. The potatoes will transport themselves to your desired location." "Excellent, that's incredibly convenient." The following morning at 4 o'clock, Su-Chen awoke and took a taxi to Li Dong's residence. Li Dong awaited him downstairs, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Upon seeing Su-Chan, he was momentarily taken aback. "Xiao Chun, you really came this early?" "Indeed, one must do what it takes to raise a child." "Haha, well done. You've grown up. Here, the car keys. How much do you charge per day?" "I'll pay you for a week in advance." No need. No need. You use it first. You can pay me later when you have the funds." "That won't do. Let's settle it this way. According to market price, it's 200 a day. I'll give you 1,400 up front. If you refuse, I won't let you use it. Li Dong, feeling helpless, accepted the money. Su-Chun, having obtained his driver's license right after high school, had no trouble driving the small truck. He parked the vehicle in a secluded area and, with a mere thought, an entire truckload of plump, round potatoes appeared within. Driving with a cheerful heart, Su-Chen headed toward the vegetable market. Upon arrival at 6 o'clock, he spotted an elderly vendor selling vegetables by the roadside. Su-Chen offered him a cigarette. "Uncle, could you keep an eye on my truck? I'll be back shortly." The uncle accepted the cigarette and agreed. Su-Chen retrieved a few potatoes to prepare mashed potatoes at home before heading back down. Just then, when Chi-Chi was waking up and asked, "Shall I bring the babies along with me?" "No need. I can manage on my own. I have nothing to do. It's the weekend." Without waiting for Su-Chen's response, when Chi-Chi gathered the babies, each in a stroller, and headed downstairs. Seeing Su-Chen carrying a thermos filled with mashed potatoes, her curiosity piqued. "What are you doing?" "Offering samples to entice buyers. That's how sales work, right?" The weather was still warm, and the 4 babies, dressed identically, sat in their strollers, brimming with excitement, their smiles radiant. They strolled through the neighborhood, becoming an eye-catching spectacle. As they approached the elderly vendor, he was astonished. "Young man, what are you up to?" "Why are you bringing 4 babies?" Su-Chen proudly proclaimed. "These are all my babies. My wife insisted we bring them along to help with the business." The elderly man's eyes widened in disbelief. "All yours? Quadruplets?" "Indeed." One Chi-Chi couldn't help but smile at Su-Chen's prideful demeanor. The vendor, still in shock, remarked, "Impressive, young man. And this must be your wife?" Noticing when Chi-Chi's lack of refusal, Su-Chen nodded affirmatively. "Yes, she is my wife." As he spoke, he handed the stroller to one Chi-Chi and lifted the black cover off the potatoes in the truck. The vendor continued to gawk. "Your wife is truly beautiful. You are quite fortunate." Upon seeing the potatoes, the vendor was taken aback once more. Where did you source these potatoes? I grew them myself. What's the matter, uncle? You grew these? And they look so good? Su Chen nodded. Realizing Su Chun was being truthful, the vendor expressed his envy. Remarkable. This year's soil and climate aren't ideal for potato growth, which is why the ones we get are small and shriveled. I never expected you'd cultivate such fine potatoes. You should fetch a good price for them. No wonder all the potatoes at the market seem stale. Hopefully, that's the case. After a bit of bustling, it was nearly 7 o'clock. The morning crowd of women shopping for vegetables had gathered. Without a stall, Su Chen sold from his truck. With the 4 babies by his side, they quickly attracted attention. Wow. Those babies are adorable. They look just like 4 dolls. I'm in love. Did you see the woman next to the babies? And that man. Are they the babies' parents? So handsome. So beautiful. Wow. I want to have babies with such a man. As they spoke, a few young ladies approached. One of the women, captivated by the babies, turned to Su Chen. Are those potatoes yours? Yes, miss. Would you like to buy some? Su Chen replied courteously. The woman was astonished by the sight of the potatoes. Wow. These look fantastic, so big and round. How much are they per pound? This was a question Su Chen had pondered throughout the night. He smiled, handing her some mashed potatoes from the thermos along with a disposable spoon he had picked up on his way back that morning. Here, try this first. If you like it, then you can buy. Really? I can taste it. I made this mashed potato this morning without any seasonings. The woman burst into laughter, delighted. At that moment, the 4 babies in their strollers, perhaps catching the scent, turned to look at her. Especially when they saw the spoon in her hand, they reached out with their little arms, babbling. Although they couldn't speak yet, their intentions were clear to everyone. 2 of them even drooled. The children's antics caused the woman to chuckle heartily. They're so adorable. Are they asking for mashed potatoes? Su Chen, feeling a bit shy, admitted. I made some for them yesterday, so they might remember the taste. Ha ha, kids love it, so it must be delicious. Let me try. After tasting the mashed potatoes, the woman's eyes lit up. It's so good. In all my years, I've never had such delicious mashed potatoes. How much per pound? I'll buy some, Su Chen smiled. Miss, these potatoes are a new variety I specifically cultivated. You can prepare them however you like. They'll always taste great. They're 10 yuan per pound. What do you think? Ah, a new variety. That's wonderful. My youngest son loves mashed potatoes, and my eldest prefers potatoes with meat stew. I'll take 10 pounds. Certainly, I'll pack them up for you. After weighing out 10 pounds of potatoes and adding an extra for good measure, Su Chen cheerfully collected 100 yuan. Please come again, Mississippi. Absolutely. The woman fondly patted the chubby cheek of the eldest baby, casting envious glances at the other 3. She then reluctantly departed. As soon as one woman made a purchase, others began clamoring. I want some too. I'll take 10 pounds. I want 20, young man. Will you be selling again tomorrow? Tomorrow? Not certain yet. I haven't decided. He hadn't even planted more potatoes yet. Then I'll take 30 pounds, just in case. When Chi-Chi watched in astonishment as Su Chen sold potatoes, her heart filled with admiration. A university student, effortlessly mingling with these homemakers, successfully selling his potatoes on his very first business venture. Her man was truly impressive. Realizing her thoughts, when Chi-Chi quickly shook her head, urging herself to regain focus, by 8:30, Su Chen had sold out his entire truckload of potatoes. Checking his WeChat payments, he was pleasantly surprised to find he had earned 8,000 yuan that morning. Quite impressive indeed. Su Chen turned around joyfully, eagerly handing his phone to Wen Chi-Chi, exclaiming, Chi-Chi, we struck it rich. We can finally purchase some formula. Chapter 14. Encountering an acquaintance while buying formula, Su Chen tidied himself up and set off to the mall with Wen Chi-Chi and their 4 little ones. On the way, his phone rang. It was a call from his instructor. Apparently, several of his roommates had informed the instructor about Su Chen's situation. After a brief explanation, the instructor, impressed by the scholarship recipient's circumstances, quickly acquiesced. Once the call ended, Su Chen felt a delightful warmth in his heart. Su Chen. A woman's voice called from behind him. Is that really you? The woman was clad in a seductive low-cut blouse that accentuated her slender waist and long legs. While her figure was indeed commendable, upon seeing Wen Chi-Chi, Su Chen found it impossible to entertain thoughts of any other woman. Is there something you need? I'm Wang Qian. Don't you remember me? The woman swayed her hips as she approached Su Chen, scrutinizing him from head to toe with a look of astonishment. We were desk mates in middle school, and you used to pursue me back then. Su Chen was taken aback. Oh, right? I do recall something of that nature. Back in those days, he had just begun to understand affection and found his desk mate to be extraordinarily beautiful. So it's you. Su Chen sensed a piercing gaze from a distance. His future wife had noticed. Yes, that's me. I didn't expect you to turn out so handsome. Oh, you have a girlfriend now? Wang Qian feigned shyness, lowering her head, yet her alluring appearance only made the situation increasingly peculiar. Just as Su Chen was about to decline her advances, when Chi-Chi's icy voice interjected from the side. Su Chen, what are you doing? The palpable jealousy in her tone was unmistakable. Su Chen playfully sidled up to Wen Chi-Chi, lifting the second baby who was reaching out for a hug. Causing the other three little ones to pout and threaten tears, he swiftly comforted them. Wang Qian, feeling ignored, asked, "And who might you be?" She couldn't believe that such a handsome former desk mate could possibly be taken. When Chi-Chi remained silent, grappling with the question of what her relationship with Su Chen truly was, she found herself at a loss. Yet, witnessing Su Chen being approached by another woman stirred discomfort within her. Akin to having something precious snatched away, I am the mother of his children. While cradling the baby, Su Chen hastily responded, winking at Wen Chi-Chi, who appeared momentarily taken aback. He offered her a reassuring smile and continued. Wang Qian, we're off to buy some formula for the kids. You should get back to your own affairs. With that, he pushed the stroller away. Wait, you have children? Indeed, quadruplets. Look, aren't they adorable? Su Chen was almost bursting with pride over his little ones. Upon seeing the children, Wang Qian's eyes widened in delight. Did you really father all these? They're simply too cute. I want to pinch their cheeks. They are the result of my and Chi-Chi's efforts together. Noticing Wen Chi-Chi standing still, he called back, Chi-Chi, let us go. Wang Qian remained entranced by the quadruplets, still processing the shock. Once Su Chen had distanced himself, she stomped her foot in frustration. Oh, Wang Qian, you should have accepted Su Chen back then. Had you known he would grow to be this handsome, you wouldn't have turned him down. Who knows, you might be the one with quadruplets now. A twinge of regret washed over her. Su Chen and Wen Chi-Chi soon arrived at the formula store, where the staff greeted them with excitement upon seeing the babies. Oh my, the first, second, third, and fourth treasures have arrived. Come here for an Annie hug. Such good little ones. Su Chen was baffled. When Chi-Chi explained, I used to frequent this place often. Because we have quadruplets, they offer a 10% discount. After the staff had cuddled each baby, they finally looked up and were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Su Chen. Oh? And you are? I'm the father of the children. The staff's eyes lit up with joy. Ah, so you're the children's father. Miss Wen, congratulations on finding the father of your children. Such a handsome dad. No wonder the babies are so adorable. Miss Wen, you are truly fortunate. The four little ones seemed to grasp the praise, babbling and giggling in response. When Chi-Chi lowered her head in bashful delight, feeling both overwhelmed and charmed. Thank you, Su Chen. Let us choose some formula. All right, Su Chen pushed the stroller forward, and soon when Chi-Chi halted in front of a shelf of formula. Upon seeing the price, Su Chen was taken aback. 1 can of formula cost an astonishing $700. The staff followed closely behind, inquiring, Miss Wen, are we still going with this brand today? How many boxes do you need? Previously, when Chi-Chi always purchased this particular formula for the children. Though it was slightly pricey, it was trustworthy. Today, however, she hesitated. Perhaps we should look at some other options? She had no money left, and Su Chen's $8,000 likely needed to cover his own living expenses as well. No need to look further. We'll take this one. Let us start with tin cans. Su Chen still had over $8,000 in hand. Tin cans of formula would cost $7,000. And with the 10% discount, it would be $6,300, leaving him with over $1,000 for emergencies, sufficient. But Su Chen when Chi-Chi voiced her concern. Before she could finish, he told the staff, trust me, let us get tin cans, and no matter what, the children must not go without. All right, I'll take care of that. Miss, your man clearly dotes on you. The staff could infer from Su Chen's attire that, while handsome, he was not particularly wealthy, yet he didn't even consider opting for the most expensive brand. Her admiration only grew. When Chi-Chi smiled, her heart feeling sweetened. After Su Chen completed the payment, he turned to find Wen Chi-Chi staring at him, lost in thought. Unable to resist, he teased. What's on your mind? Have you realized how exceptionally handsome your husband is? Feeling a little flutter? Chapter 15. How to enjoy a couple's meal when Chi-Chi shot Su-chun a playful glare, fearing he would notice her nervousness, and hastily quickened her pace. Of course not. Her tone was playfully coy. Even the staff couldn't help but chuckle. Wow, handsome, you're quite impressive. In the 6 months I've known Miss One, I've never seen her shy before. Many men have come to ask for her contact information, including some fine young gentlemen, yet she has ignored them all. Did I ask that so? Su-chun regarded when Chi-Chi's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. Surely, she must have been waiting for him to ask for her contact information. Right? After purchasing the formula, the 6 of them headed out for lunch together. When Chi-Chi stood at the entrance of a Western restaurant, peering inside before ultimately turning to a noodle shop. Shall we have noodles? Su-chun chuckled softly, taking Wen Chi-Chi's hand and leading her back. Su-chun, what are you doing? Only when they reached the entrance of the Western restaurant did he explain. I was hoping for a steak. He had noticed when Chi-Chi's subtle gestures earlier. She clearly desired steak, yet had restrained herself due to the children and finances. What a considerate woman she was. Thinking about how Wen Chi-Chi originally came from a wealthy family made Su-chun's heart ache. Wen Chi-Chi maintained a stern expression. Although they had earned 8,000 earlier, after buying the formula, their funds were nearly depleted. Su-chun, we still need to care for the babies. I know, I can provide for them. Theo, you trust me? Upon seeing the determination in Su-chun's eyes, Wen Chi-Chi paused before nodding vigorously. I trust you. Then it's settled. Let us go of steak. Even if money runs out, I can earn more. Chi-Chi, you don't need to hold back for me. Wen Chi-Chi felt a surge of gratitude. The couple, along with their 4 babies, entered the Western restaurant, instantly drawing gasps of admiration. Wow, look at those beautiful babies. Quadruplets? How impressive. Their dad is so handsome too. I am in love. Look, that must be their mom. This man is so charming. He has made a young lady bear his children at such a young age. The staff, visibly excited, approached Su-chun and Wen Chi-Chi. May I ask if you two would like the couple's meal? Yes. No. Su-chun and Wen Chi-Chi responded simultaneously. Upon hearing Su-chun's enthusiastic affirmation, Wen Chi-Chi's face flushed. Her instinctive no got caught in her throat. The staff observed the exchange, feeling as if they were surrounded by a romantic atmosphere, almost overwhelmed by the affection radiating from the couple. They managed to endure it, for they were indeed a striking pair. It's true. The restaurant manager specifically instructed me to inform you that if you dine with us, the couple's meal is half price. Such a wonderful offer? Indeed, because you're bringing quadruplets, our manager is particularly fond of you and has arranged this special discount. Su-chun grinned widely. He hadn't anticipated that the babies would have such benefits. Chi-Chi, what do you think? If you don't want to eat this, we can order something else. Let us eat. When Chi-Chi considered her options before nodding, her voice barely audible. Then it settled. Miss, please lead the way. The staff beamed. Of course. May I hold your babies? They look so adorable. Holding them must be a delight. Certainly. The babies were well loved, and this brought joy to both parents. The staff nearly burst with excitement as they rushed forward to embrace the eldest. Meanwhile, the other staff members, who had been serving other customers, looked on enviously. Excuse me, can I hold them too? I want to hold them. In an instant, the stroller was entirely empty. The waitstaff cradled 4 infants in their arms, their faces beaming with joy as they escorted them to their seats. In the end, they found a spot for Su-chun and Wen Chi-Chi, a table surrounded by emptiness, and even took the liberty of shifting the table slightly. Hello, handsome and beautiful. Enjoy your meal, and we'll look after the babies for you. That seems like quite an inconvenience, Su-chun replied, feeling a tad bashful. The servers erupted with enthusiasm. Oh no, not at all. We are more than happy to care for the little ones. They are absolutely adorable, and I would love to bask in the joy of such charming babies. With such earnest declarations, Su-chun found it difficult to refuse. With the staff attending to the children, he felt reassured about their safety, relishing the rare opportunity to share a moment alone with Wen Chi-Chi, which thrilled him immensely. Wen Chi-Chi kept her head bowed, unable to meet Su-chun's gaze. When the children were present, she could divert her attention, but now, as the babies played nearby, she felt increasingly aware of the intensity in Su-chun's eyes, a warmth that seemed poised to thaw her once icy heart. What are you staring at? She stammered, noticing Su-chun's unwavering gaze. I'm just admiring your beauty, he replied, his words smooth and charming. When Chi-Chi fidgeted, unsure where to place her hands. Fortunately, Their couple's meal arrived. 2 servings of steak, 2 portions of fruit, 2 drinks, and a small appetizer. Anxiously, Wen Chi grabbed a drink and took a sip without thinking. Upon tasting it, she gasped softly. Ah, Su Chun, alarmed, asked, "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" Chapter 16. Does this count as an indirect kiss? As Su Chin's hand brushed the drink, he immediately understood. You can't have anything cold, can you? The server who brought the meal gasped. Oh dear. I'm so sorry. I forgot to mention that this cup is cold. The other one is warm. They had specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare a warm drink for the children's mother, yet a mistake had occurred. Shall I fetch you a new cup? The server offered cautiously. Her expression tinged with worry, knowing their establishment had strict policies regarding such errors. No need to exchange it. Su Chin waved his hand. I'll drink this one. Chi, you have the warm one with that. He handed Wen Chi the cup of hot beverage while taking the cold one for himself, sipping it casually. Hearing that she wouldn't be held responsible, the server smiled gratefully and thanked him profusely. Thank you so much. You are incredibly kind. Wen Chi-Chi's thoughts were entirely consumed by Su Chin's unexpected gesture. He had just taken a sip from the drink she had used. Did he truly not mind? After all, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Seeing Wen Chi-Chi's embarrassment, Su Chin chuckled. Chi-Chi. She averted her gaze, feigning indifference. What? Su Chun took another sip of the cold drink, looking up with a playful smile. Tell me, does this count as an indirect kiss? He realized he was increasingly enjoying teasing Wen Chi-Chi. Initially, when he first encountered the children, he felt a sense of responsibility and emotion, but now, he genuinely found himself drawn to Wen Chi-Chi. Her face turned crimson. Her hands, gripping the knife and fork, trembled slightly. What nonsense are you spouting? That can't possibly count. Just eat. She was at a loss for words. Unsure how to respond if he continued. Thankfully, Su Chan seemed uninterested in prolonging the topic. He set his drink aside and casually took the steak from in front of Wen Chi-Chi. She was momentarily stunned as he picked up the knife and fork, beginning to cut the steak into small pieces. Once the steak was neatly portioned, he handed it back to her, saying, "This is how one properly enjoys a couple's meal. Here, eat up." A sweet sensation enveloped Wen Chi-Chi's heart. She had thought Su Chan might be planning another prank, but instead, he was cutting her steak. Although she was quite attractive, her parents had always insisted she not date during school. Thus, aside from that one night with Su Chun, she had never been in a relationship. Wen Chi-Chi had believed she could handle anything, but now, her perspective had shifted. With Su Chun around, life felt splendid. She picked up the knife and fork, lowered her head, and took a bite of the steak Su Chun had prepared for her, smiling sweetly. Thank you. You should eat too, Mim. He nodded. At this moment, the patrons in the restaurant were thoroughly entertained. Are those two showing off their affection? Wow. I wish someone would feed me too, darling. A woman at a nearby table gazed expectantly at the man across from her, who was too engrossed in his meal to notice her hopeful demeanor. Growing impatient, he snapped, "What are you doing? Just finish eating and let us go. Stop being so fawning." The woman, disheartened, stood up abruptly and walked away. The onlookers gasped, "Wow, people really do get envious." The delightful display of affection from Su Chun and Wen Chi-Chi contrasted starkly with their own situation. The babies nearby were a strikingly beautiful sight, embodying the life they all yearned for. After finishing their meal, the servers presented Su Chun and Wen Chi-Chi with a plethora of discount cards, clearly expressing their desire for a return visit. Thanks to them and the 4 babies, the restaurant's foot traffic had doubled that afternoon, serving as a living advertisement. Only after Wen Chi-Chi agreed did they reluctantly bid farewell to the 4 little ones. That evening, Su Chun stayed in the living room as usual. Reflecting on the remaining 1,000 yuan he had, he sighed. He ventured into the space to check and found that the potatoes had grown another batch. Thus, the following morning, he set off to sell potatoes again. This time, he made over 10,000 yuan. Calculating his earnings, Su Chun realized it was still far from enough to purchase a house. Clearly, he needed to devise additional strategies. Just as he was preparing to close up for the day, a portly man in uniform called out to him. "Hey, brother, don't rush off just yet." "What's the matter?" Su Chun felt a surge of wariness upon noticing the baton in the man's hand. As the man approached, he seemed to recognize he had come off too intimidating. He tucked the baton away. "No, it's just that our boss wants to see you." "Boss? Who is that? Do I know them?" Su Chun was skeptical about knowing any boss. "You'll find out when you meet him." Following the man, Su Chen entered an office where a middle-aged man awaited. The man smiled and gestured for Su Chen to sit. "You are the Su who sells potatoes at the market gate, correct?" Su Chen waved his hand. "I indeed share the surname Su, but I am not a boss." He had merely set up a small stall. Calling him a boss felt excessive. The man, pleased by Su Chen's humility, extended his hand. "Hello, I am Qian Hu, the owner of several markets in this area." Chapter 17. Are you really a university student? Su Chen stared in astonishment at Qian Hu, reciprocating the handshake. "Qian boss, what can I do for you?" Qian Hu produced 2 potatoes, asking, "Are these potatoes yours?" The potatoes in his hand were large and smooth, devoid of blemishes, clearly belonging to Su Chen. He smiled. "Yes, they are. Good. Here is the thing, Su boss, do you have more of these potatoes? I would like to collaborate with you. Just call me Su Chen. What kind of collaboration do you have in mind?" "All right, Su Chen, you must know that this year's potato market is quite sluggish. I want to source all my potatoes from you for my markets. Don't worry, the prices will be fair. You can't sell too many on your own anyway, and I can help you sell them. I have connections, customers, and we can share the profits. 70 for you, 30 for me." Qian, who had been observing Su Chen for 2 days. His potatoes were indeed fresh, far superior to those available in the market. While they were a tad pricier, people were still willing to buy them, and quite a few were doing so. Notably, Qian, who had also noticed that Su Chen was accompanied by 4 children, making it rather inconvenient for him to set up shop daily. He believed this arrangement would be quite lucrative and was confident Su Chen would agree. Su Chen pondered the offer. Having multiple storefronts would certainly allow for quicker sales, and it would free up time for him to care for the babies. "How about an 80-20 split? Su Chen, the profit I'm offering you is already very generous. Others don't receive such favorable terms from me." Qian Hu replied, slightly irked, feeling that Su Chen was pushing for more. He regretted approaching such a young and inexperienced individual. Su Chen shook his head firmly. "Qian boss, you've seen my potatoes. I can assure you that the quality will remain consistently high. After 2 days of selling, I've begun to establish a reputation. In a few days, more customers will come, so your business will thrive. Moreover, aside from potatoes, I plan to cultivate other vegetable varieties soon. If all goes well, we might consider a long-term partnership." Su Chen's calm demeanor astonished Qian Hu. "Did you personally cultivate all these?" "Indeed. If you don't believe me, feel free to inquire where else you can find such potatoes." The items provided by the system were undoubtedly of the highest quality. Qian Hu pondered deeply for a moment. He had already sent people to search for suppliers and found none, which was why he had come personally to approach this young man. He initially thought Su Chen would be easily swayed, but was instead taken aback by his prowess. The realization that such exceptional potatoes were cultivated by Su Chen himself left Qian Hu with newfound respect for him. "If that is the case, then let us adjust our partnership to a 60-40 split. Agreed?" "Sure." Su Chen nodded in agreement. "By the way, Boss Qian, there's one more thing. You will need to arrange for someone to pick up the goods yourself. As for the pickup address, I will prepare it over the next few days and send it to you." All right, the thought that Su Chen might have other vegetables made Qian Hu quite agreeable. After signing the contract, he immediately handed Su Chen a deposit of 50,000 yuan. Their collaboration was indeed pleasant. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Su Chen took his leave. Just as he reached the door, he heard Qian Hu's voice from behind. "Are you really still a university student? Your demeanor doesn't seem like that of a student at all indeed. What's the matter?" Qian Hu did not respond. On his way home, Su Chen began to contact Li Dong for assistance in renting land. He had considered this while negotiating with Qian Hu. He couldn't let Qian Hu know about the Lingquan space. So in order to collaborate, it was imperative to rent a plot of land, preferably one that came with its own warehouse. Over the past few days, he had secretly experimented with potatoes watered with Lingquan water in the community garden, achieving results identical to those grown in the space. Upon hearing about Su Chen's plan to rent land, Li Dong was taken aback. "Xiao Chun, what are you up to this time, Dongge? This is all for raising the baby, you know? Besides attending classes, I need to engage in a side business. Rest assured, I will not neglect my studies," Su Chen assured him repeatedly. "Are you sure you don't want to tell uncle and aunt?" No, my mother is unwell, and I fear it will worry her," Li Dong sighed, deeply feeling that Su Chen had it tough. "All right then, I happen to have a friend with plenty of vacant land on the outskirts of the city. It's been idle, so I'll ask him." "Thank you, Dongge." After hanging up, Su Chen sent Li Dong a red envelope of 500 yuan as a token of gratitude for his ongoing assistance. Li Dong declined to accept it. Upon returning home, Su Chen saw Wen Chi bustling about, perspiration beading on her forehead. What's wrong, Chi? When Chi poked her head out from the kitchen, holding half a cucumber. Aunt Lee was delayed due to something today and couldn't come early. I need to prepare breakfast. But you don't know how to cook. This was her first meal for Su Chen, and when Chi wanted to make a good impression, yet the more she tried, the messier it became. Su Chen observed her, noting that she wore a charming apron adorned with a giant yellow duck. Her hair in disarray due to her flurry of activity, and her eyes reflected both reluctance and helplessness. She looked utterly adorable. The kitchen, however, was in complete disarray, with cucumber peels scattered everywhere and seasonings haphazardly placed, showcasing how flustered Wen Chi had been. Suppressing a laugh, Su Chen approached her, picking up a packet of chicken essence and asking, "What are you trying to make?" "Marinated cucumbers." "Then why haven't you sliced the cucumber?" "Isn't it said that crushing it makes it taste better?" Su Chen glanced at the remaining half of the cucumber, which had already been smashed into a mushy paste. Pfft. Su Chen could no longer contain his laughter. Wen Chi's face turned crimson. "Are you mocking me?" "No, I truly am not. Absolutely not. I swear." In exasperation, Wen Chi tossed the half cucumber onto the table. Su Chen, you. Su Chen raised a hand to stop her. "Did you hear something?" "Ah, my porridge." Chapter 18. "It won't hurt if you blow on it." Wen Chi quickly dashed to the stove. The pot of porridge was bubbling over, and the flame was nearly extinguished. Su Chen. So even the seemingly omnipotent school bell has her shortcomings. Yet why does this make her seem so endearing? As he noticed Wen Chi about to lift the pot, Su Chen's pupils dilated. Chi? Don Tia, Wen Chi, who had already touched the edge of the pot, gasped, tears almost spilling from her eyes. Su Chen swiftly grasped her hand and blew on it, his face filled with concern. "How is it? Chi? Does it still hurt?" A warmth spread through Wen Chi's heart, and she instinctively halted her motion to withdraw her hand. "Just look at you. Let me handle these things from now on." "All right." Su Chen's tone held a hint of reproach, yet it filled Wen Chi with warmth. How long had it been since anyone had cared about her like this? Unable to hold back her tears any longer, they streamed down her face. Though her hand no longer hurt, she playfully whimpered. "It hurts." Su Chen's heart softened. He turned off the stove with one hand while holding Wen Chi's slightly reddened hand with the other. Bringing it to his lips, "Just blow on it, and it won't hurt anymore." As he blew, Su Chen noticed that Wen Chi had fallen silent. He looked up to find her eyes brimming with tears. Alarmed, Su Chen thought he had been too harsh with her earlier. Chi, what's wrong?" When Chi snapped back to reality, quickly pulling her hand from Su Chen's grasp and turning her face away to stifle her tears. "It's fine. I'm going to check on the babies." "You manage here." As Su Chen watched Wen Chi's retreating figure, he couldn't help but chuckle. Was Chi moved? It seemed he had a chance after all. Looking down at his hand, Su Chen reminisced about that warm little hand before turning to cook. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have activated a new task. Please personally prepare a meal for Wen Chi. Upon completion of the task, you will receive a cookbook for culinary mastery. A cookbook for culinary mastery? What a treasure." Su Chen glanced outside, noticing the babies were still asleep and Wen Chi was lost in thought in the living room. He set to work on the porridge, taking advantage of Wen Chi's distraction to retrieve a large potato from the Linghuan space. Preparing a dish of shredded potatoes, he also used the leftover cucumber that Wen Chi had smashed to make a cucumber salad. Once everything was ready, he called Wen Chi to come eat. Simultaneously, "Ding, congratulations, host, task completed. The cookbook has been placed in the space." Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. "How do I use this?" "As long as the host writes the name of the dish you wish to prepare in the cookbook, you will instantly receive the method for making that dish." "Is it really that simple? This is fantastic." Su Chen felt an immense sense of joy. When Wen Chi saw the two dishes laid out, she was astonished. "You made all of this?" "Indeed." Wen Chi had just uttered a remark in haste, not genuinely expecting a university student to whip up anything impressive, and had even prepared to order takeout. She never anticipated such a splendid display upon stepping out. The cucumbers on the table were smashed to perfection, uniform in size, far surpassing the haphazard results of Wen Chi's attempt. The shredded potatoes were also cut evenly, showcasing Su Chen's impressive knife skills. "You are so talented." Receiving praise made Su Chen feel a bit elated. After serving the porridge to Wen Chi, he smiled at her. Only just realized how impressive I am? Have you fallen for me? When did Su Chan become so cheeky? Choosing to remain silent, she took a spoonful of porridge, then sampled the cucumber, which was refreshingly crisp and delicious. Truly the best she had ever tasted. She then tried the shredded potatoes, which had just the right amount of spice. When Chi-Chi's perception of Su Chan shifted yet again. Initially, she wanted to compliment him, but recalling his earlier self-satisfied expression, she refrained from speaking. Chi-Chi, are you thinking of praising me? Noticing when Chi-Chi's hesitance, Su Chan couldn't help but tease her. Haha, your husband is simply exceptional. When Chi-Chi's face flushed as she dared not look at Su Chan any longer. Let's eat. After finishing your meal, you should head to school. I will take care of the babies. When Chi-Chi paused, it was Monday, and she had classes that she couldn't afford to miss. Can you manage alone? I can. Don't worry. Your husband is capable of anything. After their meal, when Chi-Chi was practically ushered out the door by Su Chan. Just before leaving, he made a playful face. Trust me. I'll ask Aunt Lee to come over as early as possible. I might not be back for lunch, but I'll return right after my class at 6. All right. Once when Chi-Chi left, Su Chan began to contemplate. The school was quite far, with the bus ride taking over an hour. When Chi-Chi had chosen to rent here for the lower price, but it was indeed very inconvenient for attending classes. This only strengthened Su Chan's resolve to purchase a house. Just as he was deep in thought, a sudden wail echoed from within the house. Moments later, several babies began to cry in unison, as if they had rehearsed this moment. Chapter 19. The joy of caring for babies. Su Chan didn't dare to waste a moment, rushing into the room. Aside from the eldest, the other 3 little ones were tightly shutting their eyes, flailing their hands and feet, crying as if they couldn't catch their breath. Please don't cry, babies. Daddy is here. He comforted while preparing formula. Don't cry. The milk will be ready soon. Perhaps his voice reached them, as the eldest and the 3rd baby turned to look at him. The 3rd baby soon ceased crying, staring at Su Chan with a dazed expression. However, the 2nd and 4th babies continued to wail. As he mixed the formula, Su Chan silently recited when Chi-Chi's instructions. The eldest doesn't cry much, but don't overlook him. The 2nd baby will want milk when she wakes up, and she won't cry once she has it. The 3rd baby is well behaved. You just need to soothe him. The 4th baby is a bit more challenging and requires extra patience. Following Aunt Lee's advice, Su Chan quickly prepared the formula. He approached the crib and gently picked up the 4th baby, who was crying vigorously. The moment he held her, she suddenly stopped crying. Well, that wasn't too hard. As he held her, a single tear hung on the 4th baby's cheek before she broke into a smile. Haha, 4th baby, do you like Daddy? The 4th baby seemed to understand, wrapping her tiny arms around his face and beginning to nibble. Su Chan found himself drenched in saliva, yet he displayed no signs of disdain. All right, Sibao, be a good child and sit in the car while Daddy carries your older siblings out. Sibao obediently gazed at him with wide eyes. With one child in each arm, Su Chan proceeded to bring over San Bao and Air Bao, leaving De Bao for last. Bao continued to wail, and Su Chan felt a touch of helplessness. He offered the baby bottle to Air Bao and chuckled. Air Bao, are you hungry? Come have some milk. The moment Air Bao caught sight of the bottle, the tears ceased. Su Chan then handed the other 3 bottles to the remaining babies. The milk in Sibao's bottle had been expressed and stored by Wen Chi-Chi in advance. After completing this task, Su Chan was drenched in sweat, yet he felt no fatigue. He was content watching the 4 little ones gulp down their milk, occasionally glancing at him with their adorable expressions. Indeed, a strong man should take care of babies. A knock at the door interrupted the moment. As Su Chan stepped out to answer, the baby's eyes remained glued to him. He couldn't help but turn back to amuse them as he walked. Aunt Lee entered, panting. Su Chan, I'm so sorry for being late today. Chi-Chi just told me she went to class, and I hurried over as fast as I could. Mid-sentence, Aunt Lee suddenly froze. Huh? Why is there no crying? On the way, she had anticipated a scene resembling a battlefield upon entering. Instead, she was met with the sight of the babies happily seated in their high chairs, each clutching a bottle. De Bao, having finished drinking, even smiled at Aunt Lee. She was astonished. Huh? Why are they so obedient? Were they not like this before? Not quite, but they usually caused quite a ruckus for the first hour after waking up. Leaving both her and Chi-Chi utterly exhausted, Su Chan couldn't help but laugh at the memory of that chaotic scene. Perhaps it's because I am their father? Aunt Lee let out a sigh of relief. Sitting down to praise Su-chan? No, you must have found the right method. The babies adore you. What a remarkable young man you are. I suppose I need not worry anymore. Su-chan felt a bit bashful from the compliments. Aunt Lee, do you know where I can purchase a baby four-seater? This was a question Su-chan had long wanted to ask. I wish to buy one for the babies. Otherwise, when Chi-Chi is in class, I cannot manage to take them downstairs alone. You want to take them downstairs? Aunt Lee exclaimed in disbelief. 4 babies are challenging to manage. Only when she comes does Chi-Chi take the children downstairs. Otherwise, it's impossible. Yes, the babies deserve to see the world outside. They cannot stay cooped up indoors all the time. Aunt Lee nodded in agreement, increasingly satisfied with Su-chan. After all, he is the father. He thinks of everything for the children. I know a store that sells such seats, but they are rare, so they are particularly expensive. One costs around 20 to 30,000. Aunt Lee expressed some concern. Given Wen Chi-Chi and Su-chan's situation, such an expenditure seemed extravagant. 20 to 30,000? That's manageable. Do you have the contact information? Su-chan decided to call immediately to place an order and request prompt delivery. After the babies finished their milk, Su-chan insisted that Aunt Lee not assist, as he changed all 4 babies' diapers himself. The little one's eyes followed him intently, never leaving him for a moment. It was only after lunch that the babies finally fell into a deep sleep. Aunt Lee, experiencing rare tranquility, remarked, Chi-Chi is truly fortunate to have a husband like you. Su-chan smiled. Thank you. Aunt Lee, the babies are asleep now and I need to step out for a moment. I'll be back shortly, and I apologize for bothering you a bit longer. All right, go ahead. Aunt Lee waved him off. Wishing her own son were as capable, Su-chan exited and promptly called Li Dong. Dong-gu, have you made any progress on the land rental? Yes, I'll send you the address shortly. Come take a look. Great, I'm on my way. Su-chan hung up and took a taxi to the outskirts of the city. Li Dong was already waiting for him, accompanied by a man in a suit with thinning hair and sunglasses. Upon seeing Su-chan, the man approached and shook his hand. Dong-zi, is this the father of the quadruplets you mentioned? Li Dong nodded with a smile. Yes, my cousin. Boss Zhang, what brings you here? You see, my wife and I have always wanted a child, but alas, at 35, we still have none. Upon hearing that someone had several all at once, I couldn't help but feel envious, as he spoke. Zhang Wei-chang clasped Su-chan's hands. Brother Su-chan, could you share the secret with me? I too wish to have quadruplets. Su-chan felt a wave of embarrassment. Noticing that Li Dong didn't intend to clarify, Su-chan understood that this boss Zhang was likely a decent person. In truth, Su-chan himself was unaware of any secret. After all, it was a stroke of luck. However, seeing Zhang Wei-chang's earnestness, he felt compelled to respond, albeit vaguely. It's nothing much, just go with the flow. Go with the flow. Zhang Wei-chang pondered for a moment, then appeared enlightened. No wonder. Since beginning their preparations for pregnancy, he and his wife had been frantically consuming medications and consulting various specialists, thus burdened with psychological pressure, which had hindered their attempts to conceive. Meeting Su-chan today was truly an eye-opener. Brother Su-chan, thank you. I understand now. Su-chan was taken aback by Zhang Wei-chang's sudden enthusiasm. Boss Zhang, what have you realized? Is there a misunderstanding? Ha ha ha, I know everything now. Come, I have 10 acres of land to rent to you. Noticing Su-chan's bewilderment, Zhang Wei-chang clapped him on the shoulder. A bargain, 5,000 a year. How does that sound? Su-chan was overjoyed. That was indeed a reasonable price. He had anticipated it costing at least 20 to 30,000. Zhang Wei-chang, sensing Su-chan's hesitance, added, let us make it a discount, 3,000. Ha ha ha. Su-chan couldn't help but laugh. Boss Zhang, you're quite straightforward. Let us meet in the middle at 4,000. Deal. Zhang Wei-chang quickly finalized the agreement with Su-chan. Su-chan had initially wanted to ask Li Dong where he could find a warehouse to rent as well, but unexpectedly, there was a warehouse adjacent to Zhang Wei-chang's land, which belonged to him. Before Su-chan could mention it, Zhang Wei-chang said, the warehouse is yours. I have no use for it. Su-chan was left in a state of confusion, looking at Li Dong in disbelief. Li Dong chuckled. It's all right, Su-chan. You mentioned wanting to grow potatoes, right? Perhaps you could send Boss Zhang some of your own potatoes. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei-chang waved his hands with a smile. No need? No need. I find Brother Su-chan quite amiable. Feel free to use it. Speaking of potatoes, let me tell you, our family's housekeeper recently discovered a young man selling potatoes near Furong community for 10 yuan per jin. She bought 2 to cook a meal, and they were simply divine. My wife insisted she buy from there in the future. Brother Su Chun, no need to bring me any, ha ha ha. Zhang Wei-chang spoke with enthusiasm. As if he had stumbled upon a treasure, Su Chun couldn't help but chuckle. That young man selling delicious potatoes at Furong Community was indeed him. What a coincidence. However, Su Chun had no intention of admitting it at that moment. Are they really that good? Absolutely. They are perhaps the best potatoes I've had in my 30 years of life. Next time I'll bring you some. Ha ha! Su Chun joined in the laughter. How about this? Boss Zhang, give me your address, and when my potatoes are ready, I'll bring you some. If they're delicious, you can enjoy them. If not, it's just a small token of my appreciation. Zhang Wei-chang felt awkward refusing. He was already eager to rush home and share the insights he had gained about having children with his wife. So he agreed to Su Chen's offer. Great. I'll take my leave now. Dongzi, are you coming along? Yes, I need to head back to work. Su Chen, what about you? I'll stay a bit longer to examine the land before returning. All right, we'll take our leave then. After Li Dong and Zhang Wei-chang departed, Su Chun quickly found a greenhouse, slipped into his space, retrieved a pile of potatoes, and buried them in the soil of the greenhouse. He then filled a bucket with spring water that he had stored in his space and watered the potatoes before breathlessly hailing a taxi to leave. On his way back, Su Chun decided to stop by the market and informed Boss Qian that he would start supplying goods on the third day. With everything prepared, Su Chun turned to leave. He first visited the market, contemplating the recipes, and purchased beef, tomatoes, green peppers, eggs, and pork belly. Upon returning home, Aunt Li was taken aback upon seeing Su Chun. Why are you buying groceries? I plan to cook. You can cook? Aunt Li noticed that Su Chun exhibited the qualities of a good man every day. Wen Chi spent the entire day in a state of unease. Since giving birth, she had never been away from the babies for such an extended period. During the last class of the afternoon, her close friend Shen Mingyao leaned over. Chi, why do you seem so distracted? Shen Mingyao was Wen Chi's high school best friend. After repeating a year, she was one grade below Wen Chi but shared the same major. After Wen Chi took a leave of absence, they were able to attend classes together. She was the only one aware that Wen Chi had taken a leave to give birth. No, not at all, Wen Chi replied, a hint of panic in her voice. Shen Mingyao sighed sympathetically. Chi, you can't keep this up. Why not consider finding another father for the kids? Wen Chi shook her head without a moment's thought. She had never intended to seek out a partner before. And now that Su Chun had returned, she was even less inclined to do so. Why, you ask? Just look at the commotion your return to school has caused. There are indeed men who are indifferent to the fact that you have a child. When Chi barely registered what Shen Mingyao was saying, her mind drifting to Su Chun, and her cheeks inexplicably flushed. Shen Mingyao, taken aback, exclaimed, Chi, you can't possibly have a man, right? In a flurry, when Chi shook her head. No, how could that be? Then why are you blushing? No, after class, I must accompany you home. No need, but I have yet to meet your child. Chi. The baby is already half a year old. Surely, you wouldn't deny me that pleasure? As when Chi prepared to refuse once more, Shen Mingyao interrupted her decisively. Unless, of course, you are indeed hiding a man. With no other recourse, when Chi reluctantly acquiesced to Shen Mingyao's insistence. After class, Shen Mingyao purchased a small toy and boarded the bus with Wen Chi. Along the way, Wen Chi pondered for a moment and decided to offer a warning to Shen Mingyao. Mingyao, when you arrive at my house, do not be too startled by what you see. Haha, understood. But Chi, could you tell me who possesses such charm that you would willingly bear a child for him? You inexplicably dropped out of school back then, and later, out of the blue, you announced your pregnancy. I am simply curious, what kind of handsome man could be so fortunate? He is not my man, when Chi replied, her face burning with embarrassment. Realizing the implications of her words, she hurriedly shook her head. Mingyao, there's another matter I haven't disclosed to you. What is it? When Chi struggled to articulate her thoughts, unable to find the words. She had only informed Shen Mingyao of her pregnancy. Not that she was expecting quadruplets. Since then, she had never broached the subject again. The mere thought of Shen Mingyao encountering 4 children was overwhelming. Never mind, she would understand once she arrived. Shen Mingyao pouted playfully. So mysterious. Soon, they arrived at the doorstep. A delightful aroma wafted from within, prompting Shen Mingyao to salivate. The aunt you invited cooks so well. It appears I am in for a treat. Shen Mingyao boldly approached and knocked on the door. Aunt Li was tending to the babies while Su Chun, donned in an apron, was busy in the kitchen. Upon hearing the knock, Su Chun set down his spoon and rushed to open the door. Chi-Chi, you're back? Shen Mingyao was taken aback by the sound of a man's voice. Chi-Chi, you lied to me. There truly is a man in your home. Following this, Shen Mingyao laid eyes on Su Chan. Standing at 6 feet tall, he was remarkably handsome, his physique muscular, especially accentuated by the endearing smile that reached his eyes. Boom. Shen Mingyao's heart fluttered upon seeing him in an apron, which seemed incongruous with his demeanor. She felt utterly entranced. It is said that men who can cook are incredibly attractive, and indeed, this one was no exception. However, he appeared rather young, likely still in his early 20s. Surely, when Chi-Chi would not settle for someone so immature? No, wait. Shen Mingyao shook her head. He can't possibly be your boyfriend, right? Your younger brother? A distant relative? Hearing Shen Mingyao's inquiries, when Chi-Chi opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for how to introduce Su Chan. Shen Mingyao, convinced she was correct, grinned. So it is true. Chi-Chi, does this handsome guy have a girlfriend? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. When Chi-Chi, momentarily stunned, glanced at Shen Mingyao with a hint of jealousy, she cast a discontented look at Su Chan. It was all his fault for being so handsome. Su Chan, feeling a bit helpless, mused, is this your future wife's friend? It seems even her friends are jealous. Haha. Su Chan then opened the door wider with a gentle smile. I am not Chi-Chi's brother. I am indeed her man. Upon hearing this bold declaration, Shen Mingyao's heart sank momentarily. Yet, after a brief lapse of disappointment, her excitement surged again. Chi-Chi, your man is simply too handsome. Although she could not have him for herself, she was thrilled that her best friend did so. When Chi-Chi followed behind, her expression gradually lightened, culminating in a hint of suspicious blush. I already said he is not my man. Just as her words fell, Su Chen's hand casually brushed through her hair. Stay still. When Chi-Chi, frozen in place, couldn't take her eyes off Su Chen as he leaned closer. Moments later, he plucked a leaf from her hair. You had something in your hair. When Chi-Chi was momentarily taken aback, Su Chen was becoming increasingly adept at charming her, and with an audience present, no less. Shen Mingyao, filled with envy, chimed in, wow, and you still claim he is not your man. Chi-Chi, your face is absolutely crimson. How enviable. What should I do? Handsome. Do you have any equally handsome friends you could introduce to me? Chapter 22. Su Chen, you are truly remarkable. Su Chen shook his head in resignation. Ah, so you are a bit of a lovesick fool. I'll introduce you to them some other day. His roommate seemed rather decent. That would be fantastic. Shen Mingyao thought of the prospect of having a boyfriend as handsome as Su Chen, and her heart felt as if it were coated in honey. By the way, Chi-Chi, you mentioned there was something else you hadn't told me. Could it possibly be more shocking than you having a man? When Chi-Chi took a deep breath, ready to speak, when Shen Mingyao suddenly spotted the baby in Aunt Li's arms. Wow, so adorable. Unable to contain her excitement, she dashed to Aunt Li's side and took the baby into her arms, planting a deep kiss on the child's cheek. This little human is just too precious. I can't help but want one of my own. The baby, the eldest, was already well behaved and now, with Shen Mingyao's affection, he laughed joyously. He seems to like me. Come here, big brother. I brought you a to. Su Chen chuckled at Shen Mingyao's antics. Shouldn't you be calling her auntie? I don't care. If I say sister, then it's sister, Su Chen sighed. Just then, a cacophony of baby sounds erupted from within the house. Shen Mingyao, holding the eldest, paused. Huh? Is there another baby's voice? Am I hallucinating? Su Chen was equally astonished. Does Shen Mingyao not know that when Chi-Chi has 4 babies? Observing when Chi-Chi's hesitance and her inability to explain, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed his wife was preparing to give her friend quite the shock. With a playful tone, he remarked, it seems like the second baby needs a change. I'll be right back. Second baby? Shen Mingyao noticed Su Chen leaving and, in confusion, followed when Chi-Chi as she entered the room, still holding the eldest. When Chi-Chi, feeling a tad anxious, queried, how did you know it was the second baby? Having spent days with the babies, I naturally became familiar with them. I can guess who it is just by the sounds they make. When Chi-Chi felt a rush of emotion, having spent so much time with the babies, it often felt chaotic. Yet Su Chen could identify them all so quickly. Shen Mingyao, taken aback by their conversation, was utterly speechless. When she saw Su Chen cradling another baby, her mouth dropped open in disbelief. Soon after, she spotted the third and fourth babies, all equally adorable, gazing at her with curiosity, as if asking, Mommy, who is this beautiful sister? Shen Mingyao sniffed back her tears. After a moment, she finally found her voice. Chi-Chi, what on earth is happening? Her words trembled slightly. When Chi-Chi let out a nervous laugh, momentarily unsure how to explain. You can't possibly be telling me that all of these are your babies? When Chi-Chi felt a flicker of anxiety. Shin Mingyao had indeed figured it out. Surely, she would think when Chi-Chi was being unreasonable. As she awaited the inevitable ridicule, she heard Su Chun, who was effortlessly changing the second baby's diaper, say proudly, "Yes, these are all our children. Aren't they adorable?" His tone was filled with pride. In that moment, when Chi-Chi suddenly found her courage, these were her babies. Even if she was still in school, even if she wasn't married, this was an unalterable truth. She loved her children dearly. And even if she faced mockery, her affection for them remained unwavering. Just like Su Chun, who, despite still being in his second year of college, had never once feared the impact of his life upon meeting the babies. He even shared videos of them with his roommates. She could do it too. Her children were her pride. Yes, Mingyao, I've been meaning to tell you. These are all my babies. This is the eldest. And Su Chan is holding the second. That one is the third. And the one with slightly longer hair is the fourth. When Chi-Chi earnestly introduced her children, Su Chen looked at Wen Chi-Chi with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Had she truly overcome her fear of revealing her children? Upon hearing this, Shan Mingyao rushed into the room, still holding the eldest, undeterred by the scent of the second baby's mess. After placing the eldest on the bed, she gathered the third and fourth babies, placing them together, and broke into laughter. Wow, this is absolutely amazing. Hurry, hurry, let me hold the second baby too. I'm now the big sister of 4 babies. I'm so happy. How can they be this adorable? They've inherited the best traits from both of you. It's incredible. Su Chun, you're so impressive, and Chi-Chi, you're amazing too. You have 4 babies. It's utterly enviable. I wish I could have one too. Sob sob sob. Su Chen, why don't you introduce me to a boyfriend right now? I want to have babies too, as Aunt Lee casually passed by outside. She floated in with a remark. Not everyone can give birth to quadruplets. Shin Mingyao was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that she could not? Oh dear, her love for children was overwhelming. She didn't want to go home today. Chi-Chi, I have decided to stay overnight. Chapter 23. Have you two already started living together? Shin Mengyao's words left Su Chun and Wen Chi-Chi in a state of shock. Su Chun looked at Wen Chi-Chi with a smile. If Shin Mingyao were to stay, he would have to leave. He was equally curious about how Wen Chi-Chi would respond. Wen Chi-Chi had not anticipated Shin Mingyao making such a request. She wished to explain, but the words remained unspoken. Although she had previously told Su Chun that it was a one-time thing, he had continued to stay for the next 2 days, and she had said nothing. Clearly, it had become a habit. Wen Chi-Chi felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of Su Chun leaving. Shin Mingyao, who was joyously entertaining the baby, noticed that no one was paying her any mind and asked again, Chi-Chi, it's perfectly fine if we share a bed, and I too wish to relish the joy of having a baby around. When Chi-Chi pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided to decline. I'm afraid that won't do. After saying this, her gaze fell upon Su Chun, a faint blush crossing her cheeks. Shin Mingyao turned her head in curiosity. What's the matter? Haven't we shared a place before? The before she referred to was prior to when Chi-Chi's hiatus from school. How was she to explain Su Chen's presence here? Su Chun remained silent, and when Chi-Chi felt a pang of anxiety. Upon hearing when Chi-Chi's refusal, Su Chun allowed a smile to grace his lips. Echoing when Chi-Chi's sentiment, he remarked, Indeed, it's not feasible. Shin Mingyao, now realizing what was unfolding, widened her eyes in astonishment. You two aren't living together, are you? When Chi-Chi lowered her head. Too shy to respond. Fortunately, Shin Mingyao didn't require an explanation. After all, they already had children together. Cohabitation seemed quite natural. She sighed in disappointment, saying, Oh, what a pity. I can no longer stay with you little ones. It wasn't until Aunt Lee set the table and called them to dinner that Shin Mingyao emerged from her melancholic reverie. Right, there was still dinner to be had. She was famished. Approaching the dining table, her eyes sparkled upon seeing the 4 dishes and a soup. Su Chun, don't tell me you made all this. Shin Mingyao recalled seeing Su Chun in an apron when she first entered. While Aunt Lee tended to the children, there was braised pork, potato beef stew, stir-fried shredded potatoes, scrambled eggs with green peppers, and a cucumber and century egg soup. Shin Mingyao couldn't help but swallow hard. When Chi-Chi noticed that since entering, Shin Mingyao had continuously praised Su Chun. Shun Mingyao had always held high standards. Over the years, many had pursued her, yet she had never shown interest. However, now, if it weren't for Su Chun being the father of her child, she would undoubtedly pursue him without hesitation. A sense of pride inexplicably swelled within Wen Chi. Yes, all of this was made by Su Chin. I must have a taste. With the first bite of the shredded potatoes, Shun Mengyao's eyes lit up. Upon tasting the scrambled eggs with green peppers, she felt an insatiable desire to continue eating. By the time she reached the third bite of potato beef stew, she had completely disregarded everything else, eagerly filling her bowl with rice. The final bite of braised pork nearly made her scream. What divine flavor is this? Seeing Shen Mingyao in such rapture, Wen Chi curiously asked, "What's wrong? Is it delicious?" Aunt Li's eyes were also filled with curiosity. "Let me have a taste." Shortly after, Aunt Li sat down. Moments later, both Aunt Li and Shun Mingyao fell silent, lost in their meals. Wen Chi looked at the two in bewilderment before finally joining them at the table. As Su Chun emerged from the kitchen after settling the babies, he found Shan Mingyao indulging heartily while Aunt Li was equally focused on her meal. Wen Chi, though slower, was also not idle. Is it really that delicious? After preparing the meal, he had yet to sample it himself. Yu Chan sat down and took a bite, astonished. The flavor was indeed remarkable. The system did not deceive him. The meal proceeded in silence until only the last spoonful of soup remained. Finally, Shun Mingyao lifted her head, letting out a satisfied burp, and asked Wen Chi, "Did Su Chin truly make all of this?" Wen Chi nodded, a glimmer of joy in her eyes. She had known Su Chun was a good cook in the morning, but those were merely two vegetarian dishes. So she hadn't realized his true prowess. The braised pork and potato beef stew were the ultimate test of skill, yet Su Chun had surpassed her expectations. Aunt Li nodded in agreement. The taste is quite good. Shun Mingyao sprang up in excitement. Not just good, it's simply divine. I've had countless extravagant meals, yet none compare to this. The eggs were perfectly cooked, the potato beef stew tender, and the braised pork utterly delectable. Melting in her mouth, Chi, tell me, where on earth did you find such a treasure of a man? Before Wen Chi could respond, Shun Mingyao turned to Su Chun, half-jokingly saying, "I want one too." Wen Chi chuckled, "You will have one too." Shun Mingyao laughed in return. "I believe I will. All right, I'm off to play with the babies." After she left, Wen Chi and Su Chun exchanged glances. Momentarily at a loss for words, the night had grown late. The babies were nearly asleep. Chapter 24. What if I sleep on the bed? In the end, Shan Mingyao was pulled away by Aunt Li. Before leaving, she lingered, reluctant to depart. Once they were gone, only Wen Chi and Su Chun remained in the room. As Wen Chi picked up the plates to wash them, Su Chun stopped her. "Go check on the kids." "I'll do the washing. No, I'll do it. You haven't seen the babies all day. You must miss them, right?" Su Chin continued his tasks, walking towards the kitchen. "The babies miss you too. The fourth one even cried when he saw your picture today." "Isn't the fourth one always crying?" When Chi didn't call out Su Chun on his words, she genuinely missed the babies. Especially since the fourth one usually breastfed and had to settle for formula today. Upon entering the room, all four babies turned to look at her in unison. The fourth one pouted and began to cry. The first, second, and third were not far behind, their little noses twitching, both adorable and heart-wrenching. When Chi hurried over, but in her fluster, she didn't know which one to pick up first. Just as she was in a tizzy, Su Chin peeked from the kitchen, holding a plate. "Babies, how about Daddy performs a little magic? Don't cry, okay?" At the sound of Su Chin's voice, the babies turned their heads in curiosity, their tears brimming but not spilling over. Even the fourth one had stopped crying. When Chi breathed a sigh of relief. Looking back at Su Chun, she saw him waving his hands, covered in suds, greeting the babies. Then he gently placed his soapy hand on his nose. Giving it a little tap, the foam stuck to his nose, creating a comical sight. The babies erupted in giggles. When Chi couldn't help but laugh as well, she handed Su Chun a tissue, signaling him to wipe it off. Suddenly, Su Chun extended his hand. "What are you doing?" When Chi stepped back, but Su Chin's long arms reached her, and he accidentally touched her nose, leaving a delightful blob of foam. "You?" When Chi was exasperated. She typically wasn't one to speak much or engage in playful antics, yet ever since meeting Su Chun, it seemed as though everything had changed, and she didn't even mind. What on earth was happening? Had she truly accepted Su-chan completely? The babies, witnessing their parents' playful banter, laughed even more joyfully. Just as when Chi-Chi was about to wipe her nose, Su-chan stopped her. Don't move. Look how happy the babies are. When Chi-Chi hesitated, not wanting to interrupt the moment. Usually, one baby would cry while the others remained quiet, and she rarely enjoyed such tranquil moments. Seeing that when Chi-Chi was indeed still, Su-chan laughed again. Realizing she had been tricked, when Chi-Chi became even more annoyed. Su-chan, you? Su-chan ran off in a flash, immediately shutting the kitchen door behind him. Through the glass, he blew when Chi-Chi a kiss. Watching Su-chan's playful demeanor, she suddenly felt the weight of the day lift away. She felt remarkably light and her spirits soared. Su-chan truly was quite wonderful. Perhaps she could take Aunt Lee's advice and gradually accept him. As night fell, it was time for bed. After soothing the children to sleep, when Chi-Chi urged Su-chan to the living room, Su-chan, with an air of resignation, said, Chi-Chi, how about you leave the door open? What do you intend to do? When Chi-Chi gasped, did Su-chan mean to come in and sleep? Should she refuse or not? Her mind was in chaos, her demeanor suddenly serious, while internally her heart raced. Su-chan had initially intended to jest with when Chi-Chi, but seeing her expression, he couldn't bring himself to continue. I merely wanted to ask if you're tired. If you're too exhausted, don't close the door. If the babies wake up, I'll take care of them. Su-chan had noticed that the babies frequently woke during the night. Every time, he could hear when Chi-Chi bustling about in the bedroom. When Chi-Chi was taken aback, so that was what he meant. However, recalling how Su-chan had teased her earlier, she felt a surge of irritation. Not tired with a swift motion, she slammed the door shut. Humph, not a chance. Su-chan rubbed his nose and sighed to himself. There it was again. He had ruined the pleasant atmosphere. Yet, one day, this door would surely open for him. Reclining on the sofa, Su-chan sent the videos he had taken of the babies to his roommates, eliciting a wave of envy from them. After boasting for a while, he opened the course videos his roommates had sent him earlier that day. Due to the responsibilities of caring for the baby during the day, Su-chan was unable to attend classes at the same time as his roommates in recent days. His roommates had taken to recording the lectures and sending them to him. It was only after midnight that Su-chan finally succumbed to sleep. The following morning, he arose early to prepare breakfast for when Chi-Chi. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Still groggy, when Chi-Chi opened the door to find a smiling face peering in. Startled, she quickly shut the door. Almost immediately, another knock sounded. Excuse me, are you Art-su and Miss One? We are from Bebe Maternal and Infant Store. Did you place an order for a stroller yesterday? A stroller? When did they order a stroller? Yes, that was us. Chi-Chi, hurry and open the door. She hadn't expected them to arrive so swiftly. Chapter 25. The luxury stroller. When Chi-Chi was momentarily taken aback, Su-chan hurried over to open the door. A plump woman outside greeted him with a broad smile. Mr. Su? It's me. Hello, I am the manager of Bebe Maternal and Infant Store. The 4-row infant chair you ordered has arrived. Please sign for it. All right, come in. Even after the manager and 2 staff members entered the room. When Chi-Chi remained in a daze, the manager placed the chair in the living room and began to unfold it slowly. This infant chair was foldable, making it very convenient. You simply had to open it from this side. She pointed out, demonstrating the mechanism to Su-chan. Once the buckle was released, she fully opened the chair, revealing the 4-row seat before when Chi-Chi. Finally coming to her senses, she asked, what is this for? It's a customized stroller for the babies, to make outings more convenient in the future. Noticing that Su-chan had secretly arranged this for her, the manager laughed heartily. Miss, it's clear your man is a good one. This infant chair is incredibly convenient for families with multiple children. Your man must want to surprise you. When Chi-Chi was aware of Su-chan's intention to give her a surprise. She had indeed considered purchasing such a chair before, but it was far too expensive, each one costing several tens of thousands. Su-chan had already spent a great deal on the children in recent days, and when Chi-Chi did not want him to overspend any further. After all, what about his tuition? Where did you get the money? Return it. We don't want it. The manager appeared troubled. Well, sir, Su-chan waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. I've bought it. I'll transfer the money to you right away, Su-chan. When Chi-Chi's face showed urgency. He was being far too extravagant, truly still a child at heart. Understanding her concern, Su-chan turned the chair while stating, Chi-Chi, Our 4 little ones should be able to go downstairs like other babies and experience the outside world. If we keep them cooped up at home out of our inconvenience, they will surely grow timid when we eventually go out. I've thought it through. I am their father, and I love them just as much as you do. I want to do more for them. Seeing that when Chi-Chi had finally been swayed by his words, Su-chan handed the chair to her, urging her to feel it. Don't worry. Your husband is capable of affording it. The abundance of sweetness in the air made the manager feel as if she could skip lunch altogether. How about this? Seeing how affectionate you both are, and since we have limited stock of this chair, I'll give you a discount. That would be wonderful. When Chi-Chi finally smiled. Let us do it at 20 off. Originally priced at 30,000, now it's 24,000. Our store 1T earn a dime. But I do have one request. When Chi-Chi frowned, what request? If it was too unreasonable, she would have to reconsider. The manager clasped her hands, her eyes narrowing with delight. May I see your babies? Don't misunderstand. I am purely curious. I have never seen quadruplets before. You are all so beautiful. Your children must be adorable. And I just want to take a look. Observing the manager's eager expression, Su-chan began to suspect that she had planned the discount all along, circling around just to get him and when Chi-Chi to agree to let her see the babies. All right, let us go see. It brought Su-chan joy to have others admire them. The babies had already woken up, sitting in their chairs, playing with the toys that Shin Mingyao had sent the day before. The moment the manager entered the room, she was captivated by the babies. Wow, they are just too cute. Oh my, one of them is smiling at me. The manager quickly approached the second baby, her hands trembling slightly as she hesitated to pick him up. Cautiously, she touched the second baby's face, then beamed as she patted the first, followed by the third and fourth. The quadruplets were exceptionally cooperative today. Every time the manager's hand touched one of them, they erupted in joyful laughter. Her heart swelled with delight. They are just so adorable. I can't help but wonder, may I come to see the babies more often? Su-chan was taken aback. What a strange request. Don't worry, I want to intrude. Here's what I'll do. I'll reduce the price by 4,000, 20,000 for the chair. Su-chan. This is rather hasty, isn't it? He exchanged glances with Chi-Chi, who nodded in agreement, and then he replied, all right, I'll bring the babies to your store more often. That sounds wonderful. With 4 such beautiful babies, you'll be a walking advertisement for us. Our business is sure to thrive. The manager happily accepted the 20,000 and departed. As Su-chan settled down, he heard when Chi-Chi asked, Su-chan, where did you get the money? She had agreed to keep the baby chair. But this matter required clarification. Otherwise, she would feel uneasy. Su-chan was not from a wealthy family. Even though he had made over 10,000 selling potatoes for 2 days, this chair alone cost 20,000, not to mention the money spent on formula the other day. She could not fathom how he could afford such expenses. Anticipating this day, Su-chan had already prepared his explanation. Chi-Chi? Actually, I sold potatoes for 2 days and found a partner. What partner? The owner of the market. He gave me a 50,000 deposit for future collaboration. Su-chan candidly shared his story. The system's matters were not to be disclosed yet. But the money tiger would not deceive him. When Chi-Chi remained skeptical, just how many potatoes did you grow? Chapter 26. Outing with the babies alone faced with when Chi-Chi's inquiry. Su-chan chuckled. I'll take you and the babies to see them one day. Sounds good. With a positive response, when Chi-Chi provided some reminders and then left for school, Su-chan began to gather his things for the outing. Thermos, formula, diapers, and bottles. He packed a large bag and then placed the 4 babies in the 4-row stroller. The moment they realized they were going out, their excitement was palpable, with the 4th baby clinging to Su-chan and playfully nibbling at him, unwilling to let go. 4th baby, loosen your grip. Only then can I take you all out. The 4th baby blinked his big eyes, staring at Su-chan for a few seconds before suddenly releasing his hold. Su-chan noticed that in these past few days, the baby seemed to be understanding his words more and more. This was truly a cause for celebration. After exiting the vehicle, Su-chan encountered a dilemma. How would he get to the fields? Traveling with quadruplets and 1 adult was not feasible by taxi. It seemed not only did he need to buy a house, but he also needed to purchase a car. The road ahead was long and arduous. After a moment of silence, he suddenly heard someone call out from ahead. Su-chan? Zhao Pengzi? Su-chan greeted him with delight. Zhao Pengzi, whose real name was Zhao Dashing, was a high school classmate of Su-chan. After graduating, Zhao Dashing had not pursued further studies. while Su Chun had repeated 2 years. Now, it had been 3 years since Zhao Dashing entered the workforce at present. He stood with a cigarette in hand, his face marked by a hint of weariness. Upon seeing Su Chun pushing 4 babies, Zhao Dashing paused. Are these your children? Su Chun nodded. Yes. Quadruplets? Su Chun nodded again. Zhao Dashing quickly extinguished his cigarette, appearing somewhat awkward. I apologize. It's an old habit from after graduation. I can't seem to shake it. No worries. Su Chun noticed a 7-seater van parked nearby. What are you doing? Zhao Dashing shrugged. I'm transporting goods for someone, but they canceled on me today. Just a wasted trip. Canceled? Can they do that? Don't you seek compensation from them? There's no choice. Someone like me without education is just grateful to have a means of survival. I can't afford to offend them. If these bosses say one wrong word, I could lose my job. By the way, Su Chun, what are you up to? Oh, I'm heading to the suburbs. Taking 4 babies with you? Isn't that inconvenient? Indeed. Su Chun shared his sentiments. Well, I can give you a ride. My van may be a bit old, but it can seat 7. Zhao Dashing glanced at Su Chun and the 4 beautifully dressed babies, adding, if you don't mind, that is, why would I mind? I couldn't be more grateful. Su Chun was at a loss for how to get there. Along the way, Zhao Dashing occasionally glanced at the babies in the rearview mirror. They are so well behaved and beautiful. Your wife must be very lovely as well. Su Chun, while playfully engaging with the 3rd baby, smiled. Yes, she is quite nice. Zhao Dashing hesitated, then spoke. Su Chun, don't take it the wrong way. But aren't you still in school? This topic left Su Chun feeling even more helpless. Yes, I am still studying. So, what about the children? These days, it's permissible to have children while studying. I have a special connection with them. Zhao Dashing's face was filled with astonishment. Is that so? Ha ha, Su Chun, you truly are remarkable. Even during high school, you exhibited such resilience, while the rest of us are still without girlfriends, and you already have children. How enviable. However, shifting the topic, Zhao Dashing inquired. Caring for 4 babies must be quite a challenge for you. Indeed, it is no small feat. Since the arrival of the babies, Su Chun has felt a renewed sense of hope in life. Though each day is filled with busyness, it is also fulfilling and joyous. Compared to the monotonous existence of merely waiting for fate, this is a significant improvement. Yet, Su Chun hesitated to share these sentiments with Zhao Dashing, opting instead to echo his words. You too. Zhao Dashing sighed. Upon reaching their destination, Zhao Dashing beheld vast stretches of fertile land, with interconnected greenhouses dotting the landscape. These vegetable greenhouses were already present when Zhang Weiqiang leased the land to Su Chun, which he has now cleverly repurposed. At this moment, Zhao Dashing's mouth fell agape in astonishment. All of this is your land, indeed. What are you growing? Potatoes? Potatoes? The harvest this year hasn't been particularly good. No worries, mine are thriving. Oh, that's reassuring. As Su Chun pushed the babies toward one of the greenhouses, Zhao Dashing's expression darkened. Su Chun gently nudged the babies to the side of the greenhouse, affectionately patting their little heads. Noticing their curious gazes scanning the surroundings, Su Chun's mood lifted as he said, Babies, Daddy is going to earn some money to support you. You just watch quietly and don't cause any trouble. Okay. The babies blinked in response. Su Chun then turned to dig for potatoes. The only downside to farming outdoors is the necessity of manual labor. Alone, it seemed he could hardly unearth much in a day. An idea struck him. Wasn't Zhao Dashing currently without work? Why not ask if he would be willing to lend a hand? Just as he was about to message Zhao Dashing, he noticed a transfer notification from him. Transfer of 500 yuan. Message, Su Chun, my brother, I've been quite strapped lately, but seeing the children brings me joy. Use this to buy them some food. Consider it a welcoming gift from their uncle. Chapter 27. Helping Zhao Dashing repay his debts. That rotund Zhao. Su Chun shook his head and called Zhao Dashing. When the call connected, he heard a garbled voice on the other end. Su Chun vaguely discerned someone berating. Where's the money? Zhao Dashing, if you don't pay today, we will take your car. Please, my mother is in the hospital and I've already paid her medical bills. I truly have nothing left. Can you give me a few more days? That car is my livelihood. Without it, how will I survive? That's your problem, not mine. We are all struggling. You must pay us today. Zhao Dashing's voice trembled. Brothers, we have shared a bond. Who considers you a brother? Don't you know that even blood relatives settle accounts clearly? Su Chun furrowed his brow. Was Zhao Dashing being pressured for debts? Reflecting on the 500 yuan he had just received, Su Chun felt a pang of discomfort. If it weren't for the system, and with the responsibility of caring for 4 babies, would his life have turned out similarly? Zhao, oh Zhao. Su Chun raised his voice. Zhao Dashing seemed to finally notice the call connected, and in a fluster. He said, Su Chun, my apologies, I'm dealing with something over here. What's up? Do you need me to pick you up? I'll be there immediately. Su Chun felt a warmth in his heart. Zhao Dashing still possessed the same loyalty as during their school days. Back then, whenever Su Chun ran low on funds, Zhao Dashing would scrape together his meager allowance to share instant noodles with him. How much do they owe? Zhao Dashing hesitated. I'll figure this out myself. Su Chun, you're having a tough time too. How much? Zhao Dashing sighed, realizing that continuing to hold on would only lead to disbelief from Su Chun. Accidentally brushing his phone, Su Chun probably overheard, 10,000. All right, I'll transfer it to you. No need for pleasantries. If we are brothers, just listen to me, fine. I will repay you as soon as possible. Without further ado, Zhao Dashing hung up, and soon after, Su Chun's transfer was promptly received. After Zhao Dashing repaid his debts, he immediately drove to pick up Su Chun. He vowed to himself that Su Chun was a brother he would stand by. From now on, Su Chun's babies would be his as well, and he would take care of them. Upon meeting Su Chun, Zhao Dashing noticed that he was covered in dirt. The 4 babies were still giggling nearby, showing no signs of disdain. Suddenly, Zhao Dashing felt a pang of envy. Su Chun, brother, I am truly grateful to you. Su Chun lifted the 3rd baby, who had just soiled himself, and while cleaning him up, asked, What happened? Your mother is in the hospital? Zhao Dashing sighed, recalling the 500 yuan he had sent to Su Chun, which Su Chun refused, only to later give him 10,000 yuan, leaving him feeling utterly embarrassed. Sigh, my mother has been hospitalized for a week, costing us over 10,000. The ones demanding money just now are my brothers, who used to help me with deliveries. They are all struggling too. So I can't blame them. Deliveries? Yes, sometimes when I am overwhelmed, I hire a few people to assist. Is that so? Do you still have anyone available now? The thought of all those potatoes made Su Chun's head ache. Zhao Dashing looked at Su Chun curiously. Fatty, would you like to join me in making some money? Zhao Dashing handed Su Chun a diaper. How do we earn? Su Chun gestured toward the greenhouse ahead. I have some work here that needs management. Since I am busy caring for the children, would you like to help? 1 month's pay is 10,000. Su Chun had considered this carefully. The existence of the system must remain undisclosed. Thus, hiring help was inevitable. How much? Zhao Dashing thought he misheard. Given his understanding of Su Chun, they had similar backgrounds in school. If you think it's too little, I can. Not at all. Zhao Dashing feared Su Chun would raise the offer again. It's too much. I usually only make around 5,000 to 6,000 a month. How about 6,000? Zhao Dashing sensed a subtle change in Su Chun, who appeared different from before. Su Chun waved his hand. I'm bringing you on to help manage this area. The pressure is considerable and the work is plentiful. If I say 10,000, then it is 10,000. However, I have one condition. Zhao Dashing paused momentarily, asking, What condition? You must not enter the greenhouses I have designated for you. I will assign you specific greenhouse locations each day. Su Chun resolved to take time in the coming days to fill these greenhouses, to avoid exposure. After all, Zhang Weiqiang had leased him an extensive area with an abundance of greenhouses. Realizing Su Chun was not jesting, Zhao Dashing slapped his thigh and immediately agreed. All right, I'll work with you. Just tell me what needs to be done. I, Zhao Dashing, may not have much, but I have strength to spare. Su Chun chuckled at Zhao Dashing's enthusiasm. First, help me dig the potatoes from this greenhouse. We'll send them to the storage over there. From now on, this area will be under your management. Zhao Dashing nodded vigorously. While working, he exclaimed in astonishment as he unearthed the potatoes. Su Chun, are these yours? Indeed. What's the matter? I heard that a young man selling potatoes near the vegetable market has been doing exceptionally well. But he hasn't set up his stall these past few days. Is that you? Zhao Dashing was taken aback. He had heard that the potato seller earned nearly 10,000 a day. It is indeed me. Since Su Chun intended to engage Zhao Dashing, he saw no reason to conceal the truth. I spoke with the market owner and decided to supply them with potatoes for sale, so it's perfect timing to have some help. Isn't it? So that's how it is. Zhao Dashing regarded Su Chun with admiration. When he observed the potatoes being unearthed, all of similar size and abundant in yield, he could no longer contain his curiosity. Su Chun, why do these potatoes differ from the usual ones? Chapter 28. Gaining a loyal admirer having already prepared his response, Su Chun smiled. These are a new variety of potatoes, unique and unrivaled. You want to find them elsewhere, so there's no need to worry about a lack of business. Just follow my lead. Even if other places have new varieties, Su Chun was confident that the system would swiftly adjust the quality of the potatoes. Rest assured, Brother Chen, I will certainly do my best. Zhao Dashing unknowingly realized he had latched onto a golden opportunity, and it was indeed a formidable one. Suddenly, he felt invigorated while working. The two spent the better part of the day transporting all the potatoes. During breaks, Su Chun fed the babies formula twice. As they were about to leave, Su Chun noticed the second and fourth babies gazing intently at the edge of the field. He turned to look and discovered a profusion of blooming flowers by the roadside. Ding! Congratulations, host, for activating a new task. Please personally weave flower crowns for the babies and place them on their heads. Upon completion, the host will receive a 7-seater SUV. A 7-seater SUV? This system is indeed considerate. However, to weave flower crowns, his clumsy hands Su Chen plucked a flower, inhaling its fragrance. The second and fourth baby's eyes followed his hand intently. Zhao Dashing pointed at them. Are these two girls? How did you know? Su Chen couldn't recall mentioning it to Zhao Dashing. They adore flowers. Look how they're fixated on you. Zhao Dashing was surprisingly observant. Do you know how to weave flower crowns? I am aware that I have crafted a tale for my younger sister. Would you kindly impart your wisdom to me? Zhao Dashing was amused by Su Chun, a grown man holding a delicate flower and asking him to teach. However, this clearly illustrates Su Chen's deep affection for his children. Should I take a turn? No, it must be I who does it. Otherwise, how shall I acquire the SUV? He is currently in dire need of a means of transportation. Reluctantly, Zhao Shuxing began to instruct Su Chun. With his remarkable photographic memory, Su Chun learned rapidly, and before long, for floral wreaths were completed, Su Chun approached the little ones, proudly holding the wreaths. The eldest and the third child, both boys, tilted their heads in curiosity, while the second and fourth children giggled, drooling in excitement, reaching out their hands eagerly. As if they could walk, they would have rushed to snatch them from Su Chen. With wreaths in both hands, Su Chen adorned the heads of the second and fourth children. The already cherubic little ones appeared even more adorable, evoking an irresistible urge to pinch their cheeks. The eldest and third children soon caught on, tentatively extending their hands, though their interest seemed lukewarm. Nonetheless, their descent was no longer permitted. Su Chen placed the remaining wreaths upon their heads. The eldest and third, who had previously been shaved bald by Wenqiqi, had been donned with hats when they ventured out, and now, with the added wreaths, they looked utterly comical. Zhao Dashing couldn't help but chuckle. Aren't these two boys? Boys are not typically fond of flowers and plants. Su Chen laughed along. Su Chen smiled. The eldest and third children also beamed with joy, creating a scene of harmony that made Su Chen reluctant to leave. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. The 7-seater SUV is now parked discreetly downstairs, and the keys are in your pocket. Please retrieve it at your convenience. So swift. Upon checking his pocket, Su Chen indeed found a set of car keys. Let us return home. With the new vehicle acquired, today he could go and fetch Wenqiqi. Zhao Dashing acted as the chauffeur, driving Su Chen and the little ones back. Before departing, Su Chen handed Zhao Dashing a large sack of potatoes and provided him with an address, requesting that he deliver the potatoes the following morning. Zhao Dashing had become utterly infatuated with Su Chen, obediently following his every instruction without further ado. Upon returning, Su Chen took the children downstairs to see the commotion that had gathered. The area was bustling with onlookers. Goodness, whose car is that? It looks so impressive. That vehicle must be worth a fortune, surely. I have never seen such a luxurious SUV in our neighborhood. Wang Jie, Wenqiqi's landlord, was among the crowd, vocally declaring, that car parked downstairs must belong to our building, right? I heard a neighbor from upstairs returned from abroad this morning, and the man from that household is my cousin. Perhaps he drove it back. Is that so impressive? Wang Jie, is your cousin married? You must introduce him to me. Haha, he is still single, but if you want me to introduce him, you understand my meaning, right? Wang Jie made a gesture with her fingers, and the others immediately understood. Rest assured, Wang Jie, the red envelope will not be lacking for you. If this comes to fruition, I might even prepare a generous one for you. Wang Jie pulled out her phone, ready to scan for the red envelope. At that moment, a figure approached through the crowd. Pushing 4 wreath-adorned, adorable little ones, Su Chun walked over with a smile. Please make way. Make way. Upon recognizing Su Chun, Wang Jie scoffed. As Wen Qiqi's landlord, she was familiar with Su Chun and knew he was associated with Wen Qiqi. Over the past year, Wen Qiqi had often delayed her rent payments. In her eyes, this man must be as impoverished as Wen Qiqi, though. Isn't this my tenant? Come take a look at this card, isn't it handsome? You, my dear, will never be able to afford such a vehicle. This car is worth a fortune, you know that I doubt someone like Su Chun can afford it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be renting a place. With a wry smile, Su Chun produced the car key and pressed a button, causing the vehicle to respond. Chapter 29. Picking up Wen Qiqi from school. Wang Jie's expression stiffened. How could this car possibly belong to Su Chun? Wen Qiqi, who often struggled to pay her rent, could not possibly afford such a luxury. Wang Jie, who was it you claimed couldn't afford this car? The expressions of the ladies who were about to send WeChat red envelopes to Wang Jie shifted instantly. They hurriedly tucked away their phones, casting cold glances at her. Turns out he's a fraud. Thankfully, I hadn't sent my red envelope yet. Wang Jie, at your age, do you still have any shame? One of the women spotted the children and exclaimed, Wow, what adorable little ones. Aren't they the quadruplets from the young man selling potatoes by the market? The speaker then scrutinized Su Chun closely. It really is you. Wang Jie, having not ventured out in days, was unaware of the significant developments at the market. She looked on in astonishment. What are you all talking about? You don't know. Those potatoes are absolutely delicious. I bought loads. I never ate potatoes before. But I had 3 meals yesterday, and my family loves them so much they asked me to buy more today. This young man sells thousands of yuan worth of potatoes a day. And you dare claim he is broke? Wang Jie, you're getting old, and your eyesight is failing too. Infuriated, Wang Jie shot back, You all, young man, if you have the ability, stop renting from me. Su Chun raised an eyebrow. Wang Jie, you have indeed collected my rent. Are you trying to evict me before the lease is up? If so, I expect the penalty fee. They had only recently paid the rent. Why now? The crowd had fully succumbed to the charm of the little ones and Su Chun's good looks. Rallying to his defense. Exactly. You signed a contract, and kicking him out would cost you 3 times the rent. Young man, if she want to let you stay, come stay with me. I want to charge you rent. Just bring me some potatoes daily. It was unexpected that selling potatoes would earn him such a following among the aunties. The feeling was quite pleasant. All right, I'll be over soon. The speaker was Wang Jie's rival in the community, and Wang Jie could hardly tolerate this humiliation. Dream on. Your lease isn't up. You'll not move out with that. Wang Jie stormed off in a huff. Su Chun watched her retreating figure, feeling quite helpless. The aunties had already surrounded the children, pinching and cooing at them. Young man, why aren't you selling potatoes today? Yes, I was waiting to buy some. If you don't come, my grandson will be in tears. I have something to attend to today, but I'll be selling again tomorrow. By the way, I've entrusted the potatoes to the nearby market, so you can buy them there without waiting for me. Su Chun explained. Really? That's wonderful. What a good young man. No wonder you have such adorable children. Su Chun smiled. If this continued, he would be late picking up Wen Qiqi. Protecting the little ones closely, he said, Ladies, I must go pick up my wife now. I'll show you the babies another day. Very well. A truly good man. A capable caregiver indeed. I'll have my son learn from you. After a struggle to break free from the crowd, Su Chun carefully placed the children in the vehicle. The system had thoughtfully installed 4 safety seats inside, so he need not worry about that. Once inside, Su Chun messaged Qianhu, instructing him to retrieve the potatoes from the warehouse the next day, and then he headed straight for Ning University. Ningzhou University. Wen Qiqi was in high spirits. Except for Shen Mingyao incessantly nagging her to introduce her to a boyfriend, school had just finished. Students trickled out of the campus in small groups. Shen Mingyao remained glued to Wen Qiqi's side, glaring at any male classmates who approached, sending them retreating with her fierce gaze. As if they stand a chance with my beautiful friend. They're merely daydreaming. Only someone as handsome as Su Chun deserves Qiqi. Wen Qiqi, she had heard Su Chun's name from Shen Mingyao dozens of times that day. Mingyao. I'll make sure Su Chun introduces you to someone soon. That would be wonderful. I'm heading to catch a ride now. You should hurry back to the dorm. But, Shen Mengyao's brows knitted together in a frown, awkwardly saying, I want to go home with you for a meal. Such delicious food. It would be a shame not to partake. Wen Qiqi sighed. It's over an hour by bus. Aren't you worried about the distance? With 4 little ones and such scrumptious food, how could I be deterred by distance? Even an hour is nothing, Shin Mingyao declared resolutely, when Chi-Chi found it both amusing and exasperating. All right then, come along. Finally persuading Wen Chi-Chi, Shin Mingyao nodded excitedly. Oh? Why are there so many people over there? Upon reaching the entrance, Shin Mingyao noticed the crowd gathered nearby. Wow, look at that car. Is the car the main attraction? Look at that handsome guy. And those 4 adorable little ones beside him. Who is this divine man? Those 4 must be his children. How cool is that? Oh, the baby smiled at me. I think I'm done for. The girls squealed in delight, while the boys cast envious glances. Damn, this man is incredible. Quadruplets? What extraordinary genes. When Chi-Chi maintained her focus, intent on returning home to see the children. Shin Mingyao turned her gaze in that direction and was instantly astonished. Chi-Chi, isn't that Su Chen? Chapter 30. Luxury cars and beautiful women, envy of the crowd beside an elegant and luxurious SUV. Su Chen leaned against the car door, cradling the most lively of the quadruplets, Si Bao, Bao. Air Bao and San Bao were seated in their respective infant seats, gazing at the bustling crowd with wide-eyed wonder. Each of them wore floral crowns, Er Bao and Si Bao, with their slightly longer hair. Were already exquisite in appearance, and now they were simply irresistible. De Bao and San Bao donned caps, their boyish features more pronounced, and with the floral crowns, they appeared adorably silly. Pfft, these 4 babies are simply too cute. As someone who isn't fond of children, I suddenly feel the urge to have a baby. When Chi-Chi noticed that Su Chen remained cheerful, seemingly unaffected by the surroundings, he would occasionally tease Si Bao and then crouch down to interact with the other 3 children. Si Bao, resting in his arms, appeared particularly joyful. When Chi-Chi nearly forgot that Si Bao was the most difficult child to soothe, the frail little one seemed to have gained a bit of weight in recent days. Chi-Chi, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and run over there. This is so romantic. Seeing Wen Chi-Chi hesitate, Shin Mingyao grew even more anxious than Wen Chi-Chi herself. If you don't go over. I will. I must tell you. A man as wonderful as Su Chen will attract others if you don't seize the opportunity. Feeling a sense of urgency, Wen Chi-Chi gritted her teeth and made her way over. Shin Mingyao, with a smug expression, mingled into the crowd. Several girls were animatedly discussing. What do you think this handsome guy is doing here? Surely he's waiting for his wife. Wife? Which teacher in our school has given birth to quadruplets? None, actually. Shin Mingyao raised her voice with pride. It could be one of our students. Being the sole person privy to the secret of Wen Chi-Chi and Su Chen, Shin Mingyao felt a thrill of joy. As if she were the only one holding a sensational gossip that was creating a stir. A student. No way. Although students can marry now, I haven't heard of anyone from our school tying the knot. Well, you'll find out soon enough. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a graceful girl emerged from the throng. Then, the man holding the child finally transformed his constant smile into one of surprise. Chi-Chi? You out of school? He gently placed the child in the stroller and joyfully approached the woman. In that moment, everyone felt a pang of envy. Wow, this man is genuinely excited. He must really love this woman. Those who harbored a hint of jealousy towards the girl now turned entirely envious. Oh my, how wonderful it would be to have such a boyfriend. Not boyfriend, husband. Yes, I would truly adore such a husband. Oh dear, I'm going back to tell my boyfriend we should have a baby. Shin Mingyao beamed with pride at that moment. These onlookers experienced the same astonishment she had felt when she first encountered Su Chen and the babies. She felt a sense of balance restored. Meanwhile, when Chi-Chi hastened towards Su Chen, exclaiming, "Slow down, be careful with the children." The 4 babies, each stretching out their little hands, gleefully welcomed when Chi-Chi, who, feeling helpless, picked up the one who reached out the farthest. De Bao de As she held him. The crowd caught a glimpse of her profile, triggering another wave of gasps. A beauty! How stunning! Today is another day of lemony freshness. Not only is the husband handsome, but the children are adorable. How can this woman be so beautiful? The surrounding men erupted in exclamations. What is going on? What has this man consumed to be so fortunate? Damn, not only does the beauty have a man, but she also has children. We have no chance. Now closer, Su Chen heard the shouts of his classmates and chuckled softly. Chi-Chi, look at them. They are envious of us. When Chi-Chi realized this truth in the early days of school, She had feared that having children would draw criticism and that her children would be ridiculed for having a single mother. She dreaded not being able to provide them with a perfect childhood, so she acted cautiously, hesitant to reveal her situation. Until she met Su-chun. The experiences of the past few days made when Chi-Chi realized that she had been overthinking. Her babies were indeed endearing, and her man loved not only her but also her children. Her life seemed to have transformed. If Shen Mingyao was merely her close friend, somewhat envious but unconcerned. Others expressed genuine admiration, so what was she still afraid of? Suddenly, when Chi-Chi wondered if her parents would be thrilled to learn about her children. However, as soon as the thought crossed her mind, she dismissed it. After some contemplation, she decided to keep it a secret from them for now. She didn't want to overwhelm them. As for everything else, she would address it gradually. She placed a Bao back in the infant seat and took the stroller from Su-chen's hands. "Let us go." Su-chen turned and led the way for Wan Chi-Chi. Upon reaching the car, he personally opened the door for her. When Wan Chi-Chi glimpsed the interior, she was taken aback. Initially, she had thought the car was rented, but how could a rental come equipped with a prepared infant safety seat? There was no driver either. Where did this car come from? Chapter 31. Did you know the campus belle has a boyfriend? In recent days, Su-chun had overwhelmed Wan Chi-Chi with surprises to the point where she found it hard to process. She couldn't believe that Su-chun could purchase a vehicle that appeared to be worth over $1 million with a mere $50,000. I rented it. Su-chun was aware that he had been acting a bit too affluent lately. If Wan Chi-Chi began to suspect, it would all be in vain. Rented? Yes, coincidentally, that car rental had this vehicle available. And the infant seat was installed temporarily. They were pleased to provide us with the installation for free since they liked our babies. Su-chan decided to gloss over it for now, leaving future explanations for later. When Chi-Chi remained skeptical but chose not to press further, it seemed Su-chun had many secrets, but they did not diminish his kindness towards her. The car drove away, leaving the classmates still in shock. Shen Mingyao, watching them proudly, only realized a pressing issue once the vehicle had disappeared from view. Oh no, what about our promised dinner at their place? Surely I've been forgotten. Right? Well, given how well Su-chan treats Wan Chi-Chi, I suppose that dinner can wait. Distracted, Shen Mingyao returned to her dormitory. Soon, the entire Ning University erupted in chatter. Did you hear? Today at the school gate, someone drove a luxury car with children to pick up his wife. So sweet, they are practically flaunting it in front of us. Really? Who are the handsome guy and beautiful girl? Simultaneously, Su-chen's dormitory group buzzed with excitement. Quick, look! I found a photo of that celestial couple. As soon as Su-chen arrived home with Wan Chi-Chi after taking the babies upstairs, he came across this message. He paused momentarily, intending to reply, but another roommate began to shout in the group. Li Wenhao. No way. Isn't that woman the campus belle? Wang Lei. Which campus belle? Lin Lu. It can't be Wan Chi-Chi. Can it? Li Wenhao. I believe it is indeed Wan Chi-Chi. Just look at that silhouette. Her figure is exceptional, and those long legs. Her profile alone is enough to captivate anyone. Who else in our school possesses such charm? Lin Lu. Damn, you might be right, and I'm done for. Su-chen clicked on the photo. The image only captured Wan Chi-Chi walking towards him, with him and the babies out of frame. Where did you get this photo? Wang Lei. Stole it from the school forum. Su-chan. Is there nothing else? Wang Lei. Nope. Wang Lei. Frustrated, those little brats were too busy admiring and envying to think of taking more pictures. This is the only one captured before that woman reached her man. Lin Lu. Damn it, I don't even know who my rival is now. What am I supposed to do? Su-chen. Haha. Are you sure that S your rival? Lin Lu. Of course. Anyone who likes Wan Chi-Chi is my rival. This dog even has kids with her. How outrageous. Feeling a bit miffed, Su-chen decided not to hold a grudge against his friends. Li Wenhao. Su-chen. Let me see the babies quickly, or I'm going to be miserable. Lin Lu. Yes, only the adorable babies can heal my wounded soul. Wang Lei. Babies? Where are they? Hurry. The three of them genuinely adored Su-chen's 4 babies. If they knew that the babies they admired daily were actually Wan Chi-Chi's children, they would surely be clamoring for Su-chen's attention. Su-chen rubbed his nose and replied, just a moment. I'll be right there. Sigh. Having stolen everyone's dream girl, he would have to make some sacrifices regarding the little ones. Babies, Daddy is coming. Li Wenhao and the others lay on the dormitory bed, each lamenting their unfulfilled autumn dreams. Ever since Wan Chi-Chi transferred to their school, they had been captivated by her beauty, vowing to pursue the goddess. Unfortunately, Just a few days later, news of her children surfaced. Shattering their hopes, Li Wenhao and a few others were feeling quite overwhelmed. Why hadn't Tieasures posted a video yet? Speaking of which, when Chi-Chi had just had a baby, and Su-chun had taken a leave of absence to care for the child. What a coincidence. Wang Lei was somewhat curious. Lin Lu tossed a pillow at him, indignant. What are you thinking? This must be a coincidence. How could Su-chun have a child with the campus beauty? Moreover, does Su-chun even deserve our campus beauty? She is so stunning. Wang Lei pondered for a moment before asking, Lin Lu, do you remember that Su-chun is actually our department's heartthrob? Due to Su-chun's excellent academic performance and his preference for simplicity, he often mingled with them. They had long forgotten about his status as the heartthrob Lin Lu. That makes a lot of sense. But no matter what, it can't be Su-chun. I refuse to believe it. Well, honestly, I don't believe it either. Aside from being somewhat good-looking and academically proficient, he is practically a complete loser. It definitely can't be him. Just as they were musing, a notification sound chimed in the group chat. Su-chun had sent a video. The swiftest among them, Li Wenhao, quickly opened the video, entering a state of virtual baby adoration. Li Wenhao was beaming with joy, occasionally showering the baby in the video with affectionate kisses. However, as he continued to kiss, Li Wenhao sensed something was amiss in the video. There appeared to be the silhouette of a woman's legs. Upon zooming in, Li Wenhao's eyes widened in shock. He frantically typed in Su-chun's chat. Su-chun, your wife, couldn't it be when Chi-Chi? Chapter 32. Did you think I was going to help you wash what? Su-chun opened the chat and swiftly typed a concise yes. Just as he was about to send it, when Chi-Chi's voice echoed from the room. Su-chun, the baby is making a mess. Su-chun set down his phone and rushed inside. After sending his message, Li Wenhao awaited Su-chun's response. However, after what felt like an eternity of silence, he wondered where Su-chun had gone. Su-chun? The baby? After sending 3 messages without a reply, Li Wenhao, in frustration, tossed his phone onto the bed. Lin Lu and Wang Lei, still captivated by the baby in the video, looked perplexed. Are you out of your mind? How could you throw away your phone when faced with such an adorable little one? After a moment of internal conflict, Li Wenhao couldn't resist asking, don't you think those legs in the video look a bit familiar? Legs? Oh, are you referring to the beautiful woman on screen? Isn't that Su-chun's wife? Upon hearing this, Wang Lei picked up a pillow and hurled it at Li Wenhao. Have you lost your mind? Don't you know that a friend's wife is off limits? Lin Lu also tossed a water bottle his way. Li Wenhao swiftly dodged the pillow and caught the water bottle. What are you trying to do? Wang Lei, I didn't mean it that way. Then what do you mean? Don't you think those legs resemble when Chi-Chi's? When Chi-Chi? Lin Lu and Wang Lei opened their phones again to scrutinize the video closely. It did look somewhat similar. You think so too, right? But don't all beautiful women have legs like that? Can you really identify someone just by their legs? Li Wenhao, are you serious? Have you lost your mind? Have you gone crazy thinking about beautiful women? Wang Lei and Lin Lu laughed heartily. Their mockery left Li Wenhao dazed. Could it be that I really misjudged? No wonder Su-chun hasn't replied to me. Damn it. Did you really ask Su-chun? Are you foolish? Su-chun has a wife now. Wouldn't this just upset her? The fact that he hasn't replied probably means they are arguing. Right, son? Do you see what you've done? Li Wenhao was bombarded by his roommate's criticisms, and he suddenly felt he had made a mistake. He wasn't unfamiliar with relationships. The reasons for quarrels with girlfriends were often bizarre, especially concerning such inexplicable issues. Had he just brought Su-chun a lot of trouble? Realizing this, Li Wenhao hurriedly took out his phone and began typing furiously. Haha bro, I'm just messing with you. When Chi-Chi is the campus beauty, we wouldn't even get to meet her, right? Treat your wife well. No need to reply to me. I'll leave you two some space. After sending the message, Li Wenhao let out a sigh. Son, I can only assist you up to this point. If you argue again, don't blame me. Lin Lu, truly shameless. Wang Lei, absolutely shameless. Li Wenhao, but at this moment, Su-chun had just entered the room. When Chi-Chi had already fed the 4th baby, and the other 3 had finished their milk, the eldest baby sat in the stroller, his tiny fists clenched tightly, his little brows furrowed. Looking particularly amusing, Su-chun chuckled as he approached and expertly picked up the eldest baby, discarding the diaper to clean him up. After checking carefully, he noticed the baby's bottom wasn't clean, so he fetched a basin to get some warm water. He decided to give the baby a proper wash. Su-chun moved with remarkable skill, as if he had done this countless times before, and he showed no distaste for the baby's mess. After filling the basin with water, Su-chan gently washed the baby's bottom. The baby giggled as if being tickled, and the second, third, and fourth babies watched curiously, noticing the eldest baby laughing, and they began to laugh and flail their arms as well. Su-chan continued to wash while playfully engaging the three babies. When Chi-Chi found a rare moment of calm, she realized that since Su-chan had come home, her usual frantic pace had transformed into one of leisure, as Su-chan had taken over everything, managing it all with meticulous care. When Chi-Chi recalled how Su-chan had been showing off at the school gate earlier that day, he was originally supposed to be a vibrant college student, yet now, due to her and the baby, he had become a devoted father. After finishing up with the eldest baby, he dressed him in pants and a diaper and took the soiled clothes to wash. When Chi-Chi felt a pang of sadness, Su-chan, Su-chan continued his tasks. What's wrong? Do you not mind at all? When Chi-Chi nervously rubbed her hands together. Mind what? Su-chan glanced back at her and realized she was referring to changing the baby's diapers and cleaning them up. Chi-Chi, these are my children. I love them dearly. How could I possibly resent them? Seeing that when Chi-Chi still frowned, Su-chan had a light bulb moment and decided to tease her. If it were you, I would certainly help you wash up as well. When Chi-Chi was momentarily taken aback. What? Seeing Su-chan's mischievous grin, when Chi-Chi's face flushed crimson. You. After a long pause, when Chi-Chi managed to stammer out two words, pervert. After saying this, she awkwardly turned to leave. Chi-Chi, I meant the pants. Washing the pants? When Chi-Chi hesitated, unsure whether to leave or stay, she realized Su-chan had completely taken control of her emotions. Feeling flustered, she stammered, Pants? Then what do you want me to help you wash? Su-chan smiled gently and suddenly leaned closer to when Chi-Chi. Her face felt like it was on fire, and her heart began to race. She lowered her head, unable to meet Su-chan's gaze. What are you doing? After finally managing to utter those few words, when Chi-Chi instinctively wanted to step back, however, for some reason, she found herself unable to make that move. Su-chan observed when Chi-Chi's flushed face, grinning as he drew nearer. Chapter 33. The stumbling blocks on the path to winning her heart. Su-chan could hear when Chi-Chi's heartbeat. A peculiar sensation washing over him. Initially, he had intended to tease her, but now, his thoughts had shifted. He deliberately lowered his head. Suddenly, the fourth baby let out a loud wail. Su-chan. When Chi-Chi. Su-chan rubbed his nose and turned to walk away. Fourth baby, you are truly a stumbling block on your father's path to winning your mother's heart. As he walked, Su-chan tried to hide his embarrassment by saying, I'm going to help the eldest baby wash his pants. When Chi-Chi nodded. After walking a couple of steps, he couldn't help but turn back to ask when Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, are you feeling nervous? When Chi-Chi. I'm not. Your face is all red. Su-chan. All right, I won't say anything more. I'm heading out. When Chi-Chi looked up and saw Su-chan casting a flirtatious glance her way, she couldn't help but recall the previous moment. If the fourth baby hadn't cried, would he have leaned in to kiss her? Now that everything was thrown into disarray, when Chi-Chi felt an inexplicable sense of loss, she shook her head in a flurry. When Chi-Chi, have you lost your mind? What are you thinking? After picking up the fourth baby, she played with the other babies for a while, and only then did she manage to calm down. After Su-chan finished washing the eldest baby's pants, he remembered he hadn't replied to Li Wenhao. He retrieved his phone and saw a barrage of nonsensical messages from Li Wenhao, shaking his head in exasperation. These guys think I'm in a fight with my wife? Forget it. Once when Chi-Chi fully accepts me, I'll take her to meet my roommates. After all, even if the babies are not the most attractive, they still need to meet their grandparents, right? Dinner was prepared by Su-chan. Once the meal was ready, he noticed that when Chi-Chi was still busy soothing the babies, who were nearly asleep. Seizing the moment he was alone in the kitchen, Su-chan picked up a cucumber from the table and entered the space. It was time to plant some other crops. Otherwise, with only potatoes, when would he be able to provide a proper home for the babies? After placing the cucumber in the spiritual spring water, he waited for a while, but there was no reaction. Su-chan. Is the cucumber ineffective? System. Ding. How may I assist you? Host. What's going on? Su-chan glanced at the untouched cucumber in his hand, a look of bewilderment on his face. After a prolonged silence, the system finally responded. Host, may I inquire if your biology teacher passed away at an early age? Su-chan. Cucumbers reproduce through seeds, and the seeds of the cucumber you hold are not yet mature, the system clarified. Su-chan. All right, It seems he has been looked down upon by the system. I shall return tomorrow. He hastily exited the space. After dining with Wen Chi, as was customary, he slept in the living room while Wen Chi occupied the bedroom. Suchin contemplated that he would purchase some cucumber seeds the following day, along with some tomatoes. As dawn broke, a woman dressed in opulent attire arrived at the entrance of Furong community. She appeared to be in her 30s, adorned in a vintage qipao, her hair elegantly coiled atop her head, exuding an aura of grace akin to an orchid, embodying a mature charm. Passers-by couldn't help but stare at this woman. Furong community was the most dilapidated housing complex in the area, predominantly inhabited by tenants. And even the landlords were largely nouveau riche like Sister Wong, who flaunted their wealth ostentatiously. Rarely did one encounter a woman who, at first glance, exuded such an air of sophistication. Who is she? What brings her here? It seems she is waiting for someone. Who could possibly be significant enough to wait for in this place? Surely, anyone associated with such a woman would not choose to reside in our humble Furong community. The woman surveyed her surroundings but failed to locate the person she sought. She approached the elderly vendor at the entrance and politely inquired, "Excuse me, sir, do you know where the young man selling potatoes with a child nearby has gone?" The old man flicked the ash off his cigarette, squinting with enjoyment as he replied, "Him? He hasn't shown up these past couple of days. I'm not sure." Suchin had not yet made the matter of entrusting the potatoes to Qianhu public. Aside from a few elderly ladies who had seen Suchin's car days ago, no one else was aware. The woman stiffened slightly. "I see. Thank you, sir. It appears I shall not be able to purchase potatoes today either." With a sigh, the woman turned to leave. That moment, a brand new BMW pulled up to the curb. A man, clad in a suit with thinning hair, exited the vehicle. If Suchin were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this man as Zhang Weichong. Upon seeing the woman, Zhang Weichong hurried over. "Xiaoyu, what brings you here?" The woman was none other than Zhang Weichong's wife, Li Yu. Frowning in dissatisfaction, Li Yu replied, "I came to buy potatoes. Since you all couldn't procure them for me, I had no choice but to come myself." In conversing with Zhang Weichong, Li Yu seemed less aloof. Zhang Weichong, furrowing his brow, approached her with a look of earnest concern. "Xiaoyu, it's not that we couldn't buy them. It's that young man hasn't set up his stall these past couple of days. Rest assured, I will find a way to get them for you. Whatever quantity you desire, we shall procure it if necessary. We will purchase all the potatoes from that young man." Zhang Weichong's words immediately sparked strong disapproval from those around. "No way. If you buy them all, what will we eat? We've been waiting for 2 days as well." Seeing the public outrage, Zhang Weichong quickly donned a smile and raised his eyebrows. "No need to worry, we won't buy them all." Upon hearing this, Li Yu snorted coldly and turned to leave. Zhang Weichong hurried after her. Xiaoyu, please don't be angry." Suchin said we should go with the flow and avoid getting upset. That way, we can have lovely babies. Zhang Weichong and Li Yu had grown up together, sharing a deep bond. Over the years, they had never encountered any issues until they decided they wanted children. He wished to alleviate Li Yu's stress. He had once mentioned not wanting children, but Li Yu insisted on her desire to have one. Who is this Suchin brother, anyway? Zhang Weichong? Have you lost your mind? Li Yu had been struggling to conceive, her emotions increasingly fraught. Hearing Zhang Weichong's incessant chatter only served to exacerbate her frustration. In his presence, she shed her usual cool demeanor, appearing more like an ordinary woman. "Hey, Xiaoyu, Suchin really did say that. If not, I could arrange a chance for you to meet him, and we can ask him together. You've always mentioned wanting a baby. Haven you, we can strive for it together." The more Zhang Weichong spoke, the angrier Li Yu became. Over the past 6 months, she had noticed her temper growing more volatile and increasingly difficult to manage. Even meals felt utterly unappealing. When the nanny brought home those potatoes, she had approached it with a trial-and-error mindset, only to discover they were exceptionally delicious. Li Yu had fallen in love with them. However, the nanny had failed to procure any over the past 2 days. Li Yu, unable to focus on anything else, decided to come and see for herself. Now it seemed that yet again, her trip had been in vain. Igniting her ire, on the way back, Li Yu remained silent, and despite Zhang Weichong's numerous attempts to cheer her up, he found no success. In the past few days, he had tried buying different varieties of potatoes for her from various places, but none compared to what the nanny had previously brought. Zhang Weichong was equally troubled. Upon reaching their own community, Li Yu strode ahead in anger. while Zhang Wei-cheng trailed behind. Suddenly, a rotund man approached them. Spotting Zhang Wei-cheng, the man glanced at his head and approached, asking, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Zhang Wei-cheng?" Zhang Wei-cheng frowned. He was keen to soothe his wife and could not afford any distractions. "Yes, but there's someone who asked me to bring you some potatoes." Chapter 34. "Thank you, Brother Suchun. What potatoes? I don't want any potatoes right now." He only desired the potatoes sold by the person at the entrance of Furong community. Any other variety would only aggravate Liu further. Zhao Desheng frowned. How was this person so different from what Suchun had described? He appeared quite irritable. Nevertheless, since Suchun had entrusted him, Zhao Desheng felt compelled to deliver. He placed a sack of potatoes before Zhang Wei-cheng, stating, "I've brought them. Whether you want them or not is up to you." With that, Zhao Desheng turned to leave. "Hey, you!" Zhang Wei-cheng was about to call out to Zhao, but the sack, lacking support, toppled over, sending potatoes rolling across the ground. Liu, walking ahead, heard the noise and was infuriated. "Zhang Wei-cheng, what are you doing now?" Upon seeing the scattered potatoes, she was taken aback. She quickly dashed over in her high heels. Zhang Wei-cheng, fearing Liu's temper was flaring again, hurried to reassure her. "Xiao Yu, please don't be angry. I'll just move the potatoes." Before he could finish, Liu suddenly crouched down before him. In Zhang Wei-cheng's astonished gaze, Liu picked up a potato and exclaimed, "This is truly it." "What is it?" Zhang Wei-cheng asked, bemused. Upon gazing at the potatoes, he was stunned. These are just like the potatoes the nanny bought." He quickly crouched down as well, and Liu chuckled. "Why aren't you picking them up? Why are you just standing there in a daze?" Seeing Liu's smile ignited Zhang Wei-cheng's joy. All right, I'll pick them up. As long as you're not angry, that's what matters." Once all the potatoes were gathered, Liu curiously inquired, "Darling, do you know the person selling the potatoes?" I don't know," Zhang Wei-cheng instinctively replied. "Then who sent these? Who sent them?" Zhang Wei-cheng muttered, turning to shout for the rotund man. Unfortunately, the man had already walked far away. "I don't know either, Liu." She shot Zhang Wei-cheng an exasperated glance. Being already slender, she hoisted the heavy sack of potatoes and headed inside. With delicious food at hand, who had time to stay angry with Zhang Wei-cheng? Zhang Wei-cheng followed her into the house, pondering the origins of the potatoes. He didn't recognize the man from earlier. The man had mentioned being sent by someone. Who could it be? As they entered the house, Zhang Wei-cheng suddenly smacked his forehead. "I know who sent them." "Who?" "Suchun." Zhang Wei-cheng beamed at Liu. "The other day? I rented land to Suchun and intentionally charged him less. He mentioned he would bring me some potatoes in a couple of days. I didn't expect he would actually bring a whole sack." Liu was equally astonished. "Is it really him?" "Absolutely. I'll call Suchun right now to verify." Liu's curiosity piqued. Could someone capable of having quadruplets and procuring a sack of potatoes without selling them truly be that extraordinary? Zhang Wei-cheng searched for a moment, frowning. What's wrong? I forgot to save Suchun's number." In a flurry, Zhang Wei-cheng exclaimed, "Let us go. Let us head to the outskirts. He may be there." Liu followed suit. At this moment, Suchun had returned after dropping Wen-chi off at school, directly driving to the market to purchase tomato and cucumber seeds. He entered the space to test them and confirmed that both cucumbers and tomatoes would indeed thrive, prompting him to head to the fields. Zhao Depeng was already busy in the fields. Upon seeing Suchun arrive in a car, he was taken aback. As he assisted Suchun in carrying the children down, he inquired, "Suchun, is this your car?" "Yes." "When did you buy a car?" "Yesterday." "Yesterday? That was quick." "How remarkable." "Well, I felt it was inconvenient, so I just bought one. That's quite casual." Zhao Desheng was once again astonished. Suchun had indeed changed compared to before. By the way, Fatty. "Yes, boss. What are your instructions?" "Suchun. Please don't call me boss. Just call me Suchun. I merely wanted to ask if your mother still needs money. If so, please let me know." Zhao Desheng felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. Although Suchun has acquired wealth, he remains devoid of any airs of superiority typically associated with a boss, continuing to value loyalty and affection as he always has. Following Suchun has unquestionably been the wisest decision of his life. There's no need to worry. Preparations for discharge are underway, and once home, a period of recuperation will suffice. My mother has even mentioned inviting you, along with your wife and little ones, over for a meal. Certainly, Suchun readily agreed without hesitation. Subsequently, he opened another greenhouse and began to dig up potatoes, with the little ones eagerly watching nearby. Suddenly, a BMW sped towards them. Shortly after, Zhang Weichang exited the vehicle and opened the passenger door for Li Yu. Su Chun paused his work and looked at him. Brother Zhang, what brings you here? The four little ones also curiously turned their heads towards their father, their small minds filled with great wonder. Earlier that morning, Zhao Deshang had crafted flower crowns for each of the four babies, adorning their heads. Zhang Weichang was about to respond to Su Chun when his gaze fell upon the four children, and he was taken aback. These are your little ones? Li Yu alighted from the car and immediately noticed the four children. Ah, she exclaimed, rushing towards them without a moment's thought for greeting Su Chun. It had been ages since she had felt such joy. Crouching down to their level, her face radiated admiration and affection. They are absolutely adorable. The eldest child looked at Li Yu in confusion, while the second child let out a series of excited squeals. The youngest tilted his head, seemingly pondering. Who is this strange auntie? The third child, closest to Li Yu, beamed at the beautiful lady, his eyes squinting with delight. He reached out his chubby little hand, curiously touching Li Yu's face, before erupting into giggles. Liu was nearly moved to tears. Can I hold them? Zhang Weichang, standing behind her, saw the second child burst into tears at the sight of him. In a flurry, he exclaimed, Baby, please don't cry. Lacking any experience with children, he was utterly at a loss. Liu scolded Zhang Weichang. Look at you. Go away, you're scaring the children. Zhang Weichang turned to Su Chun with a look of helplessness. Su Chun felt equally bemused. In front of the little ones, he seemed to have become invisible. Brother Zhang, this must be your wife, right? It's perfectly fine. Feel free to hold them. The little ones seemed to like Annie very much. Li Yu was overjoyed, entirely forgetting her role as a refined lady, as she carefully lifted the third child. Such a good boy. Dear, we should hurry and have a baby of our own. All right, let's do that swiftly. Zhang Weichang replied cheerfully. See? I told you that Su Chun is quite remarkable. His words surely hold weight. Indeed, very impressive. Thank you, Su Chun. The exchange left Su Chun somewhat bewildered. What did I say, by the way? Brother Zhang, did you come to see me for something? Chapter 35. Astonishment. You grew all these potatoes yourself. Zhang Weichang stood up and said earnestly, Brother Su Chun, those potatoes were sent by you. Weren't they? Su Chun nodded. After locating the source of the potatoes, Zhang Weichang excitedly informed Li Yu, Xiao Yu, it really is Su Chun. Holding the third child in her arms, Li Yu's face lit up with joy. I can't believe you know such an impressive person. Turning to Su Chun, she asked, Su Chun, do you know the person selling the potatoes? Noticing Su Chun's puzzled expression, Zhang Weichang quickly elaborated. Your sister-in-law has had a poor appetite lately and has lost weight over the past 6 months. She loves those potatoes, and we've been searching for a couple of days. But that young man hasn't returned to his stall. Su Chun, upon hearing this, began to grasp Zhang Weichang's meaning. How about this? Brother Zhang, I'll have someone deliver some to you every day. Zhang Weichang, being a decent fellow, was not overly concerned about the expense. That won't do. Those potatoes cost 10 yuan per gene. It would amount to quite a sum if delivered daily. He rejected the offer in a hurry. Liu, astonished that Su Chun was as generous as Zhang Weichang had claimed, added, Su Chun, please just tell Weichang that if it's inconvenient, we can pay you, including the delivery fees. Zhang Weichang chimed in, that works too. Su Chun couldn't help but smile. The couple was genuinely kind-hearted. No, Brother Zhang, in fact, those potatoes, Brother Chen, I have them all packed up. Shall I send them over now? Before Su Chun could finish his sentence, Zhao Deshang emerged from the greenhouse. Upon seeing Zhang Weichang, Zhao Deshang paused momentarily. Zhang Weichang, recognizing Zhao Deshang, was about to greet him when he suddenly noticed the sack of potatoes in Zhao Deshang's hands. A moment later, he saw Zhao Deshang dragging a burlap sack of potatoes out. Zhang Weichang was astonished. Brother, did you buy all those potatoes? No wonder that young man stopped selling. Zhao Deshang boomed. What do you mean Su Chen bought them? These potatoes are all grown by my brother Chen himself. Watching the astonishment in Zhang Weichang's eyes, Zhao Deshang added, the sack we sent you is also grown by Su Chen. What? Zhang Weichang's mouth fell open in shock at Su Chen. You grew them yourself? You are the one selling potatoes? Su Chen nodded. I intended to tell you last time, but I wanted to surprise you and bring some joy to your sister-in-law. Did I cause you any trouble? Zhang Weichang burst into laughter, slapping Su Chen on the shoulder. Trouble? Not at all, Brother Su Chen. You mustn't say that. We are all like family. I had no idea you were so impressive. Brother Su Chen, well, great. I hear you're still in university? Yes. Haha, Ningda has produced an outstanding student. Xiao Yu, your Ningda is truly remarkable, Liu nodded. Her heart brimming with joy. Su Chun was bewildered. Sister-in-law is also from Ningda? Zhang Weichang laughed heartily. You didn't know? My wife, Li Yu, is a teacher at your Ningda, so that's it. Su Chen suddenly understood. He recalled the rumors about a beautiful teacher at Ningda who, despite being in her 30s, possessed an elegant and aloof demeanor, captivating the male students in her classes. When Li Yu had rushed towards the children upon exiting the car, Su Chun hadn't perceived her as aloof. Now, looking at her, he noticed her scholarly aura, indeed resembling a teacher. Greetings, Teacher Li, Su Chun respectfully addressed her. Liu waved dismissively. What teacher? If you don't mind, just call me sister. Su Chun felt a bit awkward. Liu continued. It seems we are destined to meet, and I genuinely adore your little ones. There's no other intention. I've also heard from Wei Chong that you taught him how to have children. Yes, she spoke. Liu blushed and glanced at Zhang Wei Chong. I plan to give it a try. Zhang Wei Chong, hearing this, was particularly delighted. He slapped Su Chen's shoulder again. Brother Su Chun, from now on, you are my brother. If anyone bullies you, just mention my name. Zhao Desheng finally realized. Are you Zhang Wei Chong, General Zhang? The Zhang Wei Chong of AIU Group? Zhang Wei Chong laughed heartily. Yes, that's me. Zhao Desheng silently gulped. He grasped Su Chen's arm and whispered urgently, Su Chun, quickly agree. Su Chun was utterly perplexed. Zhao Desheng prompted again. Zhang Wei Chong of AIU Group is a prominent figure in Ningzhou. Didn't you know? This man is a big boss. At that moment, Zhao Desheng was trembling with apprehension. Had he known that the potatoes Su Chun had him deliver were from the illustrious Mr. Zhang, he would have approached him with utmost courtesy. Who would have thought that the famous Zhang would reside in an ordinary neighborhood? Su Chun was equally astonished, realizing that Li Dong had introduced him to a significant figure. Zhang Wei Chong waved his hand. Brother Su Chun, don't stand on ceremony. From now on, we are all family. If you don't acknowledge us, your sister will be upset. Given the expressions on Zhang Wei Chong and Li Yu's faces, Su Chen felt compelled to acquiesce. All right then, thank you, Brother Zhang. If you desire potatoes, feel free to reach out. Absolutely, family doesn't stand on ceremony. Brother Su Chun, if you ever need anything, do let us know, Zhang Wei Chong replied. His spirits high, he was genuinely pleased to have befriended Su Chen. Liu was equally elated. The third child squirmed in her arms, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Just then, while holding Li Yu's face, he unexpectedly planted a kiss on her cheek. Li Yu felt the soft warmth of the child's face against hers. A peculiar sense of happiness surged through her. Oh, how sweet. Dear, I adore the little ones. I must get a gift for them. Li Yu mused aloud. What could it be? A large stuffed toy might be too much for them. Baby formula? But I have no idea what brand they consume. I've heard that one must be cautious with formula. After pondering for a moment, she suddenly realized, Brother Su Chun, do you reside in Furong community? She recalled the nanny mentioning that the young man selling potatoes lived there. Yes, Su Chen nodded. Should we consider moving to a different place? Before Su Chun could respond, Li Yu continued, Darling, let us give Su Chen a house. Chapter 36. Accepting the house, rewarding with cash. Su Chun was taken aback. Today marks my first encounter with Li Yu, and it is only the second time I have met Zhang Weiqiang. Why, then, is there talk of gifting a house? Just as I was about to decline, a familiar voice echoed in my mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have activated a new task. This task is optional. Please select accordingly. Task 1. Accept the house offered by Li Yu and assure her that with diligent effort this month, she will surely conceive. With a reward of 200,000 yuan. Task 2. Decline Li Yu's offer and inform her that you will never conceive. With a reward of 10,000 yuan. Su Chen's lips twitched. Is this truly a choice he must make? Is this an attempt to lead him astray? Please make your selection promptly. Su Chen's expression was a tapestry of emotions, leading Li Yu to believe he was simply taken aback. She gestured towards the potatoes and said, Brother Su Chun, you surely do not wish for your sister to go without food daily, do you? I am reliant on these potatoes for sustenance. If you refuse, I would feel quite guilty. Such words rendered Su Chen unable to refuse. With a sigh, he spoke to the system in his mind. I suppose I have no option but to choose one. Then, turning to Li Yu, he said, Very well, sister. In the future, should I harvest any fresh vegetables, I shall bring them to you. Make sure to enjoy the fresh produce, and perhaps you and Brother Zhang can choose an auspicious day to welcome a healthy baby. Sister's sentiment was overwhelmingly sentimental. Su Chun resolved to simply address her as sister. After finishing his words, he smiled again. I believe every day this month holds promise. Li Jie, Zhanggu, you shall surely conceive a baby soon. Upon uttering this, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Fortunately, both Li Yu and Zhang Weiqiang were already fervently wishing for a child. Zhang Weiqiang, in particular, fully believed in Su Chen's words. Upon hearing him speak, their joy was palpable. Thank you, brother Su Chun. May your auspicious words bring us added joy for our future babies. Su Chen gently grasped the small hand of San Bao, redirecting the child's attention towards himself. Ever since being held by Li Yu, San Bao had not cast a glance in his direction. Su Chun felt a sense of helplessness. This little one seemed to favor the beautiful aunt. San Bao, is Aunt Li pretty? San Bao's eyes twinkled, and though it was uncertain if he understood Su Chen's words, he broke into a joyous smile, seemingly conveying, Auntie is the most beautiful. After laughing, San Bao turned and affectionately embraced Li Yu's face. Planting a kiss upon it.liu, utterly enchanted by San Bao's affection, beamed with happiness. Zhang Weiqiang was equally delighted. The babies were no longer afraid of him. Aside from De Bao's indifference, Air Bao and Si Bao were happily playing with Zhang Weiqiang. The two adults were overjoyed. At that moment, Su Chen heard a notification in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host, task completed. You have received a cash reward of 200,000 yuan. The funds have been credited. Please check your account. The source of the funds is secure, so there is no need for concern. As his phone vibrated in his pocket, Su Chen instinctively knew it was a message from the bank. Darling, have you decided where to buy a house for Su Chen? You must choose a good location. I understand. Zhang Weiqiang, who was thoroughly entertained by the babies, took out his phone, navigated to a screen, and handed it to Su Chen, saying, choose for yourself. Pick whichever you like. Upon receiving the phone, Su Chen was met with a list of neighborhoods. Zhao Dashing also chimed in. Upon seeing the first name, he gasped, Shishan Fenglin? Isn't that a villa area reserved for the wealthy of Ningzhou? It must be worth at least several tens of millions. Lianhua No. 1, while it pales in comparison to Shishan Fenglin, it too is valued in the millions. Huxin Island? Zhao Dashing felt he might faint. This place must be worth over 100 million. Zhang Weiqiang waved his hand dismissively. So, Su Chun, you fancy Huxin Island? I happen to have 2 units available there. You can choose one another day. Su Chen waved his hand. No need, no need. This last one, Jianxiu Huayuan, is quite nice. Let us go with this one. Zhao Dashing was taken aback. While Jianxiu Huayuan was indeed pleasant, it seemed the least impressive compared to the other options on the phone. 3 bedrooms and a living room for merely 1 to 2 million. Had Su Chen lost his senses? He felt compelled to remind Su Chen Liu and Zhang Weiqiang were equally stunned. Su Chen, are you certain? Those living in Ningzhou should be aware that the other neighborhoods on the phone were significantly more expensive than Jianxiu Huayuan. Zhang Weiqiang had casually offered Su Chen the choice, without much thought. Even if Su Chen had selected Huxin Island, he would have been entirely agreeable. Yet, why opt for Jianxiu Huayuan? Absolutely. Su Chen had his reasons. Li Yu was even more puzzled. Su Chen, could you enlighten me as to why you chose this place? Li Yu believed there must be a compelling reason behind Su Chen's decision. Su Chen smiled. It is for the sake of education. The mother of the babies is also at Ning University, and Jianxiu Huayuan is conveniently located nearby. He had long wished to purchase a property close to the school. Jianxiu Huayuan was merely a 20-minute walk away from the university. Their mother is also at Ning University? Li Yu was taken aback. Then, she began to laugh. It seems Su Chen is quite fond of his wife. Nowadays, students are permitted to marry. While Li Yu was surprised, she refrained from commenting further. Su Chen chuckled. She is not quite my wife yet. Not yet. Not yet. We haven't registered our marriage. I'm working on it. It will happen soon. Seeing Su Chen's confident demeanor, Li Yu laughed. Haha, sister supports you. Keep up the good work. With you around, the mother of the children will surely look past other men. You will succeed. Su Chen nodded. The mother of his children must be his alone. I'm quite curious about who the mother of the children is. She must be an exceptional girl to be cherished so by Su Chen. Perhaps in the future, I can introduce her to my sister. Very well, I shall await that day. As noon approached, Li Yu and Zhang Weiqiang reluctantly took their leave, having enjoyed their time with the children. Zhang Weiqiang did not inquire how Su Chen's greenhouse had yielded potatoes so quickly. In his mind, Su Chen must have brought potato seeds to plant. Anyone capable of cultivating such delicious potatoes surely possessed a unique skill. Being a businessman, He understood the significance of expertise and saw no need to pry further. In the afternoon, Su-chan planted cucumber and tomato seeds in another greenhouse. Before returning, he asked Zhao Dashing to return the car he had rented from Li Dong, along with a bag of potatoes for Li Dong, and then he headed to pick up Wen Chi. Before departing, he received a message from Wen Su-chan. When you come to pick me up tonight, be discreet. Wen Chi had been in a frenzy all day. Though she had prepared herself before leaving in the morning, upon entering the classroom, she was surrounded by a group of people, leaving her momentarily stunned. Her palms grew sweaty with anxiety. What do you want? Chapter 37. You must be the mother of the children. When Chi had seen the photos on the forum the previous day, she had hoped no one would recognize her. Yet, reality proved otherwise. Despite only being a silhouette, someone had still identified her. One girl happened to pass by Ning University's gate yesterday and was now curiously asking, Wen Chi, are those 4 babies yours? Seeing Wen Chi being targeted, Shen Mingyao quickly stepped forward to shield her, declaring, Chi, don't be afraid. Wang Xinran, what are you shouting about? The others chimed in, Wen Chi, why aren't you speaking? Say something. When Chi took a deep breath, Xu Chen was right. They were indeed her babies, so why should she feel ashamed? It was merely a matter of facing criticism, yet that could not diminish her love for her children. Yes, they are mine. They just turned 6 months. Shen Mingyao felt anxious. She had always known that Wen Chi had children but had never mentioned it. She worried this revelation might adversely affect Wen Chi. Just moments ago, Shen Mingyao had been contemplating how to gloss over the matter. Yet now, when Chi had admitted it herself, Shen Mingyao was momentarily taken aback. It's that moment. A chorus of excitement erupted around them. Wow! When Chi has admitted it, they are truly your babies, 4 of them. How amazing! Only someone as beautiful as Wen Chi could give birth to quadruplets, right? I'm so envious. The loudest among them, Wang Xinran, eagerly approached Wen Chi and grasped her hand. Chi, could you share a photo of your babies with me? When Wang Xinran first encountered the 4 babies, her excitement had overwhelmed her, leaving her with no time to take pictures. Later, she had to leave in a hurry. Wang Xinran had not seen Wen Chi or Shen Mingyao at that moment. Upon returning home, she felt an increasing sense of regret. Such adorable babies should have been photographed for a screensaver. Fortunately, that evening, Wang Xinran had seen a photo. The side profile bore a striking resemblance to Wen Chi, and Wang Xinran had been restless all night with excitement. She had arrived early the next morning, eager to ask Wen Chi for a picture. Wen Chi was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why were they more excited than her? And requesting photos? Wang Xinran bashfully scratched her head. I wanted to use it as a screensaver. When Chi couldn't help but laugh, her earlier anxiety dissipating entirely. The classmates also began to exclaim, a photo? Where is it? I want to see. I heard the babies from yesterday were particularly adorable. Like they walked straight out of a painting. I've never seen them. The classmates grew increasingly animated. At this moment, Shen Mingyao transformed her anxiety into pride. Chi-Chi's little ones were immensely popular, bringing her great joy. Moreover, she was the very first to meet the babies, and not only did she see them, but she also had the pleasure of holding and kissing them in the class. She was truly one of a kind. Shen Mingyao approached Wen Chi and said, shall we let them have a look? Just look at their envious expressions. When Chi nodded and opened her phone to send a picture to Wang Xinran. Upon enlarging the image, Wang Xinran was greeted by the sight of 4 adorable babies tilting their heads and smiling at the screen. The sight was so endearing that it could melt anyone's heart. Someone exclaimed in disbelief, is it true that there's no beauty filter? When Chi replied, indeed, I didn't use any filter. The classmates erupted in astonishment. What? They are truly filter-free. These babies are simply too beautiful. They have perfectly inherited Wen Chi-Chi's genes. Show me, show me. Someone snatched the phone from Wang Xinran's hands, and soon the image circulated among the students. Those who beheld it were left in awe. I can't believe it. They are indeed quadruplets. Incredible. I wish I could have such adorable babies. The boys felt a twinge of sadness at Wen Chi-Chi's motherhood, but upon seeing the babies, their anger dissipated. The babies were like a cure for all ailments. When Chi didn't anticipate such a reaction, the clouds of gloom in her heart had long since vanished. Ever since she met Su-chan, everything seemed to have changed. Shen Mingyao pulled Wen Chi to sit down at their desk. Wang Xinran was thrilled to set the pictures of the 4 babies as her wallpaper. her heart blooming with joy each time she opened her phone. That day, when Chi-Chi was particularly happy. As school drew to a close, her classmates gathered around, each one curiously asking, "Chi-Chi, is your boyfriend coming to pick you up today?" "No misunderstandings, we just want to see which man is so exceptional." "I've heard he is quite handsome." When Chi-Chi lowered her head, her cheeks flushing. She initially intended to deny it immediately. However, how could she explain that Su-chun was not yet her boyfriend? Shin Mingyao, standing beside her, teasingly remarked, "Haha, Chi-Chi, you better keep a close watch on your boyfriend, or he might just be taken from you." "Will he be taken?" When Chi-Chi pondered carefully, Su-chan was indeed very handsome. And with such a wonderful character, he was undoubtedly kind to others. Girls would likely be attracted to him, right? At this thought, when Chi-Chi felt a hint of jealousy, perhaps it was best to keep Su-chan under wraps. Although she knew Su-chan wouldn't be interested in other girls, she couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't be interested in him. Thus, when Chi-Chi couldn't help but send Su-chan a message, urging him to be discreet that evening. "I'm sorry, my boyfriend is at home taking care of the babies, so he might not be able to come today." The mere mention of the term boyfriend made her blush once more. However, seeing the expectant gazes of the girls, when Chi-Chi gritted her teeth and spoke up, and no sooner had her words fallen than the girls erupted into excitement. Taking care of the babies? A man at home taking care of babies? What a divine good man. I'm in love. I hope my future husband can also be responsible for raising the kids, allowing me to be a carefree fairy. Haha, look at you, you're daydreaming again. When Chi-Chi could only chuckle helplessly. After school, Shin Mingyao accompanied Wen Chi-Chi as they walked outside. Shin Mingyao appeared somewhat disheartened. "Is Su-chin really not coming to pick you up today?" "Sure," when Chi-Chi placed a finger to her lips. Lowering her head as she softly replied, "He is coming." "Then how come?" Shin Mingyao's voice was loud, but she quickly realized it was inappropriate and lowered it again. "Then why did you say he isn't coming?" Noticing Wen Chi-Chi's slightly flushed cheeks, Shin Mingyao suddenly understood. "Chi-Chi, are you afraid of your man being taken away?" Chapter 38. Li Wenhao was stunned, having struck a nerve. When Chi-Chi's cheeks turned crimson. "Haha, I told you. How could such a good man as Su-chun not want to come pick you up? Honestly, if it weren't for Su-chun having you, I would have surely tried to win him over." Seeing that when Chi-Chi seemed hesitant to speak, Shin Mingyao continued, "But rest assured, as your sister, I would never steal your man. Chi-Chi, have you and Su-chin gotten your marriage certificate yet?" When Chi-Chi shook her head. "Not yet, what's going on? You already have children, why not get married?" However, when Chi-Chi wanted to explain, but the words stuck in her throat, and she was at a loss. Shin Mingyao said, "Chi-Chi, I'm not trying to criticize you. But look at your classmates' reactions. They haven't even met Su-chan yet, and they are already infatuated. If he were to appear before them, they would undoubtedly be smitten. If you don't seize the opportunity, you might just lose him to someone else. But I don't know buts. Quickly think of a way to secure Su-chan. Should she secure Su-chan?" When Chi-Chi bit her lip, contemplating the possibility of this matter. Just then, they heard a sudden exclamation from behind. "Is that the school bell? Is that you?" Shin Mingyao turned around to see a tall man, around 6 feet tall, dressed in sportswear. His hair was tousled, and he held a basketball, looking curiously at Wen Chi-Chi. His gaze seemed to bore into her. Shin Mingyao immediately pulled Wen Chi-Chi behind her and sternly asked, "Who are you?" "Our school belle has a boyfriend. So be on your way." Li Wenhao thought he had finally found an opportunity to speak with Wen Chi-Chi privately, but who was this person? Why did it sound as if he wanted to take advantage of the school bell? He frowned, deciding not to argue with Shin Mingyao. "It's really you, Senior Chi-Chi. I have something I'd like to ask you privately. Is that all right?" When Chi-Chi assumed Li Wenhao was just like those classmates trying to flirt, so she intended to ignore him. Shin Mingyao, feeling even more irritated at being disregarded, snapped, "Hey, do you not understand? I already told you that Chi-Chi has a boyfriend." Li Wenhao couldn't help but interrupt Shin Mingyao. "I was just asking a simple question. How can someone so unreasonable be around the school bell?" Seeing that Shin Mingyao and the male classmate were about to argue, when Chi-Chi, feeling helpless, stepped in and politely asked, "What do you want to ask?" At this, Li Wenhao found himself in a bit of a predicament. When Chi-Chi encouraged him, "Just ask here, it's fine. Yao Yao is my good friend." After some deliberation, Li Wenhao finally asked, "Do you know Su-chin?" This question had been on his mind all night. After messaging Su-chin yesterday, he lay down, feeling increasingly unsettled. He dug up screenshots from the forum and realized that the shoes worn by the school bell matched exactly with the pair worn by Su-chan in the video. It couldn't be a coincidence. Although such occurrences could easily be coincidental, Li Wenhao felt there were too many coincidences. He wanted to ask Su Chun but feared it might create awkwardness between him and his girlfriend. Not asking, however, left him feeling anxious. Li Wenhao decided to seek a middle ground by asking Wen Qiqi, and luckily, the opportunity arose today. Wen Qiqi was momentarily taken aback. This person knew Su Chun. She recalled that the voice she heard during Su Chin's voice chats with his roommates was indeed his. Had Su Chun not mentioned their relationship to his roommates yet? Wen Qiqi felt a twinge of disappointment. How should she respond? She found herself uncertain. Seeing this, Shen Mingyao directly bypassed Wen Qiqi and angrily said, "Why should I tell you? Who exactly are you?" Before Li Wenhao could respond, Shen Mingyao took Wen Qiqi and started to walk away. Qiqi, let's go. No need to bother with him. Li Wenhao. Why did it feel like something was amiss? It felt as though he had been unjustly reprimanded without obtaining the answers he sought. He couldn't just let it go, so he decided to follow them. Li Wenhao tossed the basketball to a classmate and cautiously trailed behind. Wen Qiqi was pulled by Shen Mingyao all the way to the school's western gate. This side was the larger entrance of the school, usually devoid of people, where Wen Qiqi and Su Chun had arranged to meet. Shen Mingyao was eager to see the babies, nearly going crazy with anticipation. Su Chun had been waiting at the western gate with the babies for quite some time. The area was quiet. He pushed the stroller, walking back and forth while the car was parked not far away. Before spotting Wen Qiqi, Dabao and Sanbao were already excitedly calling out. Su Chun smiled gently. Is mommy coming? Dabao and Sanbao, being the two boys, were usually more attached to Wen Qiqi. Meanwhile, Bao and Sibao were more inclined to stick to Su Chun. Before long, Su Chun saw Shen Mingyao and Wen Qiqi approaching from a distance. Before he could utter a word, Shen Mingyao dashed over. The big sister is here. She ran to the babies, scooping up Dabao and giving him a kiss. Then she picked up Bao and kissed him too, followed by Sanbao and Sibao. After showering them with affection, Shen Mingyao sighed. Oh, why couldn't I have 4 hands? I want to hold you all at once. Su Chun. Wen Qiqi. Only the babies, oblivious to Shen Mingyao's words, were excited, especially Sanbao, who adored pretty sisters and was currently reaching out to pinch Shen Mingyao's cheeks. The other 3 little ones watched and giggled. Sibao's eyes were glued to Wen Qiqi, reaching out for a hug. Wen Qiqi smiled and walked over, picking up Sibao to Sibao. Did you miss mommy? Sibao hugged Wen Qiqi's face, giving her a kiss to express his longing. The scene was simply too heartwarming. Su Chun stood beside Wen Qiqi, gazing fondly at his future wife and children, warmth blossoming in his heart. Gee, he was about to utter something when suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from a distance. Su Chun? The voice was rife with shock, confusion, disbelief, and unease. Is it really you? Following the sound, Su Chun turned to see Li Wenhao's face, a canvas of rapidly shifting expressions. Utterly captivating that it seemed he could not escape today. Reluctantly, Su Chun nodded. Li Wenhao was left utterly dumbfounded. He trembled as he pointed a finger at Su Chun, then gestured toward Wen Qiqi, before finally glancing at the 4 little ones. The sight of the babies made Li Wenhao's head ring with disbelief. It was truly them, the very children he had admired from afar. The ones he had daydreamed about were indeed Su Chin's 4 little treasures. Li Wenhao was at a loss, struggling to comprehend the situation. After a long pause, he finally managed to articulate, She is really your wife? Chapter 39. Li Wenhao. I must still be dreaming. Su Chun rubbed his forehead. In the year he had known Li Wenhao, he had never seen him so foolish. He was reluctant to acknowledge that he had such a silly son. Turning to glance at Wen Qiqi, and seeing her acceptance, he nodded at Li Wenhao. Yes, son. What brings you here? Li Wenhao typically avoided the West Gate, claiming it was devoid of life and opportunities to meet girls. He preferred bustling places. Overcome with excitement, Li Wenhao momentarily forgot to refute Su Chin's words. In a way, I'm going insane. What am I seeing? He thought to himself. I must let those boys know that their father has discovered an extraordinary secret. In a frenzy, Li Wenhao whipped out his phone, hastily typing a message, only to swiftly delete it. No. If they learned about it so easily, what fun would that be? The thrill lies in witnessing their shock firsthand. Su Chun, please don't tell them. Just imagine the day you bring Wen Shuehua and the babies before them. They will be utterly terrified. Su Chun. Wen Qiqi. Qiqi, please forgive me. My son can be rather foolish. Wen Qiqi was at a loss for words. Li Wenhao, with a goofy grin plastered on his face, approached Wen Qiqi, his smile so wide it seemed his muscles might stiffen. Senior one, oh no, Wen Shuihua, wait, that is not right either. Daughter-in-law, Li Wenhao, how do you wish to meet your demise? Su Chen nearly grabbed Li Wenhao to give him a good thrashing. Finally, Li Wenhao composed himself, seriousness replacing his jovial demeanor. Hello, sister-in-law, I am Li Wenhao. When Chi burst into laughter, it was evident that Su Chen and Li Wenhao shared a close bond. Otherwise, Li Wenhao wouldn't be so amusing. She smiled and nodded. Hello, I am Wen Chi. I know, you are the school beauty. I didn't expect this fortunate boy, Su Chen, to have won your heart. Let me tell you, Su Chen has many flaws. He sleeps in class and gets into fights after class. He often neglects to wash his socks and clothes. Occasionally, he even talks in his sleep. He is the worst at gaming and dado. And he has a stash hidden beneath his bead. Li Wenhao. Su Chen felt that if Li Wenhao continued, all his embarrassing secrets would be laid bare. This rascal was truly asking for trouble today. Li Wenhao laughed heartily. Sister-in-law, please don't take it to heart. Don't agree to Su Chen too easily. Let him learn some lessons. When Chi couldn't help but laugh. Su Chen's brother was quite the character. The four little ones in her arms gazed curiously at Li Wenhao. One of them seemed to take a liking to him, reaching out from Chi-Chi's embrace, signaling that she wanted to be held. Li Wenhao had already noticed the four little ones. In truth, he was so excited he didn't know what to do. Finally meeting the babies. They were simply adorable, yet, with Su Chen and Wen Chi present, as the first meeting of Su Chen's family, he felt he should make a good impression. If he acted too erratically, it might not be well received. Li Wenhao struggled to suppress the urge to rush over and hold the babies. That moment, seeing the little one reaching out for a hug, he could no longer contain himself. Gently, Li Wenhao took the tiny hand of the baby. It was soft and warm, and the little one playfully scratched his palm, tickling him. Li Wenhao felt as though he might explode with joy. Inside, he screamed, "Ah, I'm done for." So utterly adorable. How he longed to hug, kiss, and lift them high. But on the surface, he maintained his composure, cautiously asking Wen Chi, "May I hold her?" Wen Chi, while handing over the little one, replied, "Of course." Li Wenhao felt his heart race. As the baby was placed into his arms, she squirmed with delight, beaming a big smile at him. Li Wenhao's heart melted completely. So tiny, so precious, so adorable. He adored her immensely. If only the little one weren't so small. He felt he could leap with joy. The baby happily wriggled in his embrace, her face brushing against his, and he felt a soft, delightful sensation. I'm done for again." Su Chen, observing the myriad of expressions on Li Wenhao's face, struggled to contain his laughter. Howsy? Su Chen could hardly hold back. He feared that this brother, who often assisted him in class, might just suffocate from his own excitement. "You need not hold back. Our little treasures are not fragile porcelain dolls." "Really?" Li Wenhao exclaimed, astonished. "Then can I lift her up high?" "Absolutely." Li Wenhao was overjoyed. He cautiously lifted the baby high above him. Her initially puzzled expression transformed into one of excitement, and soon she burst into laughter. He. The baby was overjoyed as he held her aloft. Her laughter grew louder. The other three babies looked on with curiosity. The eldest and second little ones eagerly stretched out their arms, yearning for a hug, while the third gazed at him in astonishment from Shan Ming Yao's embrace. Once the baby was returned to the ground, she playfully rubbed her face against Li Wenhao's nose, further brightening his mood. This moment, even when Chi found it impossible to reclaim her baby. As the little one shook her head vigorously, gazing expectantly at Li Wenhao, as if to say, "Uncle, I want more. I want to be lifted high. I like it so much." Simultaneously, the eldest, second, and a now aware third little one reached out their hands toward Li Wenhao, their hearts echoing, "Uncle, we want some too, uncle. Please hold us. Uncle, lift us high." Shin Ming Yao, holding the third baby, quietly observed Li Wenhao, lost in her thoughts. Li Wenhao was absolutely delighted. "Su Chun, it seems the babies adore me." "Indeed, they do? Ha. Then I shall not hold back." This was the moment Li Wenhao had longed for since discovering Su Chun had children. Now that the opportunity had finally arrived, he could not let it slip away. He lifted the little one once more. When Chi, seeing the baby's joy, felt her own heart swell with happiness, silently watching from the side. The baby giggled again. After playing lift high for a solid 5 rounds, Li Wenhao reluctantly returned the little one to Su Chun. "This must be the little one, right?" Suchan nodded. How did you know? Well, I watch the videos every day. How could I not know? All right, now it's time for the eldest. The eldest was a quiet little boy. This must be him. Li Wenhao smoothly scooped up the eldest. Here we go, little one. Uncle is here. Chapter 40. Are you in a relationship? Ignoring Shan Mingyao, Li Wenhao lifted the eldest high, who, despite his reticence, began to laugh. The second and third babies were now on the verge of tears from envy. After playing with the eldest for 5 rounds, he moved on to the second. The little girl was simply delightful. The second baby was a bit plumper than the first, her chubby cheeks making her look even cuter. With eager anticipation, she waited for Li Wenhao to pick her up. Without hesitation, Li Wenhao lifted the second baby, showering her with the same affection for 5 rounds. Then it was time for the third. The third baby was still nestled in Shan Mingyao's arms. Upon seeing her, Li Wenhao's brow furrowed. Earlier, Shan Mingyao had treated him poorly, suspecting him of deliberately approaching Wen Qiqi. Now, realizing that was not the case, she had fallen silent, using the third baby as a shield. At that moment, the third baby peeked out from Shan Mingyao's embrace, eagerly reaching for Li Wenhao. Please, let me hold her. Shan Mingyao felt a bit awkward. She had not anticipated that her attempt to protect Wen Qiqi would lead her to encounter Su Chen's brother. She had hoped Su Chen might introduce her to a potential partner. What was she to do? Sensing Li Wenhao reaching out, she hurriedly passed the third baby to him. Li Wenhao accepted the third baby without even glancing at her. Shan Mingyao felt somewhat detached, uncertain if she should apologize. What is the matter? Su Chen inquired. When Qiqi recounted the earlier incident, Su Chen chuckled lightly, waving his hand. It's nothing. How's the isn't the type to hold grudges? Let us hope so, Shan Mingyao sighed. After 5 rounds of play with the third baby, Li Wenhao still felt unsatisfied. He pulled out his phone, capturing videos of himself with each baby. Finally feeling fulfilled. Half an hour had passed, and as dusk descended, Li Wenhao showed no signs of leaving. Su Chen felt a twinge of helplessness. He cast a fleeting glance at the stunned Shan Mingyao, then approached, crouching down alongside Li Wenhao to admire the little ones. How's he? Speak up. Li Wenhao, however, was disinclined to engage with Su Chen. The sun was setting, I know, he replied, as if it were possible for him not to notice the encroaching dusk. Yet, the joy of playing with the babies was far too delightful. He could easily lose track of time. We must head back. Su Chen observed that Li Wenhao seemed somewhat dazed at that moment. If they didn't he return soon, the babies would soon be off to sleep. So early? Indeed, they are still quite young. It was then that Li Wenhao finally registered the reality. Young children certainly went to bed early. It would be unfortunate to delay them. Reluctantly, he bid farewell to the children, waving as he departed, with Shan Mingyao following suit. Su Chen took the opportunity to escort Wen Qiqi and the babies home. That evening, as usual, Su Chen prepared dinner, contemplating how to convey the matter of the house to Wen Qiqi. After some thought, he realized he could find no suitable excuse. Never mind, I shall simply take Wen Qiqi to see it when the time comes. Perhaps, in her excitement, she will forget to inquire about the source of the funds. As for Li Wenhao, he walked along, phone in hand, stealing glances and chuckling intermittently. The babies were simply too adorable for him to resist. As they passed the dining hall, Lin Lu, who was serving food, tapped Wang Lei ahead of him. Lazy, is that Howsy? Wang Lei turned a glance and replied, Hey, would you look at that? It truly is. Lin Lu waved and shouted, Howsy, Howsy? Li Wenhao. Li Wenhao appeared oblivious, bursting into another silly grin. Lin Lu was taken aback. When did Howsy become deaf? Wang Lei pondered. Perhaps he simply didn't hear us? But how could he not notice them when they were not far away? Could it be? They exchanged glances. Could it be that Howsy has fallen in love? No way. Let us hurry back to the dorm and check. The two hastily grabbed their meals and raced back. Upon entering the dorm, Li Wenhao crawled onto his bed, engrossed in a video. Suddenly, the door swung open. Before he could react, Lin Lu and Wang Lei seized his legs. Son, get down here. Tell us, which girl have you set your sights on? Li Wenhao was bewildered. What on earth is happening? Get lost? What girl? Then why are you grinning like a fool? Am I even smiling? Li Wenhao felt utterly speechless as he caught sight of Lin Lu and Wang Lei holding their meals, and they had even bought him a portion. He began to piece together the situation. Wait, don't move. I'll tell you right away. Good, you're wise, make it quick. They loosened their grip, fearing that Li Wenhao might tumble off the bed. He exhaled in relief. Once he was back on the bed, he noticed the eager expressions on his roommates' faces, feeling more convinced that today's outing had been worthwhile. Just the mere speculation that he might be in a relationship was enough to astonish them. If they were to discover that Su-chan had a child, and that his wife was Wen-Chi, they would surely lose their minds. Clearly, for this revelation to have the desired impact, Su-chan must personally bring Wen-Chi and the child to meet them. Such a revelation would surely be more striking. Therefore, he resolved to keep silent and not divulge anything. This way, he could also request more time to spend with the little ones. "Grandson, why are you being so coy? Just spill it. Which girl is it?" Li Wenhao swiftly encrypted the video of himself with the babies on his phone, then looked at the two with a knowing expression. "I want to tell you. Damn it, this kid is testing my patience. I can't stand it either. Let us hit him." Thus, the two climbed onto Li Wenhao's bed and playfully beat him up. During dinner, Su-chan was lost in thought. "Su-chan, what's wrong?" Wen-Chi noticed his distraction and couldn't help but ask. After pondering, Su-chan replied, "Chi-Chi, what if I told you I have 200,000? What illegal thing did you do?" When Chi-Chi's expression turned anxious, Su-chan chuckled, deciding to spare her this shock for now. "Chi-Chi, let us go shopping this weekend." He noticed the babies had quite a few outfits, but it appeared when Chi-Chi had only a handful. Su-chan felt a pang of sympathy. At such a tender age, when Chi-Chi had sacrificed so much for the child, he wanted to make it up to her. He would find the right moment to also share the news about the house. "All right." Upon hearing Su-chan's change in tone, Wen-Chi readily agreed. After dinner, it was time to bathe the babies. Wen-Chi hugged Sibao but suddenly frowned. Then, with a spark of excitement, she exclaimed, "Su-chan, don't you think Sibao has gotten chubby?" Su-chan joyfully walked over and lifted Sibao. "Really? Sibao didn't feel this heavy before. It seems she has put on some weight these past few days." When Chi-Chi was elated. For the past 6 months, she had tried every possible method to get Sibao to eat more. Yet Sibao had remained thin and particularly fussy, growing increasingly frail. When Chi-Chi had been worried about Sibao's development. But now, Sibao's arms and legs were plump, and her little belly was round. Even her face had taken on a bit of baby fat. While not as round as the other 3 babies, she had certainly gained a noticeable amount. "Su-chan, you're amazing." These past few days, Su-chan had been the one caring for the babies. It was evident that all this was due to his efforts. Unable to contain herself, when Chi-Chi praised him, Su-chan chuckled. "Then shouldn't you call me husband?" Chapter 41. When Chi-Chi is once again shy. When Chi-Chi froze for a moment, her face flushing crimson as her heart raced like a little rabbit. Flustered, she clutched Sibao, unsure whether to set her down or not. Sibao's outfit was half undone, and she looked up at Wen-Chi with a puzzled expression. "Hey, Mommy, what's wrong?" Su-chan nearly burst into laughter. Why were they all so adorable? Calmly, he walked over to Wen-Chi and took the confused Sibao from her. "Let me handle this. Or perhaps I should do it. No need. You rest for a moment. Otherwise, Sibao will suffer." Su-chan intentionally elongated his words. It was only then that when Chi-Chi noticed Sibao's outfit was half undressed. She awkwardly chuckled. Sibao, unaware that her mother had momentarily forgotten about her, looked at Wen-Chi and smiled innocently. This made Wen-Chi feel even more guilty. "Wen-Chi, how could you be so careless?" In the past, she would have clung to all 4 babies, afraid of failing in any aspect, always cautious in her actions. Had she perhaps grown too relaxed with Su-chan's presence? Once Su-chan was out of sight, when Chi-Chi let out a long sigh, she recalled Shin Mingyao's reminder from school. Su-chan truly was exceptional now. After some thought, she decided to follow him to the bathroom. The bathroom contained a large bathtub. Su-chan was carefully placing Sibao in the tub, and seeing her giggle filled him with joy. He hadn't realized that when Chi-Chi had approached, at that moment, he was talking to Sibao. "Sibao, you must eat well, lots of food, do you understand? Otherwise, your mommy will worry." He then wondered aloud. "When do you think your mommy will agree to be with your daddy?" When Chi-Chi froze, feeling a surge of tension. Hearing the sound, Su-chan turned to her. "What brings you here?" When Chi-Chi blushed as she stepped closer to Su-chan. "I came to see if you needed any help. No, Sibao is very cooperative." But Su-chan paused, then added, "When they get a bit older, you might have to help wash Bao and Sibao. They are both girls." After saying this, he scooped some water and let it fall onto Sibao's shoulder. Sibao bounced excitedly in the tub, but Su-chan was strong enough that Sibao wouldn't fall. "Isn't that right?" Sibao, you're definitely going to be a lively little girl. When Chi-Chi felt a warmth in her heart upon witnessing this scene. With Su-chun around, it seemed there was no need for her to worry. He anticipated every detail, and an inexplicable feeling washed over her. And she suddenly wanted to draw closer to Su-chun. After some contemplation, she began to initiate a conversation. Was that your roommate today? Yes. Didn't you tell them you live with me? Not yet. Once you accept me, I'll let them know. Su-chun continued to play with Sibao while responding to when Chi-Chi. She was taken aback. Suddenly, Su-chun looked up at her earnestly, smiling gently. Are you willing to accept me now? When Chi-Chi's heart raced as she lowered her head, her hands trembling slightly as she prepared to rinse Sibao. Though she had broached the topic, she found herself at a loss for words. Am I willing? If she weren't, why would she allow Su-chun to stay at her home? Yet, the moment Su-chun mentioned it, she felt an overwhelming sense of nervousness. Shin Mingyao's words echoed in her mind, causing her to feel even more flustered. Seeing when Chi-Chi's anxious demeanor, Su-chun couldn't help but smile. His wife seemed to be nervous again. There might be hope. Sibao, too, looked curiously between her mother and father, her little mind likely swirling with thoughts. Perhaps feeling the silence was too much, Sibao lifted her little foot and stomped it down. In an instant, water splashed everywhere. When Chi-Chi found herself drenched from head to toe, foam from Sibao landed on her nose, and she looked up in confusion, her gaze entangled with Sibao's. Su-chun could not contain his laughter. When Chi-Chi furrowed her brow, seeing her bewildered expression, Sibao also burst into laughter. You guys! When Chi-Chi was on the verge of losing her temper. Since when did Sibao start siding with Su-chun? Don't move, Su-chun suddenly called out to when Chi-Chi in that fleeting moment of her surprise. Su-chun reached out and touched the tip of her nose. There's foam. When Chi-Chi felt her cheeks flush uncontrollably, Su-chun wiped away the foam, and when Chi-Chi continued to gaze at him in a daze, Su-chun chuckled softly. Chi-Chi, you're blushing. When Chi-Chi thought this is the end, she was utterly entranced by Su-chun. Su-chun, to mask her embarrassment, she had to shift the topic. But what to say? An idea struck when Chi-Chi, and she asked, do you not like washing socks? Su-chun, when Chi-Chi, and you don't study properly? Fighting, skipping classes. Su-chun, when Chi-Chi, and you snore. Realizing she was about to interrogate him again, Su-chun hurriedly scooped up Sibao to stop her. Ahem. Well, Chi-Chi, don't listen to that rascally Wenhao. I wash my socks on time, I don't snore at night. Look, I've been living here for so many days, you should know. Seeing the unmistakable disbelief in when Chi-Chi's eyes, Su-chun felt helpless. He deliberately leaned closer to her, lowering his voice. However, I do have some interesting things hidden under the bed. Want to take a look? Under the bed? When Chi-Chi frowned. What could it be? Just as she was about to ask, she suddenly recalled the various ideas Shan Mingyao had instilled in her, and her face turned crimson. Su-chun, wifey, what's wrong? You. When Chi-Chi was too nervous to articulate her thoughts, Su-chun was nearly in stitches. His wife was simply adorable. Even after having children, she was still so easily flustered. If you want to see, I can go get it right now. Get lost, whether it was from anger or shyness. When Chi-Chi stood up and headed for the door. You wash here by yourself, and make sure to wash Daba, Erba, and Samba too. Despite being ordered around to do a lot of chores. Su-chun was still quite happy. After washing Sibao, he carried him to the room. When Chi-Chi had already prepared milk powder for the babies. Daba, Erba, and Samba had finished their milk and were eagerly watching him. Su-chun approached when Chi-Chi with a gentle smile. Chi-Chi, hand me Sibao. Su-chun obediently passed Sibao over. When Chi-Chi, I'm going to feed him. You take Samba to wash. Is she still angry? As Su-chun picked up Samba and reached the door, he deliberately turned back to say, actually, I have a lot of study materials hidden under the bed. Chi-Chi, you don't think too much about it, right? When Chi-Chi, Su-chun, you know, I've taken the college entrance exam 3 times. It's just a habit. It's not what you think. Su-chun emphasized this point intentionally. When Chi-Chi was utterly exasperated. You, get out, get out, get out. Seeing that when Chi-Chi was about to lose her composure, Su-chun finally carried Samba away, humming a tune as he went to give him a bath in the middle of the night. After when Chi-Chi had fallen asleep, Su-chun slipped into the space. A couple of days ago, after planting cucumbers and tomatoes outside, he had also sown some in the space. Now, they were bearing abundant fruit. The cucumbers were particularly plentiful, And the tomatoes were large and round. Fu-chan picked a few cucumbers and tomatoes, taking a bite. The cucumber was crisp and slightly sweet, while the tomato had a delightful balance of acidity and sweetness, far surpassing what he usually ate. Truly delightful. He should find time to discuss with Qian-hu about introducing some cucumbers and tomatoes into their offerings. Chapter 42. Shopping for clothes with the babies on the weekend. Su-chan took the 4 babies and Wen-chi to the mall. Upon entering the mall, a crowd noticed the quartet of babies. Wow, are they quadruplets? So adorable. Look, their parents are also quite handsome. People gazed enviously in their direction, and many eagerly took out their phones to capture the moment. A smile spread across Wen-chi's face. Chi-chi, shall we head to the mother and baby store first? Wen-chi nodded. This time, they were visiting the same store where the plump lady had previously delivered baby chairs. The shop was bustling with customers. Many dads and moms were selecting items for their babies, yet most were indecisive. Do you think this baby chair is practical? And this outfit, will it look good on my baby? These stuffed toys are nice too, but I wonder if they're durable. My baby loves to chew on things. Just then, as Su-chan wheeled in the 4 babies, a wave of excitement erupted. Look at them. Quick, look at them. For babies. Wow, the babies are so chubby and adorable. Their skin is so nice. What do their parents feed them? The gazes of the mothers and fathers were primarily fixated on the babies. Were they here to shop as well? Surely, they were buying for their 4 little ones. Wow, let us see what they buy. Whatever they get, we should get too. It must be perfect. Fu-chan felt quite helpless. Just as he was about to find a sales assistant, the plump lady approached with a beaming smile. You actually came. She squatted down in front of the babies, pinching Daba's round face, ruffling Erba's hair, and playfully tapping Samba's nose. Finally, she gave Sibao a special hug before addressing Wen-chi and Su-chan. What would you like? I can recommend some items for you. As she spoke, the plump lady leaned closer to Wen-chi's ear. I can give you a discount, the biggest one, having been in business for so long. The plump lady could tell that the hesitant mothers were planning to follow Su-chan's lead in their purchases. If she could win over these two, her store would certainly benefit. Let us take a look first. Wen-chi suggested that a few days ago, Su-chan had already bought a lot of milk powder and diapers, so they didn't seem to be in urgent need of anything. Su-chan pushed the babies along behind Wen-chi, casually observing as they passed by toys meant for older babies. The 6-month-old infants couldn't play with them yet. Su-chan couldn't help but sigh. Oh, babies, you need to grow up quickly so that daddy can take you out to play. While Su-chan was lost in thought, his peripheral vision caught sight of a pink princess dress on a nearby rack. The dress featured a small bow at the neckline and a slightly puffed hem, exuding cuteness to the extreme. Fu-chan's eyes widened. This outfit would look absolutely delightful on Erba and Sibao. The plump lady noticed Su-chan's expression and quickly scurried over to retrieve the princess dress, her face alight with joy. Mr. Su, are you interested in this dress? It's perfect for Erba and Sibao. The plump lady held the dress up to Erba and Sibao, her eyes squinting with glee. It's as if it was tailor-made for them. The 2 babies, tilting their heads as they admired the dress, were immediately drawn to it. They instinctively turned their heads and grabbed the fabric, each unwilling to let go. Wow, the babies really love the dress. Oh, and by the way, Mr. Su, Miss One, we have matching outfits for boys too. A blue shirt and pants with a little bow tie.as. The plump lady spoke. She gestured for a sales assistant to bring over the corresponding outfit. Upon seeing the boy's outfit, Su-chan's heart nearly melted. A standard little prince. Wen-chi's eyes sparkled as well. It had been a while since they bought clothes for the babies, and now their current outfits were starting to look a bit worn. This clothing is simply lovely. Wen-chi instinctively picked up the price tag for a glance, and her eyes widened in disbelief. This dress costs 5,000 for one? Yes, Miss One, our clothing is made from the finest materials, ensuring it won't irritate the baby's skin. Wen-chi lowered her head, feeling troubled. I'm sorry, we won't be purchasing it. Miss, do you think the price is a bit steep? That's all right, I can give you a discount. How about 70% off? 3,005 for a set, and 13,005 for 4 sets. Rest assured, the price you get here is absolutely the most favorable. The plump lady was relentless in her sales pitch. Wen-chi bit her lip, torn between her desires. If this were before, she would have bought it without hesitation. However, now, 10,000 yuan could buy several days' worth of milk for the babies. Reluctantly, she shook her head. Fu-chan sighed, understanding that Wen-chi was reluctant to spend the money and felt guilty. She had been living like this for half a year, hadn't she? Su-chun gently ruffled Wen-Chi-Chi's hair. Do you like it? Wen-Chi-Chi sniffled, speaking contrary to her feelings. I don't like it. Su-chun looked up and said to the plump lady, for sets, please charge it to my card. Su-chun. Wen-Chi-Chi gasped in surprise. I said I don't like it. I know, but Su-chun looked at Wen-Chi-Chi earnestly. Your expression tells me that you really like it. Look, the babies love it too. The 4 babies were smiling at the dress, and Erba and Sibao were drooling. If you like it, just buy it. Your husband can afford it. Chi-Chi, you don't need to save for me. The plump lady happily went to the cashier to get the card reader. When Chi-Chi felt a lump in her throat, nearly crying, Su-chun was always so domineering. However, she felt an undeniable attraction. Thus, this time, she did not refuse. The men around her, initially intent on accompanying them for shopping, exclaimed in disbelief, 5,000 for one piece? And buying 4 sets? This young man lacks any sense of propriety. I can only afford 1 set. This is outrageous. The women, their eyes turning into hearts, exclaimed, wow, how envious. I wish to have such a husband. Isn't that just too domineering? Oh, is it too late to change husbands now? Forget it. I already have children, you beautiful thing. Their dreams shattered. The women lamented, angry, angry, angry. Yet, they truly are so happy. I shall partake of this dog food as a toast. A plump lady, adept at managing transactions, hurried over. Mr. Su, it's time to settle the bill. Su-chun swiped his card, and with a beep, the transaction was successful. The plump lady beamed with delight. Mr. Su, we have personnel dedicated to dressing the babies. Shall we change them into their new outfits? Yes, came the eager reply. Those who were originally about to leave halted upon hearing this. Wow, the babies are about to change into princess dresses. No way. I must capture this moment. They are bound to look adorable. I can't wait. Chapter 43. Divine Babies. Stunning the crowd upon Su-chun's agreement, the sales clerks rushed to change the babies' clothes. The 4 little ones behaved unusually well today, allowing themselves to be carried without fuss. When Chi-Chi, seeing how fond everyone was of the babies, chose to remain silent. Soon, the babies were transformed. As the clerks presented them, the crowd gasped in astonishment. The 2nd and 4th babies resembled 2 charming Barbie dolls, their large eyes sparkling as they smiled at Su-chun and Wen-Chi-Chi. The pink bows adorning them swayed playfully, and their outfits shimmered with just the right amount of sequins to capture attention without overwhelming. These already exquisite children now appeared as if they had stepped out of a painting. Meanwhile, the eldest and 3rd babies donned tiny vests and white slacks, their bow ties enhancing their dapper appearance. They seemed aware of their new attire, standing upright, neither crying nor fussing, which elicited laughter from onlookers. The perfect combination of a little prince and princess was utterly captivating, evoking thoughts of swiftly whisking away the 4 babies. The plump lady, still the most exuberant, proclaimed, I told you, the babies would look splendid in these outfits. The crowd erupted into fervent discussions. Is this truly the pinnacle of beauty? I'm feeling envious. Why can't my baby look like that? Oh, I wish I could hold them. The cherubic infants paid no heed to the commotion, their focus solely on Su-chun and Wen-Chi-Chi. The eldest and 3rd babies fixed their gaze on Wen-Chi-Chi, while the 2nd and 4th giggled at Su-chun. Upon witnessing this, Su-chun's heart skipped a beat. Despite being mentally prepared and having endured many adorable assaults from the little ones, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. They were simply too cute. He was becoming a slave to the babies. At this moment, he would willingly do anything for them. When Chi-Chi felt somewhat dazed, she had always regarded the babies as ordinary children. She thought her admiration for their cuteness stemmed from being a mother, thus she had never paid much attention to it. But today, she was genuinely enchanted by their charm. When Chi-Chi hurriedly stepped forward to scoop up the eldest and 3rd babies, while Su-chun did the same with the 2nd and 4th, the 6 of them stood together, embracing, kissing, and lifting each other high. The handsome man, beautiful woman, and adorable babies drew envious glances from everyone in the store. No way. I must buy this outfit for my baby. I'm going to, no matter the cost. It's just too adorable. I can't stop expressing my envy. How can such a divine family exist? The glass of the mother baby store was transparent. At that moment, a lovely lady who had just finished a live stream stood outside, holding her phone. Hello everyone. Today I'm in Ningzhou City, live streaming from a large shopping mall. Before she could finish, her chat room exploded with comments. Host, Look behind you. Behind? Where? The host replied sweetly, Die in that store. Do you see the 4 babies? They're so cute. Are they the models for that store? Where is it? I want to go shopping. The host turned her head, peering through the glass. Although the view was somewhat unclear, it did not detract from the babies' charm. They were being held by a young couple, their backs to the host, while the 4 babies faced her. Upon seeing them, she gasped, "Oh my! So adorable!" The host could not help but exclaim. Yet, her fans were oblivious, their eyes solely on the babies. "Host, go inside and take a closer look. I want to virtually revel in their cuteness." "All right, I'm heading in now." The host hurriedly packed up her live stream equipment, noting that the number of viewers had surged by several thousand, all thanks to the 2 babies. Truly, cute children are unbeatable. After a few minutes, when the host entered the mother-baby store, the babies had vanished. She looked bewildered. Where did those 4 babies go? Oh, them? They left, the plump lady replied professionally. The host scratched her head. They left? How did I miss that? Our store has 2 entrances, miss. You came in through one, while they exited through the other. Oh. The host looked anxious. All right, thank you. I'll go find them. These babies were a precious opportunity to attract followers. She was determined to persuade the parents to let her film a few more videos. Within the live stream, someone recorded the moment. Although the video was unclear, it spread across the internet, garnering many shares, something Su Chun and Wen Chi-Chi remained oblivious to. Once they exited, when Chi-Chi began walking away, Su Chun casually pulled her back. Where are you going? Home, when Chi-Chi replied, somewhat confused. Su Chun chuckled. Is that it? Just going home? When Chi-Chi looked at him, puzzled. Aren't we going to buy anything else? Shopping. Chi-Chi, don't you love shopping? Su Chun was prepared to spend the entire day accompanying Wen Chi-Chi on her shopping spree. After all, it was something girls adored. This question left Wen Chi-Chi momentarily speechless. She recalled a time before becoming a mother when she would roam the streets with her roommates, always the fastest among them. No one could keep up with her. She could shop all day in high heels without tiring. When had she lost that desire? Perhaps it had started when she became pregnant. When Chi-Chi smiled ruefully, Yes, I do love it. Then let us go shopping. Spend as long as you want, the babies and I will accompany you, so don't worry. When Chi-Chi felt a pang in her heart, she finally understood the significance of Su Chin's invitation to go shopping today. Did you come specifically to accompany me? Su Chin lifted her chin, habitually ruffling her hair. He noticed that when Chi-Chi seemed to have grown accustomed to this gesture, he was pleased. A tear lingered in Wen Chi-Chi's eye. How could Su Chin bear to see her cry? He pursed his lips and smiled gently. Are you moved? My dear wife, come here and let me give you a hug. Chapter 44. A hug? A hug. When Chi-Chi's face flushed. Su Chun, you, the people nearby, who had been watching the babies, now joined in the fun. A hug, a hug. Hurry. Oh, don't be shy. We love to consume dog food, so come on. The crowd formed a circle, eagerly watching. When Chi-Chi's expression shifted rapidly, she remembered that she had been quarreling with Su Chun. How could she just hug him? No, even if they weren't quarreling, she shouldn't let Su Chun hug her. Seeing the tumultuous expressions on Wen Chi-Chi's face, Su Chun leaned down, whispering in her ear. You heard that, right? If you don't hug me, you won't be allowed to leave. This time, Su Chun stood his ground. After teasing Wen Chi-Chi a few days prior and observing her response, he realized she was gradually beginning to accept him. It was time to bring them closer yet again. Wen Chi-Chi's heart fluttered at the sensation of his breath against her ear. The gathering crowd only intensified her embarrassment. Increasingly flustered, she closed her eyes and made up her mind. If I must, then I must, with determination. When Chi-Chi swiftly opened her arms, embracing Su Chun amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. Before Su Chun could wrap his arms around her, she quickly pulled away, her face burning as she dared not look at him. I hugged you. Let us go. Su Chun was momentarily stunned. Hadn't he hugged her yet? Chi-Chi, you're being unreasonable. Are you coming or not? If not, I'll leave. When Chi-Chi stubbornly pushed the babies ahead, not daring to glance at the onlookers as she made her way through the crowd, Su Chun could only follow helplessly. Ha ha ha, the beauty is shy. That young man is quite skilled. This dog food is so satisfying. I need lunch. As Su Chun and Wen Chi-Chi departed amidst the crowd's admiration, they left behind a trail of envy and delight. As Su Chun arrived in front of a women's clothing store, he called out to Wen Chi-Chi, who was walking ahead with her head down. Chi-Chi? Come here and take a look. When Chi-Chi halted, noticing that it was a well-known boutique for women's apparel. The garments within were predominantly in lighter hues, exuding a youthful charm. Aware that the prices in this store began at least around 2,000, she gazed at Su Chun with a puzzled expression. What are we doing here? To buy you some clothes, Su Chun replied without hesitation, guiding the little ones into the shop. When Chi-Chi, following anxiously, protested, I don't need any clothes, Su Chun. There's no need to buy anything. Not an option. We are already here. His insistence on the phrase we are already here was quite emphatic. However, she attempted to reason. But no buts. Today, I have the final say. Su Chin's domineering tone left when Chi-Chi feeling flustered. She was determined not to let him spend any more money. Grabbing the hem of his shirt, she implored, Su Chun, even if we must buy something, let us choose a different store. Why? The colors here are too light. They don't suit me. She offered a casual excuse, though in truth, it was primarily due to the exorbitant prices. Yet, the lighter shades were indeed a contributing factor. It's also inconvenient with the little ones. They are still quite young and often make a mess while eating. For the past 6 months, when Chi-Chi had exclusively worn darker clothing, and it had been ages since she had donned anything in lighter shades, Su Chan turned to see when Chi-Chi tugging at his shirt like a little woman. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to pull her into an embrace once more. However, he feared that if he held her too often in one day, she might erupt in frustration, which would be counterproductive. Chi-Chi, you're being disobedient again. Huh? When Chi-Chi looked at him in confusion, I mentioned I have money. Before Su Chun could finish his sentence, a voice called out from the entrance. Su Chen? Both he and Wen Chi-Chi turned to see Wang Qian. When Chi-Chi recalled that Wang Qian was Su Chen's classmate from elementary school, the last time she saw him, his eyes sparkled with excitement. This thought made her unconsciously inch closer to Su Chun. Noticing her subtle movement, Su Chun felt a surge of joy within. Wang Qian, however, was oblivious to their flirtation. Her gaze was solely fixed on Su Chun. After a few days apart, he seemed even more handsome. With a sway of her hips, Wang Qian approached. It's really you. What a coincidence. Su Chun discreetly positioned the little ones in front of him, silently urging, Little ones, it's time to assist your daddy. The 4 children, entirely unaware of being used as a shield, stared blankly at Wang Qian. Sanbao slightly furrowed his brow. This auntie is pretty, he thought, disliking her. Seeing Su Chun silent, Wang Qian stepped closer. Su Chun, how about we exchange contact information? Although aware that Su Chun had children, she had also learned that he wasn't legally married yet, which meant she still had a chance. Being with Su Chun could potentially lead to having quadruplets. The little ones were particularly adorable today. Just as Su Chun was about to refuse, when Chi-Chi suddenly stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of him and nudging the children forward as well. She tried to keep her tone steady and smiled, saying, Su Chun, let us go pick out some clothes. Is my wife being proactive? That feeling was simply delightful. Su Chun nodded and politely addressed Wang Qian. I'm sorry, Wang, but I need to accompany my wife in choosing clothes. He had just referred to her as his wife, and she hadn't objected. Su Chun decided to test the waters once more. Indeed, she didn't protest again. How wonderful, he secretly rejoiced. Wang Qian stood awkwardly, contemplating whether to approach again, but at that moment, a sales associate quickly intervened, signaling her to step back. Excuse me, miss, please do not hinder our customer from shopping. Wang Qian huffed. Who says I'm not buying? I will buy too. She trailed behind Wen Chi-Chi and Su Chun, mirroring whatever clothing Wen Chi-Chi chose. When Wen Chi-Chi set something down, she did the same. Even the sales associate was at a loss. Due to the children, the store soon filled with many customers, all vying to entertain the little ones while observing the interactions between Wang Qian and Wen Chi-Chi. Wen Chi-Chi found herself in front of a pink dress, examining it closely before ultimately deciding against it. Su Chin casually handed the dress to her, suggesting, why not give it a try? But I thought she hadn't worn a dress in over a year. It's fine. Just try it on. Encouraged by Su Chen, when Chi-Chi steeled herself, accepted the dress, and made her way to the fitting room. Wang Qian, feeling perturbed, grabbed an identical dress. I'll try it too. The sales associate, concerned, advised her, Miss, you should try a size up. This one, are you implying I'm overweight? Wang Qian rolled her eyes, refusing to believe that a mother of 4 could wear it while she could not. The sales associate, left with no option, forced to smile. All right, Please give it a try. 5 minutes later, when Chi-Chi emerged. Since the dress had to be pulled over her head, her previously tied-back hair now cascaded down. She tucked her hair behind her ear, avoiding Su Chen's gaze, her voice barely audible. Su Chen, does it look good? The dress, with its delicate straps, fit snugly at her chest and fell just above her knees. When Chi-Chi felt somewhat out of place, while Su Chen was utterly entranced. Chapter 45. My wife is naturally the most beautiful. Having lived together for several days, Su Chen had only seen when Chi-Chi in jeans and t-shirts. He found it hard to believe that she did not enjoy wearing dresses. What girl didn't he love to look beautiful? The only reasonable explanation was that she had refrained from doing so for the sake of the children. Today confirmed his suspicions. In this boutique, when Chi-Chi had admired the dresses the most. The moment she stepped out, Su Chen was captivated. Though she usually eschewed makeup, her lips bore a natural blush. Her hair, which was usually tied back, flowed freely now, adding a touch of allure. Especially with the way she tossed her hair, it sent a thrill down Su Chen's spine. Oh my, was he courting disaster by having Chi-Chi try on dresses? What was he thinking? He wrestled with his thoughts before concluding that as long as Chi-Chi liked it, that was enough. The straps of the top perfectly showcased when Chi-Chi's exquisite collarbone, while her tiny waist was just right. Despite having given birth to 4 children, her waistline seemed unchanged. Her slender calves were simply mesmerizing, making it hard for anyone to look away. When Chi-Chi wore no heels, but the combination of her white sneakers with the dress only added to her innocent charm. Su Chen was so mesmerized that he forgot to respond. When Chi-Chi, not receiving a reply, assumed he was preoccupied and called out to him, Su Chen. Upon meeting Su Chen's smoldering gaze, her cheeks flushed crimson. Su Chen chuckled softly, you look beautiful. My wife is undoubtedly the most stunning. When Chi-Chi bit her lip, feeling a surge of joy at that moment, newcomers who entered the store were astonished by the sight. A fairy. Is that the legendary fairy? She is even more beautiful than many celebrities. It seems she isn't wearing any makeup, a pure natural beauty. How enchanting. What kind of man is worthy of such a woman? After marveling, their attention shifted to Su Chen, and they were once again taken aback. Indeed, only a handsome man could match such beauty. This pair was simply eye candy. Their little family of 6 radiated beauty. The sales associate couldn't stop praising when Chi-Chi. Someone in the crowd remarked, wasn't there another beautiful lady who went in with the same dress? Why hasn't she come out yet? Is she too shy? Several minutes had passed, and surely she had tried on at least a few outfits by now. The sales associate, curious, approached the fitting room. Miss? The door of the fitting room creaked open slightly, and Wang Qian emerged, teeth clenched. Who said I couldn't wear it? But upon seeing when Chi-Chi, she froze. Laughter erupted from the crowd, and even the sales associate struggled to maintain composure. Though Wang Qian was of similar height to when Chi-Chi and considered beautiful in her own right, she possessed a broader frame. The dress, when worn by her, gave the impression of a rugged woman suddenly clad in delicate attire, resulting in a stark mismatch. The crowd murmured, oh dear, can I make a comment? But wouldn't that hurt her feelings? Wang Qian, realizing the gravity of the situation, angrily retreated into the fitting room, refusing to come out again. Su Chen and when Chi-Chi paid her no mind. When Chi-Chi couldn't resist glancing at the price tag of the dress, 3,000, having already spent over 10,000 for the children today, she couldn't afford to spend more of Su Chen's money. I'll take a look at other options, she decided. Great, Su Chen nodded. While when Chi-Chi browsed for clothes, he quietly whispered a few words to the sales associate. Soon after, when Chi-Chi selected her clothes, ultimately, she chose a pair of pants that were on sale for 500. Su Chen said nothing and simply paid the bill. After their purchase, they exited the mall amidst envious glances from onlookers. Today, let us dine out, Su Chen suggested. All right, when Chi-Chi agreed without hesitation. During their meal, just like last time, the little ones were taken by the staff to be cared for. Su Chen served when Chi-Chi some dishes. Halfway through, he stood up, saying, Chi-Chi, I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. Okay, when Chi-Chi replied, trusting him completely. However, Su Chen did not turn toward the restroom but instead headed straight back to the clothing store. The sales associate handed him the already packaged garments. Here you go, handsome. Your clothes? Thanks. Su Chen nodded and pointed to another white dress. Please wrap this one up for me as well. This garment was also favored by when Chi-Chi. Unfortunately, due to its steep price, she had not even dared to try it on. Nevertheless, Su Chen was certain it would suit Wen Qiqi perfectly. After completing the transaction, Su Chen stepped outside, carrying both garments. Just then, he encountered a few individuals who had been watching Wen Qiqi change clothes in the store. They exclaimed, "Hey, handsome, why are you all alone? Where's your beautiful wife? She went to eat, then you." The group glanced at the dresses Su Chen was holding, their eyes instantly filled with envy. Two pieces. "Aren't these the ones your wife just tried on? Oh, I see. You sneaked off to buy clothes for your wife, right? What a good man. Excuse me, handsome, do you mind adding another girlfriend to the mix?" Su Chen could only shake his head in resignation, aware they were merely joking, and waved goodbye before leaving. Before long, a breathless girl appeared at the entrance of the store. "Did you see four little treasures just now?" This dreamer had already circled the mall twice, but unfortunately, each time she had narrowly missed them. She was nearly at her wit's end. "I saw them," the streamer exclaimed joyfully. "Where are they?" "They left again." "Forget it. I'll keep looking." The group, puzzled by the streamer's sudden remark, kindly reminded her they must have exited the mall already. "They mentioned going to eat, so you probably won't find them." The streamer sighed. Ugh. Su Chen had already arrived at the restaurant. Before taking a seat, he handed the bags of clothing to Wen Qiqi. With surprise, she asked, "This Su Chen, didn't you say you were going to the restroom?" "Yes, and I took the opportunity to buy you some clothes. I told you not to." Wen Qiqi replied while accepting the bags, her heart swelling with joy, akin to having honey spread within. Yet, a hint of concern lingered. "Su Chen, where did you get the money?" Su Chen could only respond helplessly, "I earned it." "Earned so much? That's 20,000 in one day. Well, business has been booming these past few days." Wen Qiqi, having witnessed Su Chen's potato-selling venture, nodded skeptically. "Even so, you should be frugal. You still have school to attend." Su Chen nodded earnestly. "All right, my dear wife, I understand." Wen Qiqi lowered her head, her cheeks flushing with a suspicious hue. However, she no longer resisted Su Chen's affectionate address. Seizing the moment, he inquired, "Qiqi, your birthday is approaching, isn't it? How did you know? It seems you possess an uncanny ability to know everything." "Just a guess," Su Chen replied with a mysterious smile. Observing Wen Qiqi's astonished expression, he continued, "All right, it's Shan Mingyao who informed me." Wen Qiqi nodded. "Yes, it's soon." "Good. I've already planned a surprise for you." On Monday morning, Wen Qiqi awoke to find that Su Chen had prepared breakfast, egg pancakes with bacon and a cup of hot milk. Having had a restless night, she rose unusually early, donning her new attire, a pink dress. With sleep still lingering in her eyes, she stood at the kitchen doorway, watching Su Chen bustle about. "Do you need any help?" The moment Su Chen laid eyes on her, he was momentarily stunned. "Qiqi, what happened? You look truly beautiful." Wen Qiqi became instantly alert, feeling a tad embarrassed as she glanced down at herself. As Su Chen carried the breakfast out, he couldn't help but steal a few more glances at her. "If I had known, I wouldn't have bought you these clothes. Duh. Are you regretting it?" "Indeed, I sincerely regret it. How can I focus on school with such a wife? I wish I could accompany you there immediately. Then shall I go change?" Wen Qiqi couldn't help but laugh. "It's fine, my dear, as long as you like it in the future. You'll wear clothes meant only for my eyes." Seeing the ambiguous glimmer in Su Chen's gaze, Wen Qiqi felt her cheeks warm again. "Ahem, let us eat first." After their meal, Su Chen took Wen Qiqi to school, as usual, dropping her off at the west gate. As she alighted from the car, she felt somewhat uncomfortable. It had been so long since she had worn a dress. Despite having prepared herself, she still felt conflicted. Taking a deep breath, she finally opened the car door under Su Chen's watchful gaze. There were few people at the west gate, and it wasn't long before a couple of individuals approached. Soon, someone spotted Wen Qiqi and exclaimed, "Heavens, a fairy sister! Wow, where did this beauty come from?" One bold individual stepped forward, holding up his phone and asking, "Junior, could I get your WeChat?" Wen Qiqi merely smiled in response, choosing to ignore him. Upon reaching the classroom door, a throng of admirers had gathered. Those who had arrived earlier turned to see what the commotion was about, and some girls, inherently jealous of beauty, remarked before even getting a good look, "Excuse me, are you in the wrong classroom?" Wen Qiqi looked a bit dazed. "I'm not." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Wen Qiqi?" The girl who spoke raised her head, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Why you are Wen Qiqi?" Shen Mingyao approached from the corner, excitedly linking her arm with when Chi-Chi's. Chi-Chi, it really is you. I thought I was seeing things. Our Chi-Chi is actually wearing a dress. She looks stunning. The boys in the class were starry-eyed. This is too beautiful. Normally, when Chi-Chi dresses so simply, yet she has been crowned the school beauty. Now, she could easily be deemed a goddess, the type that embodies every man's dreams. The pink outfit was inherently adorable, and with her hair cascading down, it only accentuated her delicate features. The once aloof when Chi-Chi now evoked a protective instinct in others. This was simply the epitome of every man's fantasy. The boys buzzed with excitement. Wow, she's comparable to a celebrity. No, she's even more beautiful than celebrities. I'm in love. One Chi-Chi, would you mind swapping out your children's father? If you're willing, I'd like to apply. Me too. The excitement was palpable among the crowd. The girls were expressions of mixed emotions. Having risen early to meticulously apply their makeup, they had anticipated at least some degree of attractiveness. But upon seeing when Chi-Chi, they felt their efforts were in vain. The moment when Chi-Chi stood there, everyone else seemed to fade into the background. A twinge of jealousy mingled with admiration washed over the girls. When Chi-Chi was still one of theirs, and this strange combination of jealousy and affection felt rather peculiar. Wang Xian nearly leaped up, exclaiming, "So beautiful! So beautiful! So beautiful! I'm so envious! Today is another day of lemon envy." With her beauty and kindness, along with 4 adorable little ones, one couldn't help but think that she was chosen by the heavens themselves. Who on earth is that man? I must confront him. Shen Mengyao stood beside Wen Chi-Chi, feeling quite pleased. The reactions of the crowd seemed overly exaggerated. When Chi-Chi had always been this stunning before having children, she had merely changed her appearance for their sake. Today, as she donned a dress again, it surprised Shen Mengyao a bit. Once seated, Shen Mengyao couldn't contain her curiosity and whispered, "Chi-Chi, why are you wearing a dress? Didn't you say it was inconvenient after having kids?" "He's the one taking care of them," when Chi-Chi shyly replied, lowering her head like a little girl. Shen Mengyao was taken aback. "Ugh, why did I even ask that? It's too early for this much dog food." After much deliberation, Shen Mengyao finally asked softly, "Since Suchin treats you so well, Chi-Chi, when do you plan to bring him home?" "Home?" When Chi-Chi froze. It had been a year and a half since she last returned. "But Shen Mengyao sighed. You can't keep your parents in the dark forever. Don't worry. They're your parents. They'll forgive you no matter what." When Chi-Chi hesitated, biting her lip, "I'm a bit scared. Dad is so strict. He will surely be angry, right? Maybe at some point." "Yes, find a time to call your parents, or have your mom convince your dad." Throughout the lesson, when Chi-Chi felt a bit distracted, and the rest of the class seemed similarly preoccupied, all eyes on her. After class, many gathered at the door, eager to catch a glimpse of the beauty. Numerous individuals sought her WeChat, but were promptly shooed away by the boys in her class, who declared, "If we can't have her, neither can you." Fortunately, when Chi-Chi had no desire to engage with those boys. Outsiders. When Chi-Chi had always been an enigmatic figure, exuding an air of aloofness, both before and after her break from school. Typically, boys who attempted to strike up conversations with her received no response, leading her to earn the nickname the Ice Queen of the school. This cold demeanor, however, only added to her allure and mystery, heightening the curiosity of her male peers. Yet, no one could breach when Chi-Chi's defenses, save for that mysterious man. Meanwhile, within the boys' dormitory, room 307, Li Wenhao and Lin Lu were engrossed in a game. Wang Lei scrolled through forums on his phone. Suddenly, he brightened up. When Chi-Chi is here for class today, and she's wearing a dress. With his headphones on, Li Wenhao chuckled at Wang Lei's excitement. Having already encountered Wen Chi-Chi himself, he silently reveled in his friend's enthusiasm. Indeed, Lin Lu swiftly removed his headphones, abandoning the game. "Really? Let us go take a look." Chapter 47. Which man has captured the school beauty's heart? As Lin Lu and Wang Lei approached the door, they noticed that Li Wenhao remained motionless. Lin Lu strode over and grabbed Li Wenhao by the collar. "Son, what are you doing? Let us go." Reluctantly, Li Wenhao followed suit. Along the way, Lin Lu and Wang Lei engaged in lively discussion. "I've heard the school beauty is exceptionally stunning, rivaling a celebrity. Who do you think has won her over?" "Who knows? That scoundrel. If I find out who that guy is, I'll make him regret it." Li Wenhao chuckled silently, eager to witness the reactions of the two when they learned of Wen Qijia's connection to Su Chun. It seemed the time had come to arrange an introduction between them and Su Chun. Upon reaching the classroom where Wenqiji was located, they found a throng of people gathered at the entrance. Predominantly men. They clutched their phones, their faces filled with disappointment. What do we do? The school beauty is ignoring us. I just saw a handsome guy walk by to ask for her WeChat, and she turned him down. The school beauty is so aloof. Li Wenhao and his companions had finally spotted Wenqi at a tea that moment. She was holding her textbook, walking out with Shan Mingyao. They seemed to be sharing a light-hearted moment. As Wenqiji broke into laughter, Lin Lu was captivated. My heavens, she is as beautiful as a celestial being. Listen, it's the sound of my heart racing. What should I do? I'm falling for the school beauty again. Wang Lei nodded in agreement. She truly is stunning, Li Wenhao remarked. Sigh. These two foolish boys probably have no idea how perilous their situation is by daring to gaze upon Su Chen's beloved. Lin Lu waved at the school beauty, calling out, Senior one, look over here, here. At that moment, Shan Mingyao turned her gaze in their direction, her expression revealing a hint of conflict. Observing this, Wenqiji inquired, What's wrong? Over there, your boyfriend's roommate. Following Shan Mingyao's gesture, Wenqiji saw Li Wenhao standing with two others, both of whom were vigorously waving at her. Li Wenhao, positioned behind Lin Lu and Wang Lei, caught Wenqiji's eye and smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. Although he recognized the school beauty's allure, since discovering her relationship with Su Chun, Li Wenhao felt an inexplicable kinship toward her. Wait, is the school beauty looking over here? Oh my goodness, is she looking at me? Lin Lu felt dizzy with excitement, fervently waving. School beauty, I am Lin Lu, Li Wenhao sighed. How can I deny knowing this fool? Wenqiji nodded at them before continuing on her way. Shan Mingyao whispered, Aren't he those three Su Chen's roommates? Yes, they certainly sound like it. They're all quite handsome, yes that's so. Perhaps Su Chen could introduce them to you one day? Shan Mingyao pouted, falling silent. In the corridor, numerous individuals greeted Wenqiji, to which she merely nodded, showing no intention of pulling out her phone. Lin Lu, too, took out his phone, feeling somewhat disheartened. What should I do now? Li Wenhao asked. What's wrong? Lin Lu replied. I was thinking, if the school beauty ever considered changing boyfriends, I would instantly pursue her. But she isn't even offering her contact information. Li Wenhao inquired, And what about the school beauty's child? Lin Lu responded, Of course, I would care for her child. The school beauty's child would also be mine, and I would treat him as my own. Li Wenhao was left speechless. This kid must truly be foolish, Su Chen. You better take notice. Your darling is about to be snatched away. Wang Lei couldn't help but chuckle. You should at least get the school beauty's WeChat first. Upon hearing this, Lin Lu immediately deflated. If so many couldn't obtain it, how could he? It was just a dream, wasn't he it? Li Wenhao pondered. Perhaps it's not impossible, given Su Chen's connections. Wenqiji wouldn't be too harsh on the three of us, would she? Lin Lu suddenly looked up, filled with anticipation as he gazed at Li Wenhao. How do we go about it? Just ask her directly, of course. Must we beat around the bush? Lin Lu glanced from Wenqiji to Li Wenhao. Are you brave enough to do it? Why wouldn't I be? If the previous Li Wenhao lacked confidence, the current Li Wenhao is certain that Wenqiji will treat them differently. After all, they are family. Then you go. Lin Lu handed his phone to Li Wenhao. What's in it for me? At this moment, it was the perfect time to capitalize on his son. If you manage to get it, I'll treat you to meals for a week. Li Wenhao was determined. If so many had failed, why should he succeed? Was he just bragging? All right. Li Wenhao agreed readily. A week's worth of meals could save him a substantial amount. He took the phone from Lin Lu and stepped forward. Wang Lei couldn't bear to watch. Are you really going? Of course. How hard can it be? This is a piece of cake. Li Wenhao confidently approached Wenqiji. The onlooking classmates were taken aback by this scene. Wow, another fool has stepped up. This guy has no fear. Just moments ago, even the campus heartthrob failed to win her over. Has this kid lost his mind? Let us see how the school beauty rejects him. Lin Lu and Wang Lei joined in to watch the spectacle. Some even took out their phones, planning to record Li Wenhao's impending rejection. Shan Mingyao, walking along, heard the commotion behind her. She turned to Wenqiji and said, Qiji, that Li Wenhao is chasing after you. Huh? Wenqiji instinctively turned to look. The crowd gasped. Wait, the school beauty turned around. This is going to be interesting. She's bound to be furious. This kid is definitely the most unfortunate among those who have been rejected. Just as they finished speaking, Wenqiji suddenly broke into a smile. The crowd was stunned. Lin Lu, Wang Lei, Lazy, is Wen Qiji actually smiling at Li Wenhao? It certainly looks that way. Did Li Wenhao put something on his face today? Clearly not. T must be an illusion. As they debated, Wen Qiji halted her steps. Shen Mingyao quietly asked, "Why aren't we moving? Let us wait a bit." Shen Mingyao had no choice but to wait alongside her. Lin Lu, Lazy, is the school beauty waiting for someone? Wang Lei swallowed hard. It seems so. Lin Lu was at a loss for words. The others watched with bated breath, their excitement palpable as they gazed at Wen Qiji and Li Wenhao. In a way, no way. Am I seeing this correctly? The school beauty really seems to be waiting for this boy. Oh my goodness! They watched intently as Li Wenhao reached Wen Qiji, handed her his phone, and shyly scratched the back of his head while saying something. Then, without hesitation, the school beauty accepted the phone. Chapter 48. Qiji, your man is quite remarkable. Li Wenhao was equally surprised that when Qiji would wait for him, it appeared he still held a significant reputation, even if it was thanks to Su Chen. The feeling of being watched by so many was rather exhilarating, even if he was riding on Su Chen's coattails. Upon reaching Wen Qiji, he presented her his phone, whispering in a tone inaudible to others, "Sister-in-law? Could you do me a favor?" The term sister-in-law made Wen Qiji's heart flutter. "What is it?" "Our roommate. Oh, the foolish boy behind us, is unaware of your relationship with Su Chen. He is eager to ask for your WeChat." "Haha. Would you mind giving him one?" "Of course not." Since he was Su Chen's friend, it posed no issue. Li Wenhao chuckled. "Then it's settled. I appreciate it. Sister-in-law." As Wen Qiji entered her WeChat ID, she remarked, "No need to be polite with me." Li Wenhao couldn't help but chuckle. The surrounding onlookers were left dumbfounded. Did Wen Qiji really just give him her WeChat? No way, that can't be the real Wen Qiji, right? If it's not her, then who else could it be? I can't process this. Lin Lu and Wang Lei were equally astonished. Wang Lei, quicker to react, waved his hand in front of Lin Lu's face. "Son, don't be like this. I'm getting anxious." Lin Lu swatted Wang Lei's hand away. "Get lost." Lazy, how on earth did Li Wenhao manage to get the school beauty's WeChat? Clearly, it was given willingly. Lin Lu struggled to catch his breath. Willingly? Yes. Didn't you see Wen Qiji waiting for Housie? What did that fool eat to get so lucky? That's not important. UVE got the school beauty's WeChat now, Lin Lu. Indeed. But why does it feel so off? Lin Lu couldn't shake the feeling that he had missed something significant. Yet what could it be? While Lin Lu was lost in thought, Li Wenhao returned, waving the phone before Lin Lu. Son? What are you staring at? Everyone has left. Only then did Lin Lu snap back to reality and reach for the phone. Li Wenhao reminded him, "Don't forget about the week's worth of meals." With that, Li Wenhao turned with flair and walked away. Lin Lu hurriedly chased after him. "Housie, what on earth is going on?" Li Wenhao replied, "What do you mean, what is going on? What is the deal between you and Wen Qiji? Just what you saw, that's what it is, son. Are you tired of living? Do you think I would believe that? How could Wen Qiji give you her WeChat?" Li Wenhao turned to Lin Lu and said meaningfully, "Perhaps it is simply because of my striking good looks." Lin Lu, gritting his teeth, retorted, "Lazy, don't you think it is time to enforce some family discipline?" Wang Lei chimed in, "Indeed. It is high time we manage this unfilial child properly," Lin Lu urged. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us go." The moment Li Wenhao sensed something amiss, he sprang to his feet and fled. Lin Lu and Wang Lei pursued him relentlessly. Not far away, Wen Qiji witnessed this scene and couldn't help but laugh. Shen Mingyao commented, "Qiji, are all the people from Su Chen's dormitory this foolish? Will it be contagious?" The day passed swiftly. The topic of Wen Qiji wearing a dress ignited yet another wave of excitement within the school. After class in the evening, Wen Qiji and Shen Mingyao went to the school gate to await Su Chen. For Shen Mingyao, this had become the most anticipated part of her day, as it meant seeing the little ones. Upon arriving at the west gate, they spotted Li Wenhao. Wen Qiji appeared somewhat bewildered. "What are you doing here?" "Sister-in-law, I am waiting for you," he replied. Shen Mingyao shot him a hostile glare. Li Wenhao ignored her and continued, I miss the little ones. Su Chen picks you up here every day, right?" When Qiji nodded, Li Wenhao's face lit up with joy. "That's wonderful. I can come to see the little ones every day. How delightful." It wasn't long before Su Chen arrived. Upon noticing that, besides Shen Mingyao, when Qiji was accompanied by Li Wenhao, he felt a sense of helplessness. One could easily deduce why Li Wenhao was there. Oblivious to Su Chen's presence, Li Wenhao rushed over to share the little ones with Shan Mingyao. Li Wenhao claimed the first and second, while Shin Mingyao took the third and fourth. Today, Su Chun had dressed the little ones in new clothes. Upon seeing them, both were instantly captivated, exclaiming, "So beautiful! This outfit is simply stunning. Chi-Chi, your taste has improved." When Chi-Chi smiled helplessly, it was chosen by Su Chun. Su Chun has great taste as well. Chi-Chi, your man is quite remarkable, Shun Mingyao added. Li Wenhao interjected. That doesn't concern you. Shin Mingyao retorted. If you remain silent, no one will take you for a mute. Li Wenhao then chose to be silent and went off to play with the little ones. Su Chun had initially intended to take Wen Chi-Chi directly home. But now he found himself waiting. Half an hour later, they reluctantly released the little ones. Just before leaving, Li Wenhao leaned in close to Su Chin's ear and whispered, "Son, I have a gift for you. No need to thank me." "What?" Li Wenhao smirked. "You'll find out when you get home." On the way back, Su Chin pondered over Li Wenhao's words, feeling that something was amiss. He sensed that Li Wenhao was up to something, as if there were hidden meanings in his words. Observing Wen Chi-Chi joyfully playing with the little ones, Su Chin inquired, "Chi-Chi, did Li Wenhao act strangely today?" Wen Chi-Chi thought for a moment. "Not really. He just asked for my WeChat, but it's not unusual. After all, I am his sister-in-law," and chose not to press further. He had prepared fish soup for Wen Chi-Chi, intending to nourish her well. While they were eating, Wen Chi-Chi's phone buzzed with a message notification. She was feeding the eldest when she tilted her head and asked, "Who sent the message?" Su Chun instinctively grabbed her phone. "Let me have a look." Wen Chi-Chi's phone was not password protected. Upon opening it, Su Chun saw a message from someone named The Road to Your Heart. "Hello, Wen Shuejia. I am Lin Lu." Su Chun exclaimed. "What the heck, Lin Lu? How on earth does this guy have Wen Chi-Chi's WeChat?" Remembering Li Wenhao's earlier words, Su Chin felt a chill run down his spine. Damn it. Perhaps sensing the lack of a response, Lin Lu continued to send messages. "I have always admired you, ever since the first moment I laid eyes on you. Today, being able to add you on WeChat shows that we are quite fated. Chi-Chi Shuejia, I know you have children, but I truly do not mind at all. If you ever consider changing boyfriends, remember to prioritize me. I will take great care of your children." Su Chan was left speechless. Is he trying to steal my girl? Or is he just my roommate? This guy has lost his mind, declaring his love with such formality. Just as he was contemplating how to respond, Lin Lu sent another message. "Shuejia, could you at least say something? If you don't agree, that's fine. I will keep trying my best." Chapter 49. The Schoolflower's Cruelty. Su Chan fought back the urge to vomit from disgust. Without hesitation, he replied through Wen Chi-Chi's WeChat with a few terse words. "Keep it up, you idiot, get lost." After sending that, Su Chan still felt unsatisfied. Without waiting for Lin Lu's reply, he quickly accessed Lin Lu's profile and blocked him. The world fell silent. Su Chan let out a long sigh of relief. He had initially considered deleting Lin Lu, but he realized that deleting him might still allow for re-adding, and he couldn't afford to give Lin Lu any chance. While at school, Su Chin had known that Lin Lu had a penchant for beautiful women. This guy was clearly courting disaster by attempting to pursue Wen Chi-Chi. The best course of action was to ensure he could never contact Wen Chi-Chi again. So he would learn his lesson. Wen Chi-Chi peeked at Su Chin and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just a news alert from the browser." Su Chin replied casually. "Oh, so it's news," she said. However, Wen Chi-Chi felt something was off. She just couldn't pinpoint what it was. Meanwhile, the third little one, being fed, looked up at Wen Chi-Chi with wide eyes, seemingly bewildered. "Mama is daydreaming again, boo-hoo. I'm so hungry." Unable to articulate his feelings, the third little one could only whimper and stretch his chubby little arms to tug at Wen Chi-Chi's hand. Wen Chi-Chi finally snapped back to reality and fed him the rice porridge. Soon, she forgot all about the messages to AT that moment. In room 307 of the male dormitory number 1 at Ningzhou University, Lin Lu stared at his phone with wide eyes, unable to believe what he had just read. The seemingly gentle Wen Chi-Chi had sent such harsh words. Lin Lu felt his heart was wounded. But upon reflecting, he thought, how could his goddess possibly speak like that? Someone must have gotten hold of her phone. Determined to get to the bottom of it, Lin Lu quickly typed, "The Road to Your Heart? Who are you?" and hit send. Almost immediately, a red exclamation mark appeared in Lin Lu's view. He gaped in disbelief. In a way, the school flower actually deleted me. His newly acquired contact with the school flower was gone? Lin Lu couldn't believe it. "The Road to Your Heart. Shuejia? The Road to Your Heart. Beautiful? The Road to Your Heart." One Chi-Chi. The result was consistently the same. The enormous exclamation mark made Lin Lu's head throb. He shot up, tossing his phone aside, and despondently cried out, "It's over, it's over, it's over." Li Wenhao, who had been lounging on his bed, asked, "What is all the shouting about? Are you lovesick?" Lin Lu looked at Li Wenhao with eager eyes. "Why is the school flower so fierce?" "The school flower?" Li Wenhao frowned. "When Chi-Chi?" "Yes," Lin Lu replied. "Ha, what did she do to you?" Upon hearing this, Li Wenhao sensed that the matter was not simple. He swiftly rolled out of bed. Snatching Lin Lu's phone before he could react, the sight of the messages on Lin Lu's phone, Li Wenhao burst into laughter. Ha, keep it up, you idiot. Ha. What the hell? This is too brilliant, Lin Lu. You poor thing? Li Wenhao was laughing uncontrollably. It was clear that Su Chan had sent that message. Li Wenhao finally felt a little better. Ever since he learned that Su Chan and Wen Chi-Chi were together, he had felt that Su Chan had hit the jackpot. He was unsatisfied until he could poke fun at him. Li Wenhao was secretly delighted. Wang Lei joined in, glancing at the phone and looking utterly bewildered. Wen Chi-Chi is this brutal? Is her usual demeanor just an act? Knowing the truth, Li Wenhao shrugged. Who knows? Maybe the school flower is just playing with you. If she is playing with me, why did she block me? Lin Lu felt utterly wronged. The school flower is really fierce. Why Goddess Dream has shattered. Wang Lei accompanied Lin Lu, feeling dejected. Just then, Li Wenhao's phone buzzed. He quickly picked it up and saw a message from Su Chan. Son, are you feeling a bit restless lately? Su Chan continued. Wait until I get back. You'll be in for it. These past few days, there haven't been any little ones to look after. Li Wenhao was left speechless. The little ones were his source of joy. How could he survive without them? Please, no, Chen Gu. I was wrong. Chen Gu. Chen Gu, you have such a generous heart. Don't hold it against me, Su Chan replied. Get lost, goodbye. When Chi-Chi finished feeding the little ones and stepped out, she saw Su Chan agitatedly throwing his phone aside. Su Chan, what's wrong? Hearing her voice, Su Chan felt a bit calmer. It's nothing, let us eat. Okay. After they finished dinner, the little ones fell asleep early. Su Chan said, Chi-Chi, I need to step out for a moment. I'll be back soon. Sure, go ahead. When Chi-Chi didn't hesitate. For the past few days, Su Chan had been caring for the little ones, hardly leaving her side, leaving her without any personal time. Once outside, Su Chan headed to the storage room to fetch 2 tomatoes and a cucumber to find Chang Hu. Upon hearing that Su Chan was coming, Qian Hu, who was about to finish work, hurriedly brewed some tea and stepped outside to greet him. Su Chan, feeling both honored and surprised, replied, Brother Qian, there's no need to be so courteous. I am well aware of where your office is. That simply won't do, Brother Su, Qian Hu insisted. You are a distinguished guest here, do you realize? In just these 2 weeks, we have made over 100,000 in profit. Typically, we don't even see that much in a month. Brother Su, you are truly my lucky star. Today, if you have any requests, please do not hesitate to ask. Oh, by the way, if you need any funds, I can provide you with the share of the profits right now. Su Chin waved his hand dismissively, suggesting they discuss it at the end of the month. The system had just allocated him 200,000, which would suffice for a considerable time for the children. Very well, then let us defer it until the end of the month. Qian Hu agreed. After ushering Su Chan into his office, he pulled away his own chair. Inviting Su Chan to sit, isn't this inappropriate? Su Chan inquired. Not at all, please have a seat. Qian Hu insisted, increasingly respectful towards Su Chan, who did not refuse. He got straight to the point. I indeed have matters to discuss with you. I apologize for the delay. I was quite busy during the day, but now that the children are asleep, I have a moment, Brother Qian. I have developed new varieties of cucumbers and tomatoes. Would you care to take a look? As he spoke, Su Chan produced the cucumbers and tomatoes. Sure, let me see. Why don't you taste them first, Brother Qian? Upon seeing the cucumbers and tomatoes, Qian Hu's eyes gleamed with delight. The tomatoes were large, round and vibrantly colored, clearly ripe and exuding a subtle fragrance. The cucumbers were nearly identical in shape, very uniform, neither too thick nor excessively thin, simply perfect. Having spent over a decade in the vegetable market, Qian Hu had never encountered such exquisite specimens. All right, let me give it a try. Qian Hu picked up a tomato and took a bite, immediately taken aback. What do you think? Su Chan asked, observing Qian Hu's astonishment. Qian Hu, too engrossed to respond, continued to devour the tomato, nodding vigorously. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. This is beyond anything I could have imagined. After finishing the entire tomato, he wiped his mouth with a napkin, somewhat sheepishly saying, "Brother Su, how did you manage to grow such tomatoes?" "I cultivated them myself," Suchin replied, maintaining his stance that his private techniques were not to be inquired about, as they were personal matters. Qianhu nodded appreciatively. "They are truly exceptional. Go be honest, in my 40 years of life, I have never tasted such a delightful tomato. It surpasses even the fruit tomatoes." Suchun, familiar with the taste of tomatoes, could only agree. "So, can they be sold?" "Absolutely, they can be featured in both the vegetable and fruit sections." Suchin nodded. "You are the expert in this regard. I defer to your judgment. Would you like to try the cucumbers as well?" Qianhu hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed. He had never lost his composure in front of outsiders before, yet the sight of the cucumbers made his mouth water. It wasn't entirely his fault. The shock from the tomatoes and potatoes had led him to believe that anything cultivated by Su Chun was bound to be delicious. Feeling slightly awkward, Qianhu approached Su Chun, taking the cucumbers from his hands. "Is this permissible?" "Of course, take as many as you wish." Without hesitation, Qianhu bit into the cucumber. Despite having had dinner already and feeling somewhat full, he could not resist the temptation. The moment the cucumber touched his palate, he experienced a crisp, sweet, and entirely natural flavor, feeling as though he had just tasted the best cucumber in the world. Chewing while nodding enthusiastically, he exclaimed, "Delicious, delicious, delicious. Brother Su, this will undoubtedly sell like hotcakes. What price do you think is reasonable?" Su Chun, somewhat bewildered, replied, "You decide. I'm not very knowledgeable about this." After pondering for a moment, Qianhu suggested, "Then let us price them at 10 yuan per jean, like the potatoes. However, I have a small request." "What is it?" Qianhu chuckled. "Would it be possible for you to bring your children to sell tomatoes and potatoes for a day?" Fearing that Su Chun might misunderstand, he quickly clarified, "I have no ulterior motives. Your presence and that of your children would serve as a living advertisement. With your potatoes leading the way, the cucumbers and tomatoes are sure to sell exceptionally well." After a moment's contemplation, Su Chun nodded in agreement. "All right, I don't have much on my plate these days. I'll have Zhao Dashing bring the cucumbers and potatoes over." Qianhu was delighted as he saw Su Chun off. After returning home and making a phone call to Zhao Dashing, Su Chun went to bed. The children had been quite tired from playing with him during the day and slept soundly, with far fewer disturbances throughout the night. The following morning, Su Chun dropped when Qianqian at school and then took the children to the vegetable market. Qianhu had found Su Chun a larger market, claiming it would draw more attention. They brought 2 full carts of tomatoes and cucumbers. As Su Chun pushed the cart forward, the adorable quadruplets instantly captured everyone's attention. "Wow, quadruplets! How cute! Aren't they the quadruplets of the young man selling potatoes? That must be it. I haven't heard of any other quadruplets around here." A murmur of astonishment spread through the crowd. "Have they been out for long? Are they selling something today?" Su Chun turned around, smiling at a woman who had spoken. "Yes, today we are selling cucumbers and tomatoes." "Cucumbers and tomatoes? Let us go have a look. The potatoes this young man sells are exceptionally tasty. Perhaps the tomatoes and cucumbers will be just as good. I want to go too." In no time, a crowd gathered around Su Chun. He sliced some tomatoes and cucumbers into small pieces, placed them on a plate, and held it out to the crowd. "Here, everyone, please have a taste." The onlookers exchanged glances. After a brief moment, a young woman approached. "May I try some? I've been dieting, and the cucumbers I've bought lately have been dreadful." Su Chun handed her a cucumber. "Sure, go ahead." Upon tasting it, the young woman exclaimed in astonishment, "This is delicious. I'll take 10 jean." Soon, everyone rushed to sample the offerings. The children stood by Su Chun, and each person who tasted couldn't resist reaching out to touch the children's little faces. Seeing so many people, the children were equally delighted. "I want some too. I'll take 10 jean of tomatoes. My granddaughter loves scrambled eggs with tomatoes. I'll take 10 jean as well." Before long, the 2 carts of tomatoes and cucumbers were sold out. The last batch of customers stood dismayed, looking at Su Chun. "Young man, do you have any left?" "I didn't even get a chance to touch them. They sold out too quickly." Su Chun patiently explained. "No worries, ma'am. Starting tomorrow, these will be available at nearby markets. You can purchase them anytime." "Really? That's wonderful. I'll come back tomorrow. Come early so you don't miss out again." That day, Su Chun made another 10,000 yuan, which Qianhu did not take but placed directly into Su Chun's pocket. At noon, Qian, who treated Su Chun and the children to a meal before sending them off. Ever since collaborating with Su Chun, Qian, who had been in high spirits, brimming with happiness in the evening. Su Chun, as per his usual routine, went to pick up Wen Qian. Just as he was about to get out of the car at the school gate, he suddenly heard a familiar voice call out, "Brother Su Chun, what brings you here?" Turning around, he spotted a familiar BMW. The owner leaned out of the window to greet him. Seeing Su Chun stop, he did the same. Su Chun pushed the cart of children forward to say hello. "Zhanggu, what a surprise to see you. I'm here to pick up your sister. The traffic over there is terrible, so I took this route through the west gate, not expecting to run into you." "What about you?" "I'm here to pick up the children's mother," Zhang Weiqiang exclaimed, picking up one of the children, unable to tell who was who but clearly delighted. "Haha, you're quite the charmer, by the way. Have you checked out that house yet?" "Not yet, perhaps next week," Su Chun replied. "All right, you take your time. I've already handed you the keys, so I won't interfere." Su Chun nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Zhanggu." "Oh, no need for thanks. It feels too formal. Your sister loved the tomatoes and cucumbers you had Zhao Dashing send over yesterday. She was ecstatic and said she wanted to thank you." Just then, Liu emerged from the west gate, her eyes wide with surprise upon seeing Su Chun. She, too, joyfully picked up a child and exchanged pleasantries with him. That moment, when Qian and Shun Mingyao walked out of the school. From a distance, when Qian paused in surprise, Shun Mingyao was equally astonished. "Wait, isn't that teacher Liu?" Chapter 51. "So, your wife is Wen Qian?" Today, Li Wenhao was absent. Wen Qian found it strange, as he had clearly mentioned he would come to see the children every day. She spent the entire journey pondering if Su Chun had said something to Li Wenhao. Consequently, upon reaching the school gate, she was taken aback to see Li Yu, the youngest mentor at Ningzhou University. Li Yu was quite renowned. She was reputed to be aloof and proud, rarely smiling. However, at this moment, the sight that greeted Wen Qiqi was that of Li Yu, who was not only smiling but radiating joy. In her arms, Sambao was affectionately nuzzling and kissing Li Yu's face. Upon noticing Wen Qiqi's arrival, Sambao finally turned his head and looked at her, pointing at Li Yu with one hand, as if to say, "Mama, look, there's a beautiful auntie." Wen Qiqi wore a puzzled expression, while Shun Mingyao was both anxious and curious. "What is going on? Why is Teacher Li holding Sambao? And why is she standing next to Su Chun?" "Qiqi, what is happening?" she asked, feeling hesitant to approach the children. When Qiqi shook her head, "I don't know either." That moment, Li Yu also noticed when Qiqi. Zhang Weiqiang caught sight of her too, his pupils contracting in surprise. "Brother Su Chun, is this your wife?" Zhang Weiqiang's tone seemed slightly off. Su Chun inquired, "What's the matter?" "Nothing, just thought she was quite beautiful," Zhang Weiqiang replied. Liu was momentarily taken aback. "Wen Qiqi? Is that you? Su Chun, your wife is Wen Qiqi?" Liu could hardly believe her eyes. She knew who Wen Qiqi was. As a teacher, she was well aware of her reputation. Over a year ago, when Wen Qiqi had not taken a leave of absence, she was already famous throughout the school, with many men fighting over her. Yet, from her freshman to junior years, Wen Qiqi had never been in a relationship. Those who confessed their feelings to her had all been rejected. It seemed she had even declared that she wouldn't date until after graduation. Later, she took a leave of absence. Now, upon returning to school, she had somehow given birth to 4 children, all fathered by Su Chun. Liu felt a bit dazed. When Qiqi gritted her teeth and approached Liu, greeting her, "Hello, Teacher Li," Shun Mingyao also sweetly chimed in, "Hello, Teacher Li." Finally, Liu snapped back to reality. "Hello to both of you." Sambao had already leaned out of Liu's embrace, reaching out for Wen Qiqi to hold him. Wen Qiqi felt a bit awkward. "Teacher?" Sambao. Liu quickly handed the baby over to Wen Qiqi. "Oh, Sambao must have missed you." Wen Qiqi nodded, and as soon as Sambao was in her arms, he began to nuzzle her face. Overflowing with happiness, completely different from how he had behaved in Liu's embrace, Liu watched with envy. "How wonderful," Wen Qiqi, bewildered, responded. "Teacher Li, I mean, you have 4 lovely children. That's wonderful." Wen Qiqi looked at Liu in disbelief. She had expected a teacher to chastise her for not studying diligently. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Teacher." Liu nodded and took the eldest child into her arms. "Su Chun, you are truly fortunate. Wen Qiqi is the most beautiful girl at Ningzhou University. How did you manage to win her over?" Wen Qiqi lowered her head, feeling embarrassed. Su Chun chuckled. "This just proves I'm quite handsome." "Right," Sisterly, yes, yes, Su-chun. You are the most handsome, Liu replied. Oh, by the way, Chi-Chi, since you're Su-chun's wife now, you can stop calling me teacher and just call me sister. Yuan when Chi-Chi looked at Su-chun in confusion, and upon seeing him nod, she called out, Sisterly, rest assured, Su-chun. I won't disclose your relationship at school, unless you choose to make it public. I was just about to invite Su-chun and my sister-in-law out for a meal. Since everyone is here, Chi-Chi, shall we go? Liu ignored Su-chun and spoke directly to Wen Chi-Chi, even taking her hand. Wen Chi-Chi was increasingly astonished. What happened to the aloof teacher? Why was she so warm with Su-chun? Looking at Shin Mingyao, she was so shocked she could hardly speak. Just moments ago, she had been worried that Liu would scold them, and now Liu had turned into Wen Chi-Chi's sister. It was evident that Su-chun had something to do with this transformation. What kind of charm did he possess? Shin Mingyao felt utterly bewildered. At this point, she felt a bit awkward and was about to tell Wen Chi-Chi she was leaving when she heard Liu say, This student here? You must be Chi-Chi's close friend, right? Come along with us? Shin Mingyao looked up in disbelief. Me? Is that all right? Of course. Shin Mingyao nodded. Okay. Thank you. Teacher Li.Tio have a meal with the two goddesses of Ningzhou University. She felt incredibly fortunate. Half an hour later, they arrived at Liu's home. Zhang Weiqiang and Liu lived in a very ordinary neighborhood named Chunfeng W Island. Yu-chan was puzzled. Brother Zhang? Sister Li, why are you living here? Given their status, Su-chun couldn't fathom why they resided in such a place. Haha, your sister Li loves the warmth of human life and finds living in a villa too quiet. So we moved here to— Oh, that makes sense. The aloof teacher surprisingly enjoyed the vibrancy of life. This contrast was quite amusing. Liu smiled and asked Su-chun. Brother Su-chun, didn't you also choose a rather ordinary neighborhood for certain reasons? As soon as Liu finished speaking, Wen Chi-Chi interjected. What neighborhood? Wen Chi-Chi couldn't recall Su-chun ever mentioning a neighborhood choice. Yu-chan felt a bit awkward. He hadn't told Wen Chi-Chi yet. Liu realized Wen Chi-Chi was unaware of this matter, so she quickly changed her words. Oh, it's nothing. I was just saying, if you ever want to visit, you're always welcome. Wen Chi-Chi smiled but remained silent. Sensing that something was amiss with the group, she looked at Su-chun, who simply smiled without answering. Once inside, Zhang Weiqiang called for the housekeeper in the kitchen. After calling out several times, he felt perplexed. Xiao Yu? Where's Aunt Zhang? Aunt Zhang was their housekeeper, who usually cooked for them. Is she not here? She's not. Though Zhang Weiqiang could cook, his skills were limited, and with so many people to feed, it was clear he couldn't manage. Liu had never cooked since marrying Zhang Weiqiang. She hadn't even stepped foot in the kitchen. Had she gone home? Liu checked her phone and found a message from Aunt Zhang. I'm sorry, Madam, but I have personal matters to attend to today and will be taking a day off. Liu smiled awkwardly. Zhang Weiqiang immediately understood what had happened and chuckled at Su-chun. So? Brother Su-chun, would you mind going out to eat? The four babies looked at the adults, puzzled but happily playing. Su-chun chuckled lightly. I can cook. Liu was astonished. You can cook? Without further ado, Su-chun walked into the kitchen. Zhang Weiqiang was somewhat incredulous. Brother Su-chun, you don't have to force yourself. Zhang Weiqiang couldn't believe that a man could cook enough for 5 people. At least none of the men he knew could. When Chi-Chi, noticing the skepticism from both men, couldn't help but smile. Initially, she had also doubted Su-chun's abilities. She stood up and said, Brother Zhang? Sister Li, let Su-chun cook. Shin Mingyao chimed in. Su-chun can do it. Trust him. Zhang Weiqiang, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, All right, then go ahead. The ingredients are in the fridge. Just let us know if you need help. Okay. Su-chun entered the kitchen and opened the fridge. There were 2 potatoes, a portion of ribs, a portion of pork belly, a portion of chicken wings, a small bag of tomatoes, several cucumbers, as well as radishes, greens, and various other ingredients. Yu-chan quickly scanned through the dishes he wanted to make, mentally jotting down their names in his culinary skill book. Spicy and sour shredded potatoes, rib soup, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried garlic sprouts with meat, cola chicken wings, and finally, a cold cucumber salad. Having already mastered the skills for the spicy and sour shredded potatoes and cucumber salad, the other 3 dishes and the soup were newly acquired skills. Soon, the kitchen was filled with enticing aromas. Zhang Weiqiang and Liu were both taken aback. So fragrant, indeed. Shin Mingyao, who had tasted Su-chun's cooking before, had been craving it for days but hadn't had the chance to follow him home. Now, by chance, she could indulge her appetite, and witnessing the usual aloof teacher Li's astonishment was sure to be a delightful experience. After a while, The dishes were ready. Su Chan brought them out one by one. Upon seeing the array of delicious food, Zhang Weiqiang's eyes went wide. Liu, usually composed, was also filled with astonishment. This 5 dishes and a soup. Su Chan, you are amazing. Su Chan smiled. Sister, please help serve the rice. Liu quickly got up to assist. Zhang Weiqiang moved swiftly. Each person received a large bowl of rice. Shen Mingyao watched the dishes, salivating, unable to wait any longer. Zhang Weiqiang swallowed hard. Shall we start eating? Su Chan nodded. Liu was the first to pick up her chopsticks. After tasting the spicy and sour shredded potatoes, her eyes lit up instantly. These potatoes are so delicious, even though they were the same potatoes. Su Chan's cooking far surpassed Aunt Zhang's. Liu couldn't stop praising the dish. Zhang Weiqiang eagerly took a bite as well, and soon he was unable to stop himself. Delicious. So delicious. Shen Mingyao, skipping the potatoes, eagerly tried the cola chicken wings. She had missed out on this dish last time at Su Chin's, so she was determined to try it today. 1 bite in, and she couldn't stop herself either. She had thought she would be able to exercise self-control this time, but alas, she realized she had been too optimistic. As long as it was Su Chin's cooking, she simply couldn't resist. Shen Mingyao began to feast heartily. Zhang Weiqiang also decided to sample a chicken wing, and soon thereafter, he gazed in astonishment at the delectable morsel. Rendered speechless, Liu, curious, inquired, "What's wrong?" Zhang Weiqiang, nodding while he chewed, exclaimed, "Delicious, delicious, delicious." At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words to adequately express his feelings, resorting instead to the repetitive praise of the dish. Yet, amidst his delight, his eyes still held a glance for Liu. As he spoke, he deftly served her another chicken wing, mumbling, "You should try it, try it." The shredded potatoes were a vegetarian dish, and although Liu found them tasty, she felt a tinge of hesitation towards the meat. With careful deliberation, she picked up a chicken wing and took a bite. Despite her usual aversion to overly sweet and greasy meats, she could not resist and devoured the entire wing in one go. In an instant, Zhang Weiqiang offered her another. Meanwhile, Shen Mingyao, who was also dining, suddenly felt something was amiss. Watching the interactions among her friends, she sensed an unusual atmosphere. When Chi-Chi, observing the others enjoying their food, was enveloped by an inexplicable sense of happiness and pride. Feeling no urgency to eat herself, Su Chan served Wen Chi-Chi some dishes, asking, "What are you thinking about?" Their chopsticks collided, startling Wen Chi-Chi. "Oh, nothing," she stammered. "Then let us eat." "Yes, all right." When Chi-Chi lifted the food Su Chan had touched and took a bite, recalling his previous comment about an indirect kiss. Could this be considered one? With that thought, her cheeks flushed. Zhang Weiqiang and Liu occasionally called out to their companions to eat, but Zhang Weiqiang never ceased to serve Liu. This had seemingly become a habit. Spotting Su Chan serving Wen Chi-Chi, Zhang Weiqiang chuckled, "Su Chan, my friend, well done. This is what a man ought to do." Su Chan smiled wryly in response. It was then that Shen Mingyao finally realized what felt off. She wasn't merely dining. She was surrounded by romantic gestures, yet she dared not voice her thoughts, as one was her teacher and the other her dearest friend. Shen Mingyao felt a bit awkward about her situation, contemplating how she had been fortunate enough to enjoy such a delightful meal. Suddenly, the food lost its appeal, and she lamented her predicament. Noticing Shen Mingyao's unease, Wen Chi-Chi couldn't help but ask, "Mingyao, what's wrong?" Shen Mingyao, embarrassed yet polite, shook her head, "Nothing, nothing at all. You should hurry and eat." She dared not reveal her feelings. Su Chan once again served Wen Chi-Chi, causing Shen Mingyao to nearly lose her composure, feeling utterly helpless. After finishing their meal, they slumped into their chairs, and Zhang Weiqiang cheerfully remarked, "Su Chan, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. When will you teach me?" "Anytime. Just call me when you have the time," Su Chan replied. Zhang Weiqiang was taken aback by Su Chan's willingness to genuinely teach him. Feeling an unexpected warmth in his heart, Liu chuckled, "Let's be realistic, Weiqiang. Your skills could never match this level. Indeed, this is comparable to that of a master chef, nay, even surpassing one," he mused. Su Chan merely smiled. Not refuting the compliment, his confidence stemmed from the skills bestowed upon him by the culinary divine. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Zhang Weiqiang soon hatched an idea, grinning at Su Chan with a playful expression. "Su Chan, my friend, how about you come over to my house and be our cook?" "Su Chan." "The other 3. When Chi-Chi was the first to burst into laughter, it was her first encounter with the notion of a man taking on the role of a housekeeper. Liu joined in the laughter. Weiqiang, what are you saying? Su-chan still needs to care for the babies. Ah, yes, we can't leave 4 little ones unattended. Zhang Weiqiang sighed, lamenting, what a pity that such delicious food has been wasted on Liu, who rarely encounters dishes she enjoys. Liu sighed in agreement. Su-chan, feeling resigned, offered, how about this? Whenever you have time, you can come over to my place for a meal. Upon hearing this, Liu's spirit soared, and she unhesitatingly responded, all right. Zhang Weiqiang added, Su-chan, you truly understand us. This was splendid. Not only would they enjoy delectable dishes, but they would also get to see the 4 little ones, a double delight. Indeed, Liu concurred, eagerly making her way to play with the babies. When Chi-Chi could see that Liu genuinely adored the little ones, so she refrained from objecting. Zhang Weiqiang took it upon himself to wash the dishes. After tidying up, Su-chan led Wen Chi-Chi and Shun Mingao out. They first dropped Shin Mingao back at school before returning home with Wen Chi-Chi and the babies. On the way, Wen Chi-Chi gazed at Su-chan's back, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Noticing her in the rearview mirror, Su-chan asked, Chi-Chi, what's the matter? Are you feeling unwell? When Chi-Chi pondered for a moment but ultimately couldn't suppress her curiosity, how do you know Teacher Li? Teacher Li was the mentor of the English department, and her connection with Su-chan seemed tenuous at best. When Chi-Chi had ruminated on this throughout the journey but had yet to find a satisfactory explanation. Furthermore, Su-chan had referred to Liu as sister, indicating an unusual closeness, as such an affectionate title would never be bestowed by the aloof mentor. A twinge of discomfort settled in Wen Chi-Chi's heart. Chapter 53. The wife gets jealous. Intimate contact. Su-chan turned his head and noticed Wen Chi-Chi biting her lip, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on him, as if nervously awaiting his response. He smiled gently. Guess. Wen Chi-Chi's expression gradually dimmed. The lack of an explanation left her feeling unsettled. Although Teacher Li was already married, it was not inconceivable for someone as exceptional as her to draw others' affections. With a stony demeanor, Wen Chi-Chi confronted, Su-chan, you, forget it, she muttered, turning her head away in a sulky manner. And why, dear? Are you feeling jealous? Su-chan teased, lowering his voice with feigned nonchalance. When Chi-Chi realized he was merely teasing her, which only fueled her irritation. Why would I be jealous? I am not jealous. Su-chan could no longer contain his laughter, recognizing that amusing Wen Chi-Chi was a delightful endeavor. Her flustered demeanor was utterly adorable. The 4 little ones, hearing their parents' cheerful exchange, joined in the merriment, clapping their tiny hands in excitement. Daddy and Mommy are so happy. So we are happy too. The babies are the best. Hearing their laughter, Su-chan felt an even greater sense of joy. Look, Chi-Chi, the babies know you're jealous. When Chi-Chi, she turned her head away, feigning anger as she glared at the babies. Stop causing a ruckus. The babies, blissfully unaware of her words, understood only that their mother's attention had shifted from their father to them, and they were determined to keep her smiling. Wow, yay. When Chi-Chi was exasperated. What was happening? She had always been the favorite of her little ones, yet now they seemed to have allied with Su-chan. Had she missed something? Surely, Su-chan must have enchanted them somehow. Determined, When Chi-Chi resolved to spend more time with the babies after school, ensuring they realized their mother was of utmost importance. Soon, they arrived home, and Su-chan gently placed the babies in their seats. But before he could even push the stroller, When Chi-Chi snatched it away from him. Wife, let me handle it. No, I will. With a stern face, When Chi-Chi insisted, from now on, I will take care of the babies after school. The 4 little ones sensed their mother's unusual mood, looking up at Wen Chi-Chi with puzzled expressions. What is wrong with Mommy? She seems unhappy. All right, we won't move. If Mommy is unhappy, Daddy will be too. We must be good. Thus, the 4 little ones sat perfectly still in their seats, not daring to stir. Without waiting for Su-chan's response, Wen Chi-Chi quickly pushed the stroller forward. She was unintentionally transferring her jealousy onto the babies. The little ones were so innocent, yet Wen Chi-Chi was undeniably adorable. Su-chan, feeling resigned, followed her to the elevator. The space was cramped, making it challenging to fit the stroller with all 4 babies inside. Each time, he had to be particularly careful. Wen Chi-Chi had yet to attempt it. Upon reaching the elevator, she found herself at a loss. How could they fit inside without harming the little ones? They were so small. What was she to do? When Chi-Chi hesitated to enter, Su Chen sighed and approached her, gently patting her head. Let me handle it. When Chi-Chi held her ground, and Su Chen's hand inadvertently landed atop hers. Startled, she quickly withdrew her hand, only to have Su Chen grip it firmly. When Chi-Chi felt flustered, her heart racing. Had they just held hands? She and Su Chen had never done so before. This was when Chi-Chi lowered her head, unable to meet Su Chen's gaze. Let go? Not a chance. Su Chen replied with a playful smile, positioning himself between her and the stroller. When Chi-Chi felt a surge of panic, she couldn't quite discern whether it was anxiety or frustration. Su Chen was so close, and she felt a peculiar discomfort. The moment she moved, she bumped against his solid chest. When Chi-Chi dared not raise her gaze, while the four little ones had been eagerly awaiting their turn to enter the elevator, yet remained still, they looked back and forth between their parents, filled with confusion. As a result, it was discovered that for some unknown reason, Mama's face had turned quite red. The little ones stared wide-eyed at the two of them. Finally, when Chi-Chi could no longer contain herself, Su Chen, the babies are watching, she exclaimed with a laugh. Su Chen chuckled again, and only then did he release when Chi-Chi, as soon as he let go. When Chi-Chi swiftly backed away, however, in her haste, her hand accidentally brushed against Su Chen's face, her palm landing precisely on his lips. Su Chen was taken aback by such unexpected fortune today. Instinctively, he pressed a gentle kiss against the back of Wen Chi-Chi's hand. Although it was but a fleeting sensation, Wen Chi-Chi felt it keenly, a tingling warmth spreading through her. She was utterly flustered. You shameless. After scolding Su Chen, Wen Chi-Chi quickly darted into the elevator. She resolved never to compete with Su Chen again. It was simply too frightening. Su Chen, witnessing Wen Chi-Chi's flustered demeanor, recalled the softness of her hand, and a sweet sensation blossomed in his heart. His wife's bashful appearance was truly captivating. Once inside the elevator, Wen Chi-Chi dared not move, fearing any further actions from Su Chen. Standing half a head taller than her, Su Chen could only see her flushed profile. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he teased, Chi-Chi, would you say we just had an intimate encounter? You still have the nerve to say that. You let the babies witness this. When Chi-Chi was at a loss for words. Then, if the babies aren't here, does that mean I can say whatever I want? You? Emph. When Chi-Chi turned her back on him, leaving him with her silhouette, she was baffled. It was she who was jealous and questioning Su Chen, yet somehow he had gained the upper hand. When had he become so charming? It left her feeling utterly exposed in his presence, and she was at a loss as to how to rectify this situation. While when Chi-Chi was in a flurry of thoughts, she heard Su Chen, rarely serious, say, Teacher Lee really likes the babies. He came to buy my potatoes and to thank me, which is how he saw the little ones. After all, this is all because of you. Who else could have given birth to such adorable babies? Su Chen feigned grievance as he spoke. When Chi-Chi's heart softened, and she hesitantly asked, then why doesn't Teacher Lee have one of his own? Su Chen sighed. Oh, who can be as remarkable as your husband? Hitting the jackpot in one go, Wen Chi-Chi. That you can never be serious for long, it's truly so annoying. Seeing Wen Chi-Chi shy away again, Su Chen felt he had achieved his goal. He continued, it's all right. They will have their own baby soon. How do you know? When Chi-Chi was taken aback, I just know. Your husband is quite extraordinary. After all, it's what the system says. Who would dare doubt the system? When Chi-Chi decided not to engage in a lengthy debate with Su Chen, she was no match for him. All right, let's just go home. That evening, Su Chen had just settled the babies down when he received a call from his mother. Feng Ruolin. Chapter 54. Mom, why are you calling so late? Upon seeing the caller ID, Su Chen took a deep breath. Eventually, he answered. Feng Ruolin, as usual, began with some small talk. Son, how have you been lately? Pretty good, Mom. Why are you calling so late? Oh, it's nothing that it's been a couple of months since we last spoke. Are you doing all right? Though she said this, Su Chen sensed that Feng Ruolin's call at this hour was somewhat unusual. I'm doing well. Oh. Has there been any change in your life? Nope, everything's the same. Su Chen still hadn't figured out how to tell his parents that he had children. He planned to bring Wen Chi-Chi and the babies home when the time came. Oh, is that so? Today, Feng Ruolin seemed rather peculiar. There was a noticeable pause between each of her questions. Su Chen was quite bewildered. That's good. That's good. By the money sufficient? It's enough. Well, it's nothing. Your dad and I just miss you. Just checking in, so I'll hang up now. Come home during the holiday, okay? All right, I will. Okay, then I'll hang up. After the call ended, Su Chen was still a bit confused. What was going on? Feng Rulin usually called during the day or right after school. It was already past Tian. Su Chen let out a long sigh. She poked her head out from the room. What's wrong? Su Chen thought for a moment and decided to share with Wen Qiqi. It's my mom, Dado. Wen Qiqi remained silent. Su Chen asked, what's wrong? Are you eager to meet your future mother-in-law? Yet again, the same question. Wen Qiqi slammed the door shut, her heart racing as she stood behind it. Wasn't meeting his mother tantamount to meeting the parents? The thought made her a bit anxious. That entire night, Wen Qiqi struggled to get a good night's sleep. The next morning, she was awakened by the cries of the fourth baby. The little one was hungry. Wen Qiqi hurriedly picked up the fourth baby, lifted her shirt, and began to nurse. The baby gazed eagerly at her, a tear glistening in the corner of her eye as she gulped down the milk. Suddenly, a wave of pain surged through Wen Qiqi. She exclaimed. Hearing her distress, Su Chen rushed into the room, spoon in hand. Qiqi, what's wrong? Having known Wen Qiqi for so long, he had never seen her in such a state. At that moment, the fourth baby released Wen Qiqi and turned to look at Su Chen. Wen Qiqi instantly panicked. She hurriedly pulled down her shirt, her face turning crimson. Get out! Su Chen, too, felt flustered. What was going on? Was this DJVU? This time, however, it seemed that Wen Qiqi was a bit slower in her reaction. With the spoon still in hand, Su Chen found himself at a loss. Finally, Wen Qiqi could no longer hold back and grabbed a pillow from beside her, hurling it at Su Chen. The cushion hit him, and he had no choice but to retreat. Once the door was shut, Wen Qiqi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The fourth baby, seeing something fly out of Mama's hand, looked quite puzzled, then noticed her mother's rosy cheeks and found it amusing. Grabbing onto Wen Qiqi's clothing, the baby began to wiggle joyfully. Wen Qiqi felt utterly embarrassed, unsure of how to face Su Chen. Fourth baby, are you trying to kill Mama? The fourth baby, unable to comprehend Wen Qiqi's words, thought Mama was playing with her, and thus became even more cheerful. Wen Qiqi sighed. When will the babies ever grow up? After feeding the fourth baby, Wen Qiqi dared not leave the room. The last time Su Chen had walked in on her, she merely felt awkward, but this time, she was overwhelmed with shame, especially recalling how Su Chen had held her and kissed the back of her hand. Her face flushed instantly, and she felt utterly flustered. Su Chen had prepared breakfast, yet when Qiqi remained hidden, he called for her twice, but she ignored him. Su Chen, feeling helpless, sighed. My wife is embarrassed again. It seemed he had to resort to his trump card. Standing at the door, he raised his voice. Qiqi, come out for breakfast. If you don't come out soon, I'm going to charge in. If I do come in then. Before he could finish his sentence, the door swung open. When Qiqi, with a dark expression, avoided his gaze and walked past him without a word. Once she reached the dining table, she mechanically sat down, picked up her bowl, and began to eat. Su Chen wanted to laugh, but dared not. So he could only suppress his amusement and join her at the table. Breakfast consisted of fried dough sticks, side dishes, and rice porridge. The fried dough sticks were closer to Su Chen, so he casually handed one to Wen Qiqi. Without even looking, she reached for one from the plate herself. Su Chen's hand froze in midair. He had no choice but to place the fried dough stick on the plate in front of her. Qiqi, has anyone ever told you that your current demeanor makes me want to kiss you? After holding her composure all morning, Wen Qiqi finally cracked. Why was everything Su Chen said so flirtatious? Why could she never refuse him? This feeling was simply too annoying. You're so smooth-tongued. Wen Qiqi pouted playfully, lowering her head as if to take a bite of the fried dough stick. Burying her face nearly in the bowl, Su Chen glanced at the time. Class was approaching. If things continued this way, Wen Qiqi would surely miss class today. He put away his teasing demeanor and asked seriously, what happened earlier? He referred to her earlier exclamation. Wen Qiqi's face flushed again. The fourth baby bit me. After saying that, she feared Su Chen would think her overly delicate, so she added, it was a bit hard. Her voice trailed off, becoming barely audible. Su Chen, intrigued, inquired, has this happened before? No. Wen Qiqi shook her head. It didn't hurt before. I see. Su Chen pondered for a moment. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could the fourth baby be teething? Wen Qiqi was taken aback. The previous annoyance vanished, replaced by excitement. That's possible. If she's teething, it means the babies are starting to grow up. For them, every little change in the babies was a delightful surprise. Su Chen leapt up, eager to rush into the room. He had missed the births of the babies, their first month, their first rollover, and the first 6 months of their lives from now on. He wanted to be present for every moment. He would remember each tiny detail of their lives. Bursting into the room, Su-chun scooped up the fourth baby. "Fourth baby, come with daddy. Let us do this together." Open wide. The fourth baby looked at Su-chun in confusion. What was daddy doing? Was he silly? "Oh, wait, daddy wants me to open my mouth." Understanding Su-chun's intent, the fourth baby joyfully opened her mouth wide. Continuing on, 2 tiny teeth, just beginning to emerge, made their appearance in Si-bao's mouth. Su-chun, filled with delight, spun Si-bao around in his arms, exclaiming, "Ah, you really have grown teeth. Si-bao, how obedient. You're growing up." At just over 6 months old, Si-bao thought to himself, "Dad is truly silly." When Chi-Chi, trying to be rational, tugged at Su-chan and said, "Let us check on the other babies," at that moment, Da-bao, Air-bao, and San-bao were all watching Su-chan spin Si-bao around, their eyes wide with envy. "When can Dad hold me? I want to spin around with Dad too." Su-chan first approached Da-bao. Da-bao's eyes lit up. "Wow, Dad is here to hold me. I want to spin too." Chapter 55. The parents see the 4 little ones. Su-chan embraced Da-bao, who had recently grown a bit bigger and appeared a tad dazed. As Su-chan lifted him, Da-bao wobbled his big head and giggled incessantly. Su-chan immediately noticed the tiny teeth in Da-bao's mouth and, filled with excitement, spun him around twice, proclaiming, "Da-bao is about to become a little man." Da-bao, who couldn't yet speak, responded with enthusiastic babbling, "Wah wah wah, little man." Next were Air-bao and San-bao. Su-chan inspected each one and discovered that all 4 babies were starting to grow their teeth. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a new world, bursting with joy. The entire morning was spent chattering away with the babies. When Chi-Chi was also very happy but was taken aback by Su-chin's childlike excitement over such a minor change in the babies. He truly loved the children, didn't he? When Chi-Chi felt a twinge of reluctance to interrupt, as class time approached, she finally couldn't hold back any longer and called out to Su-chan. "Su-chan, it's time for school." "All right, I'm coming," Su-chan responded, while placing the babies into their high chairs, grinning. "Chi-Chi, you are simply amazing. You've worked so hard these past 6 months." This heartfelt expression was a first for Su-chan. He felt the joy of witnessing the babies' transformations and realized how tiring it was to care for them. Before, when Chi-Chi had managed alone without any systematic support. Just thinking about that made Su-chan feel a sense of injustice for her. However, they had been living together for half a month now, and when Chi-Chi had never uttered a single complaint, on the contrary, she treated the babies with utmost kindness, even willing to sacrifice everything for them. Su-chan felt grateful to have such a wife. This sudden display of gratitude made when Chi-Chi feel a bit shy. She managed her expression and said, "Let us go." After dropping when Chi-Chi off at school, Su-chan took the babies to their new home, intending to surprise when Chi-Chi with a lovely decoration. That moment, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Li Wenhao, and without hesitation, he hung up. This rascal just wanted to see the babies, didn't he? Dream on. Li Wenhao hadn't anticipated Su-chan's resolute dismissal. He had called for a video chat, precisely to catch a glimpse of the babies. But today, he truly had something important to discuss. After another attempt, Su-chan still didn't answer. Li Wenhao grumbled. "What a stubborn fellow." Despite his irritation, Li Wenhao switched to a voice call as Su-chan hung up again. After several back-and-forth attempts, Su-chan finally answered the phone, exclaiming, "Son, what is going on? What the heck? You heartless brat. You really want to answer my calls. Don't you feel any pain?" "Not at all," Li Wenhao, realizing that playful banter wouldn't work, got straight to the point. "There is something I think you really need to know." "Go ahead," Su-chan replied nonchalantly, convinced that Li Wenhao was merely trying to beg for a glimpse of the babies. No way. The babies belonged solely to him. For the past few days, Lin Lu and Wang Lei hadn't even had a chance to see the babies, and Su-chan hadn't sent them any videos. Li Wenhao continued, "Did you see the video online?" Suddenly, Li Wenhao's seriousness threw Su-chan off. "What video?" "The quadruplets video." "Quadruplets?" "Yes, it was in a department store, but I couldn't tell which one. A set of parents were shopping with their quadruplets, and it's gone viral online, And then, Su-chan was puzzled by Li Wenhao's insistence on this topic. "Are you really that clueless? Who else besides your family has quadruplets?" "My family." Su-chan looked down to see the 4 babies smiling up at him. They truly adored their dad. He shook his head. I've never posted any videos online. Neither have we. It could be another set of quadruplets, right? But I swear it looks just like yours. Your babies are famous now. And people are searching everywhere for quadruplets. They even look a bit like you and Wenqiqi. You should pay attention. Li Wenhao was genuinely concerned. He understood that for Su Qian and Wenqiqi, the pressure of having children was immense. If the outside world added to their stress, it might not be an issue for Su Qian, but what if it harmed the four little ones? They were his precious darlings. I'll send you the video shortly. You can see for yourself. With that, Li Wenhao hung up. Shortly after, he indeed sent Su Qian a video. Upon opening it, Su Qian was taken aback. This was precisely the footage from his recent shopping trip with the babies at the maternity store. Although the distance made it hard to see clearly, he recognized it. The four little ones were curiously gazing outside. Looking quite happy, the combination of the little prince and princess had already caused a stir online. Quadruplets. These four babies are so adorable. Where are they? Searching for quadruplets online. I want to take a photo with them. What did I want to as well? I want to check in and hug the quadruplets. However, since no one recognized them, Su Qian enjoyed his peace without any disturbances. Furrowing his brow, he pondered deeply. Someone had filmed the babies? Who would have thought they would become so popular? He couldn't help but smile. Babies, look at your silly faces. He showed the video to the babies as they watched. An idea suddenly struck him. The video? Someone saw it. His mother had just called him yesterday. Could it be that she had seen this video? At that moment, in a small town surrounding Ningzhou, a middle-aged couple was watching the video on their phones repeatedly. Su Jiangwo couldn't quite believe it. Roland, I think you're overthinking this. How could Su Qian have children? And such adorable ones at that. I'm telling you, Su Qian is that capable. He didn't believe his son had such great abilities. Feng Ruolan rolled her eyes. Who says that about their own child? Su Jiangwo burst into laughter. Haha, after all, he is your own flesh and blood. Feng Ruolan sighed, but they really do look quite similar. Look, that profile is just like Xiao Qian. And this baby's features are also very much like his. Especially this one. This one looks exactly like Xiao Qian when he was little. I believe these are definitely Xiao. Feng Ruolan grew increasingly certain. You're being paranoid again. While I would love for Su Qian to settle down, he hasn't even graduated yet. How about you just call and ask? Feng Ruolan suggested to Su Jiangwo. Su Jiangwo replied. Why don't you ask? I called yesterday. If I call too often, he'll start to suspect something. Hurry, you call. With no other choice, Su Jiangwo picked up the phone, found Su Qian's number and dialed. Chapter 56, Su Qian. Are you hiding something from me? Su Qian held his phone, contemplating whether or not to tell his parents. But how could he even begin to explain? The babies were silent, ignoring him, each looking rather pitiful. What's wrong with Dad? Doesn't he love us anymore? He isn't even looking at us. What to do? He needed to capture Dad's attention. De Bao looked at Air Bao, who in turn looked at San Bao, while San Bao turned to gaze at Si Bao. Si Bao pouted, Finally snapping out of his reverie, Su Qian noticed that De Bao, Air Bao, and San Bao were all looking at him with eager eyes, while only Si Bao was crying. With a hint of helplessness, he walked over to Si Bao. Have you been naughty again? He picked Si Bao up, but the other three babies didn't take their eyes off him. Seeing Su Qian holding Si Bao, they instantly felt a twinge of jealousy. Dad is holding sister. Why doesn't Dad hold us too? It must be because we haven't cried. It must be. Thus, the three babies all pouted. Su Qian felt a headache coming on. What is going on today? Why is everyone crying? Having cared for the babies for so long, he knew they were generally well-behaved, only crying occasionally when they needed milk or a diaper change. Flustered, Su Qian quickly placed Si Bao back in her stroller and pulled all four babies close, preparing to soothe them. Suddenly, De Bao, Air Bao, and San Bao stopped crying. Si Bao had a tear at the corner of her eye, looking bewildered at her siblings. Su Qian thought, these babies are too adorable. What should I do? They are so cute. Surely, Grandma and Grandpa will love them, right? No matter what, the worst that could happen is a scolding. I've been scolded all my life. He crouched down and pinched the babies' little faces, saying, babies, it's time for Grandma and Grandpa to know about your existence. Are you excited? De Bao, Air Bao, San Bao, Si Bao, who are Grandpa and Grandma? Daddy seems to be in a rather cheerful mood. The babies should also be happy. Thus, the previously tearful infants began to bounce around excitedly. If they weren't seated in their strollers, Su Chun suspected they would surely tumble all over the place. Taking out his phone, Su Chun felt a twinge of nervousness. Just then, his phone rang, startling him. The babies, upon hearing the sound, became even more animated. Upon glancing at the caller ID, Su Chun turned around and signaled for the babies to be quiet. The little ones stared wide-eyed, puzzled by Su Chin's actions. Wow, what is Daddy up to? Daddy is so much fun. We must cooperate with him. Su Chin took a deep breath and answered the call. Hello? Dad. The caller was none other than Su Jiangwo, Xiao Chun. After calling out Su Chin's name, Su Jiangwo found himself at a loss for words. Fong Ruolin, standing nearby, anxiously gestured, mouthing, ask him, hurry up. Su Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively, feeling conflicted and uncertain about how to broach the topic. Who would believe that Su Chin had children? What kind of question could an old father ask his son? Would Su Chin think they were overreacting? It wouldn't be good to place too much pressure on him. Unable to find a suitable reason to inquire, Su Jiangwo simply said, It's nothing, I just wanted to see what you were up to. Su Chin waited for quite some time, only to hear such a vague response from his father. He could almost picture his mother directing his father from the side. Surely, Dad was worried that directly asking would embarrass him. Su Chun felt a flicker of warmth in his heart. Although they didn't communicate often, his parents had always cared about him. After smiling, Su Chin tightened his grip on the phone and said, Dad? You're all right, right? I actually have something to tell you. You need money, right? I'll transfer some to you shortly. How much do you need, you little rascal? Spend it wisely. The money at home is meant for you to marry a wife. Su Jiangwo rambled on. Su Chin felt a pang of emotion. I just wanted to tell you this, Dad. You don't need to prepare a dowry for me anymore. Huh? Su Jiangwo was stunned. After laboring for most of his life, all he wished for was for Su Chun to live well. Could it be that something had happened to Su Chun? While lost in thought, he suddenly heard Su Chin lazily say, I have a wife now, and she has given you 4 grandsons and granddaughters. After Su Chin's words, he anxiously awaited his father's reaction. There was a prolonged silence on the other end of the line. Dad? Was he simply too overjoyed? Suddenly, a furious voice erupted from the phone. You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? Have you lost your mind? Aren't you still studying? When did you get a wife and have 4 children? Perhaps realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Jiangwo's anxiety morphed into anger. You little brat, have you dropped out? Is something wrong? Where are you now? I'm coming to rescue you. Ruolin, quick, prepare the money. Gather all the money at home. Which scoundrel dares to kidnap my son? I'll make him pay. Listening to Su Jiangwo's frantic rant, Su Chun felt a wave of emotion wash over him. His father's greatest wish in life was for their family to be safe and sound. Su Chin understood this news would be hard for anyone to accept, and he knew he would face reprimands. However, he was taken aback that, after scolding him, Su Jiangwo's first thought was that something had happened to him. Typically frugal, Su Jiangwo, who seldom indulged in luxuries, was now willing to sacrifice all their family's money to rescue him. Su Chun could hardly articulate his feelings. Observing the babies gazing at him innocently, he realized that if something were to happen to his own children, he would likely react in the same way. At the tender age of 22, still a student, Su Chin suddenly grasped the bittersweet struggles of parenthood. On the other end, Fong Ruolin's anxious voice broke through. I'm on my way. No, if that's not enough, I'll borrow some more. I'll even sell my jewelry. Su Chin felt a lump in his throat. Dad, Mom, please don't panic. I haven't been deceived. I'm perfectly fine. In fact, better than ever. I'm still in school. Both Su Jiangwo and Fong Ruolin paused their frantic activities. Su Jiangwo, exasperated, asked, Then why the nonsense? Su Chin replied, I'm not joking. I truly have children, 4 adorable little ones. If you don't believe me, listen. Su Chun turned on the speakerphone. Dabao, call Grandpa. Dabao looked adorably confused, not quite grasping what Su Chun was saying. Su Chun then turned to Bao, who was dozing off in her infant seat. Su Chun. Sambao. Sambao was busy chewing on a teething toy Su Chun had just purchased. Making crunching sounds, Su Chun then glanced at Bao, who was gazing intently at him. What could Daddy want? Daddy's eyes seem a bit red. Is he unhappy? Su Chun gently patted Bao's little head. Bao. Come, call Grandpa and Grandma. Bao tilted her head, unsure of what Daddy wanted her to say, but she couldn't speak yet. What to do? Unable to articulate words, Bao looked at the phone and raised her small hand. Wah wah, ah, hee hee. The moment Bao moved, The other babies stirred as well, except for the still sleeping heir Bao. The three little ones began to dance and cheer joyfully. Su-chun couldn't help but chuckle. Dad, Mom, did you hear that? The babies are calling out. Chapter 57. The way parents pamper their daughter-in-law once more. There was silence on the other end of the line. Su-chun thought Su Jiangwo was in disbelief. So he reiterated. The babies are just over 6 months old and can't speak yet, but you will definitely love them. They are all very well behaved. Before Su-chun could finish, Su Jiangwo's voice rang out again. Your children? Yes, my children. Point 4. Quadruplets? Indeed, quadruplets. Surely, that would put Su Jiangwo at ease, Su-chun mused. Just as he thought this, he heard Su Jiangwo's voice rise in anger again. Su-chun, speak up. Which girl have you wronged, Su-chun? Dad, I haven't wronged anyone. Then how do you explain these children? You just started your second year of college, and they are half a year old. Are you unexpectedly a father now? Su-chun felt as if he might explode from the absurdity of Su Jiangwo's reasoning. Therefore, he had no choice but to recount his encounter with Wen Chi-chi after the college entrance exams, as well as the recent reunion with her and the paternity test. After finishing, Su-chun earnestly emphasized, Dad, do you want to see the paternity test? I can send it back to you. Su Jiangwo did not respond. Su-chun noticed that his father seemed unusually quiet today. He patiently waited. After a moment, low laughter began to emanate from the phone. The laughter grew louder until it burst into hearty guffaws. Ha ha ha, quadruplets. My son has had quadruplets. How incredible, truly follows in my footsteps. I have 4 grandchildren now. Ruolin, we have become grandparents. If Oldly hears about this, he'll be so jealous. Ha ha ha. He has been boasting about being a grandfather for a year, flaunting his grandchild in front of me every day. Ha ha, next time, I must take all 4 babies to show him. Fong Ruolin shot Su Jiangwo an exasperated glare. Su-chun helplessly remarked, Dad, could you please tone it down? Tone it down? I have 4 grandchildren now. And you expect me to be low-key? Fong Ruolin struck Su Jiangwo playfully, her voice rising in irritation. Get out of the way. After shooing Su Jiangwo away, Fong Ruolin snatched the phone, her concern evident. Where's the children's mother? The children's mother went to school. Huh? School? Yes, she attends the same school as me. I'm taking care of the babies while she went to class. That's good. That's good. You need to be more responsible now? Understand? Fong Ruolin began her motherly lecture. Xiao Qian, treat her well. You can't let her down. Also, how much betrothal money are they asking for? Su-chun chuckled. You need not worry about the betrothal money. He intended to say he would take care of it. However, Fong Ruolin abruptly interrupted, visibly upset. What nonsense are you spouting? That is your future wife, the one who will stand by your side for life. Whatever she asks for in terms of betrothal money is not excessive. Our family will provide. Don't think just because she bore you children, you can act recklessly, all right? Otherwise, don't bother coming back, Su-chun. Since when did I become less important than my future daughter-in-law? When did his family dynamics shift so drastically? Nevertheless, Su-chun also wanted to do right by Wen Chi-chi, who had sacrificed so much for him. He felt joyful. His parents hadn't scolded him after all. It seemed his previous concerns were unfounded. Haha, Mom, don't worry. Your son is a good man and will treat his wife well, and I will take good care of the babies. I am taking care of them. All right, I will buy a ticket right away. Your dad and I will help you take care of the 4 little ones. You surely can't manage alone. Su-chun felt helpless. Mom, a man must not admit defeat. Get lost. Stop talking back. Forget about packing. We will buy what we need when we get there. Jiangwo, hurry up. As Fong Ruolin spoke, she prepared to hang up the phone. Su-chun was taken aback. Was this not a bit too hasty? Would it frighten Chi-chi? With this thought in mind, he hurriedly intervened, stopping Su Jiangwo and Fong Ruolin. Mom, Dad, please listen to me. The children's mother has not fully accepted me yet. I fear that your presence might place too much pressure on her. Please stay at home and wait patiently. Once she has completely lowered her defenses and is ready to be with me, I will bring her home. Fong Ruolin and Su Jiangwo exchanged glances, acknowledging the reason. After all, she was a girl. They couldn't quite fathom what kind of luck this rascal had stumbled upon to have someone bear his child. They needed to respect their daughter-in-law, yes, indeed. But Su Jiangwo expressed his dissatisfaction. I want to meet the babies. I am their grandfather, and I have yet to see them. Upon hearing this, Su-chun quickly added, How about this? I can record a video for you, one each day, and send it to you. How does that sound? That will have to suffice, they conceded. Although both were eager to see the babies, they could not disregard the feelings of the baby's mother. They sighed as Yuchen began, "Dad," but before he could finish, Su Jiangwo bellowed, "What do you mean, Dad? Hurry up and take the video. Why are you wasting time talking?" With a snap, Su Jiangwo hung up the phone. Su Chun was left bewildered. Had he been dismissed? Had they forgotten their son the moment they had grandchildren? Ah, well, at least they were his own children. Su Chun still felt an overwhelming joy. He complied and diligently recorded the video to send. At the Su residence, Su Jiangwo was a stark contrast to his earlier fury. He sat upright in his chair, grinning foolishly. He twirled 2 walnuts in his hands, unable to contain his excitement. Fong Ruolin, witnessing his antics, snapped, "What on earth are you doing? Can you not settle down for a moment? I'm just so thrilled. I will soon see my grandchildren." Ruolin, pinch me. Stop being so dramatic. There's bound to be a day like this," she retorted. Yet, deep down, she too felt an overwhelming mix of anxiety and joy. She never imagined her son would have children. In her mind, he was still a child himself. Despite her worries, she couldn't suppress her happiness. "I will be holding my grandchildren soon, and a granddaughter too. Ruolin, do you think I can finally retire and enjoy life?" The mere thought of leisurely strolling while tending to the children filled her with delight. Overwhelmed by her husband's transformation from a furious man to a doting grandfather, Fong Ruolin chose to ignore him, her focus solely on the phone. "Hurry up and send it. Why is it taking so long? What is Su Chen dawdling about?" She resolved to call him again for a nudge. Just as she picked up her phone, a notification chimed. It was a message from Su Chun, and Fong Ruolin exclaimed in surprise. "Here it is." Chapter 58. The Affection of Generations. The baby's slave Su Jiangwo immediately leaned in. "Where? Let me see." Fong Ruolin trembled as she struggled to open the video. "Hand it over." "I'll do it." The usually obedient Su Jiangwo had completely forgotten his usual demeanor. Fong Ruolin, not feeling angry, allowed him to proceed. As the video began, Su Chun held the phone, addressing the camera. "Mom, Dad, look, behind me are the 4 little ones." He then turned the camera to reveal the 4 babies. The eldest and third wore little hats, while the second and fourth sported tiny pigtails. Seeing Su Chun filming them, they gazed in wide-eyed innocence. Mouths agape, utterly adorable. Su Jiangwo could hardly contain his joy. "Babies, such adorable babies. These are my little grandchildren. Ruolin, look how cute they are, as if they stepped out from the television," he exclaimed, pointing them out to Fong Ruolin, who was covering her mouth and nodding, wiping away tears. Yes, they're so cute. Why are you crying? Stop it, stop it." Su Jiangwo panicked, handing her a tissue. "I'm not crying. I'm just so happy," she replied, dabbing her eyes. "Right, let's keep that happiness flowing. Smile." With that, Fong Ruolin burst into laughter, wiping her tears, but she noticed Su Jiangwo secretly wiping his own eyes. "Look who's talking. You're weeping too. I just got some sand in my eyes. Look, we haven't finished watching yet. What is Su Chen up to?" The video had gone silent for a moment, but soon Su Chen resumed. "Mom, Dad, I assume you've composed yourselves by now. Let me formally introduce you." He placed the camera before the bewildered eldest. "This is the eldest, a sensible little man named Su Zian." Turning to the child, he encouraged, "Eldest, say hello to Grandpa and Grandma." The child looked confused. Glancing from Su Chun to the phone, reaching out to grab it, Su Chen playfully blocked his tiny hand, chuckling, "Such a rascal." Next, he shifted the camera to the second child, whose tiny pigtails remained from earlier that morning when Chi had styled them. With wide eyes, she stared at the camera. "This is the second, Su Xiao. When she smiles, her eyes turn into little slits. It's absolutely sweet." After the introduction, he coaxed, Xiao, give us a smile." She blinked rapidly, seemingly understanding, and grinned. Su Chen affectionately patted her head. "Such a good girl." Then, he approached the third child, who, like the eldest, wore a little hat. Upon seeing Su Chen, he beamed back at him. "This is the third, Su Zikong. He is also a little gentleman, and he happens to adore pretty aunties, isn't that right, Zikong?" Upon hearing pretty auntie, the third child excitedly waved his hands. "Where's the pretty auntie?" Su Chen was at a loss, playfully pinching the boy's nose. "You, at such a young age." He then moved to the fourth child, who had been waiting patiently. With wide eyes, she grabbed the phone as soon as Su Chen approached. Hey, what are you doing, fourth?" Su Chen held the phone delicately. fearing to hurt her. After a struggle, he finally managed to wrest the phone back. This is the fourth, Sue Lele. Don't let her size fool you. She is the most mischievous of the bunch. Upon hearing his words, the fourth child assumed he was playing and became even more excited, jumping and giggling. After teasing her for a while, Suchin finally positioned the camera further away, capturing himself with all 4 children. These are your 4 grandchildren, Mom and Dad. I'll bring them to see you soon. All right, little ones, smile for the camera. Suchun had discovered how to elicit laughter from the 4, making silly faces. They all burst into giggles. The video continued for a while longer before coming to an end. Fong Rulin and Su Jiangwo felt it was insufficient. Tears welled in their eyes, yet they spoke with smiles. So adorable. The 4th looks just like Dad. The 3rd too. The eldest and 2nd must resemble their mother. Jiangwo, we have grandchildren now. Indeed, Rulin. Unbeknownst to us, we've grown old. Wait, let's watch it again. My precious grandchildren are simply too adorable. I want to hold them. Feng Rulin began envisioning the sensation of cradling the babies. Why don't we go help Su Chun? But what about their mother? At the mention of the children's mother, Feng Rulin couldn't help but sigh. What a useless child Su Chun is. Why is he so slow? Hurry up and bring my daughter-in-law home. Soon, Su Jiangwo reassured. Our son is exceptional. He will succeed. Yes, Feng Rulin nodded, suddenly recalling something and leaping to her feet. What's wrong? I'm going to send Su Chun some money. As she rummaged for her bank card, she fretted. How can Su Chun manage on just 2,000 a month? That won't even cover the formula for 1 baby. And there are 4. Su Chun can endure hunger, but our precious grandchildren must not go without. Yu Jiangwo saw nothing wrong with her logic. He promptly joined her in searching. You're right. Let us send more for our precious grandchildren. Upon hanging up the phone, Su Chun, who was on his way home with the babies, inexplicably sneezed. What on earth? Has someone been speaking ill of me? Once home, he opened his phone to discover a sudden influx of 100,000 yuan in his account. It was a transfer from the family account. Su Chun was momentarily stunned. In their family group chat, the usually silent Feng Rulin tagged him. You rascal, this is money for the babies. Make sure you don't spend it on yourself. If you do, I swear I'll break your legs when you come back. Su Jiangwo chimed in. Agreed. If you dare neglect the babies, I will not hold back. Su Chun. Is this what it feels like to be forgotten as a son the moment one becomes a grandfather? How unfortunate can one be? He glanced back at the little ones, who were staring at Su Chan with bewildered expressions, utterly unaware that there were now 2 more people in the world who loved them dearly. After transferring the funds to Su Chun, Su Jiangwa and Feng Ruolan felt increasingly unsettled. Throughout the day, they watched the video repeatedly, finding it impossible to tire of it. Finally, Su Jiangwa could no longer contain himself. He slapped his thigh and made a decisive proclamation. No, I must go see the little ones. Feng Ruolan hesitated, saying, Don't be reckless. What if we lose our daughter-in-law? I can't go openly, but can I not go secretly? Chapter 59. Washing clothes for my wife. Su Chun surveyed the balance on his bank card and fell into silence for a moment. After some contemplation, he sent a message in the family group chat. Su Chun, Mom and Dad, I don't need money. I have enough to Su Chun. I'll transfer the funds back. You 2 can spend it freely without worrying about me. Su Chun. I can take good care of the little ones as well. With a bittersweet feeling, he typed, secretly pleased that his parents would surely think their son was thriving. They must be so moved, right? However, not 2 minutes later, he saw Su Jiangwa berating him in the chat. Su Jiangwa, what nonsense is this? If you don't need it, give it to my daughter-in-law. Su Jiangwa, if you talk back, I'll kick you out. Su Jiangwa, if you dare to transfer it back, don't bother coming back. With a habitual reflex, Su Chun typed 3 question marks. The next moment, system notification. You have been kicked out of the group chat. Su Chun. Well then, he had been expelled from the chat by his own parents. It seemed that the money could not be returned. Su Chun silently set his phone aside with a sigh. Seeing this, the little ones tilted their heads in confusion. What's wrong with Daddy? Daddy looks unhappy. No, we must make Daddy happy. But how can we make Daddy happy? The little ones' heads bobbed back and forth as they pondered, exerting their little minds. Sanbao had a messy accident. Su Chin immediately understood and rushed over to scoop up Sanbao. Are you shy, Sanbao? As he spoke, he changed Sanbao's diaper with a beaming smile. This smile caught the attention of the other little ones. who also tilted their heads in curiosity. Oh, so making a mess makes Daddy smile. The three little ones frowned in unison, one after another. Poo poo poo, Su Chin. Big bow. Did you also make a mess? Second bow, you too. Cough. Fourth bow, you. With only 2 hands, Su Chin found himself in a predicament. Hold on, everyone. Daddy can't keep up. The little ones watched Su Chin flail about, each one more delighted than the last, completely oblivious to their mischief. After quite some time, Su Chin finally managed to clean up all 4 little ones, changing their little pants in the process. He collapsed into a chair, utterly exhausted. Yet, he had to admit, he felt quite happy. Just then, the system chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully caring for 4 little ones and managing their mess. You have activated a special reward. Would you like to claim the reward, Su Chin? Somewhat bewildered, responded. Open it. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a system upgrade. Upon activation, the system will automatically upgrade. Would you like to proceed? Flabbergasted, Su Chin thought. There's an upgrade, indeed. After upgrading, what will happen? The rewards will be richer, and the skills will be more refined. All right, then upgrade it. As soon as Su Chin finished speaking, ding, congratulations, host, on the successful system upgrade. Ding, congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill of tea identification. The tea identification skill allows the host to assess the quality of tea through sight and smell. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained the special seed acquisition privilege. This privilege allows the host to earn special seeds through tasks, including but not limited to vegetables, fruits, and medicinal herbs. Tea identification skill? What use is that? Su Chin shook his head. He rarely drank tea, however, the special seed acquisition privilege seemed intriguing. Hadn't he always purchased seeds before? Ding. The seeds you purchased were all ordinary ingredients. Although the food grown was good, it was not the best. Is that so? Su Chin was astonished. He thought the vegetables he grew were already excellent. To learn there were even better options was surprising. Indeed, host. That's fantastic. When will I be able to get the seeds? Depends on your luck, Su Chin. All right. It seems the system has become rather proud after the upgrade. Nevertheless, the potatoes and tomatoes he bought from the market, watered with spiritual spring water, were so delicious. If there was something even better, that would be wonderful. Overjoyed, Su Chin twirled around with the little ones. Let us go pick up your mother. By the time he brought Wen-Chi back home, it was already 7 o'clock. Su Chin prepared dinner and fed the little ones again before finally relaxing. When Chi-Chi had already gone to take a bath, Su Chin picked up the clothes she had left outside, preparing to wash them. Just as he picked them up, a delicate pink piece of lingerie fell to the floor. Su Chin's pupils dilated. His wife was becoming increasingly unguarded around him. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up the lingerie, placing his hand on it to feel the size, smiling gently. This should be hand-washed, right? Washing my wife's clothes is a man's honor. Su Chin quickly tossed the other clothes into the washing machine and took the lingerie and basin, gently starting to wash it. The bathroom was divided into wet and dry sections, and although he couldn't see the person inside due to the frosted glass door, he could make out a lovely silhouette against it. Su Chin found himself lost in thought. Just then, when Chi-Chi, with her hair damp and wrapped in a towel, opened the bathroom door, Su Chin found himself locked in a gaze with Wen-Chi. Her hand, which was drying her hair, paused as her eyes fell on the lingerie in Su Chin's grasp, and she gasped. Ah, what is going on? How did my lingerie end up in your hands? To avoid embarrassment, she had always taken the basin herself to wash in her room. Today she had forgotten. When Chi-Chi's face flushed as she rushed to Su Chin's side, snatching the damp lingerie from him. I'll wash it myself. When Chi-Chi stammered, clearly flustered. Chapter 60. When Chi-Chi's final stubbornness, Su Chin held onto one side of the lingerie while Wen-Chi clutched the other. Noticing her bashful demeanor, he thought to tease her a little. Chi-Chi, what's the matter? When Chi-Chi's face turned beet red, and she couldn't dare to look up at Su Chin. Seeing that he wouldn't let go, she playfully protested. Let go? Haha, I want to let go. Su Chin tightened his grip. From now on, let me wash for you. No, that want to do. Why not? When Chi-Chi was at a loss for words, her heart racing uncontrollably. If it's too much, you can help me wash too. Su Chin deliberately lowered his voice and whispered. That's even more inappropriate. A woman's lingerie has an upper garment, but a man's. When Chi-Chi's mind raced with these thoughts, making her feel utterly embarrassed. Su-chan, you pervert. Haha. Su-chan raised his hand, habitually ruffling Wen Chi-Chi's hair. But I only want to be a pervert for you. As he loosened his grip, Wen Chi-Chi seized the opportunity to snatch the lingerie back and swiftly turned to dash into the bathroom. Without waiting for Su-chan to say anything, she slammed the door shut behind her. Outside, Su-chan chuckled. Haha, my wife is just too adorable. Once Wen Chi-Chi entered the bathroom, she stared at her lingerie, feeling increasingly ashamed. How could she have let Su-chan see it? Especially in pink. Would he think she was childish? Surely men preferred something more sensual, right? Wen Chi-Chi felt like she was going crazy. She tossed it onto the bathroom floor. Moments later, she gritted her teeth and picked it back up. But this is the first time Su-chan is helping me wash it. Wen Chi-Chi felt a pang of reluctance to throw it away. Thus, she spent the next hour in the bathroom, wrestling with her thoughts. Only when she heard the little ones making noise did she finally emerge. She walked out without glancing at Su-chan on the sofa, silently repeating to herself, I'm not here. I am not here. Chi-Chi. When Chi-Chi paused in her steps, forcing a cold expression. What is it? She still couldn't bring herself to look at Su-chan. Feeling utterly mortified, Su-chan chuckled lightly. Actually, it looks quite nice. When Chi-Chi could no longer contain herself and dashed into the bedroom, slamming the door behind her. Outside, Su-chan burst into laughter. Later that evening, after putting the little ones to sleep, when Chi-Chi took out her phone, opened her contacts, and found her father's number, she hesitated, still not daring to make the call. Sigh. When Chi-Chi sighed deeply, perhaps I'll do it later, on the weekend. In a small town on the outskirts of Ningzhou, Su Jianghua had already prepared his things early in the morning. Holding his phone, he watched the little ones while waiting for a ride by the roadside. Feng Ruolan also expressed her desire to accompany him. However, they realized that if they went together, they would draw too much attention. After some discussion, they decided that Su Jianghua would go alone to take a look. At that moment, a man of similar age to Su Jianghua approached, cradling a child under 1 year old in his arms. The child's face was rosy as he slumbered peacefully. Upon noticing Su Jianghua, the man inquired, Old Su, where are you headed? To see my son, Su Jianghua replied with a cheerful smile. Oldly, out for another stroll with the little one? Oldly nodded in affirmation, indeed, now that I'm retired. What else is there to do but take the child out? He then continued, but you, my friend, Su-chan is already 22 and still in his second year of college. My son graduated and married by that age. Otherwise, how could I have become a grandfather so soon? Old Su, why not skip visiting your son and join me for a stroll instead? I can lend you long for a while. Oldly and Su Jianghua had grown up together and were known for their friendly rivalry. Years ago, Oldly had married a year before Su Jianghua, and since then, Su Jianghua seemed to lag behind in every aspect. He had a son a year later, his son started school late, and Su-chan unfortunately spent 3 years in high school. By the time Old Li's son graduated, Su-chan was still only a sophomore. Later, Old Li's son married, and soon after, his daughter-in-law became pregnant, resulting in Old Li's first grandchild. Now, that grandchild was nearly a year old. Each time, Old Li would make a point to flaunt his success to Su Jianghua. And today was no exception. Old Li relished in watching Su Jianghua's flustered and helpless reactions, fully expecting him to be irritated. To his surprise, Su Jianghua waved dismissively, Old Li, your moment of pride won't last long. What do you mean? Planning to drag Su-chan back for a blind date and marriage? Let me tell you, Su-chan hasn't even graduated yet. Education comes first. Who said anything about a blind date? Su Jianghua asserted with a hint of pride. I already have a daughter-in-law. Old Li could hardly believe his ears. In a way. How could that be? Why not? Universities allow marriage now, surprised, upon noticing Old Li's expression shift. Su Jianghua teasingly added, my daughter-in-law has given me 4 little grandsons. 4? Are you dreaming? Did you forget to take your medication this morning? Old Li was incredulous. In all his years, he had only heard of twins. Quadruplets were unheard of, especially coming from Su Jianghua. If it were true, he would never hear the end of it. No. He simply could not believe it. Seeing Old Li's agitation only fueled Su Jianghua's delight. What medication? I'm perfectly fine. I'm off to see my quadruplet grandsons. You can just envy me. Soon, I'll be parading all 4 of them right in front of you. You'll be green with envy. Su Jianghua was overcome with joy, practically beaming. Old Li, on the other hand, was fuming. I won't believe it unless you bring them here to stand before me. Just then, a car horn sounded nearby. Su Jiangwo waved. I must be off. Old Li was left seething, especially as Long in his arms began to cry. He returned home, muttering under his breath, I can't believe this. I'm so furious. Upon seeing his son and daughter-in-law watching television, Old Li stormed over and scolded, What are you two doing? When are you having a second child? Hurry up, no dawdling. His son and daughter-in-law exchanged confused glances. Dad, what's wrong? Didn't you say one child was enough? Old Li pointed outside. Su Jiangwo's son Su Chun has had quadruplets. Quadruplets? How can I not be angry? Quadruplets? That can't be true. His daughter-in-law chimed in. I did see a video online of a set of quadruplets recently. They were adorable, but that was just one video. It can't be Su's family, can it? How could that be a coincidence? Dad, stop joking around. Raising children is already difficult enough. We're not having another. After getting into his car, Su Jiangwo couldn't shake the laughter from the earlier encounter. He hummed a tune, unable to contain his joy as he recalled the scene. His exuberance was infectious, and a nearby stranger asked, Uncle, why are you so happy? Oh, let me tell you, Su Jiangwo's enthusiasm was unleashed. My son and daughter-in-law have given me 4 little grandsons. 4? The stranger was taken aback. Indeed. Su Jiangwo relished their astonishment. As the other passengers in the car stirred, they turned their attention to him, incredulous. Really, 4? Yes, 4, he affirmed, pulling out his phone to show them a screenshot of Su Chen's video, featuring him and the 4 babies. Su Jiangwo had no intention of sharing the video. Those adorable children were his to cherish and boast about. As he displayed the images, onlookers leaned in, marveling at the cuteness of the 4 little ones, especially the 2 girls with their tiny pigtails. And the boys, one of whom had a charming smile. Su Jiangwo beamed at their compliments, feeling a surge of pride. The handsome fellow in the front, he's my son. Your son looks young. Yes, that rascal is still in school. The older folks in the car were envious. What? Still in school? Impressive. How marvelous. If only my son were that accomplished. He is 30 and still single. Could you share your wisdom on how your son found a wife and had quadruplets? I need to educate my unambitious son. Su Jiangwo's heart soared with joy. I really don't know. Someone interjected. How could you not know? It's obviously because he is handsome. Laughter erupted around him. And throughout the journey, Su Jiangwo's spirits remained high. Upon arriving in the city, he quickly called Li Dong. Dongzi, come pick me up. Li Dong was startled. Uncle, you're here? I'll tell Su Chun. Wait. I came secretly. Don't say a word. Why not? Li Dong was puzzled, concerned about Su Chun and the babies. Because Su Chun told me he had 4 grandsons and even sent me a video. Li Dong sighed in relief. But if you already know, why sneak here? It's for Su Chun's wife. Su Jiangwo explained the situation, and Li Dong, bemused, said, Ah, I see. I'll come get you. Do you know where Su Chun lives? Take me to a hotel nearby. Sure. On Sunday morning, Su Jiangwo rose before dawn, unable to sleep from excitement. He prepared snacks and water, determined to wait all day if necessary to see the babies. Soon, he spotted Su Chun driving a sleek SUV, but Su Chun didn't notice him. Where did he get that car? Su Jiangwo wondered, peering inside to find it empty. Annoyed, he muttered, that little rascal, out enjoying himself without the kids? Just wait until I get home. Unbeknownst to Su Jiangwo, Su Chun sneezed, feeling as though someone was watching him but shrugged it off. He was on his way to meet Qian Hu about some matters and had intended to bring the babies. But due to the previous night's events, when Qi Zhao insisted on staying behind to rest, reluctantly, Su Chun had set off alone. Meanwhile, when Qi Zhao finished her breakfast, gathered her things, and prepared to take the babies downstairs. After meandering around the entrance for a while, when Chi realized that she seemed to have nowhere to go. With Su Chun absent, venturing outside felt somewhat inconvenient for her. When Chi discovered her dependence on Su Chun growing stronger by the day, she resolved to take the little ones for a stroll in the garden. Just then, Su Jiangwo happened to catch sight of this scene at the entrance. His eyes immediately lit up. The little ones? For adorable babies, they must belong to his family. He wanted to greet them, but then he remembered he had come secretly and feared scaring his daughter-in-law. Speaking of which, his daughter-in-law was truly remarkable. Beautiful. No wonder she was the daughter-in-law of Su Jiangwo. The more he thought about it, the prouder he felt. However, The pressing question was how to catch a glimpse of the babies without raising suspicion. As Su Jiangwo pondered this, he noticed someone nearby selling small balloons. An idea struck him. Brother, I'll take 400. I want all of these. Huh? Payment. Su Jiangwo confidently tossed 500 yuan. Walking away with nearly 20 balloons, the balloon seller, bewildered and disheveled, approached the community security guard. Who is that person? The guard shook his head. I don't know. He was squatting here since morning. Apparently waiting for someone I don't know. It feels suspicious, the guard replied. But Su Jiangwo paid no mind to these concerns. He hurried along, fearing he would miss the moment. Upon arriving at the park, from a distance, he saw Wen Qiqi laughing and chatting with the little ones. Su Jiangwo found a spot relatively close to them to stealthily observe the babies. As he gazed, his body trembled with excitement. Viewing the little ones through his phone was one thing, charming yet lacking authenticity. But now, the 4 babies were right in front of him. Su Jiangwo felt slightly dizzy, his heart racing as he silently screamed, "Aw! These 4 babies are utterly adorable. My precious grandchildren are so beautiful." These were undoubtedly the most delightful babies he had ever seen in his life. He yearned to rush over and embrace them, showering them with kisses and lifting them high. Yet, he hesitated, contenting himself with quiet laughter, his eyes glued to the little ones. The babies, spotting the balloons, were overwhelmed with joy, each raising their tiny hands to wave at the colorful orbs. Wow! So many pretty balloons! I love them! I want balloons! The little ones glanced at the balloons, then tilted their heads to look at Wen Qiqi, eagerly awaiting her to purchase them. Wen Qiqi, noticing the balloon vendor, felt a strange sensation upon seeing Su Jiangwo fixated on the babies. However, with the little ones so excited, it was evident they desired the balloons. Thus, Wen Qiqi gently pushed them towards Su Jiangwo. Chapter 62. Excitement. Those are my little grandchildren. Su Jiangwo's pupils widened in astonishment, his body trembling with fervor. Aw! The grandchildren are coming over. What should I do? Should I hide? But they are my grandchildren, my beloved little ones. How could I hide? No, he wanted to embrace them. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Su Jiangwo suppressed his excitement and beamed at the approaching babies. The little ones were captivated by Su Jiangwo's balloons. Upon seeing his smile, the cheerful second baby returned his grin, her eyes squinting into crescent shapes. Boom! Su Jiangwo felt as if his heart had been struck. This is too adorable. No wonder these are the children of the Su family. He was overwhelmed with joy. The other 3 babies, seeing Su Jiangwo smile, joined in the laughter. At that moment, Su Jiangwo felt dizzy with happiness. Uncle, how much are your balloons? When Qiqi approached to inquire, Su Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback. Uncle? He finally registered, then quickly lifted his head to reply. What is it? How much for the balloons? When Qiqi asked again, Su Jiangwo pointed at the little ones. Are you buying them for them? When Qiqi nodded, Su Jiangwo chuckled. No charge, they're all on me? Huh. When Qiqi was taken aback. What kind of operation is this? Su Jiangwo continued. Miss, please don't misunderstand. I find them adorable and wish to give them these. But I have one request. May I hold them? When Qiqi frowned slightly. This man felt somewhat peculiar. The babies had already grabbed hold of the balloons in Su Jiangwo's hands. Reluctantly, she replied, All right. But I still want to pay. No, really, you don't have to. Su Jiangwo waved his hands, carefully handing the balloons to the babies, passing the extras to Wen Qiqi. Then he bent down to look at the 4 little ones. Barely containing his laughter, he joyfully embraced the dazed eldest baby, silently whispering, Eldest baby, I'm your grandpa. Wen Qiqi, holding the balloons, looked at Su Jiangwo with a sense of bewilderment. This person seemed a bit odd. After hugging the eldest, Su Jiangwo went on to embrace the second baby, the first one to smile at him. Second baby, my little cotton-padded jacket. Next, he reached for the third baby, until Su Jiangwo attempted to hug the fourth baby. When Qiqi could no longer contain herself, she hurriedly handed the balloons to Su Jiangwo, using her body to shield the baby. I'm sorry, we don't want these balloons. This person was truly too strange. She was afraid to accept that. I'm not. Su Jiangwo's hands were left empty, unable to embrace the fourth baby. When Qiqi quickly pushed the little ones away, the fourth baby turned to look at Su Jiangwo, thinking, this grandpa is so strange. He hasn't hugged me yet while my siblings have. Pouting, the fourth baby began to cry. When Chi-Chi assumed the little one was frightened and hurried her pace. Don't cry, don't cry. Mommy is coming. At this moment, Su Jiangwo felt a surge of urgency. The fourth baby is crying. How can such a cute baby cry? His heart felt like it was shattering. No, he must go after her and comfort the fourth baby. With this thought, he hurriedly followed. When Chi-Chi initially planned to head home, but then remembered the news she had seen about people deliberately seeking out the addresses of babies when their parents were away. A shiver ran down her spine. She decided to leave the community first. As long as they exited, it would prove she wasn't from the area, and that person shouldn't follow them, right? She would think of a way to shake him off later. Resolute in her decision, when Chi-Chi led the little ones out the door, the security guards at the entrance recognized the 4 babies and greeted them cheerfully. When Chi-Chi was absent-minded, the guards sensed something was off. What is going on? Just then, they saw the man with the balloons rushing out. The direction he was headed was the same as when Chi-Chi's. A sudden realization struck the guard. In a way, call the police. The thought raced through his mind as he swiftly picked up the phone. After leaving the community, when Chi-Chi wandered aimlessly, after walking a distance, she could no longer see the person behind her and sighed in relief. Passers-by commented in admiration, "What beautiful babies! Quadruplets, how enviable!" Among them, a few older individuals lamented, "If only my son and daughter-in-law could have quadruplets too, so well behaved." While they chatted, one person suddenly narrowed their eyes, exclaiming, "Strange, who is that old man?" Something feels off upon hearing this, when Chi-Chi nearly burst into tears. What to do? Should she call Su-chun? It didn't occur to her that, in times of trouble, the first person she thought of was Su-chun. A few older sisters noticed when Chi-Chi's anxiety and surrounded her. "Don't be afraid. We'll protect you." Who would dare act up in broad daylight? One particularly hot-tempered woman, unable to contain herself, grabbed her bag and marched towards Su Jiangwo. Unaware of the approaching woman, Su Jiangwo was still worried about the 4th baby. Suddenly, smack! The woman threw her bag at Su Jiangwo, then began to berate him. "What are you doing? Why are you following that young lady? Are you up to no good?" Su Jiangwo was taken aback by the sudden blow. Stammering, "What are you talking about? I'm not, I didn't." The woman refused to believe the words of a suspicious person. "Have you ever heard a bad person admit to being bad?" "No," the crowd shouted in unison. "Exactly. This person is too much. He can't be let go." When Chi-Chi felt a pang of sympathy, but, thinking of the babies, she remained silent. Su Jiangwo anxiously tried to explain. But the more he spoke, the more tangled it became. For the sake of Su-chun, he couldn't reveal his identity. Was he really going to be beaten today? Gathering his courage, Su Jiangwo thought, "Let them hit me. It's worth it just to see my grandchildren." Just then, police cars arrived. The women who were about to strike paused. Su Jiangwo thought he had been rescued, but before he could rejoice, he saw the police approaching him. "Hello, someone reported that you were harassing someone. Please come with us." Chapter 63. New skills are just tough talk. In the morning, Su-chan drove to the office building of Qian-hu. The night before, Qian-hu had called him to discuss something today. Just as he was about to head upstairs, he was suddenly drawn to a newly opened shop below. It was a tea shop named Chinchao Baihui. The establishment was quite spacious, yet it was sparsely populated within. Recalling his newfound skill in tea identification, Su-chun decided to venture inside. After all, he had no tea at home and could not discern any differences. Upon entering, a cheerful saleswoman approached him and inquired, "Sir, are you in search of tea? What type of tea do you require? I would be delighted to make some recommendations. Today marks our grand opening at Chinchao Baihui, and we are offering discounts on tea purchases." Su-chun responded with a smile. "Then please do introduce me to your selection." The saleswoman guided him to a counter and pointed to a box within, stating, "This is our freshly arrived Wui Mountain de Hong Pao, the finest tea. I believe you are a tea enthusiast as well. Would you like to take a look?" Nodding, Su-chun replied, "Please bring it forth for me to examine." As he took the tea, he opened the box and lifted a small amount to his nose, inhaling deeply. Instantly, a message flashed in his mind. Wui Mountain de Hong Pao, with leaves interspersed in red and green, exhibiting a vibrant hue, a fragrant and sweet taste, with a lingering aroma post-brewing. The identification result read, "Fake." Su-chun was taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to rely on his sense of smell and sight? However, since the system had declared it, it spared him the trouble. Glancing at the fine print beneath the system's message, he shook his head and sighed. placing the tea back down. "Your shop lacks sincerity," he remarked, not bothering to lower his voice deliberately. The few customers present could hear him, and they began to gather around. The saleswoman's expression shifted slightly. "Sir, what do you mean by that?" Su Chun proceeded to sniff the tea theatrically once more. "This tea is counterfeit, isn't it?" Noticing the saleswoman's growing discomfort, he added, "Well, it can't be entirely false. Perhaps 50% is genuine, but it is mixed with numerous other teas. Wui Mountain to Hong Pao, at this quality, should cost several hundred yuan. Yet, you are selling it at a premium price of 2,000 yuan per box. How unscrupulous." The information he shared was derived from the system's detailed analysis. The saleswoman, flustered, insisted, "That is impossible. This is a specially sourced product from our boss, procured at a high price. It cannot be fake. Our boss has repeatedly emphasized that we must not sell counterfeit goods and that our marketing must be truthful. How could he possibly sell fake tea?" Su Chen frowned at. "So, you are suggesting that your boss is unaware that this is counterfeit?" Whispers erupted among the onlookers. The saleswoman grew anxious. She had worked for the boss for many years, and his integrity was beyond reproach. He had once put his reputation on the line to guarantee the authenticity of this tea, and she believed him implicitly. You are doing this on purpose. You must be a tea seller yourself." At that moment, a familiar voice called from the entrance, "Xiao Ju, what is going on?" Simultaneously, another voice chimed in, "Su Chun, is that you?" Turning around, Su Chen saw Qian, who accompanied by a young man. The young man, slightly older than Su Chen, lost his earlier authority upon hearing Qian, who called Su Chen's name. "You are Su Chen? Greetings. I am Tang Tianqing." Xiao Ju, who was poised to complain, swallowed her words when she realized who Su Chen was. "I apologize, Mr. Su. I didn't know it was you. It seemed this matter was indeed connected to Qian Hu." Su Chen looked at Qian Hu, perplexed. "What is happening here?" Qian Hu approached Su Chen with a cheerful demeanor. "Su Chen, here is the situation. This is my nephew, Tang Tianqing, who has secretly ventured out to do business, hoping to impress his father with a lucrative haul. However, to our dismay, there have been no customers for the past 2 days. And we are quite worried. We were hoping you might lend us a hand." As Qian Hu spoke, he glanced expectantly behind Su Chen. "Oh my, I am eager to see the little ones again." Since their last meeting, Qian Hu had been utterly enamored. Unfortunately, the little ones were absent this time. "Why haven't they come?" Su Chen shook his head. "Their mother is with them." Qian Hu felt a profound sense of disappointment. "Are you suggesting I bring the little ones to assist?" "Not entirely," Su Chen replied. "I primarily wish to see the adorable little ones. A day apart feels like an eternity." Qian Hu, beaming, responded, "Nevertheless, both Tiansheng and I genuinely wish to enlist your help." "Su Chen, those little ones are incredibly charming. Tiansheng is a natural at selling. Rest assured, it will not be in vain. Tiansheng and I have discussed it. We can offer you 1,000 per day. What do you think?" Su Chen frowned once more. Qian Hu misinterpreted his hesitation as reluctance. "If that is insufficient, we can negotiate further. It's not about the money," Su Chen clarified. "It pertains to the tea." "What about the tea?" Qian Hu inquired, puzzled that at this juncture. The saleswoman cautiously interjected. "Mr. Su just claimed that our tea is counterfeit. How could our tea possibly be fake?" Upon hearing this, not only was Qian Hu taken aback, but Tang Tianqing was equally astonished. "What? Fake? I sourced this from a reputable tea merchant. How could it be counterfeit?" As Tang Tianqing spoke, a hint of guilt crossed his face. Rather than blaming Su Chen, he addressed the customers who looked displeased. "I sincerely apologize. I only engaged trusted suppliers, but I never anticipated this outcome. Please remain calm. We will arrange refunds immediately. Xiao Ju, hurry. Contact all customers from the past few days to inform them of the refunds. I will thoroughly investigate the source. We must ensure that no counterfeit goods are sold." Tang Tianqing's expression was grave. Su Chen was somewhat taken aback. He had expected a lengthy argument, yet here was a person who acted decisively. He was indeed commendable. Qian Hu leaned in curiously. "So, is it truly fake?" Before Su Chen could respond, Tang Tianqing interjected, "The taste will reveal all. I have authentic tea here. Xiao Ju, please fetch 2 cups of hot water." Asked the proprietor of the tea shop. Tang Tianqing had the habit of carrying genuine tea with him. However, he had inspected the tea for sale, and on the surface it appeared fine. Moreover, without a comparative tasting, he would not be able to discern any discrepancies. Fortunately, today provided an opportunity for comparison. He produced a small bag of tea from his pocket. This is my father's genuine De Hong Pao. I discreetly brought some along. If the other is counterfeit, the flavor should differ. Su Chen nodded, acknowledging Tang Tianqing's reasoning. That is indeed the best method for identification. Xiao Ju quickly prepared 6 cups of tea, pouring a bit from the tea for sale into 3 cups. While placing Tang Tianqing's tea into the remaining 3 moments later, the tea from Su Chen's cups exuded a rich aroma. Xiao Ju gasped, "Is this real? It smells divine." Before Su Chen could reply, Tang Tianqing answered, "Fake." Xiao Ju exclaimed, "How can that be?" Tang Tianqing urged, "Take a whiff of the other cups." As Xiao Ju approached, a subtle fragrance wafted towards her. Remarkably, while the scent was pleasant, it was faint and subtle, creating a most agreeable sensation. Xiao Ju was astonished. The difference is so pronounced? Indeed. They both proceeded to taste the teas. Although the counterfeit was fragrant, it felt lacking in some regard. The genuine tea, however, unleashed a refreshing aroma that spread throughout every pore, leaving one utterly invigorated. Qianhu, savoring the tea, remarked, "It truly is different. Su Chen, you are impressive. How did you discern that the tea was counterfeit?" Tang Tianqing turned his gaze towards Su Chen, equally curious about his method of identification. After all, according to his own abilities, he could not discern the difference. Earlier, he had been motivated by the shop's reputation. If refunds were not issued promptly, customers would surely cause an uproar, regardless of authenticity. After tasting, Tang Tianqing was now convinced of Su Chen's assessment. With a smile, Su Chen replied, "If I say I can see through it, would you believe me?" Tang Tianqing looked astonished. He scrutinized Su Chen carefully, realizing he had not employed any tools. Qianhu and Tang Tianqing exchanged glances and, in unison, declared, "We believe you." Su Chen regarded Tang Tianqing with mild surprise. Qianhu placed his trust in him due to their collaboration. Yet this was his first encounter with Tang Tianqing. Noticing Su Chen's curiosity, Tang Tianqing explained, "Boss Qian has spoken highly of you. You are the supplier of those exceptional potatoes and tomatoes. Moreover, you cultivated them yourself. Anyone capable of such accomplishments must possess unique skills. And with 4 adorable little ones under your care, you undoubtedly are a person worthy of trust." Su Chen felt a bit embarrassed. "Qianhu, must you praise me so indiscriminately?" Continuing, Tang Tianqing politely remarked, "Brother Su Chen, I apologize for the trouble I've caused you." He chuckled again. "I have one more favor to ask of you. Since you possess such keen insight, could you assist me in verifying the authenticity of my supply? I procured this from 2 distinct vendors, both of whom are reputable." Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Approaching, he picked up a canister of tea leaves and inquired with his gaze. Without hesitation, Tang Tianqing stepped forward and opened a canister of tea valued at 2,000. Su Chen examined the tea leaves closely, inhaling their aroma. The system indicated, Wui Mountain De Hong Pao. Verification result, authentic. Feigning meticulous scrutiny, Su Chen finally responded, "This is indeed genuine." Tang Tianqing exhaled a long sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. Brother Su Chen, I'm truly grateful for your assistance. If I had unwittingly engaged in dishonest trade, my grandfather would have surely disowned me." The old man is an ardent tea enthusiast. As the youngest son of the Tang family, Tang Tianqing often faced criticism for being idle. Last month, he vowed to carve out his own path, leaving home to start a business. Initially believing everything would proceed smoothly, he found his shop opened yet devoid of customers. Following a suggestion from Qianhu, he reached out to Su Chen, hoping for a breakthrough. Instead, he found himself in a comical predicament. The Tang family places a premium on reputation. At this moment, Tang Tianqing looked at Su Chen with gleaming eyes. "Brother Su Chen, I cannot thank you enough. I never expected someone your age to possess such capability. Thus, I shall offer you an increased remuneration, 2,000 a day. Should you have the time, please bring the little ones to lend their support." Upon hearing this, Su Chen could not help but laugh. 2,000. The charm of the little ones is indeed remarkable. He chuckled and waved his hand. "No need, no need. Even 1,000 is excessive. After all, assisting at the market typically earns only 200 to 300 a day." Just as he was about to decline, he heard Tang Tianqing insist, "Brother Su Chen, do not be modest. How about this? When the little ones arrive, you can also help me verify the authenticity of the tea leaves. It must be 2,000 a day, no less." With Tang Tianqing stating it so explicitly, Su Chen found it hard to refuse. He agreed, "All right, let us settle on that." However, the little ones cannot stay the entire day. They can only come for half a day. Therefore, it will be 2,000 for 2 days. Tang Tianqing, seeing Su Chen's determination, nodded in agreement. Very well, thank you, Brother Su Chen. I am immensely grateful. After bidding farewell to Tang Tianqing, Su Chen hurried home. Along the way, he pondered how the little ones, despite their tender age, could earn money. He should set up an account for them, so they could save the money they earned. By the time they turn 18, it could amount to quite a fortune. A fitting keepsake. Resolute, he turned his car around towards the bank. Just then, his phone rang. On the other end was a stranger's voice. Is this Su Chen? Your wife and child are at the police station. Could you come by when you have a moment? Su Chen's expression tightened, his heart nearly leaping into his throat. The police station? What has happened? They may have encountered human traffickers, but rest assured, there is no danger. They are merely here to provide a statement. All right, I'm on my way. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief and rushed towards the police station. At that moment, Su Jiangwo sat in a chair, surrounded by uniformed officers. He appeared anxious. You've truly misunderstood. I had no intention of harming them. I merely wanted to see the little ones. I meant them no harm. On the opposite side, when Chi-Chi remained silent, the little ones were joyfully playing not far from her, surrounded by a throng of officers. Since being brought here, the officers had gathered around, occasionally pinching the little ones' cheeks and ruffling their hair, utterly delighted. Wow, how adorable! Quadruplets! This is my first time seeing them. So impressive. So impressive. I absolutely adore them. The little ones were quite cooperative, each beaming with joy. Only Si Bao was fixated on the balloon that had been confiscated from Su Jiangwo. Wow, that balloon looks so beautiful. But the grandpa selling it seems unhappy. What should we do if he is sad? Let us make him happy. Si Bao raised a small fist, playfully calling out to Su Jiangwo. Upon noticing Si Bao's attention was on him, Su Jiangwo felt his heart melt. He entirely forgot he was at the police station and smiled at Si Bao. Good little one. As he spoke, he instinctively moved closer to Si Bao, wishing to embrace her. An officer firmly restrained him. What are you doing? I just want to give her a hug. Su Jiangwo mumbled, feeling wronged. If Feng Ruolin were present, she would be astonished. Typically, Su Jiangwo was a very stern individual with a rather volatile temperament. Yet now, even under misunderstanding, he was cautious, afraid of scaring the little ones. I truly didn't mean it. Even if he had, it was only to see the little ones. His beloved grandchildren. Su Jiangwo murmured softly. I am the little ones. Chapter 65. The first meeting with the future father-in-law, with the little ones requiring no care from one Chi-Chi, she found herself at leisure to at this moment. Hearing Su Jiangwo's words, when Chi-Chi curiously looked over. Throughout the journey, she had pondered Su Jiangwo's peculiar behavior, sensing something amiss. Moreover, she found Su Jiangwo's visage strangely familiar. Upon noticing when Chi-Chi's gaze, Su Jiangwo bit back the words he was about to utter. Yuchan had mentioned that when Chi-Chi had yet to fully accept him. The incident from years ago was purely an accident. Yet he wished to provide Wen Chi-Chi with a complete family. If he were to acknowledge it abruptly, it could jeopardize his son's plans. Furthermore, given the current situation, his daughter-in-law would likely form a negative impression of him. What if she thought he had some eccentricity and barred him from seeing the little ones in the future? This thought sent Su Jiangwo into a frenzy within his mind. No, this cannot happen. He clenched his teeth and sat down. Being misunderstood was one thing. He could endure a few days of confinement. Just then, the police station door swung open, and Su Chen rushed in. Chi-Chi. Hearing Su Chen's voice, Su Jiangwo's body instantly stiffened. He quickly stood, darting under the only desk in the room before Su Chen could spot him. How utterly embarrassing. His son had arrived. What should he do? The officers, previously engaged with the little ones, were startled by Su Jiangwo's sudden movement. What are you doing? Sit still. Seeing the little ones staring wide-eyed at Su Jiangwo, the officers turned back to reassure them. Good little ones. Auntie is here, don't be afraid. The female officer added. Auntie is here. There's no need to worry. The male officer chimed in. Your older brother is here too. He'll protect you from any bad people. However, at that moment, upon hearing their words, the little ones erupted in laughter. They were too engrossed to notice much else, except for Si Bao, whose gaze remained fixed on Su Jiangwo. Si Bao's big, adorable eyes blinked. Grandpa is so funny. Grandpa is so cute. What is Grandpa doing? Su Jiangwo ignored them, continuing to squirm beneath the desk. Finding it a tight fit, he grew anxious, unsure of what to do next. The officers were amused by his antics. "Hey, what are you up to?" Before they could finish, Su Jiangwo placed a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture, then turned to face the wall. Crouching silently, the officers exchanged bewildered glances, wondering if he had lost his mind. Yet, they paid little attention to Su Jiangwo, focusing instead on Su Chun, who needed an explanation. Upon hearing Su Chen's voice, Wen Qiqi stood and walked towards him. Since Su Chen's arrival, the worry that had gripped her heart began to ease. Noticing her anxious expression, Su Chen asked with concern, "Is everything all right?" When Qiqi shook her head, Su Chun took her hand. "If all is well, let us go check on the little ones." Had it been in the past, Wen Qiqi would have instinctively pulled her hand away from Su Chun. However, today, she found no desire to do so. For more than a year, Wen Qiqi had been alone. Regardless of the challenges she faced, she bore them all by herself, accustomed to solitude and the responsibility of caring for the little ones. In previous situations like this, she would have cried in fear. But today, she held back tears, knowing that Su Chun would always be there. The comfort of having someone by her side felt wonderful. Unbeknownst to Su Chun, when Qiqi subtly clasped his hand in return, that moment, Su Chun was overwhelmed with concern and did not notice her gesture. Upon seeing the little ones happily playing with the officers, he finally felt at ease. "Little ones, Daddy is here." The officers were once again taken aback upon seeing Su Chun, especially the female officer. "Wow, the children's father is so handsome. I'm so envious. Their mother is equally beautiful. No wonder they produce such adorable children." Su Chen paid them no mind. After calling out to the little ones, he noticed that only 3 of them were looking at him. The usually clingy Sibao seemed oblivious to his presence. Su Chun felt a twinge of confusion. "What is going on? Sibao, what are you looking at?" Sibao remained indifferent to him. Following Sibao's gaze, Su Chun spotted an individual with their head bowed, neck retracted, and back turned toward him. Was this person contemplating their misdeeds? Yet, why did they appear so familiar? Su Chun pondered briefly before asking with a tinge of hesitation, "Is that the human trafficker?" "Indeed." The police officer nodded. "But rest assured, the little ones are safe. Our ladies at the police station are diligently caring for them." Su Chun remained silent, observing the individual facing the wall as he approached. When Qiqi felt a surge of anxiety, "Su Chun, it's all right," Su Chun indicated to Wen Qiqi with a glance before redirecting his attention. The longer he looked, the more furrowed his brow became. At that moment, Su Jiangwo was nearly paralyzed with anxiety. Typically, he presented himself as a stern father before Su Chen, but in his current state, if recognized, Su Jiangwo could hardly bear to imagine Su Chen's reaction. Lowering his head further, he forgot that Su Chun was his son. Even from a mere silhouette, Su Chun could recognize him with clarity. Noticing Su Chen's tense expression, the police officer assumed Su Chun was irate and attempted to console him. "Su Chun, brother, damn." Before the officer could finish, Su Chun erupted in anger. The officer looked bewildered. When Qiqi, equally confused, turned to Su Chen, Su Chen waved his hand and clarified to the officer, "I'm not talking about you, not you." He then pointed at the quivering Su Jiangwo behind him. "What are you doing here? Didn't we agree you wouldn't come?" Su Chun was taken aback. The police officer and Wen Qiqi were equally perplexed. "Do you know him?" the police officer asked. "Of course I do." Su Chen replied. "Who is he?" The officer pressed. "He's my dad," Su Chen exclaimed. The police officer and Wen Qiqi were both left speechless. Su Chun no longer wished to concern himself with their bewildered expressions. He hastily approached Su Jiangwo and patted him on the back. "Dad, speak up. What brings you here?" The distressed Su Jiangwo shivered, seizing the opportunity when Su Chun was not looking to squat down and cover his head. Altering his voice, "I am not your father. I don't know you. Just leave." Su Chun was left dumbfounded. How had he lost his father in the blink of an eye? Being kicked out of the group meant he was truly forsaken? How cruel! Behind him, the police officer and Wen Qiqi were already dumbstruck. Wen Qiqi's heart raced. If this truly was Su Chen's father, then she was at a loss for words to describe her feelings. The police officer's expression shifted dramatically. Su Chun was oblivious to their concerns. He crouched down to match Su Jiangwo's height inside, forcefully turning Su Jiangwo's body towards him. "Dad, what's going on? How did you end up in the police station?" "This isn't like you." Chapter 66. I don't have a son like you. At that moment, Su Jiangwo wished only to find a crack in the ground to hide in. He covered his face with his hands. Utterly distressed, "I don't have a son like you." Su Chun was incredulous. Still in denial? The police officers couldn't help but chuckle. "Is he really your father?" One asked. Su Chun nodded affirmatively. "Yes, my biological father." "Then why is he here bothering you?" Upon hearing this, Su Chun was slightly taken aback. He pondered for a moment, and suddenly a realization dawned upon him. "Dad, you came here secretly, didn't you? Trying to check on the little ones while I was away?" Su Jiangwo remained silent, seething with anger. He merely wished for Su Chun to leave quickly, hoping that when Chi-Chi would forget about him. Next time they met, he could change his clothes, alter his appearance, and slip by unnoticed. But Su Chun was determined to expose him. Observing Su Jiangwo's demeanor, Su Chun knew he had hit the nail on the head. He chuckled. "If you truly wanted to come, you could have just told me I could have." Before Su Chun could finish his sentence, Su Jiangwo abruptly dropped his hands, sprang to his feet, and glared angrily at Su Chun. "What do you know, you little brat?" "If it weren't for you," Su Jiangwo opened his mouth, but the words stuck in his throat. With his daughter-in-law present, there were some things that could not be said. He felt utterly trapped. However, this sentiment resonated deeply with the newly minted father. Su Jiangwo feared that he might not be able to win when Chi-Chi's affection and was concerned about causing trouble for his son. Yet, driven by nostalgia for the little ones, he could only sneak away. For reasons he couldn't quite explain, Su Chun felt a lump in his throat. Life had been overwhelmingly moving lately. Sighing, he approached Su Jiangwo. "Dad, thank you." At this point, the police officers had pieced it together. It truly was a father-son duo. Su Chun nodded. "Yes." The officers chuckled. "Are you two having a disagreement?" "No, absolutely not. This isn't a disagreement. It's all out of love." But being a grown man, how could he articulate such sentimental words? To the officers, his response appeared quite the opposite. They looked at him oddly. "But your father just said he has no son. If there's no disagreement, why would he say that?" Su Chun opened his mouth, pondering how to explain without unearthing his father's heartfelt intentions. Upon hearing the officer's comments, Su Jiangwo's eyes lit up. Indeed, by shifting the blame onto his son, he could avoid being scorned by his daughter-in-law, and perhaps she would even feel pity for him, allowing him to hold the little ones more often. At that moment, in Su Jiangwo's eyes, the little one's importance far surpassed that of Su Chun. He sighed and lamented. "Look at this, even the police are saying so. How do you expect to be a son?" Su Chun gazed at him in confusion. Su Jiangwo then turned to the police. "Officer, I apologize. This time it's my fault. I was driven crazy by this little brat. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done something so foolish. I just miss my little ones too much." Su Chun was bewildered. Was something amiss? Upon hearing Su Jiangwo's words, the police officer noted Su Chun's shifting expression and patted Su Jiangwo's shoulder, casting a disapproving glance at Su Chun. "It's tough for everyone, isn't it? Su Chun, how could you treat your father like this? Look at how hard your dad works. It's not easy for him to raise you. Even if something happens, you should at least give in a little." Su Chun felt his words catch in his throat. When had his father turned into such a drama queen? He wished to explain, but, upon seeing the officer's disdainful gazes and Su Jiangwo's earnest expression, he sighed inwardly. In this situation, any explanation would be futile. They would only perceive him as ungrateful. Furthermore, noticing when Chi-Chi's gaze upon him, he sensed something had shifted. Su Chun felt a twinge of urgency. He could not remain here any longer. Otherwise, he might be labeled as an unfilial son, a title he feared he could never shake off. "I understand. Officer, I'll take my dad home now." Su Jiangwo secretly chuckled. Feeling quite clever, he was already anticipating a brighter future. With hands clasped behind his back, he avoided looking at Su Chun and swiftly approached Sabeobeo. This time, he finally held the soft and adorable Sabeobeo in his arms. As soon as Sabeobeo was lifted, she erupted with gleeful sounds. "Yay, Grandpa finally picked me up." Upon seeing the baby smile, Su Jiangwo felt his heart melt. How could his little granddaughter be so adorable? Oh, she was leagues cuter than the son of Oldly. When he returned home, he would make sure Oldly understood what divine beauty was. Meanwhile, Su Chun approached to push the strollers, but before he could move, Su Jiangwo had already taken the lead. Holding Sabeobeo in one arm and pushing the stroller with the other, he exclaimed, "Let me do it." The officers chimed in. "Let Uncle take over." Look how eager he is to see the little ones. What a loving grandpa. Observing this scene, Su Chen's expression grew more complex. Feeling powerless, he extended a hand toward Wen Qiqi. Let us go. Having grasped the situation, Wen Qiqi evaded his touch and turned to leave. Su Chen shook his head, sighing in resignation. This family dynamic had shifted drastically. He found himself in a precarious position. He quietly lamented his fate. Following behind them, he exited the police station, with the officers behind him offering sage advice. Take good care of your father, and your wife and little ones. Dio bring them around to visit us more often. We'd love to see the little ones, Su Chen thought to himself. Who has the time to visit the police station regularly? He waved his hand dismissively. We want he be coming back. Not at all. Once in the car, the little ones were seated in the back. Su Jiangwo was the first to rush over, unhesitatingly sitting beside them. He could not bear to be apart from the little ones for even a moment. When Qiqi settled into the front passenger seat, and Su Chen noticed her complexion was somewhat off, as if she were entangled in a mix of emotions she couldn't quite articulate. What's wrong? Su Chen asked curiously. When Qiqi fidgeted with her fingers, quickly responding, it's nothing. When Qiqi was on the verge of a panic. The moment she realized Su Jiangwo was Su Chen's father, her expression remained calm, but internally, a tempest raged. Even now, she struggled to process the revelation that Su Jiangwo was Su Chen's father, making him her future father-in-law. Goodness, their first meeting had been fraught with tension, all due to her and the little ones. Has the future father-in-law been arrested? What should I do? Chapter 67. Su Chen's family status. When Qiqi was completely unaware that she had already begun to regard Su Jiangwo as her future father-in-law, a look of distress crossed her face as her mind became a chaotic whirlwind. How would she interact with Su Jiangwo in the future? Would he think she was troublesome and come to despise her? It was all Su Chen's fault. If it weren't for him, this situation would never have arisen. When Qiqi cast a cold glance at Su Chen, who was driving, Su Chen suddenly felt an icy stare and was taken aback. Is everything all right? No. When Qiqi's voice had grown a touch colder, Su Jiangwo, who was playing with the little ones, exclaimed angrily, You little rascal, are you foolish? Just because Qiqi says there's no issue, does that mean there's truly none? Look at how frightened she is. As a man, shouldn't you be comforting your wife? You've lost all of your former charm. Su Chen helplessly glanced at Su Jiangwo through the rearview mirror. It seemed he was the one scaring Wen Qiqi. So why was all the blame directed at him? Nevertheless, he dared not refute it. His father had clearly become addicted to his performance. After finishing with Su Chen, Su Jiangwo turned to Wen Qiqi with a beaming smile. Qiqi? Don't worry, I'll take care of him when we get home. If this rascal bullies you again, remember to tell me and your mother to him, your aunt, and we want to let him off easily. The little one in his arms let out a coo. Su Jiangwo added. And if he dares to bully the babies, that's unacceptable too. Su Chen silently glanced at Wen Qiqi, then at the babies. His family status was indeed diminishing. Seeing Wen Qiqi silent, Su Jiangwo assumed she was still upset, so he deliberately scolded Su Chen again. You little rascal, where were you this morning? Leaving Qiqi to care for the babies alone. There are 4 of them. What happened to your sense of responsibility? If the little ones start fussing, how can Qiqi manage on her own? To win over his daughter-in-law, the best strategy was certainly to make his son take the fall. Su Jiangwo felt no pity for Su Chen and grew more animated with his words. Su Chen felt utterly helpless. His father was clearly benefiting from the situation while playing innocent. To avoid further silent suffering, he finally said, I understand, Dad. Such a situation will not occur again. And in the future? No, never again. Humph. Su Jiangwo snorted coldly and turned back to Wen Qiqi. See, Su Chen knows he was wrong, so you shouldn't hold it against him. He may have a few faults, but he is actually a good person. Wen Qiqi couldn't help but laugh at the banter between the 2 men. However, she still felt a bit nervous around Su Jiangwo. No, uncle, it was my insistence to take care of the babies alone. Su Chen usually works quite hard. I just wanted him to have a break, but I didn't expect. As she spoke, her voice grew softer. Upon hearing her earlier words, Su Jiangwo sighed with relief. It seemed his daughter-in-law had feelings for Su Chen. This little rascal was quite impressive. When Qiqi, feeling conflicted, pondered how to apologize to Su Jiangwo, she bravely asked, I didn't expect such a huge misunderstanding. Uncle Su, you don't blame me, do you? It's all my fault if I had recognized you. Hearing this, Su Jiangua waved his hand dismissively. Oh, so that's what you meant. How could I possibly hold that against you? You did the right thing. With 4 adorable babies, caution is paramount. If it were me, it wouldn't have been just a matter of calling the police. Who knows what other unpleasantness could have occurred? Chi-Chi, you did nothing wrong and have no need to apologize. Finally, Su-Chun added, if anyone needs to apologize, it's this rascal Su-Chun Su-Chun. Why is it always his fault? He is innocent when Chi-Chi. No, there's no need. Su-Chun did nothing wrong. Observing Su Jiangui's constant references to Su-Chun, when Chi-Chi felt a twinge of sympathy for him, she shyly remarked, actually, Su-Chun treats me quite well. He is great with the babies. Recently, while I'm in class, it's Su-Chun who looks after them. Su-Chun is a very responsible person. Uncle, I don't know what misunderstanding occurred between Su-Chun and you, but it might be because of my presence, so please forgive him. When Chi-Chi spoke all at once, only to realize Su-Chun was gazing at her intently, Su Jiangua burst into hearty laughter, delighted that his daughter-in-law had started to show concern for his son. Excellent, absolutely splendid. What a perfect assist. Forgive? Of course, I'm his father, so I'll forgive whatever he does. But daughter-in-law, you can't be too lenient with Su-Chun. This little rascal needs to be disciplined. From now on, I'll leave Su-Chun in your capable hands. You can deal with him as you see fit. When Chi-Chi shyly nodded, remaining silent, but her heart raced with excitement. Su Jiangua was beginning to accept her, wasn't he? How wonderful! Today's misunderstanding seemed to have been resolved. However, the dynamic between Su Jiangua and Su-Chun was quite cheerful. She had often heard others talk about the various conflicts between daughters-in-law and their parents-in-law. When Chi-Chi felt a subtle assurance that such conflicts would not arise for her, Su-Chun glanced between the two. Sensing that although his family status had diminished, the relationship dynamics between them seemed to have taken on a peculiar warmth. It appeared that his father had accepted when Chi-Chi, and she too had accepted his father. After worrying for so long, Su-Chun finally felt a sense of relief. Had he known it would turn out this way, he wouldn't have stopped Su Jiangua from visiting them. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Furong Community, when Chi-Chi exited the vehicle first. With 2 men present, she didn't need to help carry the babies. She simply observed. The security guard approached when Chi-Chi with a cheerful demeanor. You're back? Is everything all right? When Chi-Chi shook her head, everything's fine. The guard peeked to see Su-Chun carrying the babies, along with another man, and paid no mind. Every day, the highlight for him was seeing the babies. At that moment, he wished the entire world could know he was doing something for them. Thank goodness everything's fine. You won't believe it, but when I saw that man following you, I felt something was off. He clearly had ill intentions, the guard remarked, noticing a strange expression on Wen Chi-Chi's face. Miss Wan, are you feeling unwell? Wen Chi-Chi awkwardly smiled. No, you don't know. But I saw him following you out of the community, and I couldn't just stand by that. I couldn't let anything happen to the babies. So I immediately called the police. Am I clever, or what? The guard eagerly awaited praise, thinking that by cultivating a good relationship with the baby's parents, he would have more opportunities to interact with them. Just as the guard was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a cold snort. Clever? That's truly an understatement. Chapter 68. The security guard. You're really a dog, as the guard spoke. He felt a chilling breeze sweep past him. Turning around, he saw Su Jiangua approaching with a stern expression. When he reached the guard, he forced a smile. The security guard looked as if he had seen a ghost. You. What's wrong with me? Aren't you that human trafficker? You're the human trafficker. Your whole family is made up of traffickers. Look closely. I'm there, Su Jiangua said while pointing at the babies who smiled at him. I am their grandfather. As he uttered those words, a sense of inexplicable pride surged within him. This morning had been so suffocating. To avoid revealing himself, he had been on edge, hiding his joy from others. But now it was different. Now, he was recognized by the babies. This was undoubtedly one of the most exhilarating moments for Su Jiangua, especially seeing the astonished expression on the guard's face. Grandfather? Indeed. Su Jiangua cast a calm glance at the young guard. Envious? Jealous? I'm their grandfather. You wanted to get close to the babies, didn't you? Dream on, the guard. In no way. Su Jiangua turned around. For treasures. The little one quickly turned to him and upon seeing him, opened his arms wide with a cheerful grin. Hee, Grandpa is here. Grandpa, hug me. Su Jiangua effortlessly scooped up the little one, who gleefully bounced up and down. The other babies immediately displayed expressions of envy, all stretching out their arms, waiting for their grandfather's embrace. Su Jiangua then turned back to the young guard. Did you see? My granddaughter? And these three here. My eldest grandson, eldest granddaughter, and youngest grandson. Jealous? I can hold them whenever I want, but you can't. I can lift them high, but you can't. I can see them every day, but you can't. The guard's expression darkened progressively. How could this person be so insufferable? He was truly envious. Ever since when Chi-Chi moved into the community, he had seen her carrying the babies in and out every day. However, the babies, being shy, had never allowed him to hold them. He had tried several times without success, and it even scared the little ones to tears. Later, when Suchin arrived, the little one seemed to improve slightly, though it was merely to the extent of not crying. They still refused to be held. The security guard's greatest aspiration was to become familiar with the children, to have them harbor no ill feelings towards him. If that were to happen, he would undoubtedly be the happiest security guard in the world. Initially, he thought today presented an excellent opportunity, but to his dismay, he ended up stepping on a horse's hoof while trying to curry favor. He felt like the most unfortunate security guard in existence. Cautiously, he glanced at Su Jiangwo, then at Wen Chi-Chi. Is this truly the children's grandfather? When Chi-Chi nodded, it was no wonder the security guard found it hard to believe. If someone had told her such an absurd notion in the morning, she would have found it equally unbelievable. Observing the security guard's face, which was a kaleidoscope of emotions, when Chi-Chi inexplicably felt that her own disappointment seemed rather insignificant. After all, Su Jiangwo had treated her with great kindness. She felt a twinge of sympathy for the young security guard and began to look forward to the joy that such a family could bring. Su Chun, who had no voice in the matter, fell silent. After a moment of indecision, the security guard looked back at Su Jiangwo's face, which had transformed entirely. He approached Su Jiangwo with a grin. I am sorry, I didn't know it's all right. Even if you knew, you wouldn't be able to hold my grandson, Su Jiangwo replied. The security guard was rendered speechless, helplessly watching as Su Jiangwo proudly led the children away. After Su Jiangwo's arrival, Su Chun, who had been unable to approach the baby chair, cast a sympathetic glance at the security guard. They were both sharing in each other's misery, though the guard appeared to be in a slightly worse predicament. He found solace in that thought. Upon returning home, Su Jiangwo pushed the children into the modest one-bedroom apartment and was suddenly overwhelmed with a pang of sadness. 4 little ones, along with his son and daughter-in-law, were crammed into such a small space. According to Li Dong, it was still a rented place. His daughter-in-law and grandchildren must have endured considerable hardships, he thought bitterly. With that realization, he shot a cold look at Su Chun. This was all Su Chin's fault. If it weren't for him, how could the grandchildren be suffering like this? Feeling the chill in the air, Su Chin asked, Dad, what's wrong? Have I done something wrong again? Surely not. He hadn't dared utter a word. Seizing the moment while when Chi-Chi went to the restroom, Su Jiangwo quietly pulled Su Chin aside and said, Son, don't you think you should have your own house? Su Chun was somewhat puzzled by Su Jiangwo's sudden statement, but nodded nonetheless. Yes, he had initially expected Su Jiangwo to berate him for being unambitious, but to his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Su Jiangwo continued, Wait a moment. I'll talk to your mother about withdrawing all the money from our accounts to help you buy one right away. Hearing this, Su Chin felt a lump in his throat. His father, who had berated him all this time, was always the first to step up in his moments of difficulty. Dad, he suddenly wanted to say something sentimental, but before he could, Su Jiangwo interrupted. Enough with the nonsense. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for my grandchildren and daughter-in-law. It doesn't matter if you sleep on the streets, but I can't let my grandchildren and daughter-in-law do the same. Call me tomorrow when you're ready to pick a place. And make sure it's in your daughter-in-law's name. You're not worthy, Su Chun. Fine. His sentimental thoughts were stifled. Yet, he knew that Su Jiangwo understood him well. Once he had set his sights on someone, he would never let go. When Chi-Chi was his, Su Jiangwo continued to mutter under his breath, Raising a son is truly no easy feat. Ah, I'm so pitiful. As he spoke, he took out his phone to call Feng Ruolin. This matter could not be delayed for even a moment. Observing this, Su Chun snatched the phone from Su Jiangwo's hands. Su Jiangwo exploded. What are you doing? Su Chun smiled mysteriously. No need to buy one, Su Jiangwo. You don't think just because she bore you a child, you can shirk your responsibilities, do you? Are you trying to pull a fast one? You little rascal, do you believe I won tea break your legs? Su Chun merely smiled faintly. Leaning closer to Su Jiangwo, he whispered in his ear, Dad, I already have a house. Chapter 69, a son, after all, is his pride. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Su Jiangwo's eyes widened in astonishment. Su Chen quickly gestured for silence, signaling to Wen Qiqi's location. Keep your voice down. Seeing Su Jiangwo about to explode again, Su Chen hastily added, I plan to surprise Qiqi. I haven't told her yet. Only then did Su Jiangwo breathe a sigh of relief. He had feared that this foolish son intended to hoard the house for himself. If that were the case, he would have immediately taught him a lesson about the harsh realities of life. Yet, after considering this, Su Jiangwo furrowed his brow again. Where did you get the money to buy a house? Su Chen replied, Someone gave it to me. Who? Do you think people are fools who just give away houses? Su Chen had no choice but to recount how Zhang Weiqiang and Li Yulai visited him to see the baby and brought him good fortune. Of course, omitting the details about the system, merely stating that he was cultivating potatoes. You can farm? Dad, please don't look at me like I'm an idiot. I can do anything. I'm not a child anymore. Su Jiangwo remained skeptical. Just don't do anything illegal. Otherwise, I'll be the first to expose you. Su Chen chuckled helplessly and nodded. All right, understood. At this, Su Jiangwo finally relaxed, sitting back on the sofa and picking up the eldest grandchild. While he played with the baby, his mind wandered. His son had finally made something of himself. Perhaps he could begin to trust him. Glancing at Su Chen, a newfound sense of pride welled up within him. Su Chen, noticing the satisfied expression on Su Jiangwo's face, couldn't he help but ask, Dad, don't you think I'm particularly impressive? But Su Jiangwo snorted. You, impressive? Why don't you go ahead and marry my daughter-in-law right now? This topic left Su Chen momentarily speechless. Given his current situation, it was indeed impossible for him to do so. However, Su Chen was resolute. Don't worry, Qiqi will definitely marry me. Well, I'll be waiting for that day. When it comes, I'll definitely give Qiqi a big red envelope. Oh, my little grandchildren, you're all simply adorable. Grandpa loves you. As Su Jiangwo spoke, he gathered the babies into his arms, showering them with kisses. It was simply too blissful. Just as Su Chen was about to head to the kitchen to cook, he heard Su Jiangwo say, Wait a minute. Where did your car come from? Su Jiangwo nearly forgot about that. The car was clearly quite valuable. Just as Su Chen was about to speak, Su Jiangwo interjected. You're not saying you bought that too, are you? Do you believe I'll take you back to the police station right now? Su Chen. Never mind, it's too much to explain all at once. Dad probably wouldn't accept it anyway. I'll take it slow. I rented it. Since there are many babies and it's inconvenient to go out, and Qiqi still has classes, I temporarily rented a car. Don't worry, once I have money, I'll buy one right away. Only then did Su Jiangwo cautiously nod in acceptance. All right, if you need money, just tell me. Your mother and I will figure something out. Su Chen knew that if he outright rejected Su Jiangwo's assistance, it would surely sadden him, so he nodded in agreement. That moment, when Qiqi emerged from the restroom, upon seeing Su Chen and Su Jiangwo, she offered an awkward smile, still feeling somewhat uncomfortable. It felt a bit off to her. She intended to retreat to the room to give the father and son some private time with the babies. However, before she could step inside, Su Jiangwo stopped her. Qiqi, come here. Sit with us. Look, the babies are all watching you. A family? When Qiqi hesitated for a moment, the eldest was nestled in Su Jiangwo's arms, while the other three sat in their stroller, all gazing at her with cheerful expressions. One of the babies even reached out, wanting to be held. Mama is so beautiful. Mama smells nice. I want to be held. When Qiqi felt an irresistible urge to approach them. Yet, Su Chen and Su Jiangwo hadn't seen each other for a long time. She should give them some time together, right? Seeing her hesitation, Su Jiangwo shot a cold glance at Su Chen. Su Chen immediately understood. Qiqi, come sit over here. Otherwise, our babies will start crying. Mentioning the babies, when Qiqi no longer hesitated. The little ones were huddled around Su Jiangwo, leaving only the space beside Su Chen. In the presence of her elders, she had initially hesitated to sit too close to Su Chen, feeling awkward, but now there was no other choice. She could only sit beside him. Su Jiangwo watched the two, a blissful smile gracing his face. How wonderful! What a fortunate lad you are. Su Chen also chuckled. Dad, aren't you just as fortunate? Mom is beautiful too. He had heard that Fong Ruolin was the belle of the village in her youth. As soon as Fong Ruolin was mentioned, a proud expression spread across Su Jiangwo's face. Of course. Your mother is the most beautiful woman in the world. Naturally, that was in his eyes. You better treat your wife well, or else. Su Jiangwo's laughter was laced with a chilling undertone. Su Chun recoiled slightly, turning to Wen Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, you see, Dad is being mean to me. He was so pitiful. He also wanted someone to stand up for him. Suddenly being called upon made Wen Chi-Chi feel a bit nervous, especially upon hearing the word Dad. She wished to retort, yet with Su Jiangwo present, she found it difficult to do so. Blushing, she could only manage a nervous smile and said, Uncle Su, Su Chun has been quite good to me. This statement had already escaped her lips once in the car. And today, as she uttered it again, the initial shyness had dissipated. Over these past few days, she had profoundly felt how fortunate she was with Su Qian by her side. Thus, when Chi-Chi repeated, "It really is wonderful." Feeling flattered, Su Qian gazed at Wen Chi-Chi's rosy cheeks, unable to suppress a flutter of emotions. His wife had praised him. Today, she had finally acknowledged him. If not for Su Jiangwo's presence, Su Chun might have been unable to resist leaning in to kiss Wen Chi-Chi. Observing their interaction, Su Jiangwo burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "You too! Such a lovey-dovey couple. All right, the little ones are hungry. Come, let us prepare their milk. Where's the milk powder?" Su Jiangwo inquired, placing the eldest grandchild in the stroller. Momentarily shedding his authoritative demeanor to adopt a gentler tone. "Be good, my little ones. Grandpa is going to make your milk now. You must behave." As he spoke, he gestured for Wen Chi-Chi, who was about to stand, saying, "Chi-Chi, you sit down. Su Chun and I will handle this." Then, turning sharply to Su Chun, he commanded, "You, get over here. These are your responsibilities. How can you let Chi-Chi do them?" "Hurry up," Wen Chi-Chi attempted to explain. But Su Chun halted her. It was his moment to shine. Today, he was determined to impress his father. Chapter 70. The first surprise brought by his son Su Jiangwo strode into the house with an air of superiority, proclaiming, "Listen here, you rascal. When you were little, I prepared your milk, changed your diapers, washed your clothes, and fed you. This traditional virtue must not be lost. Today, I shall impart all this knowledge to you. Pay attention and take good care of the babies. If I see them unhappy, I will break your legs." To which Su Chun, who had endured enough threats of broken limbs, responded, "All right, Dad. I understand." The thought of soon impressing his father filled Su Chun with inexplicable joy. Su Jiangwo continued his monologue. In his recollection, Su Chun was a good-for-nothing who had never been home much since starting preschool. Fearing his son would struggle academically, Su Jiangwo enrolled him in numerous tutoring classes. As Su Chun entered high school, he became even busier, enduring 3 grueling years in his final year. By the time he finally entered university, Su Jiangwo was shocked to discover that Su Chun had quickly fathered 4 children. "He has become an adult," Su Jiangwo mused. If he was indeed an adult, then he must perform the duties of one. Spotting a bottle, he picked it up and began, "Let me tell you, for babies under 7 months, the milk powder should be." Before he could finish, he watched as Su Chun swiftly grabbed 3 more bottles and the canister of milk powder, expertly filling the bottles. Su Jiangwo's heart raced. "What are you doing, you rascal?" Before he could finish his question, Su Chun had already measured the perfect amount of milk powder into 1 bottle, then proceeded to the second, and finally the third. Seeing Su Jiangwo in a daze, Su Chun took the bottle from his father, filled it with water from the pre-prepared jug, and noticed Su Jiangwo still staring blankly. "Dad, what are you doing? Didn't you say you were going to feed the babies? Hurry up. The 2 bottles you have are for the 2nd and 4th babies. They are girls and eat less." Su Jiangwo finally snapped out of his stupor, staring incredulously at Su Chun, stuttering, "You. Realizing his father was astonished, Su Chun replied nonchalantly, "What's wrong? How do you know all this?" Su Jiangwo hadn't anticipated that Su Chun would prepare the milk with such speed. He had always thought his son was utterly clueless. Su Chun replied, "It's quite simple. I've been doing this for quite some time now." Su Jiangwo remained skeptical. Even after Su Chun left the room, he quietly followed behind. Su Chun handed the bottles to the eldest and 3rd babies, while the 2nd and 4th babies looked on expectantly at Su Jiangwo. Still in disbelief, Su Jiangwo marveled at how his once inept son had become so adept at preparing milk. Is this really the same little rascal from home? Dad? Seeing that Su Jiangwo was frozen in place, Su Chun reminded him. The second and fourth babies are hungry. If you don't feed them soon, they'll start crying, and it won't be easy to soothe them. Upon hearing this, Su Jiangwo hurriedly handed the bottles to the second and fourth babies. The second baby smiled sweetly, while the fourth baby smacked her lips. Today, it's Grandpa who made the milk, so we must drink it all. That will make Grandpa very happy. All the babies received their bottles and began to drink eagerly, while Su Jiangwo remained in a daze beside them. At that moment, Su Chun felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Dad, Su Chun grinned widely. Aren't you impressed by your son? Have you been moved? Chuckling, he continued, you see, ever since I met the babies, unable to contain his self-praise, Su Chun sought to regain his dignity after being teased by Su Jiangwo. He couldn't afford to lose face in front of his wife, however. Before he could finish his thought, Su Jiangwo scoffed, impressive? That's clearly Chi-Chi's doing. Don't you think you should thank her instead? What are you so proud of? Su Chun. Why was his father so stubborn? Yet, he couldn't deny the truth in those words. Without Chi-Chi, he wouldn't be where he was today. Turning to express his gratitude, Su Chun found when Chi-Chi saying to Su Jiangwo, Uncle Su Chun learned all of this on his own. I didn't teach him. He's very clever and picks things up quickly. The babies all adore him. Su Chun's heart swelled with excitement. Oh, his wife was praising him again. Hearing this, Su Jiangwo murmured, he learned it himself? Well, that doesn't excuse him from pride. Isn't this what he ought to do? Are you expecting others to raise your children for you? Su Chun. Fine. Hearing a compliment from his father was indeed a rare occurrence. He decided not to expect it anymore. After all, these were indeed his responsibilities. With this thought, Su Chun felt a significant weight lift off his shoulders. As the babies finished their milk, he began to clean the bottles, with Chi-Chi following suit. Meanwhile, Su Jiangwo sat idly on the couch, and when neither of them was paying attention, he quietly turned his head to wipe his eyes, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. After a moment, unable to hold back, Su Jiangwo pulled out his phone and sent a message to Feng Ruolin. Ruolin, our son has made quite the progress, Dad. What are you doing? Just as Su Jiangwo was about to elaborate, Su Chun poked his head out from the bathroom. Su Jiangwo quickly tucked his phone away, raising his voice slightly. What can I do? I'm just sending your mother photos of the babies, you little rascal. Get your act together. Your mother is still waiting at home. Upon hearing this, Su Chun quickly replied, all right, I'll work hard and bring Mom over to see the babies. Su Jiangwo snorted but remained silent. A moment later, he sent another message to Feng Ruolin. Our son said he'll bring you over to see the babies soon. By the way, the babies are absolutely adorable. After sending this, Su Jiangwo recorded a video of the babies and sent it to Feng Ruolin. Once Su Chun and Chi-Chi finished their tasks, Su Jiangwo beckoned. Chi-Chi, come here for a moment. When Chi-Chi glanced at Su Chun, who nodded, and she approached, Su Jiangwo addressed Su Chun. You little rascal, come over too. Su Chun complied and sat down beside his father. As Su Jiangwo rummaged through his pocket, he said, your mother instructed me that if I ever had the chance to meet Chi-Chi, I must give her this. When Chi-Chi looked surprised. What is it? Chapter 71. Su Chun. Dad, are cucumbers tasty? In Su Jiangwo's hands was a modest, dark red box. It was small yet exuded a sense of elegance. As he extended it toward Chi-Chi, he urged, open it and see. Upon seeing the box, Su Chun's eyes widened momentarily, followed by a mischievous grin. Chi-Chi, hurry and open it. When Chi-Chi took the box, hesitated briefly, and then slowly opened it. Inside lay a jade bracelet, warm to the touch, its translucent white adorned with a hint of delicate ink, exquisite and captivating. When Chi-Chi's breath caught, the bracelet was clearly of significant value. She stared in astonishment at Su Chun and Su Jiangwo, realizing that she had yet to meet her future mother-in-law, and this was merely her first encounter with her future father-in-law. For them to bestow such a precious gift upon her was simply unbelievable. This was passed down from Su Chun's grandmother to his mother, and she has treasured it, intending to give it to her future daughter-in-law, Su Jiangwo explained with a smile. When Chi-Chi bit her lip, glancing at Su Chun, but she and Su Chun had not yet begun dating, let alone discussed marriage. How could she accept such a gift? Just as she was about to decline, Su Chun interjected. Keep it. It will inevitably belong to you in this lifetime. Your name can only appear on my household registration. Such an imperious tone caused Chi-Chi to blush instantly. Su Jiangwo burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha. All right, Chi-Chi, There's no need to feel embarrassed. If that rascal Su Chen treats you poorly, I shall throw him out of the house, and you can take his place as my daughter." Just as the anxious Wen Qiqi was tickled by Su Jiangwo's words, Su Chen, whose familial standing had plummeted, interjected, "Dad, isn't that a bit inappropriate? After all, who is the biological one here? What's inappropriate about it? If you can't even take care of your wife, what use are you to me, Su Chen? Forget it, I want to bicker with my old man." After finishing his statement, Su Jiangwo shot a glare at Su Chen. "What are you doing? Hurry up and help Qiqi put it on. Honestly, must I teach you everything?" Su Jiangwo's disdain for Su Chen was growing. Hearing this, Su Chen promptly responded, "Right, Qiqi, let me help you with that." When Qiqi wanted to decline, but it was too late. Su Chen had already taken the box and seized her hand. With his large hand clasping hers, when Qiqi's heart began to race. Nervously, she gazed at Su Chen, who gently lifted the jade bracelet, carefully placing it onto her wrist. The cool sensation traveled from her fingertips to her wrist, compounded by Su Chen's touch, causing her face to burn with heat. Done. Upon finally hearing Su Chen's voice, Wen Qiqi instinctively withdrew her hand without hesitation. If this continued, she would surely suffocate. Once Su Jiangwo saw that Wen Qiqi had donned the bracelet, he cheerfully remarked, "Not bad. It fits perfectly. It seems this bracelet was tailor-made for you. Qiqi, you and Xiao Chun are truly well-matched. When will you come back with Xiao Chun to let his mother have a look?" This was an invitation for her to meet her future mother-in-law. Upon hearing this, Su Chun had no choice but to glance at Su Jiangwo. "Clever, truly clever." Hearing this, Wen Qiqi stuttered, "If I have time, I will come. Haha, splendid. Then Xiao Chen's mother and I will wait for you at home." Su Jiangwo then looked at the little ones with a doting expression. "And my little grandchildren, you must go and see Grandma soon." Although the little ones did not comprehend Su Jiangwo's words, they beamed with smiles upon seeing him. Su Jiangwo instantly became exceedingly happy. As evening approached and dinner time arrived, Su Jiangwo glanced at the kitchen before stepping inside. "What shall we have for dinner? Su Chun, go downstairs and buy some groceries. I will cook." He intended to showcase his capabilities, hoping to impress his future daughter-in-law and prepare himself to care for his little grandchildren. Su Jiangwo was secretly plotting. "There are vegetables in the fridge," Su Chen replied as he followed Su Jiangwo into the kitchen. Upon hearing this, Su Jiangwo shot Su Chen an incredulous look. "Don't you know that vegetables should be fresh? How lazy can you be to buy so many to store in the fridge? You neglect nutrition. But my grandchildren and future daughter-in-law must be mindful of it. Su Chen, that's it. My dad is increasingly disappointed in me. If I don't showcase my abilities soon, I might not even be allowed to enter the family home anymore. This simply cannot happen." Su Chen hurriedly approached the kitchen, opening the fridge. "Dad? How about I cook instead?" As he spoke, he pulled out a potato and a tomato. "You? Cook?" Just as Su Jiangwo was about to continue reprimanding Su Chen, he suddenly caught sight of the potato and tomato in his hand, leaving him utterly astonished. The scolding words lingered on the tip of his tongue but were swallowed back. "Did you just buy these vegetables?" "No, they've been in the fridge for a day." In truth, Su Chen had specially taken them out from his space that morning before heading out. Su Jiangwo was momentarily stunned, unable to believe his ears. "Where did you buy them?" "I grew them myself." Su Jiangwo's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Su Chen. You planted these?" "Yes." Su Chen then handed the tomato to Su Jiangwo. "This one too. Oh, by the way, there are cucumbers in the fridge. Dad, would you like to try one? They're quite delicious. We eat them like fruit, and they sell very well. Let me wash one for you to sample." As he spoke, Su Chen turned and grabbed a cucumber. Su Jiangwo, momentarily taken aback, found himself receiving the washed cucumber from Su Chen. He stared in disbelief as he took a bite. Instantly, Su Jiangwo's eyes widened. The flavor crisp with a hint of sweetness, far surpassing the cucumbers he usually consumed. "Dad, how is it?" Su Chen asked eagerly. Despite being looked down upon, he still hoped for his father's newfound admiration. Su Jiangwo was too engrossed in the taste to respond, nodding vigorously while devouring the cucumber. Bite after bite, by the time he finished the entire cucumber, he still felt unsatisfied. He glanced at Su Chen, then at the fridge, contemplating whether to ask Su Chen for more but felt too embarrassed. Instead, he simply glared at Su Chen. "You little rascal, why don't you move aside?" Seeing the expression on Su Jiangwo's face, Su Chen finally felt a sense of satisfaction. He chuckled softly, deliberately blocking the fridge door. Dad? Was it delicious? His demeanor suggested that unless he received a compliment, he would not relent. Su Jiangwo. Su Chun. Dad, if you want more, just ask me, and I'll get you some. Su Jiangwo. Su Chun. Dad, there's also this tomato. It's really delicious. Don't you want to try it? Su Jiangwo. This son of his. If he didn't get a good thrashing, he'd be climbing the walls. But really, it was just too delicious. What to do? Should he speak up? Su Jiangwo wrestled internally for quite some time before making a significant decision. Chapter 72, Su Jiangwo. Has my son been swapped with someone else? Su Jiangwo glared at Su Chen coldly. Before Su Chen could react, he snatched the tomato resting on the cutting board. Turning on the faucet to wash it, he took a bite. Humph. You think I'll praise you? Not a chance, Su Chen. Dad, you're not playing fair. What nonsense. Aren't you supposed to be cooking? Hurry up and get to it. He would never admit that he genuinely wanted to eat. Since his son wanted to cook, he might as well let him do it. He was curious to see what Su Chen would manage to whip up. Su Chen, feeling helpless, nodded. All right, then Dad, just wait a moment. Su Jiangwo didn't even glance at him, munching on the tomato while grabbing another cucumber from the fridge, eating as he walked out. Spotting when Chi-Chi sitting in the living room, he gestured to her. Chi-Chi, would you like some? I can get you some too. When Chi-Chi shook her head, she had eaten plenty over the past few days. Although it was indeed delicious, she still needed to have a proper meal. Noticing when Chi-Chi declining, Su Jiangwo continued munching as he approached the little ones. The eldest was tilting his head, staring blankly, lost in thought. The second was grinning broadly, his eyes squinting in delight upon seeing him. The third was engrossed in his own play, while the fourth waved his arms joyfully, looking at Su Jiangwo with a beaming smile. The little ones were so adorable. Upon seeing them, all the grievances he had just endured from Su Chen evaporated. That little rascal, but at least my grandchildren adore me. He squatted down to play with the little ones. The fourth grabbed Su Jiangwo's arm, reaching out for the cucumber in his hand, displaying an unwavering determination to have it. The sight of that little girl was utterly delightful, causing Su Jiangwo to burst into laughter. He handed the cucumber to the fourth, who eagerly grasped it and brought it to her mouth. Su Jiangwo quickly interjected. No, you can't eat that yet. Wait until you're older. Be good and listen, or Grandpa will get upset. The fourth looked at Su Jiangwo bewildered. What was Grandpa talking about? Upset. Was Grandpa going to be upset? But Grandpa's little mustache was so cute. It was as if she had discovered a new world. She dropped the cucumber and reached for Su Jiangwo's mustache. Just as Su Jiangwo was enjoying the fourth's playful antics, he suddenly felt a sharp tug on his chin. Hey, let go. Grandpa's in pain. Although he uttered these words, Su Jiangwo leaned forward, allowing her to continue gripping it. The softness of a child's hand was no bother. He could endure the pain, but he mustn't let the fourth get hurt. Their commotion soon caught the attention of the other three little ones. The eldest snapped out of his daze. The second laughed even more joyfully. The third finally directed his gaze toward them. Then, the three little ones quickly joined the fray. Su Jiangwo's left hand was clutched by the eldest, while the third seized his right. The second was too short to reach. Nearly on the verge of tears, Su Jiangwo hastily inclined his head, allowing the second to finally grasp his hair. When Chi-Chi, witnessing this scene, anxiously shouted, "Babies!" Su Jiangwo quickly waved his hands. No, it's fine. It doesn't hurt, as long as the little ones are happy. He. Grandpa loves you all the most. When Chi-Chi felt a sudden wave of emotion. If Su Jiangwo truly didn't care for the little ones, he wouldn't behave this way. When with Su Chen, Su Jiangwo often scolded him. Yet in front of the little ones, he transformed into an entirely different person. Concerned about the repercussions of this grand misunderstanding with Su Jiangwo, when Chi-Chi felt her worries dissipate, she smiled softly and remarked, "Uncle, you can't spoil them like this. Nonsense, my little grandchildren. I am more than willing to indulge you." When Chi-Chi fell silent, this heartwarming scene was simply too beautiful. If only her own father could be like this. When Chi-Chi lowered her head, feeling a bit conflicted, dinner was swiftly prepared. As Su Chen emerged from the kitchen, he beheld Su Jiangwo reveling in joyous play with the little ones. With a hint of exasperation, Su Chen called out, "Dad, it's time to eat." Su Jiangwo, cradling the second and fourth treasures in his arms, retorted, "Serve it up properly." Su Chen sighed. pondering when his familial standing might rise. Just then, when Chi-Chi approached, saying, "Shall I join you?" "Yes, that sounds good," Su-Chin nodded, observing when Chi-Chi's nimble movements as she entered the kitchen. Meanwhile, his father was outside, thoroughly enjoying time with the children. A wave of emotion washed over Su-Chin. Who would have thought that at the tender age of 22, he would suddenly find himself with such a large family? This feeling, truly was blissful. After serving the meal, Su Jiangwo finally sauntered over, grumbling under his breath. Having indulged in an abundance of cucumbers and tomatoes, he was already half full. After the way his son had just addressed him, he felt justified in being a bit brusque. During dinner, he resolved to give his son a few pointed remarks. After all, it was essential for the boy to learn a lesson. As Su Jiangwo approached the dining table, his eyes widened once more at the sight of the spread: potato chicken chunks, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised fish, and cucumber century egg soup. The meats had been freshly retrieved from the freezer by Su-Chin. The table was graced with 3 delectable dishes and a fragrant soup, accompanied by 3 generous bowls of rice. The potato chicken was garnished with sprigs of cilantro, the scrambled eggs boasted a vibrant hue, and the braised fish was served whole. Most importantly, the aromas wafting from the dishes were utterly intoxicating. Su Jiangwo could hardly contain his saliva. "Did you make this?" he inquired. "Yes, Dad, isn't it fragrant?" Following the reactions at Zhang Wei Chang's house last time, Su-Chin was confident in the culinary skills imparted by the chef's skill book. He was eager to see just how long Su Jiangwo could maintain his stubbornness. "Silence while we eat," Su Jiangwo huffed, taking his seat and picking up his chopsticks. Su-Chin, resigned, took his seat beside him. "Chi-Chi, let us eat," he said, passing his chopsticks to one Chi-Chi. Unable to resist, she remarked, "Uncle, Su-Chin's cooking is quite delicious." Su Jiangwo let out another dismissive grunt. "What do I not know about him? It's only fit for consumption, I supposed." As he spoke, Su Jiangwo picked up a piece of braised fish. The moment it touched his palate, his eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of divine flavor is this? He thought that he recalled his previous visits to the Ningzhou city area, where he had dined at several fine establishments. He prided himself on his own cooking, which had garnered praise from Feng Ruolin and the neighbors. Yet now, he suddenly felt that those dishes were mere child's play. Su-Chin's braised fish was an exquisite delight. 100 times more delicious, no, 1,000 times. The flavor erupted on his taste buds, leaving him utterly astounded. He yearned to express his delight, but upon catching the expectant gaze of Su-Chin, he swallowed his words. No, that little rascal would become arrogant. Su-Chin had waited long enough. And though Su Jiangwo hesitated, he still said nothing. That seemed he was savoring each bite slowly. Unable to contain his curiosity, Su-Chin finally asked, "Dad, is it good?" Chapter 73. Your father will always be your father. Su Jiangwo ignored Su-Chin, as steady as a mountain, serving himself another piece of chicken. With each bite, Su Jiangwo was once again left in awe. Typically, potato chicken chunks might carry a hint of gaminess, but Su-Chin's creation was devoid of any such taste, showcasing the chicken's exquisite texture. The potatoes were nothing short of extraordinary, bursting with flavor, creating a harmonious pairing with the rice. Su Jiangwo quickly took a mouthful of rice. Indeed, delicious, delicious, delicious. He chuckled contentedly within, noting Su Jiangwo's silence. Su-Chin pressed on, "Dad?" Still, Su Jiangwo remained silent, fearing that speaking would ruin the moment. Next, he tasted the scrambled eggs with tomatoes. He scooped a spoonful and placed it atop his rice. The sensation was simply divine. What a delightful surprise! Su Jiangwo had never encountered such exquisite cuisine before. He felt an overwhelming urge to devour 3 large bowls. Su-Chin continued to observe his father. "Dad, is it so difficult to compliment your son?" When Chi-Chi, too, remained silent, eager to witness Su Jiangwo's reaction. Yet, Su Jiangwo's expression betrayed nothing. Once he finished, he glanced at Su-Chin and Wen Chi-Chi, asking, "Why aren't you eating?" Su-Chin felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Was his effort in vain? Had he erred in preparing the dishes? Unwilling to accept defeat, he took a piece of fish and tasted it. The delicate texture melted in his mouth, the fish's fragrance intact. "It's quite good," he mused, furrowing his brow in confusion, then sampling the potatoes. Also quite delicious." Next came the scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Surely, this must be the best yet. What was going on? Had his father's taste buds gone awry? Finally unable to restrain himself, Su Chen asked, "Dad, are you all right?" Su Jiangwo shot Su Chen a sidelong glance, remaining silent. In truth, he was internally ecstatic. This was too delicious, too delicious. Could his son please refrain from chatter? It was simply distracting him from his meal. Observing Su Jiangwo's lack of response, Su Chen served Wen Qiqi a bite of food before silently continuing to eat. Su Jiangwo's pace was leisurely, yet his chopsticks never ceased moving. Before long, one bowl of rice was gone. He found himself unsatisfied. However, if he went for more, would Su Chen notice? What if he became proud? The struggle was real at that moment. When Qiqi stood up, "Uncle, may I serve you some more?" Su Jiangwo's eyes lit up. His daughter-in-law truly understood him. He discreetly nodded, handing his bowl to Wen Qiqi. "Thank you, dear daughter-in-law." Surely, one could not refuse a meal served by a daughter-in-law. Wen Qiqi smiled as she filled Su Jiangwo's bowl. He then resumed his quiet feasting. Su Chen was bewildered. Something felt off. Everyone else had reacted so strongly, yet only Wen Qiqi seemed unfazed. Was his cooking not to his father's liking? That couldn't be right. He had tailored the dishes to his father's taste. Su Chen stole a glance at Su Jiangwo, only to realize something. Though he was not eating quickly, each bite was savored, clearly relishing the experience. Moreover, his usual portion was just one bowl. When Wen Qiqi had filled his bowl, he hadn't refused. Now, it was nearly empty. Is he pretending? Su Chen thought, stifling a smile, choosing not to expose Su Jiangwo's SCT. As Su Jiangwo neared the end of his second bowl, he found himself in a quandary. What if he wanted more? Yet, if he didn't finish, it would seem too hasty. He was caught in a dilemma, each bite becoming increasingly laborious. Upon reaching the last morsel of rice, he hesitated. Just then, he saw Su Chen stand up. "Ah, I suddenly need to use the restroom. Please continue eating without me." Wen Qiqi glanced at Su Chen but said nothing. Su Jiangwo's heart leapt with joy. The opportunity had arrived, yet, he still chided. "Using the restroom during mealtime? You really have a lot of quirks." Su Chen chuckled as he turned to head to the restroom. In truth, he didn't really want to go, but he couldn't bear to watch his father suffer. Such was the duty of a son. Seizing the moment while Su Chen was away, Su Jiangwo swiftly filled his bowl once more. What a delight! He could eat to his heart's content again. After washing his hands in the restroom, Su Chen emerged to find Su Jiangwo's bowl filled again. He said nothing, but when Qiqi quickly remarked, "I served Uncle another bowl of rice. Please enjoy, Uncle." That a wave of happiness washed over Su Jiangwo. His daughter-in-law was simply wonderful, unlike some sons who wouldn't even let him have cucumbers. How unreasonable! Su Jiangwo nodded appreciatively and resumed eating earnestly. Su Chen smiled quietly. Before Su Jiangwo finished his third bowl, Su Chen gathered his utensils and stood up. "I'm full. I'll go tidy up." Thus, Su Jiangwo successfully filled his fourth bowl. Finally, feeling utterly stuffed, Su Jiangwo leaned back in his chair, feeling as though he might burst. Yet, he still longed for more. It was truly delicious. When Qiqi collected the dishes and took them to the kitchen for Su Chen, Su Jiangwo grew increasingly fond of this daughter-in-law. After resting for a while, he finally managed to stand up. Spotting Su Chen bustling about, he couldn't help but smile. That rascal, he was indeed his son. He thought he could rival him. He was still too green. It was better to leave Su Chen be and play with the little grandchildren instead. In the kitchen, when Qiqi handed Su Chen a bowl and asked, "Su Chen, why don't you serve your dad directly?" She could tell that Su Chen's trips to the restroom and later to the kitchen were all to encourage Su Jiangwo to eat more. Su Chen chuckled. "My dad is quite proud. It's difficult to get him to acknowledge my skills in front of me. But he is my father. I can only do this if I served him directly. He might refuse to eat out of pride." Su Chen spoke casually, yet when Qiqi absorbed every word, feeling a swell of emotion. Such a father-son bond was truly beautiful. She felt a twinge of envy and sadness. Noticing Wen Qiqi's silence, Su Chen casually inquired, "Qiqi, where's your dad? When can I meet him?" Chapter 74. How do you sleep at night? Wen Qiqi was taken aback by Su Chen's sudden inquiry. She paused for a moment, lowering her gaze in contemplation. "My father, it's been over a year since we last contacted. I wonder how he is. Perhaps there will be an opportunity in the future." When Qiqi's mood appeared somewhat despondent, Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement. "All right." After placing the last dish away, Su Chen added, "Qiqi, if there are any conflicts, one must take the initiative to resolve them. things may not be as dire as you perceive. With that, he exited the room. Sometimes, it is essential to grant someone their personal space. He could sense that there were indeed some unresolved issues between Wenqiqi and her father. However, as she was reluctant to speak about it, he chose not to press further. Suchen firmly believed that one day, Wenqiqi would be willing to share her thoughts with him. Upon stepping outside, he noticed Su Jiangwo playing with the little ones. Just as he was about to say something, Su Jiangwo interjected, "Suchun, how will you two be sleeping tonight? How about you both take the bedroom while I take the living room?" He gestured towards the sofa. Suchun was momentarily stunned. Wenqiqi, who had just reached the kitchen door, halted in her tracks. Her heart raced at the thought. The space was indeed quite limited, and Su Jiangwo's suggestion was not unfounded. However, the prospect of sharing a room with Suchun made her anxious. What if Suchun intended to do something? When Wenqiqi found herself at a loss to at that moment, she heard Suchun say, "Dad, how about we both stay in the living room? You can take the sofa, and I'll sleep on the floor." He did not wish to retreat to the bedroom, as that would place undue pressure on Wenqiqi. The situation had not yet progressed to that point. Forcing it could only lead to harm. Besides, he still had no clarity on what had transpired a year and a half ago. Suchun wanted to afford Wenqiqi the respect she deserved. Upon hearing Suchin's words, Su Jiangwo cast him an approving glance. His son was indeed commendable, thoughtful in his considerations. Alas, it seemed he would have to bear the inconvenience himself. Su Jiangwo sighed inwardly. "All right then, you can sleep on the floor. Do you expect your old man to accompany you? Dream on. I've booked a hotel outside. It's far more comfortable than your sofa." With that, Su Jiangwo embraced the four little ones once more before reluctantly leaving. "Oh, I can't bear to be apart from the little ones, even for a moment. What to do? But for my son, I must endure," Su Jiangwo muttered under his breath as he exited. Once when Wenqiqi saw Su Jiangwo leave, she grew anxious. "Suchun, why don't we let your dad sleep in the bedroom? It's not right to make him stay out when he just arrived." Suchun reassured her, "It's all right. Donggu made the arrangements, so it will be safe." Yet, watching his father's retreating figure stirred a pang of sorrow within him. Next time his father visited, he vowed to provide him with a warm home. That evening, after Wenqiqi had fed the little ones, she hesitated for a moment before stepping into the living room. Suchun had just lain down, engrossed in his phone. Upon noticing her arrival, he sat up. "What's wrong? Are the babies causing a ruckus?" "No," Wenqiqi replied, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Observing her demeanor, Suchun surmised that she had something on her mind. With a playful smile, he asked, "What is it then? Are you inviting your husband to come to bed?" Wenqiqi rolled her eyes at him, exasperated. "Stop being cheeky. All right, dear wife." "Understood," Suchun replied, making space for her to sit beside him. She approached him and handed him a bank card. Suchun, taken aback, asked, "What is this for?" Wenqiqi explained, "There are 20,000 yuan in here, which I earned from doing some design work while taking care of the little ones. I had intended to use it for their milk powder. But now it's not needed. I want you to have it." As she spoke, her gaze dropped. "I know it's a bit insufficient. I'll look for more work to earn more and give it to you. You should save up too. Let us work hard and buy a house together." After saying this, Wenqiqi felt a lump in her throat. Next time, when Su Shusheng visits, he must stay at home rather than in a hotel. She had pondered this solution for quite a while, fearing Su Chun would refuse. "This is also a gift for the children's grandfather. You must accept it." Seeing her earnestness, a warm current surged through Su Chen's heart. At that moment, he could no longer restrain himself. He pulled Wenqiqi into his embrace. "Suchun, you?" Wenqiqi was startled by his sudden action and struggled to break free. "Don't move. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what I might do." Su Chen's voice came out hoarse. Wenqiqi froze, her heart racing uncontrollably. She remained tense in his arms. "I mean no harm. I know," Su Chun replied softly. "You have no ulterior motives. You simply fear that I might overexert myself. You worry about my father's happiness and the quality of life for the children. Chi-Chi, how can you be so kind?" As he spoke, he rested his head on her shoulder. He never wanted to let go of such warmth. In the past, he might have been unable to control himself, but now, he couldn't bear to harm such a wonderful woman. He wished to wait for her to wholeheartedly accept him, never to part again. After a long embrace, when Chi-Chi's cheeks flushed, she felt as though she might lose her mind. Fortunately, Su Chun released her. When Chi-Chi noticed the gentle smile on Su Chen's face, soft yet imbued with an irresistible charm. She felt dizzy in a flurry. She tossed the bank card into Su Chin's arms. Take it quickly, or I might get angry. All right, I'll take it. Su Chan did not refuse. He accepted the card and told Wen Qiqi, go on in and get some sleep. Rest early. Wen Qiqi nodded. Only then did Su Chin retrieve the bank card. He opened his phone, accessed WeChat, and found the transfer function. With over 300,000 yuan still on his account, Su Chan transferred 300,000 to Wen Qiqi's card without hesitation. He then placed the card in her backpack before finally drifting off to sleep, satisfied. One must cherish one's own wife. He felt a sense of anticipation regarding Wen Qiqi's reaction upon discovering the funds. The following day, Monday, Su Jiangwo arrived at the house early. Su Chan, with the little ones in tow, was about to take Wen Qiqi to school when he heard Su Jiangwo say, no need to take the babies. I'll look after them at home. Su Chan was taken aback. Dad, are you sure? What's the matter? Don't you trust your old man? Su Jiangwo retorted, a hint of indignation in his voice. If you can manage, why can't I? All right then, I'll be back soon. Dad, call if you need anything. Yes, hurry up and get going with that. Su Chan left. Su Jiangwo gazed at the little ones in the stroller, a loving smile spreading across his face. Babies, Grandpa is here. Chapter 75. A messy situation. Su Dad faces a setback in the car. When Qiqi expressed her concerns, Su Chun, are you really okay? Although Su Jiangwo had cared for Su Chun before, it had only been one child at that time. Now there were 4. It's fine. I'll drop you off and come right back, Su Chun reassured her. When Qiqi nodded, albeit with lingering doubt. After they departed, Su Jiangwo entered the house, filled with joy. The 4 little ones looked around in confusion until they spotted Su Jiangwo. The eldest tilted his head, slightly furrowing his brow. The second was all smiles, babbling happily. The third was busy gnawing on a teething toy, while the youngest bounced around joyfully. Su Jiangwo's heart swelled with happiness as he beheld his adorable grandchildren. What a harmonious scene! It was simply outrageous that Su Chun had doubted his capabilities. He was determined to bond with the little ones. With that in mind, Su Jiangwo moved closer, hugging the eldest, kissing the second, teasing the third, and finally lifting the youngest into his arms. Little one, your daddy says you are the most mischievous. Is that true? Grandpa looked at the little one. Your father must be exaggerating. How could such a cute child be naughty? It must be that your daddy is skilled enough to handle you. With that, he declared, come, Grandpa will play with you. The youngest burst into giggles at Su Jiangwo's antics, and soon, the other 3 joined in the laughter. Today, Grandpa is in charge. Grandpa is so cute. I want Grandpa to hold me. The atmosphere was filled with joy. After 5 minutes, Su Jiangwo noticed the eldest, who had been lost in thought, starting to cry. He quickly set down the youngest. What's wrong, my dear? Are you hungry? Grandpa will get you some milk right away. Just wait. The eldest nodded, tears glistening in his eyes. He was indeed hungry. Su Jiangwo hurried to prepare the milk. The formula was quickly made, and Su Jiangwo handed the bottle to the eldest. Good boy. Drink your milk. The eldest eagerly lifted the bottle, gulping down the milk. Su Jiangwo watched with delight. However, the other 3 were not pleased. Seeing the eldest drink, the second, who had been all smiles, pouted and began to cry. The third tossed aside his toy, glancing from the eldest to the second and then back at Su Jiangwo, before bursting into tears himself. Siba, Su Jiangwo's embrace. Siba inhaled deeply, only to realize that she detected the scent of milk powder. How delightful it was! She longed to taste it, having never indulged before. Yet, her grandfather had not prepared it for her. What should she do? She felt an insatiable hunger, with a flutter of her eyelids. She blinked once, then again, only to find that Su Jiangwo seemed indifferent to her plight, while her older siblings began to wail. Siba felt an inexplicable urge to cry herself, as if her silence diminished the gravity of the situation. Thus, she pouted her lips and joined in the chorus of tears. Observing the commotion, Su Jiangwo, who was tending to Daba, quickly approached to console Erbao. Before he could settle Erbao, Sanbao erupted into tears as well, prompting him to soothe Sanbao in turn. Just as he managed to calm Sanbao, Siba began to cry anew. Su Jiangwo found himself momentarily bewildered. What on earth was happening, Siba? Why are you crying too? Are you hungry as well? Wait, Grandpa will fetch your milk shortly. He moved to place Siba into the baby chair, but the moment she touched it, her cries intensified. She squirmed and clung tightly to Su Jiangwo, refusing to let go. "Siba, don't cry. Grandpa will return in a jiffy." He patted her back anxiously, yet Siba remained unresponsive, her wails growing louder. Meanwhile, Erbao and Sanbao, deprived of their milk, blinked their adorable eyes, tears cascading down their cheeks like pearls strung on a thread. As Su Jiangwo attempted to pacify Siba, he also had to tend to Erbao and then Sanbao. Daba quickly finished his milk. Seeing Su Jiangwo holding Siba without retrieving the bottle, he grew anxious. His stomach grumbled. After 2 audible protests, a strange odor filled the room. Daba had soiled himself. Su Jiangwo's urgency escalated. "Daba? Is that you? Oh dear, Siba, let go for a moment. Grandpa will be right back." Siba clung stubbornly, forcing Su Jiangwo to set her down onto the bed. With her grandfather's arms no longer around her, Siba cried even harder. "Wah, Grandpa doesn't want me anymore. How heart-wrenching." Seizing the opportunity, Su Jiangwo rushed to prepare milk for the 3 babies. As he mixed the powder, he muttered to himself, "How much should I add? Oh dear, little ones, don't cry. Grandpa will be there soon. Water? Yes, water." In his flustered state, he accidentally knocked over the water bottle, spilling the hot water everywhere. Su Jiangwo could barely contain his frustration. He had to start boiling water again. With the milk powder unprepared and the baby still fussing, Su Jiangwo had no choice but to first change Daba's diaper. After removing Daba's soiled pants, he hurriedly tidied the area. Meanwhile, Erbao, Sanbao, and Siba, feeling neglected, cried even more. "Wah! Grandpa only cares about Daba. He can't see us. We are so pitiful." Su Jiangwo, overwhelmed, began to perspire. "Babies, please don't fret. Grandpa will take care of everything soon. Just a moment longer." Yet, the babies seemed oblivious to his words, each crying louder than the last. After finally managing Daba, the water was ready. Su Jiangwo rushed to cool it. Suddenly, Sanbao also soiled himself. Su Jiangwo was at his wits' end. How could such adorable little grandchildren cause such chaos? He felt utterly inadequate in his frantic state. He hastily prepared the milk before tending to Sanbao. The room was now filled with the sweet aroma of milk powder and the unpleasant scent of baby messes. Just as Su Jiangwo contemplated changing Sanbao's diaper, Siba's little face flushed. Unaccustomed to milk powder, she inadvertently spilled the contents of her bottle all over her freshly changed clothes. Su Jiangwo was on the verge of losing his sanity. He could no longer contain his exasperation and pulled out his phone. An hour had passed. Where was that rascal? At that moment, Su Chun was making his leisurely way home, aware of Su Jiangwo's fondness for children and wanting to grant him some private time with them. As he neared home, his phone rang. Picking it up, he saw it was Su Jiangwo calling. Frowning, he answered, "Dad, what's the matter? Why haven't you come back? Do you still want the babies?" Su Jiangwo's scolding came through the line like a thunderclap. Upon hearing his father's tone, Su Chin's heart raced. "Did something happen at home? I'm on my way back," he exclaimed, hanging up the phone and dashing home at full speed. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the chaos. Chapter 76. The favoritism of 4 little babies. The room was in utter disarray. Su Jiangwo stood there, holding Daba's and Sanbao's soiled pants, with Daba and Sanbao still without fresh ones, looking at him in bewilderment. Erbao's hair was in disarray, her little braids long gone. Siba lay sprawled on the bed, crying inconsolably, her clothes having been changed but now wearing Daba's outfit. The scene was as tragic as it was comical. For a moment, Su Chun was at a loss. "What are you dawdling for, you little rascal? Help out!" Su Jiangwo berated him. "Quick, check on Siba. I can't find her clothes. Daba's clothes aren't washed yet and Sanbao's need changing. And what about Erbao's hair?" Su Jiangwo's words tumbled out in a fluster. Unable to contain himself, Su Chin chuckled. Su Jiangwo shot him a frosty glare. "How can you laugh at a time like this? Dad, weren't you the one who said you would take care of the babies? Be quiet." Su Jiangwo snapped, unwilling to admit that he had created this mess. "Hurry." Although Su Chin exchanged a few jests, he wasted no time. He approached Siba, scooping her up. The moment Su Chun embraced the wailing Siba, she ceased her cries. He then brought her over to Daba, Erbao, and Sanbao, who looked on with curiosity. Gently, Su Chun patted Daba's head and ruffled Erbao's hair before addressing Sanbao. "Look, Mama is over there. Isn't she lovely?" He referred to a photograph of when Chi-Chi resting atop the bedside table. Sanbao, intrigued, turned to look in the direction Su Chen pointed and, upon spotting Mama, began to dance with joy. Wow, Mama is so beautiful. Mama is the most beautiful person in the world. In that brief moment, Su Chen had located Siba's clothes. Swiftly, he changed her outfit, then dressed Sanbao and Daba in fresh pants. Finally, he prepared milk for the babies, who soon began to eat contentedly. Meanwhile, Su Jiangwo stood at the doorway. Still in shock, Su Chen approached him without hesitation, taking the soiled pants from his hands. "Dad, let me handle this." Su Jiangwo could hardly comprehend how his son managed to perform the same tasks so quickly while the babies appeared to be so content. Had he done something incorrectly? Su Jiangwo felt a twinge of resentment. As he entered the room, the adorable babies greeted him with smiles, as if they hadn't he just put him through a gauntlet. "You little rascals, how blatantly biased you are." The four babies, oblivious to Su Jiangwo's words, laughed joyfully, each one beaming. Su Jiangwo sighed silently. With Su Chen's return, the room returned to normalcy, allowing him to finally catch his breath. He sat beside the babies, watching his son diligently attending to the laundry. An inexplicable mixture of pride and sorrow welled up within him. His son had grown capable of handling challenges on his own. After washing the little pants, Su Chen skillfully hung them up to dry. Upon entering the living room, he noticed Su Jiangwo watching him. He smiled and asked, "Dad, what is up?" "Nothing," Su Jiangwo replied swiftly, but recalling that he had never praised his son in all these years. He added, albeit gruffly, "Humph, you did well with the chores. Keep it up. Don't let my little grandchildren suffer." Hearing this, Su Chen sighed. Though it was meant to be a compliment, Su Jiangwo had to express it so awkwardly. Nevertheless, he felt content. "I understand, Dad." "Rest assured," Su Jiangwo nodded, then remembered something and asked, "How will you manage your studies while taking care of the babies?" This had always been a concern for him. In front of Wenqiqi. He had been hesitant to ask, fearing she might overthink it. Now, with just the three of them, he voiced his worries. Su Chen had anticipated this question and confidently responded, "I've taken a leave of absence from my advisor. You needn't worry about my studies. I won't delay my exams or any school activities. I'll graduate on time." Not only would he graduate, but he also intended to secure scholarships year after year. "Just don't let your grades slip." Su Jiangwo snorted again, falling silent. After lunch, Su Chen received a phone call from Qian Hu. Su Chen, "Are you free this afternoon? The Tiansheng tea house is reopening, and I thought I'd invite you to bring the babies along to help." "Sure, I'll go." After hanging up, Su Chen briefed Su Jiangwo on the situation. Su Jiangwo was taken aback. "They're so young. And you want them to help? Is that feasible?" Su Chen chuckled. "You'll see when we get there. Your little grandchildren are quite impressive." Skeptical yet intrigued, Su Jiangwo followed Su Chen to Qian Tea 100 Flavors. As soon as they arrived, Qian Hu and Tang Tiansheng quickly gathered around. "Su Chen, my brother, you are quite fast," exclaimed Qian Hu, his eyes narrowing into cheerful slits. "Oh dear, the little darlings have arrived." Tang Tiansheng stood in astonishment, his mouth agape. He had often heard tales of Su Chen's four adorable children. Every time they visited the market, their presence seemed to ignite a flurry of business. However, he had never laid eyes on them himself. While he had seen many children before, none had such an enchanting allure at such a tender age. Thus, despite trusting Qian Hu's words, he remained skeptical until this very moment. Upon witnessing Su Chen's four cherubic bundles of joy, he was utterly astounded. Qian Hu remarked that Su Chen's children appeared as though they had stepped straight out of a painting. But this was no mere resemblance. They were even more delightful than any artwork could convey. Unable to contain his excitement, Tang Tiansheng dashed towards the children. Su Chen, assuming Tang Tiansheng wished to greet him, extended his hand and began to say, "Tang." But before he could finish, Tang Tiansheng zoomed past him, leaving only a fleeting silhouette behind. Su Chen was left bewildered. Last time Tang Tiansheng had visited, he had seemed to regard him with considerable importance. Why, then, did he suddenly vanish from view upon the arrival of the children? Tang Tiansheng, however, had no time for such musings. He and Qian Hu approached the four little ones, eager to embrace them. Yet they hesitated, fearful of causing any harm. Fu Jiangua, having never witnessed such a scene, was equally perplexed. Upon seeing the two men standing beside his grandchildren, beaming with adoration, he felt a twinge of urgency. "Hey, what are you doing? Put my grandchildren down." Chapter 77. Do your children need a stepdad? Qian Hu and Tang Tiansheng paid no heed to Su Jiangwa's protests. Qianhu cradled the eldest, holding the second in his embrace, while Tang Tiansheng lifted the youngest, gently caressing the third's cherubic face. "Wow, this is too adorable," he exclaimed. "Brother, your genes are extraordinary. May I ask, do your children require a stepdad?" "I am available." Tang Tiansheng had completely forgotten his previous demeanor, lost in the sheer joy of interacting with the children. Su Jianghua, having just secured his grandchildren, had been delayed and was unaware of Qianhu and Tang Tiansheng's greeting to Su Chan. Now, witnessing his little darlings being whisked away, he felt an immediate surge of indignation. "Move aside. Let go of my grandchildren." Su Chan, feeling exasperated, approached. "Dad, it's all right. They simply adore the children and mean no harm." He gestured towards Qianhu. "This is Qianhu, the contractor of this vegetable market. And this is Tang Tiansheng, the owner of the tea shop." Su Jianghua was momentarily taken aback. "They are both owners?" he queried, to which Su Chan affirmed. He then pointed to Su Jianghua, saying to Tang Tiansheng and Qianhu, "This is my father." Neither Tang Tiansheng nor Qianhu showed any intention of relinquishing the children. Yet they spoke with a hint of contrition. "Su Gu, my apologies. Your children are simply too enchanting. I lost control for a moment." "Me too. I wish to have such adorable children," Tang Tiansheng lamented, his composure slipping. Qianhu chuckled. "Tiansheng, are you dreaming?" Tang Tiansheng felt slightly disheartened. He understood that not everyone possessed such remarkable genes, yet he envied them greatly. "Can't I just imagine it?" "You should find a girlfriend first," Tang Tiansheng retorted, feeling somewhat besieged. Su Jianghua, observing that his grandchildren were content and not crying, instead felt an inexplicable pride swell within him. His little ones were truly exceptional. Drawing admiration from so many, Su Chan, noticing the playful banter between the two, felt compelled to intervene. "Are we still opening this afternoon?" He had brought the children to assist with work. Yes, we almost forgot the main event." Qianhu exclaimed that it's all your fault. Seeing the children has left us speechless. "Who are you talking about? You are just as enamored." Tang Tiansheng shot back, unable to refute the claim. Without hesitation, they each carried 2 children and headed towards the store, leaving Su Chan and Su Jianghua feeling somewhat like superfluous tools. They had no choice but to bring in the empty baby chairs. Inside the store, several employees, including Xiao Ju, had been waiting for quite a while. Initially, they were set to open in the morning, but due to Su Chin's prior mention of an absence, Tang Tiansheng had rescheduled for the afternoon. Yet, who opens a shop in the afternoon? They felt somewhat displeased and had planned to tease Su Chan upon his arrival with the children. However, when Tang Tiansheng and Qianhu entered, each cradling a child, the employees were left speechless, unable to react. "What is wrong with you all?" Tang Tiansheng inquired curiously. They pushed Xiao Ju forward, urging her to speak. She fidgeted and stumbled over her words, completely forgetting her rehearsed lines. That moment, she was too flustered to think of new ones. Pointing at the babies in Tang Tiansheng's arms, she stammered, Are these Mr. Su's children?" "Indeed," he replied, glancing down at the cherubs. "They are simply increasingly adorable." He couldn't help but wish to keep them forever. Xiao Ju was astounded. This is too cute." Tang Tiansheng chuckled. "You find them adorable too?" Xiao Ju was once again taken aback. Was the boss actually laughing? He usually carried himself with the poise of a nobleman, so when had he ever laughed like this? The other employees were equally bewildered. All previous intentions to tease Su Chan were forgotten as they became completely transfixed by the children. Unable to divert their attention, someone timidly asked, "May we hold them?" From the entrance, Su Chan chimed in, "Of course." Xiao Ju, being the closest, rushed towards Tang Tiansheng. The third and fourth babies, upon seeing her, beamed with delight. "Oh, a beautiful auntie. So lovely." The third child stretched out her arms, eager to be held. Though Tang Tiansheng was reluctant to part with the little one, the child was already reaching out, leaving him with no choice. Xiao Ju successfully embraced the third child, and her heart swelled with joy. "Oh my! So soft and fragrant. What do I do? I adore this." Who had spoken ill of the children earlier? They deserved a reprimand. The third child, sensing Xiao Ju's excitement, grasped her face and leaned in for a nuzzle. Xiao Ju was on the verge of ecstatic frenzy. "So soft. The baby seems to like me. How blissful." The other employees quickly gathered around, clamoring to take turns holding the little ones. Those unable to secure a child lingered nearby, eyes gleaming with anticipation. They were determined to hold the babies today, no matter what. Meanwhile, Qianhu and Tang Tiansheng, initially delighted to hold the children, found themselves bemused. Regrettably, as employers, they could not engage in petty disputes with their staff. Being a boss is truly a tough plight, they lamented, wishing they could swap roles with the employees. Su Jiangua, seeing that they no longer had any children to hold, felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Serves you right for trying to snatch my grandchildren, he chuckled. Tang Tiansheng stood helplessly to the side, his gaze never straying from the children. No, I must hold them more often. But how could he arrange to see them more frequently? After pondering for a moment, he had a sudden epiphany that, of course, I can simply collaborate more with Su Chen in the future. Thus, he approached Su Chen and said, Su Chen, my brother, can you check if there are any issues with this batch of tea leaves? Su Jiangua was taken aback. Su Chen can do this? Chapter 78, Proud. My son is remarkable. Though Su Jiangua was not much of a tea drinker, he understood that the skill of discerning tea quality was not one possessed by just anyone. Tang Tiansheng exclaimed, Uncle Su, you were unaware. Su Jiangua gazed at Su Chen, awaiting an explanation. Tang Tiansheng continued, Su Chen is remarkable. He can identify the authenticity of tea leaves with just a glance. He's more skilled than many tea connoisseurs. Qianhu chimed in, Indeed, Su Gu, your son is truly impressive. Would you mind sharing your secrets of parenting? I would love for my son to learn. Such praise made Su Jiangua's heart swell with delight. He could hardly contain his joy, laughing heartily. Oh no, you flatter me. My son is not that extraordinary. In truth, Su Jiangua was brimming with excitement and a touch of inexplicable emotion. My son is so talented. I am riding on his coattails. Tang Tiansheng and Qianhu exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging Su Jiangua's pride. Su Chen, overhearing their conversation, felt overwhelmed. He knew that if he did not clarify, his father would undoubtedly bombard him with questions later. So, as he walked, he casually stated, I learned this during my year in school. As he rarely returned home during university, he concocted a convenient excuse. Su Jiangua nodded enthusiastically. Very well. You should hurry and show Tang Boss your findings. What if he grows impatient? Reluctantly, Su Chen complied. His father truly never praised him. Tang Tiansheng gazed at them enviously. Qianhu curiously inquired, What's on your mind? Tang Tiansheng sighed. If only my relationship with my family could be as harmonious as this. Qianhu, unwilling to dampen his spirits, followed Su Chen to the area where the new tea leaves were displayed. Before long, Su Chen had examined the newly arrived tea leaves and found no issues. Tang Tiansheng let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness, brother Su Chen. I truly appreciate your help. It's nothing. Just a small effort, Su Chen replied. Then let us officially open for business. Indeed. Su Chen nodded. As the door swung open, he did not remain idle but instead lent a hand. Qianhu stood beside Su Jiangua, a look of awe on his face. What a blessing it is to have such a son and grandchildren. Brother Su, I envy you. Su Jiangua beamed at the compliment, only to be taken aback when Qianhu suddenly exclaimed, Don't think too much. Not everyone is as fortunate. Qianhu was left dumbfounded. Is that supposed to be comforting? It sounds more like a jab. Yet, Su Jiangua's words held a certain wisdom, leaving him unable to retort. Brother Su, you dotto, let us just get to work. Having struck a blow to another's confidence, Su Jiangua felt even more elated. He rushed to the babies and pushed a baby chair to Tang Tiansheng, asking, Boss Tang, what do we need to do? At that moment, Tang Tiansheng treated Su Jiangua with utmost respect. There's nothing to do. Just enjoy yourselves in the shop. Is it really that simple? No need to set up a stall, stand guard outside, or distribute flyers. Su Jiangua recalled seeing similar promotional efforts on television. Tang Tiansheng chuckled. No need for any of that. As long as the babies are here, we need to do nothing else. Su Jiangua glanced at the babies, who were bobbing their little heads and gazing around, clearly delighted. However, he found himself questioning the efficacy of such a casual promotion. He wanted to offer some suggestions, but noticed that no one was paying him any mind. So he stood by, watching for anything he could assist with. Su Chen had mentioned that they were being paid for their help, 1,000 for half a day. This was a tea shop, not a children's clothing store. If profits were low later, he would tell Su Chen to forego payment. He would feel too embarrassed otherwise. Just then, he noticed a crowd gathering on the street, pointing and whispering amongst themselves. Drawing closer, Su Jiangua finally overheard their conversations. Wow, what adorable babies, quadruplets. So cute and well-behaved. Look at that one, just staring blankly like a little puppet. And this one, when she smiles, her eyes turn into little crescents. Oh, how sweet. Ah, that one, that one. He keeps staring at you. Does he think you're pretty? And look at the one on the far right. What is she looking at? Is she making a face? So cute, so cute, so cute. I'm utterly smitten. Su Jiangwo was astonished, unable to close his mouth. Were these people really this enthusiastic? Yet recalling his own initial reaction upon meeting the babies, he felt a sense of understanding. He realized he hadn't built up immunity. Even now, he couldn't resist the urge to hold them. A sense of pride swelled within him. Then, someone in the crowd shouted, "Isn't that the baby of the guy selling potatoes at the market?" "Yes, those potatoes are delicious. I bought a ton." "Wow, you're so lucky. I couldn't get any. How unfortunate." He later sold cucumbers and tomatoes, each tastier than the last. "I've been using them as my main dish for a quick diet." Upon spotting Su Chun, they were stunned. Is it really him? "What are you selling today, young man?" "I'll buy some." "Me too." "Hurry up and show us the goods." People craned their necks, eager for another glimpse of the babies. Su Jiangwo thought, is this really happening? They want to buy without even knowing what I'm selling. He cast a silent glance at Su Chun, then at the babies. He knew they were cute, but was Su Chun really that handsome? Su Jiangwo began to doubt if his son had been switched at birth. When had he become so charming? Standing at 6 feet tall, with a well-proportioned frame, a pleasant demeanor, and a constant smile. Was that what they called handsome? Su Jiangwo pondered for a long time but couldn't pinpoint what made Su Chun so sought after. If he had to guess, perhaps it was his resemblance to himself? This thought brought him comfort. Indeed, looking like him was a mark of attractiveness. Unable to suppress his laughter, he was met with a puzzled expression from Qian, who, "Brother Su, what are you laughing about?" Chapter 79. "I just think my son is a bit handsome." Su Jiangwo gazed in Su Qian's direction and casually remarked, "Oh, it's nothing. I just think my son is a bit handsome." Qian, who was taken aback. "You just realized that? If your son weren't a father, he would have a line of admirers." "Oh wait, even now that he has a child, he still has many admirers. It's just that his heart belongs solely to the mother of his child. I wonder just how beautiful she must be to have captured Su Qian's heart so completely. If only I could have a son like that." Qian, who had yet to meet when Su Jiangwo burst into laughter, realizing his son was continually surprising him. "Don't worry, you won't have that opportunity." Qian, who was at a loss for why he was discussing this with Su Jiangwo. It was making him feel utterly miserable, and he had no grounds to refute. He decided to help Tang Tiancheng instead. Hearing the crowd's inquiries, Su Chun confidently declared, "Today, we are selling tea." However, he quickly added, "But the tea isn't mine to sell." The crowd barely registered the second half of his statement. They were already buzzing with excitement. "Oh, it's tea? Then I must buy some. My partner loves tea. I'll get a little extra." With that, the crowd began to swarm into the shop. Unable to contain himself, Su Chun cleared his throat, saying, "Everyone, please quiet down and listen." The crowd hushed as Su Chun repeated, "This tea is being sold by my brother Tang Tiancheng, and I have personally verified that it is all genuine. So whether you buy or not is entirely up to you." At this moment, Tang Tiancheng added, "You can rest assured. If any tea is found to be counterfeit, I will compensate tenfold. I stand by my word. Furthermore, anyone purchasing tea this afternoon will receive a 10% discount." I am grateful to Brother Su Chun for his support. The crowd suddenly understood. Oh, it's being sold by a brother. That makes sense. This young man's brother must be just as honest. I'll buy. "Me too," people exclaimed as they rushed into the store. The staff, who had been playing with the babies, had to rise to assist with the tea sales. The 4 babies sat in their chairs, excitedly observing the throngs of people, their little arms flailing in delight. Su Jiangwo stood by, filled with emotion. Not only was his son earning money, but even the babies were contributing. In this life, he felt content. The shop was abuzz with joy, and outside, the crowd continued to gather, creating a thriving business that even benefited the neighboring shops. They all came to thank Su Chun, though in truth, they were merely seizing the moment to catch another glimpse of the little ones. At 4 o'clock, Su Chin's phone rang. Seeing it was when Chi-Chi calling, he answered immediately. "Chi-Chi, what is the matter? I have no classes this afternoon. I'm on my way back. Are you and the babies at home?" Upon hearing this, Su Chin replied, "Wait a moment. I'll come pick you up. I no need. You're busy, right? Just give me the address." I'll come by myself. It's still early. I want to take the babies out for a bit. All right then, Su Chen relayed the address to Wen Chi. Tang Tianqing, overhearing Su Chen's conversation, curiously asked, "What's up? If you have something to attend to, feel free to go." Su shook his head. "It's nothing. My wife is done with classes and is coming over." "Finished classes?" Tang Tianqing was astonished. "She is still in school?" "Yes, she is in her senior year." "Still a senior?" "Yes." Su Chen noticed Tang Tianqing's shock and chuckled. These days, university students can marry and have children. Tang Tianqing could no longer hide his disbelief. He rolled his eyes. He felt utterly ridiculous for even asking. Wasn't he just torturing himself? Here he was, 2 years post-graduation and still without a girlfriend. He decided to humbly seek advice. "Brother Su Chen, how did you win over your girlfriend?" "Me? I didn't pursue her. It seemed they had merely met by chance." "That hardly counted as chasing, right?" Tang Tianqing's eyes widened in disbelief. "All right, Brother Su Chen, just stop talking." "What's wrong?" Qian Hu, who had been listening, burst into laughter. "Brother Su Chen, you've successfully disheartened my nephew." Su Chen scratched his nose. He hadn't meant to. Qian Hu approached Tang Tianshang and patted him on the shoulder, chuckling. "Tianshang, it's not that Uncle Qian intends to discourage you. I simply forgot to mention that Su Chen is still a student as well. Only a sophomore." Tang Tianshang remained silent. Qian Hu continued, "I heard his wife is quite the campus beauty." Tang Tianshang. Qian Hu went on, "Brother Su Chen is also a recipient of the school scholarship." Tang Tianshang. Comparing oneself to others only brings despair. He felt no desire to speak further. Su Chen wished to clarify something, but given the current situation, it seemed that any explanation would only complicate matters further. So he decided to let it be. Su Jiangua was overjoyed. With his son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren all receiving praise, he felt like a true winner in life. Tang Tianshang was deeply conflicted in his turmoil. He simply stood up and went inside to help. Su Chen expressed some concern. "Is Boss Tang all right?" Qian Hu shook his head. "He'll be fine. If you don't give him a bit of a push, he won't realize he needs to find a partner. His parents are nearly at their wits' end." "Ha ha ha." Qian Hu laughed heartily. Su Chen had no choice but to chuckle along. Half an hour later, those busy inside suddenly heard a commotion at the door. Tang Tianshang, bewildered, asked, "What is going on?" Someone at the entrance shouted, "Beauty! A beautiful girl is coming this way. Wow, she's so stunning." Qian Hu immediately patted Tang Tianshang on the shoulder. Quick, Tianshang, here's your chance. Don't you want a girlfriend? That girl walking over looks quite promising. Go give it a try. Who knows, you might just end up with an adorable little bundle of joy." Chapter 80, Boss Tang, this is my wife. Wen Chi stepped out of the car and strolled toward the tea shop that Su Chen mentioned. Hearing that the children would also be working, she felt a bit anxious. They were still so young. Was it really safe for them to be out in public like this? As she neared the entrance of the tea shop, she spotted 4 little ones. They were sitting in a row at the entrance, laughing and playing with the surrounding people, looking exceptionally happy. Those people stood a short distance away, with Su Jiangua keeping a close watch to ensure they didn't get too close. Fearing for the children's safety, previously, Wen Chi had rarely seen such bright smiles on the children's faces, which filled her with relief. It seemed Su Chen's decision was indeed the right one. However, where was Su Chen? Wen Chi furrowed her brow, unable to find him. Su Jiangua, worried about leaving the children unattended, exchanged glances with Wen Chi before continuing to watch over them. At that moment, a man in a suit emerged from the tea shop. Upon seeing Wen Chi, his face flushed. Stunning, truly stunning. Dressed in a white dress, Wen Chi looked like a fairy who had stepped out of a painting. Her slightly furrowed brows conveyed a sorrow that was almost pitiable. Tang Tianshang's eyes widened in astonishment. The surrounding crowd was equally captivated. Wow, a fairy. She's so beautiful. She rivals any star. Is she not even more enchanting than a star? What luck today to see both adorable children and a beauty. These are my 2 favorite kinds of beings in the world. What should I do? I want to ask the beauty for her contact information. A few people were eager to approach, but no one dared to step forward. Tang Tianshang attempted to take a step, but hesitated again. Observing this, Qian Hu unhesitatingly pushed Tang Tianshang forward. "What are you shy about? At this rate, you'll never catch up to Su Chen." Su Jiangua, standing nearby, was utterly baffled. "What is going on?" Qian Hu replied, "Brother Su, look over there. There's a beauty. I'm sending Tianshang to ask for her WeChat." Su Jiangua glanced up, recognized Wen Chi, and couldn't help but chuckle. Qianhu looked confused. Brother Su, why are you laughing? It's unattainable, Qianhu remarked. Brother Su, you can't say that. Although Tiansheng may not compare to your son Su Chun, he's still quite handsome. I believe he has a chance. Can't you just wish him well? Su Jiangua shook his head. It's not that I don't wish him well. Even if I did, my son wouldn't approve. However, Su Jiangua refrained from voicing the latter half of his thoughts and instead inquired, Where's Su Chun? He's inside helping out. Get him out here quickly. Wait. Let me see my nephew win over the beauty first. Su Jiangua shook his head helplessly. Tang Tiansheng had already approached Wen Chi. Upon seeing her, he felt an even greater wave of shyness. When Chi finally noticed someone was standing beside her, looking at him in confusion, as if unsure of his intentions. Tang Tiansheng lowered his head, struggling for a moment before asking, Excuse me? Miss, could I have your WeChat? When Chi looked even more puzzled. Who are you? Wow. The beauty is speaking to me. Tang Tiansheng felt a rush of excitement. He quickly straightened his clothes and introduced himself. I'm the owner of this tea shop. My name is Tang Tiansheng. Nice to meet you. He extended his hand, attempting to shake hands with Wen Chi. Upon hearing he was the tea shop owner, Wen Chi smiled at the entrance. Qianhu witnessed this scene and couldn't help but nudge Su Jiangua. Brother Su, look, that beauty smiled at my nephew. I told you there was a chance. Huh? Su Jiangua scoffed, shaking his head. He certainly did not share that sentiment. Just then, Su Chun, having finished his tasks, noticed that the shop was empty. A crowd had gathered at the entrance. Curiously, he walked over. Seeing Qianhu blocking the way, he asked, What is happening? Qianhu pointed at Tang Tiansheng and Wen Chi. Look, my nephew is pursuing a girl. Him. Su Chun glanced in Tang Tiansheng's direction and was instantly taken aback. What? Qianhu inquired at Su Chun. Boss Tang is interested in that girl? Qianhu, indeed. Su Chun sighed and shook his head. He then began to walk outside. Qianhu was left bewildered. Why did it feel like something was amiss? The reactions of Su Jiangua and Su Chun were far too unusual. Everyone else was eager for the gossip, so why were they so aloof? Qianhu contemplated for a moment, then suddenly recalled something. He gasped, raising his voice, Tiansheng, come back. At that moment, Tang Tiansheng was at a critical point of confessing his feelings. After enduring so much today, he decided to seize this opportunity. He refused to believe that he couldn't pursue this girl, who might not be more beautiful than Su Chen's wife. With that thought in mind, Tang Tiansheng summoned his courage and asked once more, Miss, is it possible? When Chi smiled again. That smile left Tang Tiansheng momentarily dazed. It was simply too enchanting. He even began to think of names for their future children. Just as he was reveling in his thoughts, he suddenly heard the beautiful woman say, Boss Tang? Is Su Chen around? Tang Tiansheng's head snapped up in shock as he gazed at the woman. Su Chen? Yes, I'm here to find Su Chen. At that moment, Tang Tiansheng seemed to recall something. His face filled with astonishment. You are. Just then, Su Chen's voice came from behind. Chi, you've arrived. Tang Tiansheng turned in shock, his expression one of disbelief. He looked from Su Chen to Wen Chi. And in that instant, a wave of embarrassment flooded his mind. He pointed at Wen Chi, then at Su Chen. You too, Su Chen calmly replied, Boss Tang, this is my wife. Chapter 81. A Family of 7. The envy of others. Tang Tiansheng was completely dumbfounded. At that moment, he wished he could find a hole to hide in. I'm sorry, Brother Su Chen. I had no idea. Tang Tiansheng felt as though he would burst into laughter out of sheer embarrassment. He longed to turn around and give Qianhu a good beating. If it weren't for Qianhu's encouragement, how could he have committed such an embarrassing act? Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. It's all right. Ignorance is no crime. When Chi looked puzzled. What is going on? Su Chen chuckled, ruffling Wen Chi's hair, choosing not to elaborate. His wife was adorably oblivious. She hadn't even realized that Tang Tiansheng was trying to flirt. Ha ha! Su Chen's gesture was overly affectionate, causing the crowd to gasp in surprise. Wow, that move. So sweet. Isn't this the father of quadruplets? Is this woman the mother of the quadruplets? It was evident, yes, aren't they just flaunting their love? Only now do you realize? How unfair. But that man is so handsome, and the woman is so beautiful. I'm feeling so envious. Sob. Su Chen and Wen Chi walked over to where Su Jiangua stood. The children, surrounded by curious onlookers, finally spotted Wen Qiqi. The third little one's eyes lit up first. He was being held by a pretty young lady, playing gleefully. The young lady thought that the little one was quite fond of her. But the moment he caught sight of Wen Qiqi, he reached out his arms and began jumping up and down with glee. The young lady had initially intended to hold on a bit longer. Upon witnessing the delightful countenance of Wen Qiqi, Sanshao immediately extended his arms, presenting the child to her. This cherubic little one had a penchant for beautiful sisters, a fact that was evident to all. Wen Qiqi was indeed several hundred times more stunning, a realization she could not overlook. Once embraced by Wen Qiqi, Sanshao began to fondly grasp her face, showering her with affectionate kisses. Yay, Mama is back. Sanshao's favorite Mama. Mama is so beautiful. The other three little ones, observing this, eagerly stretched out their arms, yearning for Wen Qiqi's embrace. However, Wen Qiqi could only cradle one child at a time in a moment of exasperation. Su Chen had no choice but to pick up Erbao and Sibao, one in each arm. Fortunately, both Erbao and Sibao delighted in being held by Su Chen, and their fussing subsided. The adorably naive Daba found himself cradled in Su Jiangwo's arms. Daba was rather laid back. Although held by Su Jiangwo, he found immense joy simply in the presence of his parents in that instant. Harmony enveloped the scene. 3 generations, 7 family members. Grandfather cradling his grandson, the beautiful mama holding her youngest, and the handsome papa embracing the 2 little girls. This tableau was utterly heartwarming. What an astonishingly attractive family. All 7 members blessed with such good looks. How are we mere mortals to endure? Who could argue otherwise? Yet, they truly are a sight for sore eyes. May I inquire if I could still wait for their son for 20 years? Get lost? The individual who posed this question was met with a chorus of disdainful glances. After lingering at the door for a while, they all ventured into the shop. Little Ju and the staff were equally astonished upon seeing Wen Qiqi. In that fleeting moment, their mouths gaped in disbelief. Heavens, a fairy! Is she truly Su Chen's wife? How extraordinarily beautiful! Indeed, it is evident that a handsome man deserves a beautiful woman, for only then can they beget adorable children. Alas, I have missed my chance. Though I may have missed my opportunity to bear children, I still have the chance to hold them. Just imagine, Mr. Su Chen and the little ones will frequently visit the shop. We, as staff, would be the most fortunate to cuddle the children. It does seem that way. Wow, for the first time, I feel such joy in being a shop assistant. I absolutely love my job. Su Chen shook his head in resignation. Wen Qiqi, cradling Sanshao, appeared bashful yet immensely proud. These were all gifts bestowed upon her by Su Chen. Even Su Jiangwo felt an unusual sense of joy. Had he known that raising children could be this delightful, he would have encouraged Su Chen to marry much sooner. Yet, on second thought, had he done so, he would not have encountered Wen Qiqi. Su Jiangwo found himself in a quandary. The afternoon passed swiftly, and the tea leaves in the shop were completely sold out. Tang Tiansheng was positively elated. He had initially anticipated that these tea leaves would last at least 10 days. Beaming, he turned to Su Chen. Now, I can return home with a satisfactory report. Brother Su Chen, I am immensely grateful to you. As he spoke, he bashfully turned to Wen Qiqi to apologize. Sister-in-law, I truly apologize for earlier. Wen Qiqi was momentarily taken aback by being addressed as sister-in-law. Tang Tianxing appeared older than both her and Su Chen. Su Chen was equally bewildered. Boss Tang, what are you doing? Oh, it's nothing. Age is inconsequential. I believe you both deserve to be addressed as brother and sister-in-law. Su Chen could only sigh in resignation. Subsequently, Tang Tianxing presented a large red envelope to Su Chen. Here, this is your payment for today. Su Chen was momentarily stunned. Didn't we agree on a monthly settlement? Moreover, this seems excessive. The stack of money appeared to be around 20,000 yuan. Tang Tianxing waved his hand dismissively. Not excessive at all. The profits you brought me today are truly remarkable. This is but a trifling sum. Besides, I am counting on seeing the little ones more often, so you must not let me down. Take it. Seeing that Su Chen was reluctant to accept, Tang Tianxing then offered the money to Wen Qiqi. How about it? Sister-in-law? You take it. Wen Qiqi glanced at Su Chen, and upon receiving a nod of approval, she accepted the money. Thank you. No need for thanks. I am truly grateful to you both. Tang Tianxing could already envision the astonished expression on his elder's face upon witnessing this remarkable achievement. The tea shop was nearly emptied of its stock. After bidding farewell to Su Chun, Tang Tianqing departed with Wen Qiqi and the others. Only then did the crowd reluctantly disperse. Once home, Su Jiangwo remained in high spirits. The little ones are simply incredible. They truly are my beloved grandchildren. Unable to contain his excitement, Su Jiangwo promptly shared the news. Upon returning home, he pulled out his phone and posted in his social circle, accompanied by a photo of the 4 children's backs. The caption read, "My dear grandchildren are simply adorable. Grandpa loves you." The post's visibility was restricted to a select group: brothers, family, and friends. This group included 4 individuals: Su Jiangwo, Old Li, Wu Jianzhong, and Li Li. They were all comrades from Su Jiangwo's youth in the military. Old Li, whose name was Li Zhanzhong, bore no familial relation to Li Li. They simply shared a surname. Meanwhile, Li Li was indeed the father of Li Dong, and he had a distant cousin relationship with Su Jiangwo. With his grandchildren now present, Su Jiangwo was determined to flaunt them. He couldn't wait to see their reactions, yet he was adamant about not posting a clear view of the children's faces. He had no intention of letting them see the adorable little ones. Su Jiangwo was positively brimming with anticipation. Chapter 82. Su Jiangwo, who are you trying to fool? In a suburban town, a WeChat group named Brothers, Family, and Friends erupted with excitement. 3 individuals were fervently tagging Su Jiangwo. Wu Jianzhong exclaimed. "Old Su, what have you posted on your social circle?" Lili queried. "What do you mean by little grandchildren? When did your son get married?" Wu Jianzhong continued. "Isn't Xiao Chun still in college? And you've posted about 4 quadruplets? Who are you trying to fool?" Lili chimed in. "Who are you trying to fool?" Uniquely, Old Li remained silent. In truth, he was seething with rage. He had been minding his own business, contemplating dinner while taking care of the children, when he suddenly spotted Su Jiangwo's post. He immediately recalled that Su Jiangwo had mentioned going to the city to see his 4 little grandchildren. Old Li pondered deeply for 2 days and firmly believed that the chances of Su Jiangwo having grandchildren were 0. After all, even if college students could marry and have children now, such occurrences remained exceedingly rare. Su Chun had always been a diligent child. After not achieving satisfactory grades in the college entrance examination, he continued to study. He would never abandon his education for the sake of marriage. Thus, Old Li was convinced that Su Jiangwo would not be seeing his little grandchildren. Why was he in the city? Old Li casually opened the social circle. Upon seeing Su Jiangwo's photo of the children's backs, he was momentarily taken aback. He scrutinized the image, observing that, judging by their silhouettes, there were indeed 2 boys and 2 girls. Old Li furrowed his brow, disbelief washing over him as he rose to his feet, shifting his phone to a better lit area for a closer inspection. Could it really be quadruplets? This was preposterous. What was old Su trying to show off? Was this some sort of intentional deception? At that moment, he noticed the group messaging was active. Fuming, Old Li shot back. Clearly a fake. If old Su truly had 4 grandchildren, I'd perform a handstand for 5 minutes, Li retorted. Old Li, you're exaggerating with your physique. Can you even manage a 5-minute handstand? Can you even get back up? Wu Jianzhong added. I suspect Old Li believes old Su could never have 4 grandchildren. What do you think? Li Gu? Li, being the eldest among them, was often referred to as Li Gu to differentiate him from old Li. Li responded. I also find it hard to believe. Wu Jianzhong agreed. I feel the same. Old Su, what on earth is going on? Meanwhile, Su Jiangwo was thoroughly amused watching their conversation unfold. Su Chun was busy preparing dinner, while when Qiqi was tidying up, Su Jiangwo, glancing at the little ones, entertained himself with his phone. As he chuckled, the children looked at him in confusion. One by one, they began to giggle. Su Jiangwo, grinning at them, declared, Ha ha, do you know that your great-uncles don't believe in your existence? This was simply too amusing. This time, I will surely make them regret their disbelief. Ha ha ha. Su Jiangwo's laughter echoed throughout the room, even drawing Su Chen's attention from the kitchen. Peering out, Su Chen curiously asked, Dad, what's going on? None of your business. Get back to cooking. Su Chen could only return to his culinary duties, albeit with a hint of exasperation. In the past, his father had always prepared meals for him. Now that he had learned to cook, it seemed Su Jiangwo was eager to push him into the kitchen every day. The disparity, the shift in family dynamics. Su Chen sighed. This is truly tragic. Su Jiangwo, unfazed by Su Chen's lament, picked up his phone, noticing that the others were skeptical of him, and sent a message. Old Li, are you serious? Su Jiangwo typed. If I have 4 grandchildren, will you really perform a handstand for 5 minutes? Just as Oldly was about to put his phone down, he spotted Su Jiangwo's message. Coldly chuckling, he muttered to himself, "This Su Jiangwo is acting as if it's true. I want to hold back." Oldly promptly picked up his phone once more, ready to respond. "What's the matter? Don't believe me? What if I actually do have them?" Su Jiangwo chuckled. This was a classic provocation. While quadruplets were indeed rare, he, Su Jiangwo, had encountered them. He swiftly began typing. "What about you two? Don't believe me? Wu Jianzhong." Lili. Wu Jianzhong replied. "I don't believe," Lili echoed. "I don't believe either." Su Jiangwo quipped. "Will you both perform handstands too?" After Su Jiangwo finished typing those few words, he began to chuckle to himself. Approaching 50, their bodies were far from what they once were. In their youth, they were capable of anything. However, now, even a handstand could cost them dearly. Such a splendid opportunity would be a pity to let slip without a little mischief. Wu Jianzhong asked, "Shall we perform?" Lili replied, "Old Su, are you serious?" Su Jiangwo responded, "Absolutely serious. Just trust me, and you won't need to do a handstand." Yet, Lili remained skeptical. After much contemplation, he devised a compromise. "Then I shall remain neutral," he declared. "See, how fitting for my name." Oldly could no longer contain himself. "Old Su, stop picking on us. What if you fail?" he pressed. "What then? Surely there won't be any punitive measures." Su Jiangwo laughed heartily and exclaimed, "Then I shall do a handstand for 20 minutes. Oldly was taken aback. Wu Jianzhong pondered. "Old Su has really gone all out, hasn't he? Surely he can't be serious?" Lili burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, thank goodness for my cleverness." Wu Jianzhong retorted. "Oldly, are you trying to set me up?" Oldly, now anxious, realized the gravity of the situation. 20 minutes of a handstand? Given Su Jiangwo's current state, he risked far more than just his life. Had he truly become unhinged? Did he really have 4 little grandsons? Oldly contemplated deeply and, with a resolute face, replied, "Absolutely impossible. I refuse to believe it." He added, "Wu Gu, if he truly does, I'll take your place in the handstand." Hemph. He simply could not accept that Su Jiangwo could possibly have 4 grandsons. Wu Jianzhong replied, "Fine." Su Jiangwo, now laughing uncontrollably, exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, Oldly, this time you're finished," he added. "But you mustn't seek help." He then declared, "Just wait. I'm off to play with my little grandsons. Farewell." He quickly exited WeChat. Dinner was yet to be prepared, and the little ones happily surrounded him. Su Jiangwo found himself laughing more and more. He was undoubtedly the ultimate victor this time. Meanwhile, Lili meticulously reread the messages in the group, increasingly sensing something amiss. Su Jiangwo typically had a terrible temper and spoke angrily. Why, then, was he laughing so much today? Moreover, his tone seemed unusually cheerful. Something was definitely off. He pondered for a moment before rising to call his son. "Li Dong." The phone connected, and Li Dong's voice came through. "Hello? Dad?" Lili inquired, "Dongzi, did you know that Su Shu has gone to Ningzhou?" Li Dong replied, "I know." Li continued, "And are you aware that Su Chen has quadruplets?" Upon hearing this, Li Dong was momentarily stunned. "Dad, how do you know?" Lili explained, "Your Su uncle posted on Moments. It seems to be true." His voice carried a hint of surprise and an inexplicable joy. Li Dong frowned in contemplation. "It's true. They're already 6 months old. So soon?" Lili was astonished. "Yes, but Dad, why haven't I seen Su Shu post anything?" Li Dong, too, had Su Jiangwo's WeChat, and like his father, he seldom shared anything beyond health-related posts. Upon hearing this, Lili was equally shocked. "You haven't seen it? Really?" "No." After a brief silence, Lili suddenly burst into laughter. Old Su, this must be visible only to us few." "Ha ha ha, this is going to be fun." Li Dong, confused, asked, "Dad, what is going on?" "Nothing. It's just that your Uncle Li is about to have a stroke," Lili remarked, suddenly looking forward to that day. He felt grateful that he had chosen to remain neutral today. Just as he was about to say more, Li Dong interrupted. "All right, enough. Dongzi, you'd better hurry. If it doesn't work out, come back quickly for a blind date, or I'll be the one left to face ridicule." Li Dong awkwardly chuckled and replied, "Okay, Dad, I got it. All right, I'll be waiting to see the spectacle." After hanging up, Lili checked Moments once more, discovering that Su Jiangwo had indeed not posted anything. He realized he had yet to meet Su Chen's babies or his wife. He had always missed them due to being busy. Were the little ones truly this adorable? Li Dong felt a twinge of anticipation as well. After dinner, Su Jiangwo lingered a while longer, playing with the little ones until they grew tired, at which point he reluctantly stood up. Su Chen, sensing something was off with his father, asked, "Dad, is something wrong?" Su Jiangwo's gaze remained fixed on the children, and he sighed deeply. "I've been out for 3 days. Your mother is very worried. I must return tomorrow." But he was loath to part with his little grandsons. What to do? He longed to take them home. Su Chen, recognizing his father's sentiments, offered a comforting response. "It's all right. During the National Day holiday, I'll discuss with Chi-Chi whether we should bring the babies back." Upon hearing this, Su Jiangwo's eyes lit up. "You said it." He had initially been contemplating how to persuade Su Chen to return home for the holiday, but now he wouldn't even need to concoct an excuse. "All right," Su Chen nodded. "You better take care, son. Even if you don't return, make sure to bring Chi-Chi and the babies back to me. Otherwise, you can forget about ever coming back." With the holiday only a few days away, he would finally be able to hold Oldly accountable for his promise. Moreover, he could boast about the adorable babies. It was bound to be an incredibly joyous occasion. Su Chen thought to himself, "Why does it feel like I'm merely a tool for delivering the children?" Noting Su Jiangwo's eagerness, Su Chen could not let down his father's hopes and thus nodded in agreement. "I'll do my best, Dad. What time is your train tomorrow? I'll come see you off. 10 o'clock, Su Jiangwo replied before taking his leave. Later that evening, when Chi-Chi returned to her room after washing up and found Su Chen seated on the sofa. Watching her, dressed in pajamas with damp hair, she felt a bit embarrassed. Her cheeks flushed as she stammered, "What are you looking at?" Su Chen stood and approached her, swiftly snatching the towel from her hands before she could react. Startled by his actions, when Chi-Chi then felt the towel placed atop her head as Su Chen began to dry her hair. Standing a half head taller than her, the angle was just right. When Chi-Chi was momentarily dazed, Su Chen's voice soon floated down from above. "Chi-Chi, let me help you dry your hair. I can manage on my own." Her voice grew softer. For some reason, it seemed she could not refuse Su Chen. Her face reddened, resembling a ripe apple. Su Chen pretended not to hear and guided her to sit on a stool, asking playfully, "What did you just say?" "Nothing, nothing." She shook her head. Having often read romantic novels, she had always yearned for a boyfriend who would treat her tenderly, much like the heroines in the stories. She never expected her dream to become a reality. Su Chen's touch was gentle. As she sat there, the warm breeze from the hairdryer caressed her head, carrying the faint fragrance of her freshly washed hair. Refreshing and delightful, Su Chen found himself quite enamored with this life. There was love, there was care, companionship, and a host of adorable little ones. It felt as though his life had entered a cheat mode. Indeed, it seemed to have, as he was a man with a system. As he neared the completion of drying her hair, he inadvertently swept the hairdryer too close to her ear, causing strands of hair to flutter onto Chi-Chi's face, nearly landing in her eyes. She instinctively closed her eyes. Observing this, Su Chen chuckled softly, bending down to gently brush the hair from her face, revealing her delicately flushed features. His gaze wandered lower, and he dared not look further. When Chi-Chi opened her eyes, she found Su Chen staring intently at her. His heated gaze left her at a loss for how to respond. In the next moment, she felt him draw nearer. And before she could comprehend, a soft kiss landed on her cheek. Frozen in place, when Chi-Chi was taken aback, Su Chen raised the hairdryer once more, nonchalantly stepping back to continue drying her hair. Accompanied by a light-hearted declaration, "Wife, you are truly beautiful." When Chi-Chi scarcely registered her hair still being damp, she suddenly sprang to her feet, her heart racing uncontrollably. Not daring to glance at Su Chen, she dashed into her room, shutting the door behind her. Su Chen was left momentarily bewildered. Was she shy again? Yet, she hadn't rejected him. How delightful. After tidying up the living room, Su Chen reclined back onto the sofa, experiencing a night devoid of dreams. Conversely, when Chi-Chi's sleep was restless. The following morning, when Chi-Chi awoke to find Su Chen bustling about in an apron, he glanced up at her and inquired, "Chi-Chi, do you have your household registration book on you?" When Chi-Chi's eyes widened in shock, her hands clenching tightly, "What for?" "To get our marriage certificate," Su Chen replied, emerging with a dish. Observing her anxious demeanor, he could not help but chuckle. Clearing his throat, he feigned seriousness. "We should go get it." When Chi-Chi's head dropped even lower, the memory of last night's kiss flooding back in that moment, she could even hear the rapid beating of her own heart. "Su Chen, Seeing her reaction, burst into laughter. Just kidding. I want to open a bank account for the babies. They're earning money now, and it's good to save for them. When Chi-Chi sighed in relief, oh, I don't have one. So use yours. Not at all. Well then, Su-Chen placed the porridge on the table, sighing quietly. He had initially hoped to trick her into handing over the household registration book while she was flustered. As it would prove quite useful, to his surprise, he found himself alone. Let's have dinner first, he suggested, as Su-Chen took a seat and served Chi-Chi her favorite dishes. Chi-Chi, oblivious to any peculiarity regarding the necessity of a household registration book for opening a bank account, was wholly engrossed in contemplating the matter of obtaining a marriage certificate. This was the second time Su-Chen had broached the topic. However, her household registration book was at home. After finishing their meal, Su-Chen accompanied Chi-Chi to school as usual. Upon returning from the school, he promptly drove to the hotel where Su Jiangua was staying. The hotel was conveniently located beside Furong Community. Su Jiangua had mentioned that his bus was at 10 o'clock, making this the perfect time for a send-off. As he arrived at the hotel entrance, the receptionist's eyes widened at the sight of the quadruplets. Wow. How adorable. Quadruplets? You're that young man who sells potatoes, aren't you? Su-Chen nodded, surprised by the extent of his newfound notoriety. The receptionist's face flushed with embarrassment. The young man is so handsome. No wonder the babies are so cute. She felt a twinge of jealousy towards their mother. Su-Chen waved dismissively. It's all due to the good genes of their mother. The receptionist's envy transformed into admiration. A man who speaks of his wife so affectionately is indeed a rare find. Providing a sense of security to women, handsome, nurturing, and devoted. Where could one possibly find such a man? Noticing the receptionist lost in thought, Su-Chen inquired, "Excuse me, how do I get to room 601? 601? The receptionist's eyes flickered with surprise. Are you heading to 601? Yes, the person staying there is my father. I'm here to see him. But he left this morning, she replied. Huh? Su-Chen looked at her in astonishment. After pondering for a moment, the receptionist continued, Oh, right? He told me that if his son came looking for him, to say that he found you too slow and took a taxi to the station, and to remind you to take good care of the babies. Hearing this, Su-Chen couldn't help but chuckle. That old man is quite proud. Thank you, miss, he said before leaving with the babies. The receptionist was left bewildered, wondering why everyone seemed so peculiar, with the babies being the most charming of all. Su-Chen gathered the babies into his arms one by one, then clapped his hands and said, All right, little ones, let us head to the station to find Grandpa. I wonder if that old man can find his way without me. He is always afraid of taking up too much of Daddy's time. After all these years, his sharp tongue and soft heart remain unchanged. The babies gazed at Su-Chen with wide eyes. Although they did not fully comprehend his words, they understood the mention of Grandpa, which instantly filled them with joy. Yay! We're about to see Grandpa. How exciting! At the station, the ticket line was packed with people. Su Jiangwa stood at the ticket counter, estimating how long he would have to wait in line. The crowd seemed endless. He couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, it's been ages since I visited Ningzhou. And there are so many more people now. Beside him stood a middle-aged man of similar age, with a buzz cut and a modest stature. Upon hearing Su Jiangwa's remark, the man chimed in. Indeed, I haven't been here in a long time either. Luckily, my son bought my ticket and is currently fetching it for me. How about you, brother? Where's your son? Su Jiangwa was momentarily taken aback by the question but quickly smiled. My son is at home taking care of my little grandchildren. Little grandchildren? The man pondered for a moment before realizing, Oh, you mean your grandson? Su Jiangwa chose not to clarify, as he had 2 grandsons and 2 granddaughters. And he cherished them all equally. The man, noticing Su Jiangwa's mysterious demeanor, sighed sympathetically, Brother, at our age, we should really enjoy the blessings of our children and grandchildren. I have a grandson too. Yet my son still came to see me, bringing the grandson along. You should definitely remind your son of the importance of a father, he added. Inwardly, Su Jiangwa regarded the man with a silent glance. A single grandchild would indeed be easy to manage, but he had 4. Bringing all 4 to the station was a task that made him uneasy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have slipped away so early today. I am fine. Really, my son is quite busy. I can manage on my own, he reassured. The man appeared somewhat incredulous. Are you sure there is nothing unsaid, brother? Surely your son should be here for you. Around them, others began to listen in on their conversation, murmuring in agitation. In this day and age, How could a son not come to see his father? It's unbelievable. And the man is not even 50 yet. Su Jiangua thought to himself, you're the one who's old. I'm still quite spry. However, he understood their concern was well-meaning. Just then, the man's son arrived, carrying a 1.5-year-old baby, who sweetly called out Grandpa. This simple utterance made Su Jiangua pause, reflecting on the day when his own grandchildren would call him Grandpa. All four gathered around his knees. What bliss that would be! He eagerly anticipated such a life. To the onlookers, his expression appeared envious. The man sighed once more. What is the matter, Dad? His son asked curiously. The man recounted their conversation. Hey, Uncle, where are you headed? Should I get a ticket for you? No, that's unnecessary. I am fine. Really, I've already made it to the station. The crowd, observing Su Jiangua standing alone, felt a pang of sympathy. Just then, a commotion erupted at the ticket counter. Su Jiangua looked up and spotted Su Chun. Chapter 85. My son is here. Aren't you envious? The middle-aged man's son, still perplexed, cautiously asked, Uncle, would you like to give me your ID first? No, that's not necessary. Su Jiangua waved his hand. Chuckling, the man's son frowned slightly as the excitement at the entrance escalated. Wow, quadruplets. How adorable. Is that their father pushing the stroller? He looks so young, probably just in his 20s. This is truly a life well lived. Su Chun was equally astonished by the reaction at the station. The crowd was immense. The quadruplets, seeing so many people for the first time, joyfully gazed around, occasionally making funny faces or charming smiles. Su Chun felt a blend of happiness and overwhelm. Fortunately, the crowd maintained a respectful distance, seemingly mindful of the babies. Upon entering the ticket hall, Su Chun immediately spotted Su Jiangua, who was beaming from ear to ear. The middle-aged man, astonished, exclaimed, For quadruplets? And each one is so stunning. The man's own grandson was handsome, but he paled in comparison to Su Chun and the quadruplets. A wave of envy washed over him as he wondered whose children these could be. Such remarkable blessings. The man's son was equally bewildered. He had never encountered quadruplets before. In fact, during his wife's pregnancy checkup, they had once been mistakenly diagnosed with twins, which had thrilled him, prompting a flurry of preparations. Alas, they later confirmed it was a single birth, leaving him disappointed and feeling as if he had lost a child. Now, witnessing Su Chun's quadruplets, he felt a pang of longing. Dad, look, they really are quadruplets. How adorable! His own baby pointed excitedly at the quadruplets, exclaiming, Grandpa, Daddy. Dolls. Dolls are here. The innocent words sent the surrounding crowd into fits of laughter. Whose children are these? How envious! As the crowd noticed Su Chun approaching with the babies, excitement surged anew that they're coming this way. Are they looking for someone over here? Oh my goodness, the babies are smiling at us. How cute! In truth, the quadruplets had spotted Su Jiangua. After spending the past few days with him, they had become quite familiar with him. At that moment, the eldest was gazing at Su Jiangua with wide eyes. The second was grinning with squinty eyes. The third was torn between gazing at Su Jiangua and searching for pretty aunties. And the youngest was reaching out with tiny arms, eager for a hug. Su Jiangua felt his heart melt. The hearts of those around began to melt. Wow, so adorable, so very adorable. I yearn to kiss, to embrace, to pinch. Alas, if I rush over like this, will I be met with hostility? People pondered the likelihood of approaching to hug the little ones. Su Chun, with a resigned gesture, signaled to the babies, Do not cause a ruckus. Let us find Grandpa. The four infants seemed to comprehend. Becoming stilled, Su Chun approached Su Jiangwo, and under the gaze of the crowd, he called out, Dad, why did you sneak away? You promised to let me see you off. Flathead son. The crowd surrounding Su Jiangwo. Dad? This poor elder brother is his father? Oh, wait. The elder brother suddenly seemed not at all pitiful. The truly pitiable ones were they. The implication of this handsome man's words was that he had intended to see him off. But the elder brother had slipped away on his own. The onlookers gazed at Su Jiangwo with a mix of confusion and intrigue. Flathead was also bewildered. Brother, what on earth? Su Jiangwo scooped up the most boisterous of the four babies, his face beaming with joy. I said it's not my son who doesn't want to see me off. It's I who don't allow them to, however. I must thank you all. My little grandchildren have arrived. Ha ha! The four babies were rubbing their faces against Su Jiangwo's, and his face radiated happiness. Flathead? So, that's what little grandchildren means. He suddenly felt a bit out of the loop. Oh, no, wait, he felt somewhat pitiful. Just moments ago, he had been sympathizing with others, only to realize he was the one most unfortunate. Flathead's son cradled a small baby who had already begun to play joyfully with the four little ones. He gently pinched the adorable face of the fourth baby while muttering indistinctly, "Doll, little doll, so cute, Daddy, it's a little doll." Flathead's face turned crimson with embarrassment. "Why apologies, Uncle, my Owen." "And no worries," Su Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively. "Just a moment ago, this young man wanted to buy a ticket for me. He is a good lad. Your baby is quite adorable as well." Flathead's son could see the stark difference in looks between his son and the four heavenly babies. Yet the compliment made him very happy. "Thank you, Uncle, little brother. You're quite impressive." Suchin felt somewhat helpless. Taking the babies out truly made a difference. The surrounding crowd finally reacted. "You came to see your father off? Didn't you? Quite commendable. To bring four children along to send off your father. No wonder the elder brother is so cheerful. If my son were that capable, I could walk home without a care." "Ha ha ha, who spoke ill of the elder brother's child just now?" The one being spoken about chuckled, unconcerned, saying, Who? Who said that? It certainly wasn't me." Another wave of laughter erupted among the crowd. The other three babies in the stroller were gathered around Su Jiangwo, gazing enviously at the fourth baby in his arms. "Boo-hoo, why doesn't Grandpa hold us?" "Grandpa only holds the fourth baby. The first baby is unhappy. The second baby is also unhappy. The third baby is likewise unhappy. What to do?" Naturally, they cried. Immediately, the onlookers were thrown into a state of panic. "What is happening? Why are all the babies crying? Oh dear, what do we do now?" Those who had brought their own babies were also at a loss upon witnessing the four little ones' distress. Chapter 86. The jealous baby is the cutest. Su Jiangwo was most concerned. He quickly squatted down, cradling the fourth baby while soothing. First baby, what's wrong? Oh dear. Second baby, third baby, my precious little ones, don't see our white Yu-chun. What are you doing? I told you not to come see me off. I asked you to stay home with the babies. Why did you come? Look at how sad my little grandchildren are. The inexplicably scolded Su-chun. Sigh. It seems that those in a lower family standing must endure. He too squatted down, looking at the first, second, and third babies, then at the fourth baby. He finally understood. Dad, why are you calling me? Shouldn't you be comforting the little ones? Su-chun calmly suggested. Why not put down the fourth baby and hold the other three? Su Jiangwo glanced at Su-chun, then at the three babies crying inconsolably. For some reason, he suddenly found Su-chun's suggestion quite sensible. Thus, he squatted down, gently placing the fourth baby back in the stroller, and picked up the first baby. The first baby stopped crying. After holding the first baby for a while, he placed them back and embraced the second baby. The second baby gave Su Jiangwo a kiss. Next was the third baby, who nuzzled against Su Jiangwo's face. All four babies ceased their tears, each one filled with joy. Hooray! Hooray! Grandpa is holding us. Grandpa is not being biased. So happy, so happy. Su Jiangwo looked at the four babies in bewilderment. What on earth is happening? The surrounding crowd was enviously weeping. Upon hearing Su Jiangwo's words, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Brother, you can't see this? They're jealous. Ha ha ha, how adorable. It turns out babies can feel jealousy too. Truly, if I had such well-behaved babies at home, I could wake up from dreams with a smile. Su Jiangwo finally grasped the meaning. Jealous? They're so young and already know jealousy? Su-chun chuckled. Dad, they remember you. They know you are their grandpa, so naturally, they feel jealous at this. Su Jiangwo could no longer contain his excitement, laughing heartily. My little ones can actually feel jealousy. My grandchildren remember their grandpa. Did you all hear that? My grandchildren know I am their grandpa. The crowd. We heard. Brother, could you lower your voice a bit? Is it really necessary to wear your happiness so plainly on your face? After a while, Flathead suddenly recalled and asked Su-chun, Has your dad bought a ticket yet? If this drags on, it will be dark by the time he heads home. He admit it. But he was a bit envious and wanted Su Jiangwo to hurry and part from the little ones. As soon as this was mentioned, Su Jiangwo froze. Indeed, I still need to go home. I'll go buy a ticket. Su-chun, take good care of my little grandchildren. If anything happens to them, I want to spare you. Su-chan could only smile helplessly. He truly was just a tool for sending the babies off. Alas, this is my own father. I have no choice but to comply and no need to buy one, Dad. Su-chan replied. Had I known you wouldn't buy the ticket online, I would have purchased it for you on my way here. Just a moment, I'll go retrieve it. Su Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback. He had thought his son wouldn't remember such matters. Not wanting to trouble his son, he hadn't mentioned it yesterday. Unexpectedly, his son actually remembered. After all, he is my son. Su Jiangwo felt elated inside. On the surface, however, he remained rather indifferent. Then hurry up. I want to bid farewell to my little grandchildren properly. Go. Su-chan handed over the stroller to Su Jiangwo and went off to collect the tickets. The moment he left, Su Jiangwo could no longer suppress his mirth, smiling with satisfaction. Once again, the crowd shed tears of envy. Brother, you are truly fortunate. I must bask in the glow of your happiness. Brother, may I hold a baby? Su Jiangwo, filled with pride. Of course, go ahead, just be careful. The individual was overjoyed, quickly squatting down to lift the first baby. Seeing someone holding a baby, the others flocked over, gently touching the second baby's little tufts of hair, pinching the third baby's small face, and ruffling the fourth baby's hair. Finally, they were content. After Su-chan retrieved the tickets, he handed them to Su Jiangwo. Dad? Here you go, I've got them. You have 20 minutes. You should head to the station. Su Jiangwo, caught up in play with the babies, pretended not to hear. Once he leaves, it will be several days before he can see the babies again. He wasn't happy. Su-chan had no choice but to call out again. Dad? Su Jiangwo. I know. Why are you shouting? I'm not deaf. Grumbling, Su Jiangwo accepted the tickets, feeling a bit forlorn. He had thought that by saying goodbye while the babies were asleep yesterday, today he wouldn't feel so reluctant. But this rascal Su-chan insisted on bringing the babies to the station. Now, he found himself unwilling to part. He finally kissed the babies and bid them farewell, turning back multiple times as he walked toward the entrance. Su-chan could hardly bear to watch. He said, Dad? Why not just stay? Su Jiangwo, what nonsense. Though the babies are important, your mother is important too. The babies have you for company, but your mother is home alone. You should be working hard to buy a house and support your family so that we can both come over and enjoy life. Hurry and get lost. After scolding Su-chan, Su Jiangwo left in quick strides. Su-chan stood there, murmuring to himself. Soon, Dad, the onlookers, for reasons unknown, suddenly fell into a contemplative mood. This feeling was so sweet, so blissful, yet it was also bittersweet. If only my relationship with my dad could be this good. I feel the same. This family is truly a winner in life. So envious. After leaving the station, Su-chan took several photos of the babies and sent them to Su Jiangwo before departing. He did not return home but drove to the law firm instead. Today, he had an important matter to attend to. An hour later, he emerged from the law firm. After a prolonged silence, the system suddenly chimed, ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering a special reward. What? System, ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a black card membership to the Imperial Dragon Pavilion. May I ask if the host wishes to claim it? Imperial Dragon Pavilion? Su-chan silently pondered this name and was suddenly enlightened. Isn't this the most prestigious restaurant in Ningzhou? Chapter 87. Su-chan's unmatched charisma. Su-chan recalled the name Imperial Dragon Pavilion. In Ningzhou City, it symbolized status and power, a place where only the affluent and influential could indulge. What would the system want with a black card for such an establishment? System. Indeed, at the Imperial Dragon Pavilion. With this black card, you may make any request. Without spending a single cent, they shall fulfill all your desires. This black card exists solely in this world. Is it truly that remarkable? Su-chan was taken aback. This benefit is astonishing. May I ask if the host wishes to claim it? Of course, I shall claim it. Su-chan did not hesitate. Coincidentally, he was troubled about where to celebrate Wenqi's birthday. Upon this realization, Su-chan suddenly had an epiphany. System, here. You granting me this card is an ploy to have me take Wenqi for her birthday, is it? Host, this system is a super daddy system, designed to serve babies and their associated figures, such as their mothers, in order to enhance the happiness of the little ones. Just as I suspected. The system is indeed remarkable. How considerate. Thank you very much. Su-chan received the black card and drove directly to the Imperial Dragon Pavilion. After several years in Ningzhou, He had passed by the Imperial Dragon Pavilion countless times, but had never ventured inside. Today, it was time to broaden his horizons. At the same moment, inside the Imperial Dragon Pavilion, manager Lan Ming, clad in professional attire and high heels, hurried to the hall at the fastest pace. Announced that today we shall welcome our most esteemed guest. Everyone, please prepare swiftly. Today, we shall not entertain other guests. The staff members. What is going on, Manager Lan? Why so formal all of a sudden? Who could be such a significant figure? Lan Ming, with her alluring figure accentuated by her attire, was known throughout the Imperial Dragon Pavilion as a formidable woman, feared by all. However, today, she seemed different. Taking a deep breath, even she found it somewhat surreal. Responding to the staff's inquiries with a subtle smile, she replied, "The black card holder." "What? Who?" "The sole holder of the black card at the Imperial Dragon Pavilion." "No way. I always thought that was just a legend. This person truly exists." Hearing the chatter, Lan Ming couldn't help but urge, "What are you all waiting for? Hurry up." The staff immediately dispersed in a flurry. After all, it was the black card holder. Rumor has it that possessing the black card grants one the same rights as the owner. They must comply with every command. Yet, since the establishment's opening, this person had never made an appearance. The staff gathered to speculate. What kind of person do you think it will be? Surely, it must be a greasy middle-aged man. Aren't successful individuals usually like that? Portly and rotund. I was hoping if it were a handsome young man, I could flirt a bit. He must be a diamond bachelor. Dream on. Get back to work? Or Manager Lan will scold us. At the entrance of the Imperial Dragon Pavilion, the staff member Xiao Lan, assigned to intercept guests, awaited the arrival of the esteemed individual. She felt quite nervous, as it was her first time meeting someone of such stature. If she failed in her duties, would she be reprimanded? Though merely a staff member at the Imperial Dragon Pavilion, the pay was quite lucrative. Xiao Lan contemplated how to leave a favorable impression on the esteemed guest. Just then, she spotted 4 little tots approaching her. Xiao Lan's eyes lit up. "Wow, are these little angels?" One of the boys, wearing a hat, raised his hand excitedly, waving at her. "This is simply adorable." What to do? She desperately wanted to rush over and hug them, but she still had to be on duty. Xiao Lan's heart ached. However, they were walking towards her. Her spirits lifted. When she saw Su Chun, she was taken aback. "This young man is so handsome. Is he the brother of these 4 little ones?" Su Chun, appearing youthful with a hint of boyish charm, did not strike Xiao Lan as a father. As he approached, he noticed Xiao Lan gazing at him with starry-eyed admiration. He felt a bit bewildered. "Excuse me, miss." Upon hearing his voice, Xiao Lan's heart fluttered. His voice was so pleasant, it was like her dream man. She yearned to flirt, but she still had to work. Concealing her shyness, Xiao Lan replied formally, "I'm sorry, sir, but we are not open today." Su Chun frowned in surprise. "Not open? What unfortunate timing." "Never mind, I shall return tomorrow." "Thank you, miss." As he spoke, Su Chun turned to leave with the little ones. The trio's eyes remained fixated on Xiao Lan, their small faces filled with confusion. "The miss is so pretty. Why is daddy leaving?" Wah. Su Chun paid no heed to their innocent thoughts. If the Imperial Dragon Pavilion was closed, he would have to seek another venue. Xiao Lan felt a pang of disappointment as Su Chun prepared to depart. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to at least get his contact information. "Hey, young man, although we're not open today, we will be in the future. How about you give me your WeChat, and I'll let you know when we resume operations?" She couldn't bear to let such a charming young man slip away. Plus, having this young man as a connection would mean being the sister-in-law to 4 adorable babies, which seemed blissful to imagine. Su Chun turned back, noticing Xiao Lan's flushed cheeks, deliberately maintaining distance. "No need. I must take my little ones home." Xiao Lan looked up in disbelief. "You your babies?" "Yes, they are all my children." "Aren't they adorable?" Su Chun decided to use the children as a shield against romantic advances. Xiao Lan, still in shock, nodded. They are adorable, absolutely too cute. But how could such a young man have children? What a pity. Yet, why is he looking after the children himself? Where is their mother? Their mother is still in school. A casual inquiry from the staff left her momentarily stunned. "Ian in school?" "Yes, a university student." Xiao Lan's mouth dropped open in astonishment, feeling overwhelmed by the day's revelations. That's how it is. She had to suppress her feelings. "Well, we can still exchange WeChat. Once we're open again, I'll let you know." Though her wish remained unfulfilled, being able to see the little ones more often was a consolation. After all, they were simply delightful, Suchin pondered, then took out his phone. That works? Just let your manager know that a black card holder came looking for her. Please assist me. Before he finished speaking, he noticed Xiao Lan's shocked expression. You said what? The black card? Suchin assumed Xiao Lan hadn't heard clearly and repeated. Your Imperial Dragon Pavilion's black card. Black card? Xiao Lan gazed at Suchin in disbelief. You are the mysterious holder of the black card. But I thought you were supposed to be a middle-aged man. I was expecting a greasy figure. These descriptors do not match the young man before me at all. Xiao Lan could hardly believe that the legendary black card holder appeared so young and handsome, and yet so approachable. Suchin nodded. That would be me, I suppose? After all, the system mentioned that the black card is unique. Xiao Lan beamed with excitement. Sir, please follow me. Suchin, slightly bewildered. Aren't you closed today? Our purpose for being closed today was to await your arrival, Xiao Lan elaborated. I was also here waiting for you. Our manager Lan has been anticipating your visit, as she spoke. Xiao Lan led Suchin into the establishment. Meanwhile, the staff inside the Imperial Dragon Pavilion had finished their preparations and awaited the arrival of the mysterious guest, each brimming with energy. Some were still discussing. Do you think we should be extra respectful? Will we be reprimanded if we don't perform well? Oh, I'm so anxious. Why did such a significant figure arrive so suddenly? Just then, they saw Xiao Lan entering with someone. One exclaimed. They're here? They re-here. As Xiao Lan walked in, everyone quickly found their respective positions. They occasionally glanced towards Xiao Lan's direction. Soon, they spotted a young man accompanied by 4 little ones. The man appeared youthful, wearing a gentle smile, exuding humility and politeness. The little ones looked adorably bewildered, curiously surveying their unfamiliar surroundings. The staff erupted in excitement. Who is this man? So handsome. And those little ones are incredibly cute. Could he possibly be the black card holder? You must be dreaming. The black card holder can't possibly be a young man. Did Xiao Lan bring another handsome man in? Oh dear, Xiao Lan is surely courting trouble. A number of individuals gazed at Xiao Lan with concern. At this moment, Xiao Lan, who was walking ahead of Suchin, remained oblivious to her sister's worries. She felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Surely, her sisters could never guess that this handsome gentleman was the holder of the coveted black card. Right? How she longed to see their expressions upon discovering the truth. Pretending to be composed, Xiao Lan approached the group and inquired, Where is General Lan? One of them, visibly anxious, replied, Xiao Lan, what are you doing? Don't you know that today we... Xiao Lan interrupted, General Lan is upstairs, right? I'll go find her. She then turned to Suchin and said, Sir, please wait a moment. Suchin nodded in acknowledgement. As the elevator was currently in use, Xiao Lan opted for the stairs. Believing it would be quicker, Suchin remained where he was, waiting for her. A few attendants began to murmur among themselves. What's going on with Xiao Lan? Didn't we decide not to host guests today? I have no idea. Could it be she thinks the babies are adorable and is going to consult General Lan? To them, Suchin appeared far too youthful. Thus, even though Xiao Lan had mentioned seeking out Lan Meng, they still did not believe Suchin could be the person they were awaiting. However, they were soon captivated by the babies. Each of the little ones, with wide-open eyes, looked around curiously. Particularly, one little boy began to giggle upon seeing them, his expression utterly delightful, making one want to pinch his cheeks. Although the attendants were well-trained, they could not help themselves. One of them stepped forward, unable to contain her excitement, and asked, Little brother, may we hold the babies? Suchin nodded. Of course. Instantly, several attendants rushed over to embrace the babies. 2 of them even reassured Suchin, saying, Little brother, did you come here to secure a reservation? We can't host any guests today, so consulting General Lan would be futile. Why not leave your contact information and come back another time? Just as Suchin was about to respond, the elevator doors suddenly slid open. 5 minutes earlier, on the 2nd floor of Dilongjai, Lan Meng was preoccupied with work when one of her colleagues approached with a report. General Lan? A man has arrived accompanied by 4 babies. 4 babies? Lan Meng furrowed her brow. As a formidable businesswoman, Lan Meng had never married and held no fondness for children, focusing solely on her career. She believed that men and children were mere obstacles on her path to success. Her colleague continued, Yes, the babies are incredibly adorable. Oh, what if they are? we agreed not to host any guests. What was Xiao Lan thinking? I'll go check for myself. With that, Lan Ming turned and descended the stairs. She took the elevator, so she did not encounter Xiao Lan. Exiting the elevator, she maintained her aloof demeanor. Upon seeing a cluster of attendants gathered, she intended to reprimand them for their misconduct during working hours. However, just as she was about to speak, her gaze fell upon the babies among the attendants. At that moment, Lan Ming's breath caught in her throat. She stared incredulously at the little ones. Could it be? Were these really babies? They resembled dolls, though she had encountered children before, often troublesome ones, which contributed to her disdain for them. Today's babies were utterly enchanting. Leaving her at a loss for words, she felt an urge to scold them, yet she stifled it. The attendants, aware of Lan Ming's presence, nervously concealed the babies behind them, fully aware of her temperament and fearing that she might chastise them and inadvertently harm the little ones. Su Chun, sensing the commotion, turned to look at Lan Ming. Her breath hitched again. This man was extraordinarily handsome, but who was he, and why was he at Dilongjai at this time? Lan Ming clasped her hands together to mask her inner turmoil and approached Su Chun and the babies. "Good day, sir." Just as she was about to continue, she suddenly felt the gaze of one of the babies upon her. Following the gaze, she saw a tiny boy staring intently at her, his long lashes fluttering and his eyes sparkling. He blinked and then smiled, exclaiming, "Hee hee, pretty sister, so beautiful. I like you." At that moment, Lan Ming's heart nearly leaped out of her chest. She never imagined that one day, she would find herself drawn to a baby. Just as she was attempting to regain her composure, the smiling baby opened his arms and called out to her, "Auntie." Lan Ming's breath quickened. Goodness, how adorable! How she longed to scoop him up. What was she to do? Chapter 89. He is indeed the black card holder. Lan Ming was on the verge of losing control of her excitement. Su Chen noticed that after Lan Ming spoke once, she fell silent. Her attention fixated on the third baby. He chuckled helplessly and gently tapped the little one's head, saying, "Third baby, don't be a nuisance." This little one, upon seeing a beautiful sister, simply could not resist asking for a hug. How embarrassing! The third baby looked from Su Chen to Lan Ming, appearing puzzled. "Huh? Daddy, doesn't he want the pretty sister to hold me? Why not? But she is so beautiful." The wheels began to turn in his mind as he made a decision. Regardless of what Daddy said, he was determined to request a hug. Thus, he raised his arms even higher. The attendants, seeing that Lan Ming had fallen silent, sensed an opportunity. After all, the babies were irresistibly cute. Perhaps Lan Ming would grow fond of them. The attendants encouraged Su Chen, saying, "General Lan, this baby seems to like you. Hurry and hold him." Lan Ming was nearly losing her composure. She clenched her hands tightly, resisting the urge to embrace little San Bao, and earnestly stated, "Sir, I'm terribly sorry, but we at Dilongjai truly cannot host guests today." Su Chen felt a sense of helplessness. How could he explain that he was indeed the black card holder without making the attendants feel awkward? Just then, a voice echoed from the stairway, "General Lan, so you've come down." It was Xiao Lan, who had just reached the second floor but failed to spot Lan Ming. She had to descend again and was met with the sight of Lan Ming standing before Su Chen. Excitedly, she exclaimed, "So you and this gentleman have met? General Lan, what are we to do next?" Lan Ming was utterly bemused. "Xiao Lan, what are you talking about?" The other attendants looked just as puzzled. "Aren't we here to specially host the black card gentleman today?" Lan Ming responded, "Yes." Xiao Lan continued, "This gentleman is he." Lan Ming, "Everyone, the black card holder is so young. The black card holder brought along 4 babies. Shouldn't he, the black card holder, be a portly middle-aged man? This is simply unfathomable, and a successful person so young." Su Chen smiled wryly. "I'm sorry, I was just about to explain, but I never found the right moment." Lan Ming stared at Su Chen in disbelief. His humility astonished her once more. This was the black card holder of Dilongjai, a man who could command the establishment to do his bidding. Typically, they treated such esteemed guests with utmost caution, fearful of making a mistake. Yet here stood a gentleman who was so polite. The attendants' eyes sparkled with admiration. They had long forgotten their earlier discussions about the black card holder and now sought to quickly establish a rapport with Su Chen. Lan Ming was the first to regain her composure. Suppressing her inner excitement, she cautiously asked, "Sir, may we see your black card?" The attendants were taken aback. Did General Lan take leave of her senses? When did she become so gentle? However, Lan Ming was far too engrossed in her own feelings to care about the attendant's reactions. Su Chun casually retrieved the black card from his pocket and handed it to Lan Ming. This one, I believe? Lan Ming was again taken aback. This was the only black card at TheInvincible. To think it could be so casually kept in a pocket. This young man was truly remarkable. She respectfully accepted the black card, glanced at it, and immediately nodded, yes, this is it. You must be Su Chun. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I am Lan Ming, the manager of TheInvincible. When Lan Ming received the news this morning, she only knew that the black card holder was named Su Chun. She had no idea it was someone so youthful. Su Chun waved his hand dismissively. No worries at all, Manager Lan. I came to speak with you today about a matter. Go ahead. Lan Ming did not expect Su Chun to be so courteous, and her admiration for him grew. Su Chun stated, the day after tomorrow, I would like to reserve TheInvincible for a day. Would that be possible? Lan Ming nodded. Of course, as a black card holder, you may request anything from TheInvincible. However, may I ask what the occasion is? Do you need us to prepare anything in advance? What type of cuisine should our chefs prepare? Lan Ming inquired politely. Su Chun pondered for a moment before replying, I will let you know about the arrangements shortly. As for the chefs, there is no need. I have that covered. He added, by the way, Manager Lan, there is one more thing I need your assistance with. I would like to surprise my wife for her birthday. Therefore, I kindly ask you to keep this reservation a secret. I will bring the babies along on the day. Upon hearing this, the attendants were once again astonished. He was using the black card to celebrate his wife's birthday? What a grand affair. Suddenly, they felt an inexplicable pang of envy. How fortunate this Su's wife must be. Lan Ming was equally surprised, not having anticipated that Su Chun's purpose was this. She nodded, understood. But do you not require us to prepare the ingredients since you are bringing your own chefs? Su Chun shook his head. No need. I'll handle everything myself. Thank you, Manager Lan. Lan Ming regarded him with a hint of suspicion. What kind of chef could possibly surpass the culinary prowess of those at TheInvincible? After all, the chefs there are nothing short of top-tier. It seemed she could benefit from broadening her horizons. After Su Chun finished speaking, he continued to discuss the arrangements with Lan Ming before taking his leave. The little ones were engrossed in play with the waitstaff. Su Chun managed to coax them into their high chairs with great difficulty. Once he departed, the entire staff of TheInvincible gazed after him, each of them feeling like a bit of lemon, filled with anticipation for the upcoming birthday celebration of the woman in question. Chapter 90. May I ask if this esteemed individual would mind having another girlfriend? Su Chun returned home at 4 in the afternoon. After feeding the little ones and changing their diapers, he took out his phone and made a call. At the same moment, at Ningzhou University. Class had just ended. When Chi-Chi and Shen Mingyao were headed to the restroom when Shen Mingyao's phone rang. She pulled it out and, upon seeing the caller ID, was momentarily taken aback. Why is he calling? What's going on? Noticing that Shen Mingyao's demeanor was off, when Chi-Chi asked with concern. Shen Mingyao quickly tucked her phone away, saying, It's nothing, Chi-Chi. You go ahead to the restroom. My mom is calling, and I'll be right there. All right, when Chi-Chi nodded. Shen Mingyao then stepped around the corner and pressed the answer button. Su Dishuage. What's the matter? Calling me instead of Chi-Chi at this time isn't quite appropriate. Is it? It was indeed Su Chun on the line. Before he could respond, Shen Mingyao added, I'll have you know, while I acknowledge your handsomeness and charm, I will not covet Chi-Chi's man. If you don't explain yourself right now, I will immediately tell Chi-Chi to take the little ones and leave you. Su Chun felt a bit embarrassed. What on earth is this girl thinking? All right, Shen Mingyao. I'm calling you for something serious. Upon hearing Su Chun's earnest tone, Shen Mingyao ceased her playful banter. Speak. What is the serious matter? I need you to do me a favor. A favor? But I'm Chi-Chi's best friend. I should be helping her, not you. Your favor is that I'll allow you to come to my house for dinner next week and play with the little ones. Su Chun interrupted Shen Mingyao directly. Hearing this, Shen Mingyao's expression immediately brightened. Really? Really? Tell me what you need help with. I'll do whatever it takes, as long as she could hold the babies and enjoy Su Chun's cooking. The essence of friendship was of little consequence. It wasn't that serious, Su Chun helplessly stated. The day after tomorrow, after class, please bring Chi-Chi to TheInvincible. Shen Mingyao was taken aback. Are you out of your mind? Did I hear you correctly? I'm not crazy, and you heard me right. It's TheInvincible at the TheInvincible I'm thinking of? Shen Mingyao queried. Yes, there's only one TheInvincible in all of Ningzhou. Realizing the implication, Shen Mingyao exclaimed, Wow, Su Chun, That's impressive. Suchin remained silent. Isn't the day after tomorrow Chi-Chi's birthday? Wait a moment, let me check my memo. Suchin still said nothing. After a brief pause, Shin Mingyao exclaimed, It really is, Suchin. Are you planning a surprise for when Chi-Chi? That's amazing. No way, I'm so excited. That's the long Zhai we're talking about. Suchin, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, contemplating whether asking Shin Mingyao for help was a wise decision. Miss Shun, please remain composed. If Chi-Chi finds out, the surprise will be ruined. Shin Mingyao soon realized she was getting overly excited. She cleared her throat, striving to calm her emotions. All right, I understand. Don't worry. I'll try not to be too excited. I'll do my best. It's not about trying. You must do it. I'm counting on you. Suddenly feeling the weight of the responsibility, Shin Mingyao replied, Okay, don't worry. I will make it happen. After hanging up, Shin Mingyao was still buzzing with excitement. When Chi-Chi emerged, she noticed Shin Mingyao grinning to herself, prompting her to ask curiously, What is going on? Shin Mingyao quickly masked her joy. It's nothing, I'm just really happy. Let us head back to class. But you weren't going to the restroom? When Chi-Chi pointed out, realizing that Shin Mingyao had forgotten her initial purpose. Time was running short before class began, and Shin Mingyao decided to forego the restroom visit. Oh well, never mind. When Chi-Chi regarded Shin Mingyao with a puzzled expression, sensing something was amiss. Time flew by, and soon the day arrived. For the past few days, a rumor had been circulating throughout Ningzhou City. Long Zhai had been booked by a mysterious individual. Being in Ningzhou, everyone was aware of Long Zhai's esteemed position in the culinary world, where a single meal could cost tens of thousands. Reservations were typically required well in advance. The fact that someone had managed to book the entire restaurant was shocking. Who could possibly be so influential? The online community was abuzz with inquiries. We sent someone to investigate, but Long Zhai has maintained impeccable confidentiality, and we haven't been able to uncover anything. It was said that the person who reserved the venue preferred to remain anonymous. Isn't that just incredible? They can even command Long Zhai. The behind-the-scenes owner of Long Zhai is a significant figure in the capital. Who could possibly be this mysterious individual, and why would they reserve the venue? This information was revealed. It was for a birthday celebration for their wife. Upon hearing this, the online community was taken aback. What? A birthday? Is this a show of affection? Indeed, it seemed so. It was another day for the Lemon Squad. May I ask if this esteemed individual would mind having another girlfriend? Count me in. I would gladly be his third concubine. I'll be the fourth, the fifth, the 086th. When Chi-Chi stumbled upon this news, it was already the night of the 29th. The 30th marked her birthday. She felt a pang of jealousy, realizing she shared her special day with the woman mentioned online. However, Suchin had inquired whether her birthday was approaching. Surely, she too would receive a surprise tomorrow, right? Suddenly, when Chi-Chi found herself looking forward to her birthday. Chapter 91. Suchin, have you forgotten something? On the morning of September 30th, at 6 o'clock, when Chi-Chi heard Suchin bustling in the living room. Lying in bed, she felt a swell of emotion. Was he up so early preparing gifts for her? Suchin truly excelled in everything he did. She turned to glance at the babies, who were sleeping soundly. The third and fourth babies were mumbling in their dreams. Their adorable expressions radiating bliss. Suchin would surely come to call her once breakfast was ready. She thought. An impulse to be lazy struck her. Perhaps today she could indulge herself and wait for Suchin to wake her. At 6:30, there was no commotion. AT7. Still nothing. AT712. She could no longer resist and climbed out of bed. As she opened the door, she felt a flicker of anticipation, but her heart sank upon seeing the living room, which was tidy yet devoid of any surprises. Suchin was in the kitchen, seemingly frying dough sticks. Peering in, when Chi-Chi saw Suchin busily placing the dough sticks into the pan, he turned to greet her. Chi-Chi, you're up? Feeling a bit disheartened, she had expected his first words to be, Happy birthday, Chi-Chi. She forced a smile and asked, Oh, since when did you start frying dough sticks yourself? I find the ones sold outside unappetizing, so I thought I'd give it a try, and coincidentally, I woke up early today, Suchin replied as he retrieved the golden brown dough sticks from the oil. Just a moment, Chi-Chi. I'll be done shortly. The kitchen, aside from the frying dough sticks and porridge simmering on the stove, held nothing else. When Chi-Chi suppressed her disappointment and nodded, All right, after washing up. Suchin called her for breakfast. She mechanically took a seat and began to eat. The dough sticks were delicious, Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. The babies soon stirred awake, and Su-chan went to dress them. Sitting in the living room, when Chi-Chi listened to the sounds of their laughter and Su-chin's comforting words, she reassured herself that Su-chan taking such great care of the little ones was indeed the greatest gift. When Su-chin emerged, when Chi-Chi had finished her meal, as he prepared milk for the babies, he said, "Chi-Chi, shall I take you to school? Otherwise, you might be late. You needn't worry about me. I can eat when I return. It's the same," she replied, nodding. Su-chan was always considerate of her needs. Perhaps she was simply expecting too much, as they descended the stairs to the car. When Chi-Chi pondered whether perhaps a gift awaited her inside. Regrettably, upon opening the car door, it appeared unchanged from any other day, devoid of surprises. The journey to school passed uneventfully, as they reached the school entrance. She finally couldn't contain herself any longer. "Su-chan, you." Adjusting the seat, Su-chan turned his head. "Huh? What's wrong? Have you forgotten something?" Su-chan looked bewildered. "Forgotten what? The baby's milk? I bought it. Oh, and I stocked up on diapers. So no worries there," he rambled on, listing his preparations. When Chi-Chi ultimately smiled gently, "That's good." With that, she turned away, feeling a twinge of disappointment as she entered the gates of Ning University. At that moment, Su-chan received a phone call. It was from Shen Mingyao. Lowering her voice, yet unable to conceal the excitement and shock within her, she exclaimed, "Su-chan, what on earth are you doing? Today, the Dilongjai has been completely booked. Why did you ask me to take Chi-Chi there?" Shen Mingyao could hardly believe that Su-chan could afford to book the Dilongjai. Upon seeing the news early that morning, she nearly lost her mind. Was Su-chan trying to set her up for embarrassment? Hearing her words, Su-chan chuckled softly. "It's nothing. You'll understand once you go." "What if I go and end up embarrassed?" Shen Mingyao retorted, exasperated. "Su-chan, let me tell you, if we can't get in, I'll encourage Chi-Chi to break up with you." Su-chan replied, "You can come to my house for a month of meals." Shen Mingyao responded, "Fine, don't worry, Cheng-ge. I'll do everything I can to take Chi-Chi there. If you bind me, I'll go too. That's a month of meals. It means I can play with the babies for a whole month. How blissful. Who cares about embarrassment? It doesn't matter." When Chi-Chi arrived at the classroom, the lesson had yet to commence. Shen Mingyao sat idly on her chair. Upon seeing Chi-Chi, her eyes lit up instantly. "Chi-Chi, over here." When Chi-Chi walked over and sat down with a blank expression, Shen Mingyao looked at her, puzzled. "Chi-Chi, what's wrong? Are you not happy?" When Chi-Chi shook her head, "No. Oh, Chi-Chi, isn't today your birthday? Tell me, how do you and Su-chan plan to celebrate?" Shen Mingyao asked intentionally. When Chi-Chi remained silent, Shen Mingyao continued teasing, "Could it be that you're not celebrating? How could he forget his wife's birthday?" As she spoke, Shen Mingyao took out her phone, intending to call Su-chan and scold him. When Chi-Chi stopped her, "Forget it, Su-chan is quite busy." "Busy? So busy that he forgets to celebrate his wife's birthday?" Shen Mingyao complained while secretly reveling in the situation. "Su-chan, oh Su-chan, don't blame me. If I don't do this, Chi-Chi won't come with me." When Chi-Chi felt even more disheartened by Shen Mingyao's words and chose to remain silent, Shen Mingyao leaned closer to her. "Never mind. If he won't celebrate for you, I will. In the evening, I'll take you out for a nice meal." When Chi-Chi smiled faintly, "But I still need to return home to see the babies." Shen Mingyao replied, "But isn't Su-chan there? Isn't he capable? Let him take care of them," Shen Mingyao said, puffed up with indignation. Throughout the day, when Chi-Chi felt somewhat lost, even in the afternoon, Su-chan had still not called. After school, Shen Mingyao continued to berate Su-chan while following Chi-Chi to the west gate. "I must confront him about why he forgot Chi-Chi's birthday. It's outrageous. Otherwise, I'll make him pay." As she spoke, she observed Chi-Chi's expression. Seeing her downcast demeanor only fueled Shen Mingyao's delight. "Chi-Chi, don't blame me. This is all your man's doing." Upon reaching the west gate, when Chi-Chi discovered that Su-chan had not arrived, nor had the babies, there wasn't even a WeChat message on her phone. Shen Mingyao began her tirade again. "He really didn't come? This Su-chan is driving me insane. Just because he is handsome, he thinks he can do whatever he wants. How outrageous." When Chi-Chi shook her head, "Mingyao, stop it. I'll call to check in the past." Even if Su-chan was busy, he would always come to pick her up. After dialing, it took a while for the call to be answered. On the other end, Su-chan's voice was calm. "Chi-Chi, what's the matter?" Chapter 92. I am my own chef at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Chen called Tang Tianxing to request a day off and then took the babies to Dilongjai. Lan Meng had been waiting for Su Chen at Dilongjai for quite some time. When Su Chen arrived, the eagerly awaiting waitstaff immediately took the babies away. Lan Meng approached Su Chen. Looking conflicted, Mr. Su, are you really sure you don't need a chef? Su Chen shook his head. Lan Meng remained unconvinced. After all, it was a birthday banquet, and not hiring a chef, nor ordering a cake, was quite unusual. Moreover, Su Chen was a black card holder, and she couldn't afford to be careless. Noticing that Su Chen had not brought a chef, she cautiously introduced someone beside her. Mr. Su, this is our head chef. Peng Liang, I specifically called him over to assist you. If you need anything, just let him know. Su Chen looked up to see a rather rotund man standing respectfully in his chef's attire. Mr. Su, whatever dishes you wish to prepare, please just say I am well versed in various cuisines and will ensure your satisfaction. My specialty is desserts and cakes, which are perfect for birthday celebrations. Su Chen smiled lightly. No need, I plan to make it myself. Just prepare the kitchen for me. He had already brought his own ingredients and was ready to begin cooking. Peng Liang and Lan Meng exchanged astonished glances. You want to cook yourself? Indeed, they had never encountered anyone at Dilongjai who insisted on cooking for themselves. However, Peng Liang felt a twinge of unease. After all, this was a black card holder. If anything went awry, they could face dire consequences from the restaurant's owner. No worries. Could you help me carry the ingredients to the kitchen? Well, all right then, Peng Liang relented, never imagining that as the top chef of Dilongjai, he would be reduced to a mere porter. Lan Meng was also somewhat concerned. Mr. Su, are you really going to do it yourself? Yes. Seeing their worried expressions, Su Chen reassured them. How about you wait nearby? If I need anything, I'll call you. That works. With that, the two felt a bit more at ease. The waitstaff in the banquet hall watched the scene in bewilderment. Some displayed envious expressions. Wow, the young man is personally making a cake for his wife. It seems he is even preparing dishes himself. How enviable. But will he be able to cook? They were skeptical. Point one remarked. So what if he can't? If I had such a handsome and dedicated husband, even if the food didn't taste good, I'd eat it all. Me too. Me too. What matters is the sentiment, another chimed in. How fortunate that young lady must be. Peng Liang and Lan Meng helped Su Chen transport the ingredients. As they carried large and small bags of potatoes, tomatoes, cucumbers, radishes, onions, flour, and other items into the kitchen, Peng Liang remained in a state of disbelief. Is this really going to work? Birthday banquets typically feature elaborate dishes. While these ingredients may be useful, they seem rather too casual. Su Chen casually handed Peng Liang a green radish. Try this. All the ingredients brought today had been purchased the day before at the market and then grown in his space. Although he had yet to acquire the special seeds mentioned by the system, based on his previous experience with potatoes and cucumbers, he was confident that these would taste good as well. Peng Liang was taken aback but accepted the radish. Just eat it like this? Earlier, while moving the ingredients, he had noticed that these looked far fresher than usual. However, based on Peng Liang's experience, he felt that these ingredients were still far from sufficient. Su Chen nodded. Yes, just like that. Reluctantly, Peng Liang washed the radish and, seeing Su Chen's encouraging gaze, took a bite. After all, he couldn't defy the words of a black card holder. Immediately, he was stunned. This texture as a top chef, Peng Liang's taste buds and sense of smell were more refined than others, allowing him to master cooking techniques better. He had eaten green radishes before, but he had never tasted one this delicious. Previous green radishes had always had a hint of spiciness, but this one had a delicate sweetness, accompanied by a subtle fragrance. After one bite, he couldn't help but take a second. Peng Liang began chewing rapidly. Lan Meng walked in just in time to witness this scene. She looked at him, puzzled. Peng Liang, what are you doing? Peng Liang pointed at the radish, then at himself, unable to speak. Are you hungry? We have other food in the kitchen, right? I'll go find something for you, Lan Meng said as she headed toward the refrigerator. Peng Liang grabbed her arm, breaking the radish in half and offering her a piece. Try this. Lan Meng glanced between Peng Liang and Su Chen, sensing something was off. However, she still took a bite. Instantly, she was also taken aback. This radish is incredibly delicious, Peng Liang exclaimed. Indeed? I think so too, Lan Meng asked. Are all these ingredients brought by Su Chen? Peng Liang nodded as he continued to munch. Unable to resist, Lan Meng finished the radish in one go and turned to Su Chen. Astonished, Su Chan was already cracking eggs, preparing to make a cake. He had written down the dishes he planned to make in his skill book that morning. Now, he possessed all the necessary skills. The eggs and meat were procured specifically for this purpose, washed with spirit spring water. While the effects weren't as pronounced as with vegetables, they were still far superior to what was available on the market. Lan Ming had originally intended to inquire where Su Chan had acquired the radish, but upon witnessing his technique, she was left in a w.s. Su Chan donned an apron. He appeared less sharp and more gentle. While making the cake, he was incredibly focused, yet his movements were surprisingly deft. As the manager of De Longjai, Lan Ming had witnessed the culinary prowess of the chef team led by Peng Liang. She had always regarded Peng Liang and his colleagues as top-tier chefs, creating dishes that were sufficiently artistic. However, today, she encountered Su Chan. His techniques were astonishingly swift, exceedingly fast. Yet, with each movement, he executed everything to perfection. Even the simplest of meals emanated an aesthetic quality that captivated one's gaze. Peng Liang had just finished gnawing on a radish, almost yearning for another bite. With his back turned to Su Chan, he remained oblivious to his actions. Just as he was about to request another piece, he noticed Lan Ming lost in thought. Curiously, he inquired, "Lan Zong." However, before he could finish, Lan Ming interrupted him. Her gaze was fixated on Su Chan, and she pointed in his direction. Peng Liang turned to look at Su Chan, and in that instant, he was utterly astounded. Chapter 93. Master, may I be your disciple? As a top-tier chef, Peng Liang had encountered countless scenarios and had mentored numerous apprentices. He had always believed his skills in the culinary realm of Ningzhou were unparalleled, if not the best, certainly among the top 5. Yet, upon seeing Su Chan, he suddenly felt a wave of defeat. What was Su Chan doing? Why did each of his movements seem so impeccably executed? Separating egg yolks from whites was done with remarkable precision, and the kneading of dough was performed with just the right amount of force. Even during the final stages of sculpting, every cut Su Chan made was flawlessly executed, devoid of any excess. It was as if everything he intended to create was imprinted in his mind. Requiring no contemplation, Peng Liang understood that sculpting was the most challenging aspect of cooking. A single mistake could lead to total failure. Despite having worked for over a decade, he remained cautious, fearful of making any errors. Yet, here was Su Chan, seemingly at ease. He gazed at Su Chan in astonishment, wishing to ask something but hesitant to interrupt. For an entire hour, he watched Su Chan intently until, at last, Su Chan ceased his movements. The cake was complete. He exhaled a sigh of relief. It had been a monumental task. Immersed in the process for an hour, he feared the possibility of needing to redo any part of it. Thankfully, his culinary skills were unmatched. However, why did it feel as if someone was watching him? Su Chan looked up, bewildered, to find Lan Ming and Peng Liang still in shock. He waved his hand. "What's wrong with you two?" Upon hearing Su Chan's words, Peng Liang snapped back to reality. In the next moment, he rushed to Su Chan's side, trembling as he pointed at the cake. "Did you make all of this?" Lan Ming, quicker to respond, thought, "Has this child lost his mind?" "Peng Liang, hadn't you just been watching?" Nervously nodding, Peng Liang replied, "Oh, yes, I was observing my apologies for my excitement. I've never seen anyone create something so intricate, so flawless, and so rapidly. Moreover, your knife skills and techniques are astonishing. Mr. Su, forgive my boldness, but may I inquire as to who your master is? Such skill and technique cannot be developed without the guidance of a master. Surely not without at least a decade of practice. To my knowledge, there are perhaps only a handful of such masters remaining in all of Hua country." Peng Liang was eager to seek out that individual and become their disciple to enhance his own abilities. Flattered by the praise, Su Chan felt a bit bashful. Could he admit that he had only learned this that very afternoon? Surely, Peng Liang and Lan Ming would not believe him. With a wry smile, he concocted an excuse. "I'm sorry, Liang Gu, but my master prefers to remain anonymous." That makes sense. Masters often like to keep a low profile. Peng Liang chuckled sheepishly and asked, "Mr. Su, would you be willing to teach me?" He too specialized in desserts, but after witnessing Su Chan, he felt his own creations were hardly worthy. Lan Ming found this hard to watch. This was her unique craft. How could such skills be shared so freely? Wouldn't he that put Su Chan in a difficult position? "Peng Liang, you're being unreasonable." Yet, before she could finish, Su Chan interjected, "Of course, I would be glad to. Lan Ming was taken aback. Had she misheard? Was there truly someone so forthright? Did he not hesitate at all? This was a skill vital for making a living. Peng Liang, now elated, exclaimed, "That's wonderful, Mr. Su. May I become your disciple? Please teach me more." Lan Ming was incredulous. Was this truly the same Peng Liang known for his arrogance? Su Chan waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for formalities. Peng Liang assumed Su Chan was reluctant to take on a disciple and felt despondent. "Chef Su, do you think I'm too foolish?" Lan Ming interjected. "Peng Liang, have some dignity, will you? What about your integrity?" Su Chan chuckled at Peng Liang's antics. "No, it's not that I lack a chef qualification certificate and don't adhere to any strict rules. If you wish to learn, I am more than willing to teach you without any complicated formalities." After saying this, he couldn't help but add, "Chef Peng, Lan Zong, please don't keep calling me Mr. Su. Just call me Su Chun. It feels a bit awkward." Lan Ming's face brightened at this. This holder of a black card truly displayed no airs at all. She appreciated it. Unfortunately, someone had beaten her to it. A silent sigh escaped her lips. Finally, with a beaming smile, she said, "Then you needn't call me Lan Zong. Just call me Jia." "All right, Lan Jia, Peng de go." Peng Liang was overjoyed. "Excellent, excellent, Brother Su Chun. You are indeed impressive. Your cake will surely delight my sister-in-law. If I were her, I would be moved to tears." Su Chun glanced at the cake and smiled. Let us hope so. At this moment, Peng Liang had no doubts about Su Chun's capabilities. He approached Su Chun like an apprentice and said, "Brother Su Chun, what will you do next? I'm here to assist you. Feel free to give me orders. I know this kitchen better than anyone and can certainly help you." Seeing Peng Liang's enthusiasm, Su Chun felt he could not refuse and nodded in agreement. "All right." Lan Ming did not leave either. She continued to observe Su Chun as he cooked. His knife skills, techniques, and abilities were nothing short of astonishing. Yet, despite this, he exhibited no sense of pride. Peng Liang constantly peppered him with questions, and Su Chun found it neither bothersome nor tiresome, continuously offering explanations. Such a person was truly admirable. A pang of envy welled up in Lan Ming. At 30 years old, she had yet to find a partner. With a proud and aloof demeanor, she had always believed she could thrive without a man. Yet today, she found herself yearning for companionship. Someone like Su Chun would be entirely acceptable. By 6 in the evening, all the dishes were prepared. Su Chun also took the opportunity to make some baby food. Originally intending to feed the babies himself, he was met with a flurry of servers eager to take over. "I'll feed him. I adore this adorable little guy. Oh, I want to feed this little princess. And this cheeky rascal. Ha ha ha. Mr. Su, you can rest. Leave it to us." The 4 babies gazed at Su Chun, blinking their eyes as if to say, "Daddy, look how impressive we are. We have so many fans, Daddy. You're silly. You have nothing." Feeling exasperated, Su Chun sat beside them. Watching the babies play joyfully with the servers, Lan Ming stood beside him, looking on with envy. "Brother Su Chun." "Yes?" Su Chun turned to her. Lan Ming inquired, "What kind of woman has captured your heart so completely?" Chapter 94. Perhaps consider me, sister? This question had occupied Lan Ming's thoughts all afternoon. She could not fathom what kind of woman could attract a young, handsome man like Su Chun, who was adept at childcare and cooking at a level comparable to a top chef. Su Chun lowered his head, smiling softly. "She is a very kind woman." Lan Ming was puzzled. "There are many kind women. Have you considered others? For instance, me?" As she said this, she playfully glanced at Su Chun with a flirtatious air. Lan Ming was undeniably beautiful. She knew well how men described her. She simply had no desire to find a partner. If she wished, she could easily attract many suitors. Seeing Su Chun frown, Lan Ming added, "I wouldn't mind at all that you have 4 babies if I could. I would love to have them by my side every day." Su Chun couldn't help but laugh. "Lan Jia? Don't jest. With someone like you, I'm sure there are throngs of admirers at Dilongjai, right?" Lan Ming recognized Su Chen's rejection, causing a pang of sadness within her. She had intended to say more. But just then, Su Chen's phone rang. Seeing it was Wen Chi calling, he smiled and answered, feigning calmness. "Chi, what's up?" On the other end, Wen Chi's voice was slightly anxious. "Su Chun, are you busy with the babies?" Su Chen paused, then replied, "Yes, we're still at the tea shop." Noticing Lan Ming about to speak, he gestured for silence. When Chi wanted to say she had finished class, but the words felt too sentimental, so she simply said, "It's fine, You all carry on, I'll head back myself. All right, Suchin replied, I'll get back to it. You should return home early. When Chi-Chi hung up, feeling dejected, Lan Ming curiously asked, why didn't you tell her the truth? Suchin chuckled lightly. Because I want to surprise her. The pangs of longing intensified within Lan Ming's heart. How fortunate it is to have such a man. At the west gate of Ningda. Once the call ended, Shan Mingyao's scolding echoed beside Wen Chi-Chi. Are you really not coming? What's wrong with Su Chen? Is it that he thinks once he has pacified the baby, you are of no further use? Chi-Chi, what do you need such a man for? Don't go back. Let me take you out for your birthday. When Chi-Chi shook her head, but the baby's .oh. What are you worried about? Isn't Su Chen around? Shin Mingyao pulled Wen Chi-Chi towards the exit. She felt that if Su Chen were present, he would undoubtedly berate her. Yet, there was nothing she could do. Wen Chi-Chi's world revolved solely around Su Chen and the children. The babies cannot be scolded, so it must be Su Chen who takes the blame. When Chi-Chi remained uneasy, before she could finish, a furious voice erupted nearby. Damn it! The speaker was Li Wenhao. He had been waiting in a corner at the west gate for quite some time, eager to see the babies. Su Chen had not sent him any video updates of the children for several days, and he could only endure with the previous videos, which was utterly unbearable. Today, he could no longer restrain himself. He decided to apologize to Su Chen, even if it meant getting beaten up, just so he could ensure that Su Chen would send videos every day. However, instead of encountering Su Chen, he stumbled upon Wen Chi-Chi and overheard her conversation with Shan Mingyao. The more he listened, the angrier he became. What kind of nonsense was this? Su Chen forgot his wife's birthday. Is he even a man? Without hesitation, he charged forward. Sister-in-law, what's going on? Did Su Chen forget your birthday? When Chi-Chi remained silent, Li Wenhao continued his tirade. What kind of man does this? I'm calling him right now to give him a piece of my mind. Just wait, sister-in-law. This was the first time Shin Mingyao felt Li Wenhao exuding such bravado. However, this was not the time for confrontation. This was Su Chen's scheme. If he acted out, how could they surprise her? What a foolish ally. Shin Mingyao quickly intervened. What are you talking about? What good would that do? If he only remembers because someone reminded him, what is the point? What a scumbag. As Li Wenhao heard this, he recognized the logic in her words. Yes, indeed. Su Chen was nothing but a scumbag. While cursing him, an idea struck him to end such a situation. If he could win over Wen Chi-Chi, it would be much easier for him to obtain pictures from her in the future. He was truly clever. Bro, I'm sorry. It's not that I don't help you. It's that you're being ungrateful. With this realization, Li Wenhao quickly sidled up to Wen Chi-Chi. No worries, sister-in-law, if you want to celebrate with you. I will. Come on, let us go eat something delicious. I'm hungry too. I'll call and order a cake right now. A day as your brother-in-law means a lifetime as your brother-in-law. How can I let your birthday go by so casually? Shin Mingyao shot a strange glance at Li Wenhao. Why did his words sound so awkward? Nonetheless, it didn't matter much, as long as it meant getting Chi-Chi to join her. Everything was negotiable. Shin Mingyao added, right, and I know a fantastic restaurant. Come on, Chi-Chi, I'll take you. After all, whether they were going to eat dog food or face embarrassment, going alone would be less entertaining. So it was perfect to bring along Li Wenhao to avoid awkwardness. Li Wenhao, grinning foolishly, chimed in, let us go, sister-in-law, don't be shy. I'll cover the bill. Off we go. Without waiting for Wen Chi-Chi's response, Shin Mingyao promptly hailed a cab. Li Wenhao opened the car door and gently pushed Wen Chi-Chi inside. During the ride, Li Wenhao incessantly criticized Su Chen. That bastard deserves a good scolding. Sister-in-law, don't be angry. I'll bring my brothers to teach him a lesson. If he dares to treat you poorly, just leave him. I can introduce you to a handsome guy. I have a perfect candidate in mind. Don't worry, he won't mind that you have kids. In fact, he would love to help raise the babies with you. Shin Mingyao listened to Li Wenhao's words and cast a sympathetic glance in his direction. This guy truly was clueless. Just as Li Wenhao was about to continue his rant, the taxi driver could no longer contain himself. Are you all going to Dilongjai to catch someone in the act? Dilongjai? Upon hearing this name, both Li Wenhao and Wen Chi-Chi were momentarily taken aback. The driver added, yes, the address you provided is Dilongjai, right? Today, it's been booked for a private event. It's a shame that Dilongjai is heavily guarded, and outsiders can't enter. I wonder which big shot is celebrating. It must be for a birthday, right? You all seem so furious while cursing some scumbag. Aren't you going to catch him in the act? Li Wenhao glanced at Shin Mingyao in confusion. The cab was hailed by her, and she provided the address. Why were they going to Dilongjai? Who didn't he know that today there was a grand birthday banquet at Dilongjai? Going there would only embarrass Wen Qiqi. Shin Mingyao felt equally bewildered. She hadn't anticipated the driver's quick tongue. She had planned to bring Wen Qiqi inside directly. Now, what would she do? Shin Mingyao pondered for a while, then, under immense pressure, thought of a good excuse. Chapter 95, Su Chun, you're about to be cuckolded feigning ignorance. Shin Mingyao asked, is someone celebrating a birthday at Dilongjai? No way. I didn't know. I was planning to take Qiqi there to surprise her. Li Wenhao exclaimed, you're going to celebrate a birthday at Dilongjai? A meal there costs at least several thousand. They're still students, Shin Mingyao retorted. So what? Can't we go? Her expression of disbelief at Li Wenhao's apparent poverty irritated him greatly. He steeled himself. Fine. For the sake of the babies, they could just order some cheaper dishes at Dilongjai. They could go. Even if it was reserved for someone else, perhaps they could benefit somehow. It would be nice to celebrate a birthday at Dilongjai at least once in their lifetime. Li Wenhao's heart ached. Shin Mingyao nodded in agreement. Well, even if we can't get in, eating nearby would still be quite nice. That's true. Li Wenhao smiled in agreement. When Qiqi observed the two of them and couldn't help but chuckle. These two were quite the jokers. However, her mood had significantly improved. Yet, amidst her lightheartedness, Wen Qiqi felt an unsettling premonition, sensing that something unusual would happen today. Outside Dilongjai, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Even the surrounding small shops benefited from the commotion. People were curious to see what remarkable woman was being celebrated and which powerful figure was involved. As Shan Mengyao's group arrived, they were greeted by a striking scene. Li Wenhao couldn't help but exclaim, damn, this is too extravagant. When Qiqi felt a twinge of hesitation. Mengyao, should we ask the driver to take us somewhere else? Shin Mengyao was resolute. Su Chan had promised her a month of free meals. There was no way she would miss this opportunity to play with the babies. Nothing else could compare to such a privilege. With an unperturbed expression, she declared, now that we're here, shouldn't we take a look at the spectacle? Qiqi, you know how much I love excitement. When Qiqi, feeling helpless, had no choice but to follow her out of the car. Once they stepped out, the onlookers were immediately taken aback. Wow, what a beauty. So stunning. Is it this beauty? It can't be, right? Look how she arrived by taxi. Surely a woman of a big shot wouldn't take a cab. She must have a chauffeur. That's true. It's a shame to waste such a beautiful face. When Qiqi remained unfazed by the comments, while Li Wenhao grew increasingly annoyed. These people are really... Shin Mingyao began to feel anxious. What if there truly was a significant figure inside? What if they inadvertently offended someone important? She closed her eyes and thought of the adorable babies, steeling herself to press forward. She started walking towards Dilongjai, internally chanting, Su Chun, appear soon. Please show up. Li Wenhao was bewildered by Shin Mingyao's actions. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Why go over there? Are you trying to humiliate yourself? Come back. With so many eyes on them, it would be utterly embarrassing if they were thrown out. Shin Mingyao remained silent. Though her heart raced in trepidation. Where was Su Chun? Hadn't he promised that she could just bring people along? Was he merely joking? Was this a prank? That would be too much. When Qiqi also felt confused, Mingyao? The crowd around them began to murmur, what is she doing? Is she really heading to Dilongjai? That is a reckless move. They were eager to witness the unfolding drama, anticipating that she would soon be thrown out. Dilongjai was not a place just anyone could enter. Shin Mingyao felt increasingly anxious. Li Wenhao stared blankly at the unfolding scene. Sister-in-law, this. When Qiqi hurriedly stepped forward and grasped Shin Mingyao's arm. Mingyao? Don't be reckless. Let us go somewhere else. Shin Mingyao was on the verge of panic. What was happening? Should she call Su Chun? Just as she was contemplating her next move, suddenly, the doors of Dilongjai swung open. When Qiqi grew more anxious, let us hurry. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Look, the people from Dilongjai are coming out to kick someone out. What a beautiful girl. It's such a pity. If only I could comfort her. This is a golden opportunity. Men were eager to approach while women averted their eyes. Shin Mingyao felt the urge to retreat. Li Wenhao positioned himself protectively in front of Wen Qiqi. As a man, he couldn't stand by and watch two women be bullied. Go be scolded. Let it be him who bears the brunt. Sister-in-law, please step back. A bit will be over soon. A few individuals were taken aback as a young attendant emerged from the entrance of the Di Long Zhai. The attendant wore a smile, approaching them step by step. Li Wenhao, filled with suspicion, pondered, is this how high-end hotels operate? Do they really need to send a beautiful woman to chase people away? Are the security personnel also stunning? As the attendant neared, Li Wenhao was compelled to feign calmness, saying, we will leave shortly. I apologize for the disturbance. Xiaolan, mistaken for a security officer, wore a confused expression. What is happening? Are they leaving already? What about Mr. Su? Moments ago, Xiaolan had been pulled aside by Su Chan, who specifically pointed out Wen Qi. Upon seeing Wen Qi, a flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Lan's eyes. She quickly grasped her task and descended to escort Wen Qi upstairs. Observing Li Wenhao's protective demeanor towards Wen Qi, Xiao Lan felt somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, she maintained the utmost professionalism characteristic of a Di Long Zhai attendant. With a smile, she inquired, may I ask, is this Miss Wen Qi? Xiao Lan's smile left everyone in the vicinity astounded once more. The onlookers, standing at a distance, could not hear Xiao Lan's words and could only engage in curious discussions. What is going on? Aren't they supposed to be kicked out? Why so gentle? Perhaps this is the essence of Di Long Zhai. Li Wenhao's mouth hung agape in astonishment. Shen Mingyao appeared equally bewildered. What is happening? How does the Di Long Zhai attendant know Wen Qi? Did Su Chen really reserve a table here? Could the one who booked Di Long Zhai truly be Su Chen? Wen Qi was equally astonished. How do you know me? Xiao Lan realized she had found the right person. Miss Wen, please follow me. Wen Qi, still dazed, asked, where to? Someone has been waiting for you, Miss Wen, Xiao Lan replied respectfully. Before Wen Qi could comprehend the situation, Shen Mingyao tugged her forward, exclaiming, Qi, let us go inside. Li Wenhao was on the verge of losing his mind. He stood frozen for a moment before realizing something crucial. The individuals inside were waiting for Wen Qi. However, wasn't it supposed to be Su Chen celebrating Wen Qi's birthday? Where was that rascal Su Chen? Suddenly recalling something, Li Wenhao took out his phone and sent a message to Su Chen, grandson. Don't blame Dad for not reminding you. Hurry to Di Long Zhai, or you'll be green with envy. Fearing Su Chen might not believe him, he added, this time it's for real. As a brother, Li Wenhao allowed himself to scold Su Chen. But if it were someone else, that would be absolutely unacceptable. Chapter 96. The deep bond of brotherhood standing on the third floor. Su Chen had found an excellent vantage point to gaze out the window, awaiting Wen Qi's arrival. Soon, he spotted Li Wenhao and was momentarily taken aback. Why is this rascal here? Not long after, his phone buzzed. Upon opening it, he saw the message from Li Wenhao. Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle lightly, shaking his head in resignation. He chose not to reply and simply tossed his phone into his pocket. Green? Was he green himself? This guy truly had a unique way of thinking. Lan Ming had also been standing not far from Su Chen. She was eager to see what kind of woman could make Su Chen refuse her without hesitation. Otherwise, she would feel unsatisfied. Upon seeing Wen Qi, Lan Ming's pupils slightly contracted. Having been consumed by her career, Lan Ming had encountered many beautiful women, ranging from the cold and aloof to the delicate and cute. Yet she had never seen anyone with such ethereal grace and beauty as Wen Qi in that moment. A sense of loss washed over her. Is she truly your wife? Lan Ming inquired in disbelief. Well, to be precise, she will be my future wife, Su Chen replied proudly. We aren't married yet. Lan Ming was astonished. Then your child. She gave birth to them all, he affirmed. But Lan Ming scrutinized Wen Qi once more, her astonishment deepening. Are you sure she has given birth? Where is the trace of motherhood in someone who still possesses such a youthful figure and innocence? Lan Ming found it hard to believe. Su Chen nodded. Otherwise, what does Lan Jie think? Where do you think my children came from? Lan Ming examined Wen Qi closely, noticing indeed the shadows of children in her features, which only deepened her disappointment. Just moments ago, she had contemplated pursuing Su Chen if his wife were unattractive, but now it seemed she had completely lost the game. I concede. Lan Ming chuckled. Su Chen, you have chosen a remarkably beautiful wife. Su Chen's gaze had not wavered from Wen Qi. Yes, Lan Ming realized she could not capture Su Chen's attention. She sighed and asked, shall we begin now? All right, Su Chen nodded again. Lan Ming turned to attend to her duties. Downstairs, the onlookers remained puzzled. What is going on? The beautiful woman was invited inside. Is this for real? Is she the main character of today? People still found it hard to believe. Xiao Lan led Shen Mingyao and Wen Qi for quite a while. Noticing Li Wenhao lagging behind, concerned, Xiao Lan asked, Mrs., is that gentleman not coming? It seems he came with you too. He should be a friend, right? It wouldn't he be polite for him to stay outside? Shen Mingyao also noted Li Wenhao's absence and angrily shouted, Li Wenhao, what are you dawdling for? Are you coming or not? Today is all about Su Chun. Shen Mingyao was eager to see Wen Qi's reaction upon discovering the truth. This fool was just wasting time. Li Wenhao initially did not wish to go, but the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He was well aware of Su Chen's family background and did not believe Su Chun could have reserved Dilongjai. Surely another man must be involved. No. A brother's wife could not be taken away. Since his brother was absent, he would take matters into his own hands. He thought to himself, if he didn't stir up a ruckus, he wouldn't be called Li Wenhao. I'm coming. Li Wenhao hurriedly caught up. As he walked, he mused, son, this time, I'm using my face to support you. Be sure to treat me to a meal later. Wen Qi felt dizzy throughout. Upon seeing the attendant, that peculiar sensation washed over her once more. Today, Su Chun had been acting oddly all day. He was such a meticulous person and had even asked her about her birthday. How could he suddenly forget? What was truly going on? Was all of this his doing? As she pondered, Wen Qi shook her head again. That didn't seem right either. Su Chun didn't have any money. Yet, the more she thought, the more chaotic her thoughts became. She decided to stop thinking and simply see what awaited them upstairs. Upon reaching the elevator, Xiao Lan pressed the button for the third floor. Li Wenhao could not help but exclaim, wow, this is indeed extravagant. The third floor housed Dilongjai's most luxurious banquet hall. The more Li Wenhao contemplated, the more uneasy he felt. He turned to Wen Qi and said, Sister-in-law, do not worry. If any scoundrel dares to bother you, I will deal with him immediately. After all, she was his brother's wife. For his brother, he must take action. Shen Mingyao shot a glance at Li Wenhao as if he were a fool. Exuding exasperation, this man had such a slow reaction time. Xiao Lan wore a somewhat strange expression. What bother? Li Wenhao replied, it's none of your concern. Just lead the way properly. The elevator arrived at the third floor. Li Wenhao rolled up his sleeves and instinctively blocked Wen Qi from exiting. Sister-in-law, please wait a moment. Let me see which scoundrel is here. Shen Mingyao, don't forget it. If this fool wants to embarrass himself, let him. The elevator doors opened, and Li Wenhao rushed out. He envisioned someone waiting outside with roses for Wen Qi. He was prepared to deliver a punch to the face. However, upon stepping out of the elevator, Li Wenhao was left dumbfounded. The banquet hall was shrouded in darkness. The lights were off, and the curtains were drawn. It was now 7 in the evening, and outside it was already dark. At this moment, he could see nothing. Wen Qi was equally bewildered. What is happening? Shen Mingyao, however, wore a smile. Fu Chun certainly knows how to have fun. I wonder what surprise awaits. She was quite eager. Li Wenhao was furious. After a moment of silence in the darkness, he could no longer contain himself. Damn it. What do you all want? If you have the guts, turn on the lights. Call that dog of a man out for a one-on-one. To covet my brother Chin's woman? Dream on. I tell you, as long as I, Li Wenhao, am alive, your ambitions will not be realized. Do you believe I could beat you to a pulp right now? A profound silence enveloped the dark room. Li Wenhao's words were crystal clear, reaching every ear present. Shen Mingyao. She wished she could pretend not to know Li Wenhao at that moment. Wen Qi attempted to stop Li Wenhao, but it was too late. Meanwhile, Su Chun, concealed in the shadows, rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Lan Ming, unable to hold back, chuckled softly. Your friend is quite amusing. Su Chun rubbed his temples again. Yes, just a bit foolish. What is this guy doing here? I still haven't settled the score from last time. After Li Wenhao finished cursing, he realized a considerable amount of time had passed without any response. He grew angry again. I have a short temper. If you don't turn on the lights, I will start hitting people. I'll count to 3, 1, 2. Li Wenhao gritted his teeth. Eye in the darkness. Lan Ming quietly asked Su Chun. Should we turn on the lights? Su Chun nodded. Yes. Just as Li Wenhao uttered the word 3, the next moment, the lights in the hall flickered on. Suddenly, Li Wenhao was left dumbfounded. Chapter 97. Qi. Come here. The banquet hall illuminated, revealing a stunning array of floral decorations. The grand chandelier above radiated a soft pink glow, creating an ambience that was gentle, beautiful, and sweet. Beneath the chandelier, a long carpet stretches from the elevator entrance to the grand central dining table. Scattered along the carpet are balloons of various hues, occasionally arranged in the shape of hearts, as if it were a corridor brimming with floral whispers. The dining table is circular, adorned with an array of delectable dishes, meticulously arranged and exuding an irresistible aroma. Flanking the table are 2 rows of elegantly attired waitstaff. Beside the foremost attendant sit 4 high chairs, each occupied by a little one dressed as princes and princesses, their cherubic faces adorned with delightful heart stickers. Upon seeing Wen Qiqi, they burst into joyous laughter, resembling 4 adorable lucky dolls. Shan Mengyao's heart nearly melted. Had it not been for Wen Qiqi being the guest of honor, she would have dashed over to embrace and kiss them. The attendants, upon noticing Wen Qiqi, bowed in unison, exclaiming, "Happy birthday, Miss Wen." After a moment of stunned silence, Wen Qiqi bit her lip, striving to hold back her tears. Shen Mengyao felt equally moved. Su Chun stood at the corner of the corridor, and Lan Meng glanced back at him, saying, "It's your turn." Su Chun nodded and was about to step out when, suddenly, Li Wenhao, who had been silent until now, erupted with an irritable shout. "What the hell? Who's responsible for this? What's with all this romance? Do you think my sister-in-law would even glance your way? You even brought 4 little ones here. Isn't that excessive? Let me tell you, the children belong to my brother Chun, and so does Wen Qiqi. I don't care who you are. Get this nonsense out of here." With that, Li Wenhao turned to Wen Qiqi and said, "Sister-in-law, let us take the babies and go. Brother Chin must be waiting for you at home." Li Wenhao, still in disbelief, had known Su Chun for over a year and understood him well. Such a scene was unimaginable, even if Su Chun were sold. When Qiqi waved her hand, remaining silent, Li Wenhao's face turned pale. "Sister-in-law, you can't be serious." Before he could finish, Shan Mengyao shouted, "Li Wenhao." She was at a loss for words. If Li Wenhao continued, he might very well be beaten to a pulp by Su Chun today. Never mind. Since she was the one who had led him onto this troublesome ship, she might as well protect him. At this moment, Li Wenhao was too furious to heed her words. "And you, Shen Mengyao, you intentionally brought my sister-in-law here, didn't you? What's your ulterior motive? You wouldn't be in cahoots with them, would you? Let me tell you, Before Li Wenhao could finish his sentence, he suddenly heard a familiar voice from behind. "Howsy?" Startled, Li Wenhao turned around, exclaiming, "Damn, Brother Chin, you finally made it. I was about to get into a fight because of you." "Hurry, you!" His peripheral vision caught sight of Su Chun, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. He then turned fully, staring at Su Chun in disbelief. "Brother Chin, what are you doing?" Su Chun was pushing a magnificent 6-tier cake, each layer a distinct color, yet harmoniously combined to create an exquisite sight. Atop the cake were 6 small figures intricately carved from an indiscernible material, 2 adults and 4 children. The adult figures, 1 male and 1 female, were dressed casually, while the children, holding hands, displayed a variety of expressions. One wide-eyed, another smiling, one adoringly gazing at the woman, and the last one sitting in a decidedly mischievous manner. Li Wenhao was rendered speechless, momentarily at a loss for how to react. Seeing this, Su Chun softly urged, "Step aside." Li Wenhao mechanically complied, still in shock. Shen Mengyao instinctively stood beside Li Wenhao, equally astonished that Su Chun could orchestrate such a romantic setting. Her nose tinged with a hint of sadness, she felt envious yet happy. The waitstaff had gathered to the side, awaiting Su Chun's approach. Upon their first glimpse of Wen Qiqi, they realized that winning Su Chun away from her was utterly impossible. Her beauty eclipsed all of theirs combined. In that moment, they understood that the children's striking features were not solely inherited from Su Chun, but also credited to Wen Qiqi. This couple was the epitome of beauty, further accentuated by their children, evoking envy in all who beheld them. Lan Meng, hidden in the shadows, couldn't help but feel a mistiness in her eyes. Peng Liang was the first to notice her. Curiously approaching, he asked, "What's wrong? Even you, Lan Zong, are feeling sentimental." He recalled how many men Lan Meng had chased off. Those who sought her affection had dubbed her the Extinction Master, an unfeeling and unloving workaholic. Peng Liang thought this moniker suited her perfectly. Lan Meng rubbed her eyes and replied coolly, "What are you talking about? Why would I be moved? I simply think they look wonderful." Peng Liang chose not to press further. Nodding with a smile, haha, indeed. They are truly beautiful, and quite the perfect match. Those little ones are like little angels. A great angel and little angels make the most fitting pair. When Chi-Chi had completely lost the ability to respond. The moment she laid eyes on Su Chun, her mind went utterly blank. When the attendant Xiaolan called out to her, she had already guessed it might be Su Chen, yet she never anticipated such a grand spectacle. When Chi-Chi had envisioned numerous birthday scenarios and pondered what gifts Su Chun might bestow upon her, but nothing compared to the magnificence before her. No girl is immune to romance, and when Chi-Chi was no exception. Over the past year and a half, she had disguised herself as a strong woman, a resilient mother, yet she yearned for someone to stand by her side and shield her from the storms of life. Today, Su Chun donned a tailored suit, his hair styled to appear softer yet more striking. Standing there, he was undeniably captivating. The six-tier cake before him, adorned with figures, touched Wen Chi-Chi's heart deeply. The adults represented Su Chen and herself, while the children embodied their little ones. Perhaps others might need to contemplate the meaning behind this display, but when Chi-Chi understood at a glance, this was a family. When Chi-Chi sniffled, and moments later, she heard Su Chun softly call, "Chi-Chi, come here." Chapter 98. This is just too sweet. Su Chen's voice was gentle, yet everyone present heard it. Their gazes turned toward Wen Chi-Chi, a mix of envy and jealousy swirling within them. Though their lips couldn't help but curve into smiles. How incredibly sweet. How could there be such a romantic birthday celebration in this world? They felt a pang of bitterness. When Chi-Chi was momentarily stunned, the distance separating her from Su Chen was not great, allowing her to see his expression. His eyes filled with warmth and mirth. The little ones on either side of Su Chen opened their arms wide upon seeing Wen Chi-Chi, seemingly calling for her. Overwhelmed with emotion, Wen Chi-Chi felt tears welling up. Unable to contain herself any longer, she lifted her feet and slowly approached. Su Chen gazed at her, his smile deepening as he opened his arms, awaiting her embrace. Finally, when Chi-Chi stood before him, and with a light chuckle, he stepped forward without hesitation, enveloping her in his embrace. A collective gasp echoed around them. Some attendants could no longer hold back their tears of envy, covering their faces as they wept. Shun Mingyao stood beside Li Wenhao, her nose twitching. Oh heavens, Chi-Chi is so blissful. She felt genuinely happy for her. When she learned when Chi-Chi was pregnant and had given birth, Shun Mingyao had been deeply worried. At that time, she wondered which scoundrel had treated her so poorly. Had Wen Chi-Chi not been so adamant about keeping the father's identity a secret, she would have sought vengeance. It was only today that she realized Wen Chi-Chi's insistence was indeed worthwhile. Li Wenhao stared at this scene, his expression blank, unsure of what to think. Leaning against the door frame, Lan Meng felt a strange sensation wash over her. Perhaps it was time for her to find a boyfriend. Peng Liang was grinning from ear to ear. Lan Zong, look how happy they are. Indeed, Lan Zong. I want a wife too. Then hurry and find one. Hee, I will. As Peng Liang spoke, he mused, if only I could find someone as beautiful as Miss One. Lan Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Chef Peng, sometimes it's essential to recognize one's own limitations. Peng Liang fell silent but still felt a surge of happiness. Surrounded by Su Chen's warm embrace, Wen Chi-Chi felt an inexplicable bittersweetness. At that moment, Su Chen gently whispered in her ear, Chi-Chi, happy birthday. In that instant, tears streamed down Wen Chi-Chi's face. The birthday joy she had anticipated all day had finally arrived. The little ones were also swept up in the emotions of their parents, giggling and babbling in delight. The lively Sanbao and Sibao raised their little hands, seeking hugs, while the eldest and second siblings bounced around joyfully. Today was a day filled with happiness. After a while, a commotion erupted around them. Kiss her, come on, kiss her. One cannot merely embrace in such a splendid atmosphere. When Chi-Chi finally awakened to the sounds surrounding her, instinctively, she attempted to push Su Chen away, only to have her hand grasped firmly by him. In an instant, her cheeks flushed crimson. Caught up in the excitement moments ago, she now realized the multitude of eyes upon her, feeling a mixture of embarrassment and an oddly peculiar sense of happiness. Lowering her gaze, Su Chen followed suit. He gently tousled Wen Chi-Chi's hair, chuckling softly, feeling shy. When Chi-Chi remained silent, her head bowing even lower, her face grew warmer, and her heart began to race. Su Chun found her bashfulness amusing. Come on, let your husband steal a kiss. Not yet a husband. When Chi-Chi's voice dwindled to a whisper, "Ha." Su Chun chuckled lightly. That will come soon enough. As he spoke, he leaned in closer, for when Chi-Chi appeared irresistibly enchanting, the onlookers widened their eyes, eager to witness this pivotal moment. Some even pulled out their phones, ready to capture the scene. Shen Mingyao had already wiped away 3 waves of tears, overwhelmed with excitement, wishing for such a beautiful moment in her own future, just as Su Chun was about to meet when Chi-Chi's lips, suddenly. What the hell? A thunderous shout resonated through the air. When Chi-Chi startled, inadvertently evading Su Chen's kiss, Su Chen's expression hardened. Damn it! Li Wenhao, are you looking for trouble? He shot a murderous glare at the instigator, Li Wenhao, who seemed oblivious to the chaos he had caused. Almost jumping with realization, he pointed at Su Chun. Bro, you're the one hosting the birthday banquet for your girlfriend at Dilongjai today, right? Was this all a setup? Did you ask Shen Mingyao to bring your sister-in-law here? Oh my gosh, what a sensational revelation. Chinggu, you're incredible. Turns out the one who put the green hat on you is yourself. But, Chenggu, where did you get the money for this? Did you win the lottery? The crowd was left bewildered. Shen Mingyao, Su Chun. Is this guy insane? Isn't it obvious it's Su Chun? But is that really the point? Shouldn't we be focusing on the kiss? Su Chan, at that moment, wished he could pummel Li Wenhao for ruining such a crucial moment. Just then, when Chi-Chi in his arms couldn't he help but giggle. His anger dissipated at the sound of her laughter. Lowering his head, he saw when Chi-Chi shyly covering her lips and gently pushing him away. All right, Su Chun, I need to hold the baby now. Look, Sambao is about to cry. Just as she finished speaking, Sambao indeed let out a couple of cries. Su Chun, resigned, had no choice but to release when Chi-Chi. While he could disregard the needs of others, he could not ignore that of his son. He cast a resentful glance at Sambao. When Chi-Chi picked up Sambao, who nuzzled against her face and then happily glanced at Su Chun. Is this little rascal doing it on purpose? Su Chun decided he wouldn't take Sambao to see pretty sisters for the next few days. TSK, does he think he can compete with me? Little Sambao has no idea what fate awaits him. Being held by Mama was truly delightful. When Chi-Chi quickly immersed herself in interacting with the babies, Li Wenhao, finally grasping the gravity of the situation, noticed the murderous glares directed at him. What had he done wrong? He scrutinized the scene, only to be left dumbfounded, especially upon witnessing Su Chen's murderous intent. Nervously, he took 2 steps back. Chenggu, please, continued that it's all my fault. I won't disturb you any longer. Su Chen, continue your what? Chapter 99. System. Please gently place the cake on Li Wenhao's head. Seeing Su Chen approach, Li Wenhao immediately turned to flee, inadvertently using Shen Mingyao as a shield. Heroine, save me! Shen Mingyao, rolling her eyes, unhesitatingly stepped aside. In the banquet hall, Li Wenhao only recognized Shen Mingyao, Su Chun, and when Chi-Chi. Seeking help from anyone else would be too embarrassing. With Shen Mingyao no longer on his side, Li Wenhao reluctantly shifted his gaze to Wen Chi-Chi, repeatedly pleading, Sister-in-law, save me, I don't want to die. Wen Chi-Chi, still cradling Sambao, was nearly in stitches with laughter, as Su Chun was about to confront Li Wenhao. She shook her head helplessly. Su Chun, let us cut the cake. The sound of his wife's call. Su Chun immediately halted. All right, coming right up. Before leaving, he shot a fierce glare at Li Wenhao. You little rascal, just wait. Su Chun would not rest until he avenged this grievance. Terrified, Li Wenhao turned to flee. Shen Mingyao blocked his path. Where do you think you're going? To escape. What else? My son is merciless. Especially after he had just disrupted someone else's significant moment, Li Wenhao was somewhat self-aware. Shen Mingyao sighed in exasperation. What a coward. Nonsense, I'm not a coward. I'm biding my time. Biding your time for what? Shen Mingyao rolled her eyes. Don't say I didn't warn you. The food on that table over there is absolutely delectable. If you miss it, you'll regret it. The moment the lights turned on, Shen Mingyao spotted a table brimming with dishes. She had no doubt that Su Chun had prepared them. Although she thought Li Wenhao was foolish today, Su Chun hadn't dealt with him yet. How could she let him leave? Shen Mingyao eagerly anticipated witnessing Li Wenhao getting beaten up. This guy was just asking for it. Upon hearing this, Li Wenhao curiously asked, Really? Of course. This is Dilongjai. When will you get another chance? That's not happening. Just a little taste would cost him half a year's living expenses. Contemplating this, Li Wenhao found Shen Mengyao's reasoning sound out, so he cautiously turned back, intending to sneak a bite, when Chi-Chi placed Sanbao in the baby chair and walked over to the cake. Everyone was eagerly anticipating a slice for themselves, eyeing the delicious-looking cake, however, when Chi-Chi hesitated to make a move. Su Chun had been holding the knife out to her for quite some time. Curiously, he asked, Chi-Chi, what's wrong? When Chi-Chi shook her head, it's nothing. I just feel a bit reluctant. You made this with your own hands. The crowd collectively sighed. Sister, could you please cut it already? This dog food is getting a bit excessive. Su Chun smiled awkwardly. Li Wenhao was utterly perplexed. Handmade? No way. My son can make a cake. Shen Mingyao rolled her eyes again. Su Chun can do much more than that. Li Wenhao. Can it be eaten? He expressed his skepticism, recalling how they often ended up burning noodles in the dormitory. Shen Mingyao. Then you shouldn't eat any. Li Wenhao. If I don't eat, then I won't worry about poison. Shen Mingyao felt she had run out of eye rolls for the day, and all the dishes on the table were made by Su Chun. Li Wenhao was left speechless. In a way, I don't believe it. If Su Chun made it, I'd eat the whole table. Shen Mingyao shook her head, refusing to engage further. Su Chun gently patted Wen Chi-Chi on the head. Speaking softly, you decide. All of this is for you. When Chi-Chi shyly lowered her head and smiled softly, the crowd could no longer contain themselves. Peng Liang was the first to break the silence. Su Chun, you're going to drive us crazy. I've been waiting for this cake all afternoon. Am I ever going to get a piece? Others chimed in, yeah, we're stuffed with dog food already. If we don't get a slice of cake soon, that's just cruel, dude. This cake is enormous. It clearly won't be cut easily. Can't you hold her hand and help her slice it? Su Chun, smiling helplessly, looked tenderly at Wen Chi-Chi, asking, Chi-Chi. When Chi-Chi's face reddened again. Just as Su Chun thought she would decline, he saw her gently nod. Joy surged within him. His wife had agreed. He approached her. Wrapping his arms around her waist, as he held her right hand with his, he said, let me help you. Behind him was a solid chest, and in his hand was the warmth of her touch. With so many eyes watching, when Chi-Chi's face turned a deeper shade of crimson, Su Chun, noticing her reaction, chuckled softly, whispering in her ear, don't be afraid, come. The crowd was nearly in a frenzy. Are we really eating dog food again? Clearly, we are. I want to hit someone's. Oh, do I? The crowd's attention shifted to Li Wenhao. Someone shouted, look, they're about to cut it. How sweet. How warm. In this moment, I wish to be Wen Chi-Chi. Me too. The spectators' eyes sparkled with hearts, seemingly more excited than if it were their own birthday. Su Chun smiled. He grasped Wen Chi-Chi's hand, lifting the knife to slice into the cake. In the next moment, the voice of the system echoed in Su Chun's mind. Ding, congratulations, host. You have triggered a new task. This task is optional. Option 1. The host is to gently place the cut cake upon Li Wenhao's head. And the reward will be a tea garden, a premium Longjing tea seed, a fine fishing rod, and a cash prize of 200,000 yuan. Option 2. The host may evenly distribute the cake among everyone, receiving a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. Su Chun was taken aback. Is this really what I am to choose? The system must be doing this on purpose, haha. It seems even the system cannot bear to watch Li Wenhao's antics any longer. Li Wenhao, oh Li Wenhao, you cannot blame your father this time. When Chi-Chi, noticing Su Chun had paused, curiously inquired, what's wrong? Nothing, Chi-Chi. The top layer of the cake is reserved for you. On it, there are 6 adorable little figures, symbolizing a family of 6. When Chi-Chi nodded in understanding, after distributing the first layer of the cake, Su Chun began to slice the cake for everyone. First was Lan Meng, followed by Peng Liang, Shen Mingyao, and then the wait staff. Peng Liang was the first to sample a bite. As he had anticipated, he had waited an entire afternoon for this cake. From the moment Su Chun had made it, he had longed to taste it. Now, at last, he was indulging. The moment it touched his palate, his eyes sparkled. Chapter 100. Chaotic yet festive. Peng Liang had never tasted such delectable cake before. Unable to contain his excitement, he exclaimed, wow, this is absolutely delicious. No wonder Su is such a renowned chef. It's not only light, but also carries a hint of sweetness. This texture is something even the chefs at Dilong could not replicate. His words immediately heightened everyone's anticipation. After all, Peng Liang was a top chef at Dilong, particularly skilled in desserts. Initially, they had assumed that someone as young as Su Chun would not be able to create anything remarkable. Upon learning that this splendid spread was all crafted by Su Chun, they had eagerly awaited their chance to taste it. Each of them took a bite, and soon, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Shin Mingyao, in particular, was nearly overwhelmed with delight. Su Chun, your culinary skills have certainly improved. This is the best cake I have ever tasted. Li Wenhao looked utterly bewildered. Is this really made by Su Chen? As Su Chen cut himself a generous slice of cake, he nodded. Yes, Dad made it. Would you like to try some? Li Wenhao, blissfully unaware of the impending chaos, leaned in eagerly. Sure, I'll give it a try. As he approached, his eyes widened in shock when he saw Su Chun raising the cake aloft, ready to smash it into his face. Li Wenhao attempted to dodge, but someone behind him gave him a shove. With a resounding slap, a hefty slice of cream-laden cake landed squarely on Li Wenhao's face. What the? Li Wenhao was on the verge of losing his mind. Son, what are you doing? Su Chen retorted. You foolish child. What do you think I'm doing? Why are you here instead of staying at school? As he spoke, he cut another piece of cake. Wait, I was wrong. Is that not enough? Li Wenhao pleaded as he stepped back. Isn't it because you didn't send me any videos of the babies? I just wanted to see them. Chenggu, I didn't mean it. As Li Wenhao continued to plead, he wiped a handful of cream from his face. Seizing the moment while Su Chen was distracted, he quickly lunged forward and smeared it across Su Chen's face. Haha, son. Looks like you've miscalculated. You dare to scheme against me? Li Wenhao was reveling in his triumph when suddenly, a swarm of people converged upon him, each wielding cake. Li Wenhao was utterly taken aback, a smile fading into a grimace. What are you all doing? Leading the charge was Shan Mingyao, who burst into laughter. What are we doing? Why? What do you think? Please, ladies, don't be fooled by Su Chen's handsome exterior. He may be a bit charming. But, before Li Wenhao could finish his sentence, a barrage of cake was unceremoniously hurled at him. The entire scene erupted into chaos. Was Su Chen merely a bit charming? No, he was exceedingly handsome. Such a delightful moment was ruined by your antics. You still wish to plead for mercy? Although we certainly do not wish to be bombarded with dog food, this dog food cannot be so carelessly squandered. Chattering excitedly, the crowd enclosed around Li Wenhao, whose cries echoed throughout the banquet hall. Before long, he was transformed into a veritable cake man. Su Chen had been isolated from the fray, his face smeared with cream. When Chi-Chi, unable to watch any longer, approached him with a tissue. Here, wipe your face. Su Chen seized Wen Chi-Chi's hand and used it to dab his face. Flustered, she attempted to retract her hand, but Su Chen was not inclined to let her. Wen Chi-Chi, feeling nervous, stammered, "You haha." Su Chen was amused by Wen Chi-Chi's flustered demeanor. He released her hand, pulling her close to him. Chi-Chi, I still have something I need to finish. Wen Chi-Chi smiled shyly and raised her hand to shield Su Chen's face, earnestly saying, Su Chen. Yes? What is it? Su Chen sensed that Wen Chi-Chi had something on her mind and listened intently. She bit her lip, finally mustering the courage to ask, Do you remember when we first met? Su Chen pondered for a moment and replied, Are you referring to that summer vacation 1.5 years ago? Why did you leave back then? Su Chen began, but before he could finish, he noticed Wen Chi-Chi smiling as she turned to embrace San Bao, clearly not wishing to continue the topic. Su Chen reluctantly let it go. However, what did Wen Chi-Chi's earlier words mean? Had they known each other before that serendipitous encounter that night? He couldn't recall at all. Su Chen scratched his head in regret. Taking advantage of the chaos, Li Wenhao squeezed his way towards Su Chen. Unfortunately, he inadvertently smeared cream all over Su Chen in the process. While the instigator, Li Wenhao, seemed completely unbothered, laughing heartily, Su Chen could no longer contain himself. You foolish child, you brought this upon yourself? Your grandfather is coming. He charged forward, and chaos erupted once more, the only one not caught up in the fray. Lan Ming approached Wen Chi-Chi, gently pinching San Bao's cheek. The little one immediately begged for a hug. Lan Ming laughed and scooped San Bao into her arms. The tiny child nestled against her, causing Lan Ming's heart to soften further. He is so adorable. Wen Chi-Chi smiled in return. Thank you. San Bao can be quite mischievous. Not at all, Miss Wen, Lan Ming replied, glancing intentionally towards Su Chen. Do you like Su Chen? If not, perhaps you still have a chance. Lan Ming suddenly sought to seize that tiny opportunity. When Chi-Chi looked over as well, Su-chan was entangled in a playful struggle with Li Wenhao, appearing just like a big child. Yet, despite being such a big child, he had been taking meticulous care of her recently. She smiled sweetly. Of course I like him. Lan Ming's expression dimmed momentarily before she forced a smile. But I heard that you aren't married yet? When Chi-Chi nodded, yes. How can that be? You have a child, and Su-chan is of the age to register for marriage. Nowadays, university students can get married, right? Indeed, they can. When Chi-Chi smiled but remained silent. Seeing her demeanor, Lan Ming felt a sense of relief. If there are any misunderstandings, you could perhaps clarify with Su-chan. When Chi-Chi nodded again, I understand. Then she lowered her head, biting her lip, softly murmuring to herself. But he doesn't he remember me? Back then, he didn't he like me at all. If he knew it was me, and later, that I had deliberately, he would surely detest me. Chapter 101. She truly likes Su-chan. This question had occupied Wen Chi-Chi's thoughts for quite some time. When she first spotted Su-chan on campus at the start of the semester, she had hurriedly fled. She feared not only causing trouble for Su-chan, but also that her image in his mind would be completely shattered. Once the school beauty, the dream girl of countless boys. When Chi-Chi felt a sudden pang of fear, fortunately, Su-chan did not remember her. As time passed, Su-chan treated her with increasing kindness, and when Chi-Chi found herself relishing this newfound gentleness, she was reluctant to gamble on another opportunity. For now, she could be certain that Su-chan liked her, and she truly liked him as well. So much so that he was the only one in her eyes. She could not look away. Lan Ming, captivated by the playful antics of Su-chan and the children, had not fully grasped Wen Chi-Chi's murmured thoughts. Thus, she gently asked, "What did you say?" When Chi-Chi shook her head and smiled, "Nothing. I will do my best." Lan Ming smiled back. "Well, if you don't put in the effort, Su-chan may end up with someone else." When Chi-Chi smiled but said nothing, Lan Ming sighed. "I truly envy you. You two will encounter someone," when Chi-Chi replied. "Ha ha, I hope so, but with Su-chan acting this way, he certainly doesn't seem like a child's father." When Chi-Chi gazed at Su-chan with a smile, saying, "But in my eyes, he is the father of our child, and will always be." The cake battle in the banquet hall lasted a full 20 minutes. Not only were Li Wenhao and Su-chan covered in cream, but even the waitstaff bore the evidence of the frothy melee. Shen Mingyao was particularly besmirched, with cream adorning her hair. She was exasperated, just as she was about to grab another cake to continue the fray. Li Wenhao, panting heavily, stood up and declared, all right, cease fire. If we keep this up, the entire cake will be obliterated. What shall we eat then?" His words instantly reminded everyone of a crucial point. Indeed, what would they eat after the battle? This cake was exceptionally delicious. They couldn't let Li Wenhao have all the glory. Thus, the crowd began to disperse. Li Wenhao and Su-chan were the most unfortunate, their bodies, faces, and clothes smeared with white cream. At that moment, they sat together in silence. After a brief pause, they exchanged amused glances. Li Wenhao patted Su-chan on the shoulder, saying, "Son, your performance at today's birthday party was commendable. I am quite pleased." "Get lost?" Su-chan muttered under his breath. Shen Mingyao also rushed to snatch a piece of cake and kindly offered a slice to Li Wenhao. Finally able to indulge in the cake, Li Wenhao paid no heed to banter with Su-chan. He took a bite and was immediately astonished. This cake is truly made by you?" "Yes." Su-chan nodded. "It's incredibly delicious." Li Wenhao devoured a piece ravenously, then stood up to claim another slice before sitting down again. After finishing 2 pieces, he still felt unsatisfied. "I can hardly believe that one day my son could create such delectable treats." Su-chan replied, "Can you not praise someone properly?" As Li Wenhao prepared to eat more, Su-chan couldn't help but interject, "Eat less. There are still dishes over there. Though it was made for my wife, I can begrudgingly allow you a taste." Li Wenhao was taken aback. "Did you make those as well?" He recalled Shen Mingyao mentioning that Su-chan had prepared the dishes, but he had been skeptical, even wagering with Shen Mingyao about it. Now hearing Su-chan, Li Wenhao felt as though both of them had lost their minds. How could Su-chan possibly create such an elaborate spread? The presentation was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary cook. Su-chan ignored him. That moment, Lan Ming and Peng Liang, along with Shen Mingyao, had already begun to eat. Su-chan had previously mentioned wanting a lively birthday celebration, so he invited the waitstaff to join in. The staff and the children were enjoying themselves, finding Su-chan approachable, and thus they let loose. The atmosphere was truly joyous. At the dining table, exclamations of delight rang out. Wow, this rib is exquisite. This chicken nugget is equally divine. It's the best I've ever tasted. And this dessert surpasses even Chef Peng's creations? Peng Liang laughed heartily. I can't argue with that. He was thoroughly impressed by Su Chun's culinary skills, mastering various cuisines, a feat that most chefs aspire to achieve in their lifetimes. Unfortunately, most could only excel in one particular area. Lan Ming took a bite and exclaimed, Brother Su Chun, your skills are simply outstanding. She then turned to Wen Chi and said, Chi, you are incredibly fortunate. Wen Chi blushed, pride swelling within her. Her man was truly remarkable. Su Chun had already settled beside Wen Chi. Li Wenhao panicked. Hey, let me join in. I want to taste. Seeing some of the dishes nearly finished, Li Wenhao felt he must act quickly, lest he miss out. He sat down and immediately picked up his chopsticks to grab a piece of the braised fish before him. The next instant, Li Wenhao's eyes lit up. This is simply a culinary masterpiece. After exclaiming this, he disregarded everything else and began to feast heartily. Shen Mingyao couldn't help but roll her eyes. Li Wenhao, didn't you say you'd gnaw on the table? Li Wenhao was too engrossed to care. Between mouthfuls, he replied, I'll gnaw later. Just let me eat in peace. Yu Chen helplessly served Wen Chi her favorite dishes. The diners glanced at Su Chun. Their previous distance melted away after the earlier chaos. They teased playfully, look at this. Not only are we feasting, but we're also inundated with dog food. Aren't we too stuffed today? Li Wenhao lifted his head from his bowl, hazily declaring, I'm different. All I see is food. Shen Mingyao rolled her eyes once more. The children played nearby, their joy infectious as they witnessed the adults' merriment, dancing with delight. As everyone ate, they turned to entertain the children, creating a harmonious scene. An hour later, what they had initially thought would be an insurmountable spread of food had all been consumed. Even the cake was entirely gone. With satisfied burps, everyone rose from the table. Wen Chi planned to tend to the children when Su Chun suddenly stood up, adopting a serious demeanor and declaring, Chi. When Chi paused, what is it? The crowd was equally taken aback. What was Su Chun up to? He chuckled softly, I haven't given you your gift yet. The crowd was puzzled. What did he mean by a gift yet to be given? Hadn't they just enjoyed a feast that was a gift from Su Chun to Wen Chi? Was there more? As they pondered, Su Chun produced a stack of documents. Chapter 102. A birthday surprise, dog food galore. Li Wenhao merely saw a thick pile of A4 paper and looked utterly bewildered. Son, why are you gifting paper? Are you trying to offer your senior sister your homework? The crowd was silent. Shen Mingyao remarked, Li Wenhao, perhaps you should refrain from speaking. Su Chun ignored them, handing the stack of papers to Wen Chi, saying earnestly, do you remember what you said to me a few days ago? You mentioned that we should work hard and save to buy a house. Look, I've managed to do just that. I wanted to write your name directly on the deed, but since your household registration book isn't with you, I had to go to the lawyer's office to prepare a transfer agreement in the presence of a lawyer. This house is now yours. Are you happy? As Su Chun spoke, he gazed affectionately at Wen Chi. As soon as he finished, the crowd was astounded. Peng Liang exclaimed, this is just too much dog food. Li Wenhao added, calm down. You'll need to get used to it. I've consumed more than you. Shen Mingyao lamented, why hasn't anyone gifted me a house? I'm upset. Lan Ming interjected, now that is a true man. The crowd marveled, a birthday gift of a house. This is extraordinary. The birthday banquet at Di Longjai came with a whole house. They were all feeling a bit envious. Someone inquired, Su Chun, why did you wait until the end to remember giving a gift? Su Chun turned his head, replying nonchalantly, I was afraid you'd all be too full from the dog food to enjoy the meal. Considering this was something I worked tirelessly to prepare. The crowd fell silent. I sent this a bit too much of a humble brag. Yet, none dared to voice dissent, for indeed, the food was delicious, and the dog food was undeniably sweet. Miss One, why are you still dawdling? Accept it quickly. When Chi stared blankly at Su Chun, struggling to comprehend him, he had become increasingly impressive, and her affection for him only deepened. With a smile, she gently accepted the contract. Suddenly, she recalled that day when Su Chun had asked for her household registration book, claiming it was for the children's bank cards. The true purpose was for this. A pang of emotion surged within Wen Chi, and tears of gratitude welled in her eyes. Observing her reaction, Su Chun reached out and pinched her cheek. What's wrong? Chi, don't cry. Your husband is quite capable. When Chi-Chi broke into a smile, perhaps influenced by the atmosphere or perhaps provoked by Lan Ming's earlier words, she softly said, Su-chun, don't move. She decided to indulge herself today, no matter what the future held. But at this moment, she was genuinely ecstatic. Su-chun blinked in surprise. The next instant, when Chi-Chi stood on her tiptoes, closed her eyes, and without hesitation, planted a kiss on Su-chun's cheek. The gentle touch, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, left Su-chun momentarily stunned. He couldn't process what had just happened. The crowd collectively gasped, what just happened? Are they really doing this? I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm dying. Li Wenhao shouted. Chenggu, why are you still dazed? Are you foolish? Your sister-in-law just kissed you. What are you waiting for? Su-chun suddenly snapped back to reality. Chi-Chi just kissed him? His wife kissed him? Instinctively, Su-chun reached out to embrace Chi-Chi. She, however, was too shy to lift her head, her heart racing uncontrollably. Oh my goodness, what had she done? Without hesitation, Su-chun embraced Chi-Chi tightly once more. Chi-Chi, this feels wonderful. The atmosphere erupted into cheers. When Chi-Chi shyly pushed Su-chun away, I need to tend to the children. She couldn't bear to look at Su-chun or the others, hastily moving to the children's side. The little ones were staring blankly at Su-chun and Chi-Chi, puzzled. What are mommy and daddy doing? They look so happy. We want to kiss too. The closest to Chi-Chi, Sanbao swiftly seized her hand. Before Chi-Chi could fully comprehend the situation, he stealthily planted a kiss on her cheek. After successfully accomplishing this, he burst into laughter, filled with delight. Flushed and heart-racing, Chi-Chi couldn't help but smile at Sanbao's antics. She gently patted his small head, saying, Good boy, Sanbao. Following this, Daba, Erbao, and Sababa all chimed in, waving at Chi-Chi, expressing their desire to be close to their mother. They can't kiss Mama, so they're unhappy, they lamented. Mama, come a little closer. Chi-Chi was utterly oblivious to their intentions, mistakenly thinking they were simply discontent. Thus, she curiously inquired, What's the matter, little ones? What is troubling you? Su-chun, observing the children's antics, chuckled and remarked, Chi-Chi, they also want kisses. The little ones jumped with glee, affirming, Yes, yes, Daddy is right. We want kisses too, when Chi-Chi laughed in response. Leaning towards Daba, who promptly planted a kiss on her. Next was Erbao, followed by Sababa. When Sababa saw Mama approaching, he unhesitatingly wrapped his arms around Chi-Chi's face, giving her a kiss. Unsatisfied, he began to shower her with kisses while laughing, refusing to let go. Sababa kissed Mama the most. Sababa is the best. Mama, you must be happy. Chi-Chi was grinning widely, as the four little ones surrounded her, taking turns to plant kisses, Su-chun stood a short distance away, occasionally ensuring the children were safe. Others watched enviously from the sidelines, refraining from interrupting their joyful moment. Today was destined to be one of her most unforgettable birthdays, a day she felt she would remember for a lifetime. After a while, Shun Mingyao and the waitstaff joined in to play with the little ones. Li Wenhao, arriving with a full belly, approached Su-chun and discreetly handed him a bank card, evading the gaze of Chi-Chi and the others. Su-chun regarded him with suspicion. Li Wenhao carefully avoided drawing attention, patting Su-chun on the shoulder. Son, I only have 15,000 here, which is my living expenses for the past 6 months. Take it. Oh, and I just told Lin Lu and Wang Lei that you urgently need funds, so they chipped in a little. They probably transferred it to you by now, so keep it safe. Noticing Su-chun was about to say something, Li Wenhao quickly added, Don't worry, I didn't mention anything about you and Chi-Chi to them. How you choose to tell them is up to you. But dining at the Emperor Dragon Pavilion will surely cost a fortune, and you, my poor boy, definitely don't have that. Asking your family for money after buying a house? You really sigh. We should have enough together. But if it falls short, I'll find a way to get more from Lin Lu and the others. First, go and smooth things over with that General Lan, and I'll send you more later. Su-chun looked at Li Wenhao oddly, eventually smiling as he accepted the bank card without a word and walked away. Li Wenhao thought, What? This brat can't even say thank you. If it weren't for the fact that I almost messed things up today, I definitely wouldn't have given him money. Chapter 103. Come home with me. Su-chun, holding the bank card, approached Chi-Chi. Sababa asked for a hug, and Su-chun obliged, while the others discreetly retreated, granting them some private space. Upon seeing the bank card in Su-chun's hand, when Chi-Chi was startled and asked, "What do you have that card for?" "It's from Housie. He probably wants to treat me to a meal," Su-Chin replied. When Chi-Chi stifled a laugh upon seeing Li Wenhao sulking nearby, almost bursting into laughter. "You are fortunate to have such friends." Although Li Wenhao often acts foolishly, it's evident that their bond is genuine. "Indeed, so I accepted it," Su-Chin added with a chuckle. "I have to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, he'll embarrass himself again next time." At that moment, when Chi-Chi recalled the question she had intended to ask earlier. "Su-Chun," she began, contemplating her words before asking, "Where did the house come from?" Su-Chun had anticipated this question and was prepared with an answer. "I earned it myself. Don't you remember? Your husband is now in business. I'm quite wealthy." When Chi-Chi laughed at Su-Chin's demeanor. "Stop joking. I'm not joking. Chi-Chi, our lives will only get better from here on out. I will ensure you and the children enjoy a better life. Trust me." His words warmed when Chi-Chi's heart, filling her with hope for their future. Today, Su-Chun had moved her deeply. Standing a short distance away, Lan Meng watched with envy. Peng Liang approached, offering her a piece of candy. "General Lan, stop staring. It's too sour. Here, have something sweet." Though Lan Meng wasn't too fond of sweets, she unwrapped the candy and popped it into her mouth. It's quite sweet." On this day, the entire Ningzhou city buzzed with talk of one event. The birthday banquet at the Emperor Dragon Pavilion. People could not gain entry nor capture any photos inside. They waited outside for an entire day, only to find no one emerging. Frustratingly, the female protagonist, whom they thought was just an onlooker, arrived in a taxi. Thus, when she came, everyone was too busy enjoying the spectacle to think of taking pictures. It wasn't until she entered that they realized their oversight. Consequently, all that circulated were whispers of how beautiful the female lead was. Yet no one knew her identity. At that moment, in the Ningzhou University boys' dormitory, Lin Lu and Wang Lei lounged in their chairs, looking rather glum. "Lei, what do you think Li Wenhao and Su-Chin are up to? Why is there still no news?" Lin Lu wondered. "Exactly. The money was transferred quite a while ago. Was it enough? If not, I'll borrow some more," Wang Lei replied. "Forget it. Let us just borrow some more and send it over. If something really goes wrong, we want to have time to react. Right? Right? I'll go too." Thus, the two quickly joined the ranks of those borrowing money. Occasionally, they lamented, "The Emperor Dragon Pavilion is so lively today, and those two idiots are out causing trouble. While they're enjoying the festivities, we're stuck eating instant noodles for half a year. This miserable life." After some time, they managed to borrow only a modest sum. After transferring the funds to Su-Chun, they lay back down to rest. Half an hour later, the dormitory doors swung open, and Li Wenhao entered, humming a tune. Upon seeing him covered in cream and cake, the two sprang awake. "What the hell, son? Where have you been? Did someone beat you up? Who did this?" they exclaimed, rushing to get out of bed to support him. Li Wenhao, nearly bursting into laughter at their reactions, thought better of it. Remembering they had given all their money away, he waved his hands dismissively, saying, "It's nothing, really. Just celebrating a birthday. I'm fine. Celebrating a birthday and looking like that? You could fooled someone into thinking you went to the Emperor Dragon Pavilion." "Well, I did go to the Emperor Dragon Pavilion," he thought, but didn't he say aloud, "It was just a friend's celebration, and things got a bit rowdy." Lin Lu and Wang Lei believed him. In truth, if Li Wenhao had truly gone to the Emperor Dragon Pavilion, they wouldn't have believed it. Lin Lu muttered, "You went to celebrate a birthday? What about the money? What exactly happened?" Wang Lei added, "Right, it can't be that something happened to the little ones, can it? Since Li Wenhao was unharmed, it must have been an issue on Su-Chin's end." The two exchanged worried glances. No. If anything happens to you too, the little ones can't be in trouble. I need to ask Chenggu." Lin Lu and Wang Lei took out their phones and frantically messaged Su-Chun in their group chat. "Son, what on earth is going on?" Lin Lu texted. "Son, are you okay? You must keep an eye on the little ones," Wang Lei added. "Just tell us if something's wrong. No need for unnecessary pleasantries. I'll even sell myself to gather money for you," Wang Lei declared. Seeing their messages, Li Wenhao thought, "These two have gone mad, selling themselves? Who would want that?" However, seeing their concern eased his mind a bit. Regardless, he couldn't allow himself to be embarrassed. Unfortunately, despite their long messages, Su-Chin remained unresponsive in the group chat. The two exchanged worried glances. Could it be that Su-Chin really is in trouble? Li Wenhao rolled over and lay down, ready to sleep. At this moment, Su-chan was likely busy sweet-talking when Chi-Chi, and he had no worries about any trouble. In Furong community, Su-chan was guiding the little ones upstairs. Throughout the drive, he had been focused on the road, completely unaware of the messages flooding the group chat. Once upstairs, he ushered the little ones into the house before when Chi-Chi promptly closed the door. Left outside, Su-chan stood bewildered, recalling the events of the day. Was his wife shy? He helplessly rubbed his nose and chuckled. Chi-Chi, didn't he plan to do anything? When Chi-Chi remained silent, Su-chan could hear her pouring hot water inside. So he resorted to his trump card. Open the door. I still need to bathe the little ones. At the mention of bath time, the little ones became more excited than when Chi-Chi, all pointing at her and babbling as if to say, Mama, we want to take a bath. Mama, please open the door. Mama, we want Daddy. When Chi-Chi realized the little ones had completely sided with Su-chan. Once again, it strikes her that today everyone is covered in cream, and without a shower, sleep seems impossible. Reluctantly, she opens the door and as soon as it swings open, Su-chan strides in without hesitation, enveloping when Chi-Chi in his embrace. Her heart leaps into her throat. What are you doing? Stay still, I just need to talk to you. With her head bowed, when Chi-Chi inquires, about what? Su-chan exhales deeply, his voice gentle. Will you come home with me tomorrow? Noticing when Chi-Chi's silence, he adds, your future mother-in-law wishes to meet you. The next day marks the National Day holiday, a 7-day respite. Su-chan has promised Su Jiangua that he would bring when Chi-Chi and the little ones back home. Otherwise, he would truly risk being cast out by Su Jiangua. When Chi-Chi nods in agreement, all right. She recalls Su Jiangua mentioning that she should return for the holiday. It seems fitting to go back and take a look. After all, it would be her home in the future. The thought of Su Jiangua brings a sense of comfort to one Chi-Chi, leading her to believe that her future life may not be as challenging as she once thought. Surely, her future mother-in-law will be a kind woman. Su-chan affectionately ruffles when Chi-Chi's hair before heading off to bathe the little ones. By the time they all settle down for the night, it is already 9:30 as Su-chan lies down. He quietly asks, System, here. What about the rewards? Ding, congratulations, host. Task completed. You have received ownership of a tea plantation, and the ownership contract has been stored in your space. Congratulations. You have also obtained a premium Longjing tea seed, which is compatible with the tea plantation. Additionally, you have acquired a high-quality fishing rod, which has been placed in the SUV's trunk. Lastly, congratulations on receiving 200,000 yuan in cash, which has been deposited into your bank account. Upon entering the space, Su-chan indeed discovers a contract and a packet of tea seeds for the fishing rod, since it is already in the trunk. He cannot see it at the moment. However, he wonders about the purpose of the fishing rod. But never mind, the system would not lead him astray. He decides to keep it for now. Thank you. You're welcome. The system falls silent after its response. Su-chan then takes out his phone. Upon opening it, he notices a flurry of messages on Alipay. Lin Lu has transferred 10,000 yuan. Lin Lu has transferred 5,000 yuan. Lin Lu has transferred another 10,000 yuan. Wang Lei has transferred 20,000 yuan. Wang Lei has transferred another 10,000 yuan. Su-chan can't help but chuckle. These guys must be worried he wouldn't accept money via WeChat. So they directly used Alipay instead. It seems these transactions were gradually accumulated over time. He smiles again, then receives a text message. Your XX bank card has received a deposit of 300,000 yuan. Su-chan stares blankly at the screen. He quickly opens WeChat, where he finds a message from Qian who, Brother Su-chan, here S300,000, your share of the dividends for this month. Take care of it. So it was indeed the dividends. Su-chan chuckles and replies, thank you. He then notices messages in the dormitory group. Most of them are just Lin Lu and Wang Lei joking around. Li Wenhao has not said a word. Shaking his head in resignation, Su-chan contemplates before replying, no worries, the little ones are doing just fine. Before long, he is bombarded with messages from Lin Lu and Wang Lei. Lin Lu, damn son, are you still alive? Lin Lu, forget it, whether you're alive or not doesn't matter. Hurry and let me see the little ones. Wang Lei, grandson, are you alright? Wang Lei, is everything okay? What is going on? A wave of bittersweet emotion washes over Su-chan. Really? Everything is fine, I have to go now. No more talking to by the way, in 5 minutes, please check your phones and don't forget. In the dormitory, Lin Lu and Wang Lei are puzzled. Why does Su-chan want them to check their phones in 5 minutes? Who knows? How's he, do you know? Li Wenhao, who was about to drift off to sleep. Replies, I have no idea. Maybe he has something important. We'll find out soon enough, right? Silence envelopes the three. Moments later, Lin Lu receives a notification from Alipay. Transfer alert. Su Chun has sent 30,000 yuan. What the hell? Lin Lu exclaims, unable to contain his surprise. What is happening? Wang Lei leans in, anxious to know. Check your phone. Wang Lei hurriedly opens his phone and soon receives a similar notification. Transfer alert. Su Chun has sent 35,000 yuan. What does Su Chun want to send me money for? Has he lost his mind? And he even gave me an extra 5,000. Me too. I got an extra 5,000. Damn. Li Wenhao stands up in disbelief. Looking at the two, Su Chun sent you money? Yes. What about you? They both stare at Li Wenhao. Li Wenhao, confused, checks his phone again and then slumps back onto his bed. I gave him my bank card. What? Lin Lu and Wang Lei ask in unison. I can't get it back. Can I? It seems not. Damn. So I've just lost 5,000 yuan? Lin Lu and Wang Lei look at Li Wenhao with sympathy. However, they quickly remember another pressing question. Why would Chen Gu be returning the money? Didn't he need it? It hasn't even been that long. They hastily pull out their phones and start tagging Su Chen frantically in the group. Lin Lu, Su Chun, son, what are you doing? You should keep that money. Wang Lei, Su Chun, don't worry about us. We can survive on instant noodles for a few more months. Su Chen chuckles. He recalls how Wang Lei despised instant noodles. Back in school, he would rather buy a bunch of steamed buns than eat a single bowl of instant noodles. He sighs and begins to reply. I don't need it. You all keep it. The extra money is my treat for you all to have a meal. Just remember to give the little ones a big red envelope. Li Wenhao anxiously holds his phone and asks, Brother Chin, what about mine? I should have received an extra 5,000, right? I'll come find you tomorrow for my bank card. Tomorrow, Dad is going home. That's a bit unfair. Isn't it? He frowns, pondering the situation. The idea of raising money for Su Chun was his suggestion, yet somehow he ends up losing out. He turns to glare at Lin Lu and Wang Lei, who both shiver at the sight. Son, what is up? Head out. Li Wenhao smirks coldly and swiftly approaches. So, Su Chun gave both of you an extra 5,000, right? In that case, my meal allowance goes to you too. Don't forget to bring me food. Lin Lu. Wang Lei. This kid is asking for a beating again. What are we waiting for? Let us go for it. On October 1 SD, everyone is on holiday. Su Chun rises early, calling for the little ones and Wen Chi-Chi to get ready to head home. Noticing Wen Chi-Chi's anxious expression, he reassures her, don't worry, my mom is just like my dad. She'll only chase me out of the house. If you come along, it'll help me maintain my place at home. Wen Chi-Chi chuckles at Su Chin's jest, seeing the positive effect of his words. He continues, once the holiday is over, I'll take you to look at houses. There are plenty of things waiting for you as the lady of the house to arrange. Emphasizing the role of lady of the house with a playful tone. When Chi-Chi does not contest, replying, I note. Yu Chen smiles slightly, savoring the beauty of such a life. As they get into the car and prepare to depart, he receives a call from Li Dong. Xiao Chen, heading home? Li Dong. Which one is it? Su Chen patted the SUV and said, this one. Li Dong was instantly taken aback. Is this your little junk car? Su Chen nodded. Indeed. Li Dong. What the hell? This little junk car must cost at least over $1 million, right? Suddenly, he felt utterly speechless about the idea of letting Su Chun drive his car. What about his sister-in-law and the little ones? Li Dong decided to change the subject, and no sooner had he spoken than the rear door of the car swung open. When Chi-Chi stepped out and said, is it Brother Dong? I'm Wen Chi-Chi. The moment Li Dong laid eyes on Wen Chi-Chi, he caught his breath. What a celestial beauty! He looked skeptically at Su Chen. Su Chen chuckled. Your sister lawed Li Dong. Was he here today to seek torture? Here he was, a single dog coerced into returning home for a blind date, worrying about someone who was already married. Li Dong could only awkwardly greet, sister-in-law, how are the little ones? The babies inside the car were chattering incessantly. When Chi-Chi effortlessly picked up the most boisterous one, CBAO Saibao happily planted a kiss on Wen Chi-Chi's cheek and then turned to look at Li Dong. Hey, there's a strange uncle here. Who is he? What are Daddy and Mommy doing? Sibao's curious gaze was tinged with mischief. Li Dong once again felt his breath hitch. This was Sibao. When Chi-Chi then handed Sibao over to Li Dong without hesitation, Li Dong took the baby. Unable to resist the charm of such cuteness, Sibao even bore a slight resemblance to Su Chun. He couldn't help but anticipate the looks of the other 3 babies. Thus, Li Dong couldn't help but peer into the sea air. Su Chun, unable to watch any longer, said Brother Dong. Why not hop in and take a look? Or better yet, why don't you just leave your car behind and ride with me? Li Dong instantly felt this suggestion was splendid. Absolutely delightful. This way, he could play with the little ones up close. He nodded eagerly. Sure. He then climbed into the car. Inside, the other 3 babies initially looked bewildered when they saw Li Dong. However, upon seeing Si Bao, who was gleefully being held by the uncle, they seemed to realize that this uncle was not a bad person after all. Si Bao, after all, detested bad people the most. The 3 babies also became extremely delighted, eagerly scooting closer to Li Dong. Upon seeing the 4 babies, Li Dong was dumbfounded. How could all 4 of them be so stunning? Not a single one was unattractive. This was simply incredible. Li Dong felt a surge of jealousy, but he was also immensely happy. Throughout the journey from Ningzhou City to Ningxi Town, which took about an hour and a half, Li Dong joyfully played with the babies. As they approached the service area, when Chi-Chi said, Su Chun, it's time to prepare milk for the babies. All right, we'll stop shortly, he replied. Li Dong was still playing with the babies. Once they parked at the service area, Li Dong opened the car door to get out. That moment, he noticed Su Chun swiftly lean over, unhesitatingly helping when Chi-Chi unbuckle her seatbelt. Then, he ruffled when Chi-Chi's hair gently and said, I'll take care of it. You go down and take a stroll. When Chi-Chi smiled sweetly, okay, Li Dong, feeling utterly ignored. This is just too much. His heart, that of a single dog, felt like it was shattering. He suddenly began to ponder what his purpose was for being in this car. Surely it was not to be a spectator to this couple's affection, was it? Subsequently, Su Chun remained blissfully unaware that his actions were akin to tormenting the single-hearted. He exited the car with the milk bottle to fetch hot water. After preparing the milk, Li Dong approached, intending to lend a hand. Xiao Chen, but Su Chun appeared to overlook him entirely, handing the milk bottles to Wen Chi-Chi. When Chi-Chi habitually accepted, I'll feed to Bao and San Bao. Su Chun responded. All right, then I'll take care of Air Bao and CBAO. Li Dong, feeling increasingly redundant. It seems I am somewhat superfluous here. As the 4 babies drank their milk, they paid no mind to Li Dong either. Standing alone in the chilly wind, he contemplated for a moment before deciding to head to the restroom. After Su Chun and when Chi-Chi finished feeding the babies, they settled them back in place, then got back into the car, closed the door, and started the engine. The actions were seamless, until they had driven quite a distance that when Chi-Chi suddenly recalled something and asked, Su Chun, did we forget something? Su Chun frowned. It seems so, but what could it be? Si Bao, seated in the infant chair, pointed at the spot where Li Dong had been sitting moments before, babbling incessantly. Daddy, where's the uncle? No one is here to play with. CBAO'd. The instant Su Chun turned to glance at Si Bao, he suddenly realized, oh no, Brother Dong. When Chi-Chi also remembered, Brother Dong must still be at the service area. Oh no, Su Chun felt a surge of panic. How could they have forgotten Brother Dong? Let us exit at the next service area, turn around, and go back to fetch him, when Chi-Chi suggested. Conflicted, Su Chun nodded. It seems we have no other choice. I'll call Brother Dong first. Forgotten Li Dong was currently standing at the very spot where their vehicle had parked at the service area. Looking around in confusion, where were Su Chun and Wen Chi-Chi? Where were the babies? Where was the car? Wasn't he parked here? Could he have remembered incorrectly? Chapter 106. Forgotten on the highway. Am I proud? Earlier in the morning, a light rain had fallen, leaving the weather rather cool. When Li Dong got out of the car, intending merely to use the restroom, he had not donned a coat. Now, as the cold wind blew past him, he shivered in his short sleeves. He contemplated calling Su Chun to inquire about the situation. However, his phone was still in the car, tucked away in his coat pocket. Li Dong. But this is just great. After standing in place, bewildered, for 10 minutes, Li Dong could no longer contain himself. He went to find a staff member at the service area. The staff member was a man in his 40s or 50s. Upon seeing Li Dong approach, the man smiled and said, Young man, looks like you've been left behind here. Li Dong awkwardly chuckled. It seems so. Cold, huh? The man looked at Li Dong with sympathy. Indeed, Li Dong nodded. Ha ha ha. The man couldn't help but burst into laughter. Li Dong. Sir, could you please tone it down? I feel even colder now. The man realized he had laughed a bit too heartily, clearing his throat before saying, I apologize, young man, that I've often seen videos where wives get forgotten at service areas. I never imagined a man could be left behind too. Ha ha ha, I couldn't help myself, Li Dong. Is this really okay? Sir? He shivered slightly and cautiously asked, may I come in to warm up? Ha ha ha, come on in. The man ushered Li Dong into his small room. Through the window, Li Dong could see the bustling activity outside. He felt melancholic, pondering when Su Chun would finally realize that his cousin had been forgotten. The kind man poured Li Dong a cup of hot water and watched him with a silly grin. Li Dong found himself contemplating whether he should call home. He had considered it, but calling his father would likely result in endless teasing. Wouldn't it? He shook his head. Forget it. He decided to grit his teeth and endure. The man looked at Li Dong again with sympathy. Brother, you're really in a tough spot. Not just tough. It was downright dismal. At that moment, Li Dong felt a wave of regret wash over him. Why had he agreed to let Su Chun drive his car, leaving his own parked at their neighborhood? If he had driven himself, he wouldn't be in such a miserable situation. To be munching on dog food while being forgotten. Was there anyone in the world more unfortunate than him? Clearly not. With that thought, Li Dong couldn't help but shiver once more. How tragic. Su Chun had already arrived at the service area. He quickly took out his phone to make a call. As soon as the call connected, they heard the ringing of a phone from the back seat. Su Chun. Brother's phone is in the car. We must go back to pick him up. Su Chun insisted. When Chi-Chi nodded in agreement, Su Chun hastily exited the highway, turned around, and headed back. While on the road, Su Chun pondered, then said to Wen Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi, we're almost home. There's something I think I need to discuss with you. Oh. When Chi-Chi looked at him in surprise, Su Chun continued. Actually, this car. He began to explain while gauging Wen Chi-Chi's reaction. Before he could finish, Wen Chi-Chi interjected, you bought it, didn't you? Su Chun was taken aback. How did you know? Initially, he had told Wen Chi-Chi that he had rented the car, fearing it would worry her. She had not suspected anything. You've been driving it for so long. How could you rent a car for that long? When Chi-Chi smiled, it's all right. I have a strong capacity for acceptance. Although I don't know exactly what you're up to, I believe in you. Upon hearing this, Su Chun smiled. His wife had indeed changed for the better. How wonderful! Upon arriving at the service area, Su Chun hurriedly got out of the car. Li Dong, who was in the small room, noticed Su Chun's vehicle. Fearing that Su Chun might overlook him again and that some mishap might occur, he quickly stepped out of the room. The man followed him out. It had been about half an hour since they had parked. The man had chatted with Li Dong and learned that this young fellow had been forgotten by his cousin, who had been too busy showing off his affection with his sister-in-law while feeding the babies. The man expressed his anger. He decided to give a good scolding to this irresponsible cousin to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, this young man would suffer again in the future. The moment the man stepped outside, he spotted Su Chun, with a smile adorning his face, approached Li Dong. Brother Dong, I apologize, I didn't notice earlier. Li Dong shook his head dismissively. It's nothing. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man grew increasingly irate. He pointed at Su Chun, preparing to unleash a tirade. Suddenly, a stunning woman descended from the vehicle ahead. The man froze momentarily. Is this your cousin's wife? Li Dong nodded in affirmation. Then, the man observed the beauty retrieving a baby seat from the trunk. Upon opening it, he discovered 4 baby seats arranged in a row. The man's astonishment was palpable. Subsequently, he witnessed the woman begin to carry infants from the car. When the first baby was brought out, the man was rendered speechless. How adorable! The words he intended to hurl in anger were swallowed whole. Just as he was about to approach for a closer look, he caught sight of the woman cradling a second baby. The second infant, sporting 2 little pigtails, gazed curiously at the security guard. The man was utterly captivated. The heart of this rugged individual softened into a puddle. In that moment, he halted in his tracks, sensing that the woman had even more surprises in store for him. Indeed, in the next instant, she brought forth a baby boy. The little boy looked around inquisitively, as if searching for something. Then came another baby girl, who babbled joyfully, energetically waving her arms, seemingly bursting with vigor. At last, all 4 baby seats were filled. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. Forward, quadruplets? Stammering, he exclaimed, Are they all your children? Su Chun nodded affirmatively. The man then turned to Li Dong, incredulous. Is this truly your brother? Li Dong also nodded. Somehow, he felt that the once fiercely assertive man had undergone a remarkable transformation. The man exclaimed. Impressive. He gave Su Chun a thumbs up. Then, addressing Li Dong, he added, Little brother, I don't mean to be rude, but if I had such a beautiful wife, I would certainly forget about you on the highway, Li Dong. The man continued. Just think about it. Why would you follow them and create a fuss? It is quite remarkable if they even remember you, Li Dong. The man elaborated. If it were me, I would have driven straight home, sparing the babies an additional hour in the car. That is quite a hardship. Li Dong. This wasn't how the script was supposed to unfold, was it? Wasn't he supposed to help him confront the situation? This man was utterly unreliable. Li Dong felt a wave of despair.